The full name entered a mist-laden, unknown realm, becoming a minor lord, exploring the fog, opening treasure chests, seeking resources, and striving to survive in this world became the singular objective of all. However, Luo Sen unexpectedly experienced rebirth, activating a hundredfold amplification system. Whatever he undertook would be amplified 100 times. While others would uncover a single resource from a treasure chest, Luo Sen could yield 100. Others, gathering an apple, would find it insufficient to sate their hunger. Yet Luo Sen, upon collecting one, would receive 100, leaving him comfortably overindulged. As others toiled exhaustively in search of resources, barely scraping by, Luo Sen's resources overflowed throughout his domain, allowing him to lead a life of opulence. Chapter 1. Becoming a Lord. Within a cramped rental room in the capital, Luo Sen abruptly opened his eyes, breathing heavily. Gazing at the familiar walls surrounding him, he was filled with incredulity. I have actually been reborn. Indeed, he had been reborn. As he glanced at the worn notebook on his desk, Luo Sen's eyes grew misty. He never imagined that fate would grant him a second chance at life. Wait, what time is it now? Suddenly, it dawned on him, and he hastily leapt from his bed to retrieve his phone. To his astonishment, he realized he had returned to 10 minutes prior to the global crossover. March 1st, 2021. Only 10 minutes remained until the fateful hour. Upon realizing this, Luo Sen's heart raced. He understood that once the clock struck midnight, the world would face the greatest calamity in history, from which no one would escape. At that moment, the entire population of 7 billion would be transported to a fog-shrouded world, becoming lords of small territories. In that place, white mist enveloped everything, filled with both peril and opportunity. Everyone possessed but one aim: to survive. There existed no modern technology or resources, yet one could construct by acquiring blueprints. In truth, it bore a striking resemblance to survival games he had once played. You were granted a small territory, continuously exploring the fog to procure resources, while crises would occasionally erupt, threatening the Lord's very life. In his previous life, Luo Sen relied on years of gaming experience, but ill fortune led him to survive merely a few days before meeting his demise. He did not perish amidst the crises, but encountered another lord who besieged his village and brutally killed him. Luo Sen died, without ever understanding from whence that lord had emerged. This was due to the overwhelming fog in the vicinity. Without exploration, discovery was impossible. Since heaven has granted me a chance to start anew, I shall create brilliance in this life and establish a premier territory. Clenching his fist, Luo Sen gritted his teeth. An orphan, he was utterly alone. While he would not starve in this world, life was still constrained. Thus, for him, any world would suffice. Especially having experienced such a realm once, he had a head start in understanding its rules. In time, he would undoubtedly possess foresight, staying one step ahead. He glanced at the clock. Only 3 minutes remained until midnight. Just then, a cold, emotionless voice suddenly echoed in his mind, startling Luo Sen. Ding. Suitable host detected. System binding in progress. Ding. System binding complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the hundredfold amplification. A system? I bound a system before the crossover. Luo Sen was momentarily dazed, overwhelmed with exhilaration. With this system, he could surely lead a more comfortable life. In my previous life, did I fail to bind a system, allowing someone else to do so first? And now, in this life, my lack of prior binding has granted me this system. Luo Sen pondered briefly, but quickly dismissed the thought. Regardless, the opportunity to start anew was an extraordinary gift. Luo Sen steadied his mind and pondered, system, what do you mean by a hundredfold augmentation? Ding. Responding to the host, a hundredfold augmentation, as the name suggests, means that when the host receives a reward, it will yield a hundredfold increase. Wow, that's incredible. Luo Sen felt a surge of excitement. If the system's words were to be believed, then upon entering that lordly world, if he were to fell a single tree, he could potentially acquire 100 trees through the hundredfold augmentation. In that realm, all fundamental resources were intrinsically linked to logging and mining. This was truly remarkable. Having obtained the desired answer, the world entered a countdown of 1 minute. Regardless, upon transmigrating, he could take nothing with him, and there was little to prepare. Clad only in his undergarments, Luo Sen felt no inclination to change his attire. He surveyed the rental apartment where he had lived for many years and eventually retrieved a pack of cigarettes, quietly lighting one for himself. Let me savor the essence of this world one last time. After taking a deep drag from the cigarette, the time on his phone instantaneously shifted to midnight. Midnight. Suddenly, Luo Sen's vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself within a thatched cottage. The cottage was modest, containing only a wooden bed and a workbench. He was clad in a simple apron fashioned from leaves, concealing his modesty, reminiscent of his previous life. Thus, Luo Sen felt no panic. He turned his gaze toward the wooden bed, whereupon a few words materialized before him. A rudimentary wooden bed, suitable for rest, durability 100. He then shifted his attention to the workbench. Indestructible universal workbench. Upon gathering materials, you can craft anything upon it. Durability 100. The familiar formulas and durability ratings were unchanged. Everything remained steadfastly the same. Upon the workbench lay a wooden axe and a tome bound in sheepskin, which constituted his initial supplies. Wooden axe. You can use it to fell trees. Durability 100. New Lord's Guide, a book that could save your life. Luo Sen refrained from taking the book, as he had perused it in his previous life. Although he had only lived a few days in this world before, he had gleaned a wealth of information about it. Firstly, this world was indeed a tangible realm, one that could be conquered by force, imbued with a magical essence in every corner. In this world, besides the lords hailing from Earth, there existed many indigenous inhabitants. Furthermore, the ferocious beasts here included some formidable varieties. He had witnessed a scene where a gorilla tore apart a tiger, leaving an indelible impression upon his mind. In this world, every individual had the opportunity to attain strength. Lords could acquire formidable power through the force of belief, or through external means, such as magic crystals or the cores of magical beasts. The Lord's Guide served as their sole source of information and means of communication regarding this world. The first page of the book was filled with trivialities, merely informing one that they had entered a genuine survival world, warning of the dangers outside, and providing instructions on self-protection. The second page contained a chat interface. It was divided into world chat channels, regional chat channels, and nearby person chat channels. Except for the nearby person channel, the other channels had a limit on speaking frequency, which was of no use to him at the moment. The third page was a trading marketplace, where transactions could be conducted. However, since everyone had entered simultaneously, it was likely that no one had even glimpsed the second page of the book, so there would undoubtedly be no items available for trade. Even if there were, Luo Sen had nothing to offer. The fourth page was a storage backpack, intended for holding items. This book contained no more information than that. Nevertheless, this book was bound to the Lord and could neither be discarded nor destroyed. Luo Sen promptly unfolded his attributes page. Chapter 2. The Remarkable System Reward. In this realm, every Lord possesses a unique page detailing their attributes. Lord, Rosen. Realm, ordinary human. Residence, 1. Territory level, village. Equipment, rudimentary straw garment. As expected, nothing has changed. Rosen felt neither surprise nor disappointment, and thus rose to retrieve his book and axe. The moment the book touched his hand, it seamlessly melded into his palm, transforming into a tattoo. He could summon it at will, which was quite convenient. He also wielded a crude wooden axe, yet fortunately, as a lord, his survival depended not solely on himself. With the increase in residence, a more comfortable life awaited him. Through the window, he gazed upon the scene in the courtyard. In this modest yard, besides the thatched cottage, there existed a straw recruitment center. As the name implies, the recruitment center serves as a locale for enlisting residents, also serving as initial resources. Each lord possesses a recruitment center, which automatically recruits one resident daily to serve the lord. The residents are the sole source of the power of belief, enabling the lord to grow stronger. Upon reaching 100 residents, a lord ascends from an ordinary human to a martial practitioner. Of course, being a martial practitioner merely signifies a classification of strength, not necessarily formidable, akin to a top athlete from a past life. In essence, the greater the number of residents, the higher the lord's realm will rise. Should one prefer fewer residents, they may enhance their physicality through external means, albeit at a slower pace. Rosen was aware that his first resident would appear at dusk to serve him. However, with the night fraught with peril, he needed to engage in meaningful activities before darkness fell. And what constitutes a meaningful endeavor? Naturally, it is the act of chopping wood. With only a wooden axe at his disposal, he was limited to felling trees. Cutting trees yields timber and may also drop fruits. Fruits can satiate hunger and quench thirst, while timber can be fashioned into tools and used to repair the territory. The mist-laden wilderness is fraught with dangers. Venturing in search of food is a perilous undertaking. In his past life, many had ventured into the fog seeking sustenance, only to meet their demise at the jaws of savage beasts. Every lord's territory enjoys a 3-day protection period, during which it is utterly secure. However, after these 3 days, any passing beasts may attack the territory and harm the residents. The more comprehensive and fortified the territorial facilities, the greater the safety within. The initial territory's walls were constructed of mere fences. Not even a feeble woman could fail to breach them. Thus, Rosen's primary objective was to chop wood and procure food, as felling trees is the most reliable means to obtain apples. With nothing available in the initial territory, resourcefulness is essential. Once the number of residents increases, the burdens on the lord will lighten. Armed with his wooden axe, Rosen stepped out of the thatched cottage. The yard was neither too large nor too small, comprising a territory range of 100 by 100 meters, as was the case for every individual. While the territory spans 100 by 100 meters, the visible range extends to 1,000 by 1,000 meters. This means the area visible, including the territory, encompasses 1,000 by 1,000 meters, while beyond lies a shroud of dense mist. Within this mist dwell indigenous creatures, ferocious beasts, and perhaps nothing at all. When one ventures into the mist, the contents remain a mystery until the fog is dispersed. Notably, the eyes of local fauna are not obscured by the mist, they can see through it. Thus, the situation for lords is precarious, for they dwell in the light while their adversaries lurk in the shadows. Yet, lords are not without advantages. They possess crafting tables capable of producing any item, provided they gather the necessary materials. The encircling fog is divided into regions of 1,000 by 1,000 meters. To dispel the mist, one must explore more than 20% of the area, which equates to traversing over 200 meters into the fog, relying on his past life's memories. Rosen vividly recalled the surroundings of his territory, which was entirely enveloped in forest. All 8 directions were forested. Despite having explored only a handful of areas in his previous life, the entirety of the surroundings remained largely uncharted. In his recollection, the foremost direction led to a small stream frequented by wild beasts for water, while 2 bears resided to his right. The remaining areas were home to minor wildlife, such as rabbits and wild chickens, posing little threat. The rest were predominantly comprised of forests and mineral deposits. Yet, in this world, both trees and minerals are invaluable resources. Lords can utilize crafting tables to transform timber and minerals into weaponry and facilities, though extraction must be undertaken by the lords themselves. Even with knowledge of his surroundings, Rosen did not dare to venture forth recklessly, for no one could guarantee that beasts would not intrude or that the indigenous people would refrain from hunting. Moreover, there existed the daunting orc tribe, descendants of the union between humans and beasts, holding a disreputable status among humans. For the lords who have traversed into this realm, everything remains shrouded in uncertainty. Particularly when the fog has yet to be dispersed, visibility is exceedingly low, and danger lurks at every turn. Until sufficient strength is attained, it is prudent to harvest resources within the visible region surrounding the territory. Nonetheless, Rosen had no intention of exploring the mist. The 3-day protection period is not to be taken lightly. He must establish a defensible village, stockpile a reserve of food, and ensure his survival before contemplating further actions. For once night descends, the wilds become even more treacherous, with some ferocious beasts preferring the cover of darkness to emerge. As he grasped the wooden axe, preparing to step beyond the territory, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detection of an overly ordinary host. A novice gift package has been bestowed. Will you accept? It was indeed the newly acquired golden finger making its presence known. Rosen eagerly nodded. I accept. His heart raced with anticipation, eager to discover what the novice gift package contained. In a survival world, being one step ahead translates to a significant advantage, and rewards are universally cherished. Ding! Novice gift package successfully received. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a golden axe. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a divine recruitment center. The rewards flashed before Rosen's eyes. As the golden axe fell at his feet, beside the original recruitment center, another similar structure emerged, the divine recruitment center. Rosen gazed upon the divine recruitment center, and instantly, its information materialized before him. Divine recruitment center recruits a Huaxia general every 7 days. Recruitment in progress. Is this the golden finger? Remarkable. He wondered which general he might recruit. Rosen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 3. Abundance of resources. Even the most mediocre martial generals of Huaxia surpass the common folk. Do they not? If one possesses extraordinary martial prowess, survival in this challenging environment would undoubtedly become significantly more manageable. He turned his gaze towards the initial recruitment center for commoners. Recruitment center for commoners, recruiting 1 primitive commoner daily, currently in progress. It lacked the divine characteristics of a legendary recruitment center, yet its singular advantage lay in the ability to recruit 1 commoner each day. After perusing the details, Rosen's attention shifted to the golden axe before him. Golden axe. The blade is exceptionally sharp, capable of accelerating your tree felling speed, and is impervious to damage. Both items provided by the system were indeed valuable. Satisfied, Rosen discarded his wooden axe and picked up the golden axe. As he grasped the golden axe, it emanated a weighty sensation. Particularly impressive was the razor-sharp blade, which required no maintenance. The sheer delight of using it without worry was unparalleled. In his previous life, he had failed to locate a gold mine to forge a golden axe even after 10 days, yet now he possessed one right from the start, significantly hastening his resource collection time. Compared to the wooden axe, the golden axe would fell trees in no time. Moreover, it could contend with smaller beasts effectively. It was afternoon. Rosen strode out of the courtyard and ventured beyond his territory. Outside lay a dense expanse of woodland and grassy fields. He gazed at a large tree, and its information materialized before him. Apple tree, randomly drops resources. He then looked at a bundle of reeds. A heap of reeds, though it bore only a name. Rosen understood deeply that every blade of grass and every tree here held distinct utility. For instance, the reeds were indeed useful. Reeds could be synthesized into fibers Fibers could be woven into linen. Linen could be fashioned into clothing. Linen blueprints could yield high-quality garments. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Rosen bent down and collected a bundle of reeds. Ding! The system detected that the host had collected a bundle of reeds, triggering a hundredfold amplification. The total increased to 100 bundles of reeds. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, 100 bundles of reeds appeared before him. Wow! The hundredfold amplification truly was astonishing. With a sweep of his hand, Rosen stowed all the reeds into his backpack. The beginner's guide indicated that the spatial backpack contained only 20 slots, accommodating items of any size, yet each slot could hold a mere 100 items. Hence, the reeds alone occupied an entire slot. Continuing his collection, Rosen gathered another bundle of reeds, bringing the total in his backpack to 200 bundles. With 18 slots remaining, he deemed it prudent to reserve them for other resources. Without hesitation, he abandoned reed collection and opted for tree felling instead. Reeds were abundant, and while collecting them was swift. He saw no need to waste backpack space. Tree felling, however, remained an eternal theme, as it could yield food. Thus, Rosen approached a tree, gripping the golden axe firmly, and struck the trunk with all his might. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body, as if he had ingested a potent stimulant. This sensation was precisely the result of the weapon's enhanced attack power. Bang! The trunk of the tree split open with a resounding crack. Wow! How remarkably sharp! Rosen nearly leapt in surprise. He had anticipated that the golden axe would be sharp, yet he was unprepared for its extraordinary sharpness. One swing had carved a significant gash. Compared to the wooden axe, the difference was astronomical. While the wooden axe required dozens of strikes to fell a tree, the golden axe would likely accomplish the task in just 2 swings. With this thought, Rosen swung the axe once more. Bang! The tree, as thick as a woman's waist, promptly toppled. As it fell, it exploded, automatically breaking into 3 large logs. Thud! Next to the logs, an apple dropped. One must admit that Rosen's luck was rather fortuitous. The first tree yielded an apple. However, before he could fully savor his joy, the system's voice resonated in his mind once again. Ding! Hundredfold amplification successful. Upon the announcement, the logs on the ground transformed instantly. The 3 logs became 3 piles, each containing 100 pieces, totaling 300 pieces. The single apple also multiplied into 100 apples. Observing the amplified resources before him, Rosen felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. My goodness, this is what it feels like to cheat. Had it been in the past, gathering such a bounty of resources would have taken at least a day or 2 of relentless labor. Sighing in relief, Rosen regained his composure and turned his gaze towards the next tree. Resources. Here I come. Bang, bang. 2 more strikes, and an apple tree exploded, showering the ground with resources once more. Wood, 300. Leaves, 100. Apples, 100. Bang, bang. In no time at all, Rosen's backpack brimmed with resources. The sun had yet to set. After tallying his haul, he discovered he had collected a staggering 400 pieces of wood and 300 apples, in addition to 100 leaves, fully occupying all 20 slots in his backpack. Had it been in the past, he would have managed to fell only 2 or 3 trees by this hour. Reflecting on how other lords were toiling away at their first or second trees while he had amassed such a fortune, Rosen couldn't help but chuckle. With time still on his side, he resolved to return home, drop off his bounty, and then seek out additional resources. Glancing at the sky, he noted that there was still over an hour until darkness fell, prompting him to hastily return to his territory. Upon arriving, he deposited all his gathered resources in the courtyard. A mountain formed, composed of wood, reeds, and apples, towering and occupying a significant portion of his modest yard. Should any other lord witness this spectacle, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. After arranging his items, Rosen set out once more from his territory. He had no time to peruse chat logs or see how others were faring. With the determination to gather resources swiftly and develop his territory, he was acutely aware that the protection period lasted only 3 days. After this time, his domain would no longer be secure. Furthermore, the grand upheaval of the world would commence in 3 days, where every moment would count in seizing opportunities. Thus, he aimed to widen the gap between himself and the other lords. Otherwise, relying on such a slow development, it would be challenging to discover valuable resources, leaving him to cower in the shadows. Even encountering local natives would likely result in his demise. In this world, mere survival held no power. When faced with other lords, one's life and death would be beyond their control. After exiting his territory, Rosen did not delve deep into exploration, but instead scoured the surrounding area. Of course, he still needed to fell trees. However, he sought to optimize his time by searching for thicker trees while scouting for additional resources. Thicker apple trees dropped more wood and items, so he focused on felling the stout ones. After all, a few more strikes would suffice to bring them down. Bang, bang, bang. Wood, 500. Apples, 200. Leaves, 100. Chapter 4. The First Lord to Wear Clothes. The host gathered a single strawberry, which multiplied into 100 strawberries. The host also collected a stalk of wild wheat, which similarly increased to 100 stalks. As time passed, the the sky gradually dimmed. Rosen's backpack was once again filled to capacity. The only regret was the absence of treasure chests. In this world, aside from chopping trees for resources, treasure chests are also vital sources of wealth. These chests can yield a plethora of valuable items. They are classified into wooden chests, stone chests, iron chests, silver chests, gold chests, crystal chests, and rainbow chests. Within these chests, one might discover food, stones, wood, blueprints, weapons, scrolls, and other treasures. Some chests could even contain items from a past life, such as stockings, women's lingerie, and sanitary pads. Peculiar trinkets indeed. Rosen couldn't help but think that the individual who placed such items in the chests was rather eccentric. Shaking his head, he reluctantly prepared to return to his territory. It was not uncommon to find no chests in the vicinity. Compared to other lords who were starving and felling trees, he had already amassed a considerable fortune. Although lacking meat, he could still satiate his hunger. Rosen hastened towards his domain. Just then, a howl echoed from deep within the forest, startling him. A wolf's cry, indeed. Wild beasts do wander about. He glanced towards the source of the howl, which came from an area typically inhabited only by small animals. There were no wolves in that place. It was likely they had ventured there in search of food. Fortunately, he had not let his confidence lead him to explore recklessly, for encountering a pack of wolves would have been disastrous. With this thought in mind, Rosen quickened his pace. However, by unfortunate coincidence, he stumbled and nearly fell. Thankfully, his experience from tree felling had honed his balance, allowing him to regain his footing just in time. Damn it, was that a rock? Well, may it become my resource. He muttered, turning around in irritation. But suddenly, a wooden treasure chest came into view, causing him to pause in awe. What luck! A treasure chest! He exclaimed, feeling exhilarated. Chests are far more valuable than stones. While stones were scarce in the area, they could eventually be found with diligent searching. Treasure chests, however, are rare gems. He approached the chest with haste, swinging his axe down upon it. The chest burst open, and its contents scattered across the ground. 2 stones, 2 pieces of wood, and 1 carrot. Upon seeing these meager offerings, disappointment washed over him. As expected, low-level chests yield nothing of worth. However, at least he had avoided the embarrassment of discovering sanitary pads. After opening the chest, the hundredfold increase was triggered, and the resources immediately transformed into 200 stones, 200 pieces of wood, and 100 carrots. Seeing the quantities expand from mere handfuls to hundreds, Rosen felt somewhat satisfied, though his backpack seemed unable to accommodate the bounty. With this in mind, he surveyed the surroundings and, finding no one about, hurried back to his territory to empty his pack. Afterward, he returned to collect more resources. By this time, darkness had fully enveloped the land. Fortunately, the location of the treasure chest was only a few hundred meters from his domain. Another wolf howl resonated through the night, deepening the shadows. Glancing at the encroaching darkness, Rosen stowed away his resources and made his way back. The courtyard was already brimming with wood, all harvested by Rosen throughout the day. Upon returning, he began to tally his resources: 2,200 pieces of wood, 500 apples, 100 carrots, 200 strawberries, 200 stalks of wheat, 500 leaves, 400 stones, and 600 bundles of thatch. The mountain of materials was an awe-inspiring sight. In the past, gathering such an abundance would have taken at least half a week, not accounting for the resources consumed. Yet now, he had amassed all this in merely half a day. He couldn't help but marvel at the system's prowess. A cool breeze swept through, causing Rosen to shiver. Up to this point, he was still clad in a makeshift apron woven from leaves. It seemed that crafting clothing required blueprints, which didn't necessitate a schematic. He decided it was time to fashion some garments. Gathering the thatch, he approached the crafting station inside the thatched hut. The station displayed dozens of blueprints, primarily for basic infrastructures. Items with blueprints could be created without needing schematics, while those without required one to be found first. Opening the clothing blueprint revealed the required materials: rough pants, 3 linen, 0 pieces. This indicated he needed 3 pieces of linen to craft the pants, but he had none. A synthesis button was present, signifying that pressing it would automatically combine the materials. However, Rosen lacked linen, he only had thatch. Clicking on the linen option transformed the crafting station's page into the linen creation interface. Linen, 10, 0 fibers. Clicking on fibers led him to the fiber creation page. Thatch, 10, 500 bundles of thatch. He retrieved the beginner's guide and placed it on the crafting station. Instantly, the space backpack and the crafting station became interconnected. Fibers, 10, allowing for the creation of 50 fibers. Rosen clicked the synthesis button, opting to combine all. In an instant, his 500 bundles of thatch were consumed, yielding 50 fibers. Continuing to synthesize, the 50 fibers transformed into 5 pieces of linen. He proceeded to craft the pants, consuming 3 pieces of linen. With a click, a pair of rough linen trousers appeared in his inventory. To create a top, he needed 2 pieces of linen. Perfect, he had just enough left. Thus, he crafted a shirt. It was more akin to a short-sleeved t-shirt made from linen, something that, in the urban world, would only be worn by scavengers. Yet now, Anyone donning linen clothing was undoubtedly a formidable individual. Eagerly, Rosen retrieved the garment and swiftly removed his leafy attire to don the new shirt. The warmth was a long-lost comfort. All that remained was a pair of grass shoes. He would fetch some more thatch to make a pair. Sighing contentedly, he prepared to head to the yard to collect the remaining thatch. Suddenly, he noticed some thatch on the ground, left over from the garment he had just removed. His eyes lit up. This was precisely thatch, and it should suffice for crafting shoes. With that thought, he opened the shoe blueprint and discovered that it indeed required only 2 bundles of thatch. The amount he had just shed was perfectly adequate. Thus, he crafted a pair of grass shoes. At last, his ensemble was complete. There was nothing quite like the feeling of not having bare feet on the ground. However, after a day of traversing the land, his feet were already covered in dust. Gazing down at his footwear, Rosen was convinced that he was undoubtedly the first lord among all to don garments, even amidst a landscape strewn with thatch. Yet, without a hundredfold amplification, crafting a single pair of trousers would necessitate 300 bundles of thatch, likely requiring an entire day of foraging. In Chapter 5, as he upgraded the walls, he encountered a nemesis. During the period of protection, no one would squander time gathering thatch. Sitting contemplatively on his wooden bed, Rosen rose and slowly exited the room. After stowing away all the wood in his backpack, he returned to the thatched hut. Summoning the Lord's panel, Rosen focused his thoughts, and before him materialized the Lord's interface. Revealing his personal territorial information: Lord, Rosen. Realm, ordinary man. Population, 2 individuals. Territory level, village level. A simple array of personal details. Upon noticing the population had increased to 2, Rosen blinked in surprise and promptly opened the thatched door. Sure enough, he beheld a bareheaded man standing at the entrance. The man, appearing rather docile, knelt upon sighting Rosen, respectfully proclaiming, "Commoner pays respects to the Lord." Though having experienced something akin to this before, Rosen felt a pang of discomfort at the sight of the man's nudity. Resident 1. Nameless. The Lord has not bestowed a name. Residents will automatically name themselves after 24 hours. Gender: male. Skill: subject. Loyalty: 80. Should loyalty fall below 50, the subject may rebel. Rise. Henceforth you shall be known as Heisey. Take this thatch and fashion a garment for yourself, Rosen declared, nodding as he bestowed the name. He gestured toward the thatch in the yard, instructing, "Use the thatch to create a modest covering for now. I shall provide you with proper clothing by tomorrow." "Thank you, my lord," Heisey replied, placing his hands before him and quietly gathering 2 bundles of thatch, crouching down to fashion them. As he worked, Heisey's loyalty increased by 5 points, elevating it to 85. Perhaps it was due to Rosen's kindness. After all, this world was palpably real, and subjects were indeed human. If treated poorly, they could easily turn against him. Rebellions among subjects were not uncommon in his previous life. Contemplating this, Rosen offered another piece of advice. "Heisey, feel free to consume any food from the yard. However, remain vigilant at night. Be sure to guard against thieves who may stealthily encroach upon us." Heisey responded earnestly. "Rest assured, my lord, the subject shall defend the territory with utmost resolve." Pleased with the response, Rosen nodded and turned back toward the hut. He had packed the wood into his backpack, leaving only fruits and leaves in the yard. Though these were scant, the hut could not accommodate them. It was prudent to construct a wall first. Who knew what dangers might arise in 3 days, necessitating a refuge? Without hesitation, Rosen approached the workbench. Wooden wall, 5. 2020 wood, durability 200, height 3 meters, width 1 meter. After calculating the boundaries of his territory, he promptly crafted 400 wooden walls and a large wooden door. These consumed all the wood he had gathered that day. It was evident how monumental an undertaking it was to repair the territory. Without a hundredfold amplification, merely upgrading the walls would take several days. With the wooden door and walls ready, Rosen returned to the yard, where Heisey was still hard at work. He had fashioned a rudimentary covering from the thatch, binding it around himself as makeshift clothing. His eyes shone brightly in the darkness. Observing the Lord as he paced along the fence, Rosen replaced the existing fence with the newly crafted wooden walls. In an instant, a sturdy wooden barrier, 30 centimeters thick, 3 meters high, and 1 meter wide, stood erect in its place, firmly embedded in the soil. As he moved, he swiftly replaced all the fences with wooden walls. Once he finished, a fresh, towering wooden enclosure emerged, exuding a sense of security. After completing this task, the clock had struck midnight, and fatigue began to weigh upon him. Particularly as his sustenance had consisted solely of apples and strawberries, he resolved to procure some animals for meat the following day. Otherwise, he would not endure long. After stowing a portion of his resources in the system backpack, he turned back toward the Lord's abode, his humble, thatched dwelling. This night marked the first of many for the Lords who had arrived, an indelible night indeed. Rosen intended to observe how others fared in their levels of development, while also scouting for potential trade opportunities. Opening the Lord's survival guide, he flipped to the second page, revealing the chat interface. The global channel continued to refresh at an astonishing pace, overwhelming the viewers. Rosen opted for the regional channel. Upon entering, the screen filled with messages from other lords. I'm so hungry. Is there a kind soul willing to part with a morsel? I would trade a piece of wood for an apple. 1 piece of wood for an apple? Good heavens, chopping down an apple tree might not even yield a single fruit. We can barely feed ourselves. Bring something of value to trade. Who is water? I feel as though I'm dying of thirst. The fallen apples are hardly enough to quench it. I would trade a wooden axe for an apple. Help. I was bitten by a snake while chopping wood, and now my body feels numb. Am I going to die? Someone save me. Who has clothing? I would be grateful for a set. Even some thatch would suffice. I shall remember your kindness. I am the starlet Qingya. In the regional chat box, each individual's utterances were accompanied by their avatar and name. Rosen lay on his bed, reading through them one by one. Notably, the mention of the individual named Qingya piqued his attention. However, in the face of genuine life and death crises, no one would concern themselves with the fate of a starlet. No matter how beautiful she might be, Rosen continued to scroll, searching for useful information. A low-level shoe blueprint for 3 apples. Anyone interested in trading? I am. Message me privately. Dead subjects for apples. Water would be a bonus. Private message for trade. Goodness, are you planning to kill your subjects? Is there no humanity left? Though they are subjects, they are still living beings. Everyone, do not misunderstand. My subject was killed by a skeleton outside. They wouldn't survive anyway. Willing to trade. Please message privately. Reading these messages, a chill ran down Rosen's spine. In the face of mortality, the ugly facets of humanity were laid bare. Often, those who exhibited such ruthlessness, if they survived, would pose a significant threat to the surrounding lords. Rosen took particular note of this individual's avatar, suddenly realizing it bore a semblance of familiarity. Upon closer reflection, he recognized that this was the very lord who had besieged his territory in his previous life. Chapter 6. Acquiring a female subject. Curse it, so it is you, Shijujin. In a twist of fate, you who tormented me in the past shall face my wrath in this life. Rosen ground his teeth in silent resolve, firmly etching the name into his memory. Yet, for now, all remained shrouded in mist, and no conflict would arise immediately. After firmly etching that individual in his mind, Rosen opened the trading mall. Among the 7 billion people globally, there exists no shortage of capable individuals. The elite among them are countless. In his previous life, such individuals could ascend to the ranks of corporate tycoons or even lead nations, a matter not to be trifled with. Having been formidable in his past existence, it is conceivable that they might exhibit equal prowess in this world. Despite the advantages afforded by the system, Rosen refrained from assuming superiority over all others. Upon accessing the trading mall, he was struck by the items listed within, which underscored the remarkable capabilities of those individuals. Male subjects were being offered in exchange for 50 apples or blueprints for iron axes, while female subjects were up for barter for meat, with private negotiation permitted. The sight of these items nearly made Rosen's eyes bulge in disbelief. Was it truly possible that someone was already selling subjects so early? Such a notion was hard for him to fathom. Yet, the reality before him served as a stark reminder of its authenticity. While instances of trading subjects existed in his previous life, it was unheard of for anyone to offer them on the very first day. After all, subjects represented invaluable resources that aided in labor. Though he could recruit 1 each day, the accumulation of subjects would generate greater faith power, thus enhancing the Lord's strength. Rosen pondered whether these individuals had been struck by madness or were pursuing some grander scheme. In any case, he was utterly baffled. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively clicked on the trade option for the male subject, placing 50 apples into the trading space and confirming the transaction. Mere seconds later, the page transformed to display a successful transaction notification. A prompt appeared. Following the trade, the subject would emerge from the recruitment center. The transaction was confirmed, and the page automatically redirected. Unable to contain his excitement, Rosen peered through the window at the courtyard. As anticipated, another subject emerged from the recruitment center, equally bare and devoid of even a thatched garment. Now he had 2 subjects. Moreover, upon the arrival of this new subject, Rosen distinctly felt a surge of warmth within him, as though his strength had increased. Noticing this change in his body, he opened the Lord S panel. Lord, Rosen. Realm, ordinary person. Residence of territory, 3, generating faith power, 2. Territory level, village. The appearance of faith power alleviated his worries, prompting him to further explore the trading mall. Another individual was offering a subject, albeit in exchange for food. Rosen clicked on her avatar and sent a private message. Hello. May I offer something else in exchange for your subject? What do you have? She replied swiftly, likely stationed in the chat channel. Apples, strawberries, wooden blocks, stones, etc. I can provide more than others. Rosen sent her a list of all the resources he currently possessed. In truth, trading subjects for such low-tier resources seemed unwise, as these items were abundant in the wild, albeit labor-intensive to collect. As expected, the female lord declined. I only want meat, or clothing would suffice. Clothing? An idea sparked in Rosen's mind, and he inquired, how about a pair of linen trousers? I happen to have one that would keep you warm. You actually have trousers? The female lord expressed surprise. For a woman, being unclothed was a source of immense shame, Possessing a pair of trousers was undoubtedly worth any exchange. She excitedly sent several messages. The trousers are fine, but I also want apples and strawberries, 10 apples and 10 strawberries. Of course, I'll head to the mall right away. Upon receiving her response, Rosen couldn't help but smile broadly. Although food was scarce, he deemed blueprints to hold greater value. However, in the face of survival, one must prioritize living before contemplating other concerns. Without hesitation, Rosen returned to the mall, removed his trousers, and instantly reverted to his previous unclothed state. He placed the trousers, along with the apples and strawberries, into the mall and commenced the transaction. Successful trade. His subjects increased from 3 to 4. Naturally, although he was the lord, he was also counted among the residents of the territory. Yet, after a brief wait, Rosen noticed the courtyard still only housed the 2 male subjects, with no sign of the female subject emerging. However, reviewing the transaction records confirmed the success of the trade. She was likely too embarrassed to appear unclothed. With this thought, Rosen opened the trading mall again to search for linen. He found no listings for linen, likely because no one had yet put it up for sale. After all, gathering thatch was time-consuming, and few would part with their hard-earned clothing. Thus, he directly searched for thatch and was met with a slew of trading options. Thatch 10, exchange for 1 apple. Thatch 15, exchange for 2 apples or 1 watermelon. Thatch 5, any food will do. Thatch 20, please, kind-hearted person, give me some food. I am so hungry. The listings were predominantly for small amounts of thatch, primarily exchanged for food, as chopping down a tree was laborious and did not guarantee an apple drop. Food remained a persistent challenge for all. Rosen noticed a listing from an individual named Qingya, who had expressed a dire hunger. He felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He remembered this celebrity had just mentioned wanting trousers in the regional chat. How absurd. Just moments ago, she sought clothing, and now she was starving. It seemed even a star's life could be quite precarious. Rosen selected Qingya's listing, opened the trading space, and placed 2 apples within. As soon as he clicked confirm, the screen swiftly transitioned, transaction successful. The speed was so remarkable that even Rosen was momentarily taken aback. What if she's truly gone mad from hunger? He mused, but the fates of others were of no consequence to him. He had no desire to dwell on such matters. So he casually stowed away the Lord's guide. He retrieved some thatch and laid it upon his bed as a makeshift mattress to ensure a restful sleep. He also fashioned some rudimentary garments from additional thatch. Creaking open the door, he found the 2 subjects stationed at the resource area kneeling before him in reverence. My lord. Chapter 7, Producing Juice. The resource pile consisted largely of stones, forming a small mound. Rosen tied a piece of thatch around the waist of one of the subjects and then ventured into the recruitment center. It was his first time entering the recruitment area, which appeared incredibly dark, resembling a black hole, evoking a surreal sensation. He was aware that the female subject was inside, likely too embarrassed to emerge due to her lack of clothing. After all, he had witnessed similar situations before. Thus, he placed the remaining thatch at the entrance, providing cover for those who might enter. Standing at the entrance of the recruitment office, a slight gap soon appeared in the door, revealing a delicate, snow-white hand that grasped a handful of straw before retreating inside. Moments later, the door swung open, and a woman with alabaster skin emerged. Her long hair flowed gracefully, adorned with strands of straw in 2 places, presenting an exquisite figure. In a previous life, she would have epitomized the ideal of refined femininity. Moreover, Rosen couldn't shake the feeling that she bore a striking resemblance to a certain Japanese star, with a name that started with Kitano. The likeness was uncanny. Particularly her finely crafted visage, which stood in stark contrast to the angular faces of contemporary internet celebrities, exuding an unparalleled elegance. Greetings, my lord, she said, kneeling barefoot at Rosen's feet with utmost reverence. Her curvaceous silhouette was utterly captivating. Resident 2, nameless, to be named automatically after 24 hours. Gender, female. Skills, commoner. Remarks, a delicate woman, suitable for domestic tasks, and with slight training, could be transitioned into other roles. This indicated that the female commoner lacked the strength for heavy labor and could only manage minor tasks within the territory. Her low loyalty suggested that the female lord had assigned her tasks beyond the capabilities typically expected of women, resulting in diminished allegiance. However, that was inconsequential under Rosen's guidance. Her loyalty would soon be restored. Rosen felt a surge of excitement as he regarded her. Regardless of circumstances, the addition of a woman to his territory was a much-needed spice to his monotonous existence. He nodded and declared, "Your name shall be Kitano Waku." "Thank you for bestowing a name upon me, my lord," Kitano Waku replied with profound respect. As the night wore on, fatigue enveloped Rosen. He arranged for his 3 commoners to rest at a pile of stones, simultaneously guarding the resources, and said, "You are my subjects, and I shall take responsibility for you. For tonight, you must endure guarding the resources outdoors. Tomorrow, I will construct homes for you. Additionally, there is no water in the territory yet, so feel free to consume these apples and strawberries to stave off hunger and thirst." Upon hearing Rosen's assurances, the 3 commoners were filled with exhilaration. The mere fact that they could reside within the territory was a grace from their lord. The prospect of having homes built for them was enough to incite immense excitement. In that moment, the loyalty of the three commoners surged once more. Heese's loyalty rose to 90, Resident 2's loyalty reached 85, and Kitano Waka's loyalty climbed from 60 to 70. Such a simple statement yielded remarkable results, highlighting the uniqueness of every life. Returning to his chamber, Rosen lacked the energy to peruse the Lord's Guide. After exerting himself for so long, exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. Lying on his bed, he quickly succumbed to a deep slumber. When Rosen awakened again, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the humble abode. Habitually, he opened the Lord's Guide and was immediately greeted by a private message. Upon examining the correspondence, he discovered it was from the woman named Qingya from the previous evening, who had sent him a barrage of messages. Are you there? Are you there? Big brother. Are you there? Thank you for the apples. Do you have any more to spare? I'm so hungry I can't sleep. Can I be your little sister? I am willing to do anything you ask. I just want something to eat, as long as it's not too excessive. I'm not picky. I'm still a star. I will give you all the commoners I recruit, and I'll call you brother. Will you take care of me? Please. Staring at the stream of messages, Rosen was utterly bewildered. Was this the result of a mere transaction? Although she appeared pitiable, there were countless others in similar circumstances. After contemplating, he ultimately decided against assisting her, instead opting to offer some advice. Thus, he replied with a few words, treat your commoners well. Let them help you gather wood, and over time, your situation will improve. If you are nearby, I could use a warm bedmate, After leaving those remarks, Rosen accessed the trading mall and exchanged apples for 3 wooden axes. Wooden axe, 1 apple. Wooden axe, 1 apple. Wooden axe, 1 apple. Transaction completed. Timber 10, exchange for 2 apples. Timber 5, exchange for 1 apple. Timber, transaction successful. Transaction successful. Wooden barrel synthesis, 10, 20 timber. Synthesis successful. Wooden barrel 2. Straw sandals synthesis in progress. Straw sandals 10. The crafting table was filled with numerous blueprints, all pertaining to basic infrastructure, including the wooden barrel blueprint. Before long, Rosen had traded for 3 wooden axes, 2 wooden barrels, and 10 pairs of straw sandals. As he munched on an apple, he stepped out of his room. At that moment, the 3 commoners were all staring blankly in the yard, with a few apple cores discarded in the corner, remnants of their meal. Noticing Rosen's arrival, the 3 became visibly tense. Greetings, my lord. They knelt on the ground, their gazes fixated on the apple cores, fearful that Rosen might chastise them for their indulgence. This scene gave Rosen the peculiar impression of being a lofty emperor. Rise, it appears you have had your fill, he stated, standing with an air of authority. The 3 commoners shivered, too afraid to stand, and one of them stammered, my lord, we beseech your pardon. We were simply too hungry and consumed a few more apples. That is of no consequence. Our territory has only just begun, and there is much to be built. You need to be well fed to work effectively. I hope you will not be lazy in your duties, Rosen replied, unfazed. He retrieved 2 wooden axes from his backpack and added nonchalantly. Pick up the axes on the ground, men, and come with me to chop wood. Thank you, my lord. We shall dedicate ourselves diligently to contribute to the development of the territory, the 2 men replied, picking up the axes with a sigh of relief. There was no fear of work, only dread of idleness, as the territory was still impoverished, and being idle could lead to ruin. My lord, what about me? Kitano Waku inquired anxiously, having not been assigned a task, fearing the lord might send her off to the wilderness to await her demise. Observing her distress, Rosen smiled gently and retrieved a wooden barrel, saying, do you see the barrel and that pile of fruit? Your task is to use stones to grind the fruit and create juice. Kitano Waku looked at the barrel, then at the pile of apples and strawberries, incredulously asking, my lord truly wishes for juice to be made. That would waste a lot of pulp. Indeed, while the pulp is scarce, we are not lacking in it. What we desperately need is water. If we wish to quench our thirst, we must resort to fruit juice. So worry not about the waste, Rosen explained. Though it may seem wasteful, relying solely on apples for hydration was not a sustainable solution. Thus, grinding the fruit for juice was imperative. Yes, I shall diligently grind the juice, Kitano Waku affirmed, taking 2 buckets and promptly beginning her task. Using rough stones, she crushed the pulp to extract the juice. The 2 buckets would serve to hold apple juice and strawberry juice, respectively. If any other lord were to witness this scene, they would surely be astonished and envious. For while they struggled to find sustenance, this lord had begun the process of making juice. Fortunately, the occurrences within the realm of Rosen remain unbeknownst to others. Otherwise, they would surely descend into madness. Let us set forth. With a wave of his hand, Rosen led 2 male subjects out to the woods to fell trees. In the expansive 900,900 meters of visible territory, a plethora of trees stood tall. Rosen commanded them to be vigilant while they worked, remaining alert to the potential threat of wild beasts. Should they encounter smaller creatures, they must not let them escape. Whether they would dine on meat today would hinge upon their fortune, as many basic infrastructures had yet to be constructed. Venturing into the fog was still too perilous. Upon reaching the edge of the territory, the trio commenced their task. Thud, 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 thud. Each strike from the subjects merely left a small dent in the bark. To fell a single tree would require at least 20 to 30 blows. Thud, thud, boom. A large tree splintered, scattering resources across the ground. These two strikes came from Rosen. Wood, 300, apples, 100. The scene left the two subjects utterly astonished. My lord, truly formidable. Thus, their enthusiasm surged. Thud, 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 thud. Wood, 3, leaves, 1. By the time Blackie finished cutting down this tree, Rosen's backpack was already halfway full. This exemplified the stark contrast of a hundredfold increase. While you labor to fell 1, I effectively fell 100. Do not collect just yet. Continue felling trees. I shall gather later, Rosen advised as he approached. Blackie, though puzzled by the Lord's insistence on partaking in the labor, complied and resumed his task. Rosen moved to gather the wood that had fallen, and in an instant, a voice resonated in his mind. Detected that the host has collected 3 pieces of wood and 1 leaf. Hundredfold increase activated. With that, an additional 300 pieces of wood and 100 leaves appeared before him. This method proves quite efficient, Rosen mused, surprised. He had contemplated this very notion, which prompted him to instruct the subjects not to collect. To his astonishment, the resources yielded by the subjects would also undergo the hundredfold enhancement through his touch. It appeared he need not labor at all. Simply gathering would suffice to amplify the yield 100-fold. Rosen's eyes gleamed with excitement as he began to collect the timber felled by the subjects. In a short span, he filled all 20 slots in his backpack, which brimmed with wood and apples. As for the leaves, he chose not to gather them, deeming them currently unnecessary, as collecting them would squander precious space. He could always retrieve them later when needed, especially with his hundredfold increase advantage. The act of gathering these ubiquitous resources became a matter of mere moments. He instructed the two subjects to continue their work while he swiftly returned to the territory. At that moment, Bai Wang was engrossed in the process of grinding apple juice. Upon noticing Rosen's return, he was taken aback, hastily setting aside his task to kneel before him in greeting. Do not mind me. Continue your work, Rosen replied, casting a glance at the minuscule quantity of juice, barely less than a liter, and waved his hand. Over 1,000 pieces of wood manifested in the courtyard, occupying a modest portion of space. With another wave, the area that previously housed merely 100 apples swelled to include an additional 600. The sheer volume of resources nearly caused Bai Wang's eyes to bulge in disbelief. My lord, truly astonishing. In such a brief span, you have procured this abundance of wood and apples. Under Bai Wang's watchful gaze, Rosen hurriedly departed the territory once more, returning to the wilderness. This time, he entrusted the task of tree felling to the two subjects, opting instead to gather other resources. After all, engaging in simultaneous tree felling seemed a waste of manpower for Rosen. Since others were already cutting, it was merely a matter of speed. Ultimately, he would only need to gather the augmented resources himself. He pondered the materials required for infrastructure: wood, stone, thatch, clay, and iron ore, elements essential for crafting tables, chairs, walls, smelting furnaces, storage cabinets, as well as more advanced items like bows and defensive towers. Most high-tier resources lay deep within the fog. So he resolved to focus on what he could find for now, believing that an excess of materials was never detrimental. After considering this, Rosen recognized the interdependent nature of all resources. The most fundamental materials consisted of wood, stone, thatch, clay, and sand. Comparatively, wood, stone, and thatch were the most easily obtainable. Naturally, these were considered construction materials. As for food resources, there was a wider variety, albeit in lesser quantities, including carrots, apples, wheat, and the like. As he walked, he diligently searched for these items. Of course, he did not overlook thatch. Thatch, 100. Thatch, 100. Stone, 100. Stone requires mining, typically accomplished with a wooden pickaxe. Using other tools for mining not only slows the process, but also hastens durability loss. However, Rosen's golden axe, being exceptionally sharp and devoid of durability concerns, even if less efficient than a pickaxe, remained the fastest tool available. Thus, he proceeded to mine stone with his golden axe. Stone, 100. Thatch, 100. Strawberries, 100. Carrots, 100. Wild wheat, 100. Before long, Rosen's backpack was once again filled to capacity. He returned the items to the territory and continued his gathering. Time passed until midday, with Rosen making a total of 8 trips. The courtyard became a veritable trove of resources. He had amassed over 6,000 pieces of wood, more than 2,000 apples, over 1,000 strawberries, and 6,000 bundles of thatch, alongside countless carrots and wheat. The entire yard was transformed into a small mountain of supplies. After consuming some apples and strawberries to stave off hunger, he and the two subjects sipped on a bit of juice, marking the passage of half a day. In the afternoon, the recruitment office added another subject to their ranks, bringing the total in Rosen's territory to 5 individuals. After their meal, Rosen instructed the male subjects to carry the crafting table from his dwelling to the entrance. He proceeded to craft a wooden sword at the table. Wooden sword, 10. 0 wood. 10 pieces of wood were required to create a single sword. Rosen immediately gathered the necessary wood and began crafting. Wooden sword. 1. No hundredfold increase. Rosen felt no disappointment regarding this, as the items had already been amplified during collection. If crafting with augmented items were to yield further amplification, it would surely constitute a glitch. Chapter 9. Wang's new garb. Thus, this outcome was anticipated. Perhaps crafting with unaugmented materials would indeed yield a hundredfold increase. Rosen mused. He inserted more wood and crafted 10 additional wooden swords, one for each subject to ensure their defense. The subjects, overwhelmed with gratitude, knelt once more before Rosen. Loyalty increased by 5. Not only had their loyalty risen, but they were profoundly moved, nearly overcome with emotion, as if they wished to kiss his toes in gratitude. Gazing at his darkened toes, Rosen let out a wicked chuckle. This time, instead of instructing the serfs to fell trees, he commanded them to arm themselves and scour the territory for any wildlife to enhance their meals. He cautioned them against venturing into the mists, urging immediate retreat upon encountering danger. Meanwhile, the lady serf continued to grind juice, seated in a quaint corner of the courtyard, stealthily observing Rosen, her fondness for him growing with each glance. Oblivious to her admiration, he stood at the crafting table, embarking on a new round of creations that would irrevocably transform the living conditions of the territory. Both he and the serfs would enjoy a life of comfort as a result of this endeavor. Unfolding the blueprint. It was well known that items with blueprints did not require detailed schematics. They could be crafted directly. As he surveyed the myriad infrastructure blueprints laid out before him, Rosen exhaled deeply and commenced his work. Simple wooden bed, a means for slumber, requiring 10 wood. Wooden bed, 10. Simple stool, suitable for sitting, requiring 20 wood. Rough dwelling, a resting place for the serfs, accommodating 8, needing 500 wood. Dwelling, 5. Table, can be used for dining or resting, requiring 10 wood. The wood supply dwindled rapidly, yet all the furniture was successfully crafted. As soon as Rosen designated their locations, they would manifest. Let us craft some storage boxes. Wooden storage chest, with a capacity of 20 slots, requiring 100 wood. These can be destroyed. Storage box, 20. Storage boxes function similarly to space backpacks, allowing for the storage of items or food, never to be damaged. Naturally, storage boxes come in various grades: wooden, iron, silver, gold, etc. The higher the grade, the greater the storage capacity. However, should they be destroyed, all contents would be expelled. The advantage lies in storing them within the home, thus averting prying eyes. After completing the boxes, he turned to the more durable structures. Iron furnace, burns wood for iron smelting, requiring 100 stone. Iron furnace, 20. The iron furnace is an indispensable facility for future development. Any territory wishing to utilize iron goods must possess one. Therefore, Rosen crafted 20 as spares. Of course, compared to other lords, even with the iron furnaces produced, there was insufficient wood available for burning. After all, smelting iron is a wood-intensive task unless one resorts to charcoal. However, charcoal is also derived from wood. While burning charcoal is indeed convenient, it is wasteful in the early stages. Thus, the essential facilities within the territory were finally established. Now, onto clothing. Ultimately, Rosen converted all straw into linen, processing 6,000 straw into 600 fibers, which in turn yielded 60 pieces of linen. Trousers, providing warmth, requiring 3 linen. T-shirt, offering warmth, requiring 2 linen. Grass shoes, protecting the feet, requiring 2 straw for synthesis. Rough trousers, 10. Rough t-shirts, 10. Low-grade grass shoes, 10. 10 sets of clothing consumed 50 pieces of linen and 20 bundles of straw, hardly worth mentioning. The remaining materials were collected by Rosen, leaving the courtyard empty except for a pile of apples and strawberries, alongside Wang, who continued to grind juice. He placed 10 storage boxes outside, with the remaining 10 allocated to his room. The outdoor boxes allowed the serfs to open them and deposit items, regardless of size. Anything thrown inside would automatically shrink. Quite a marvel indeed. He then beckoned to Wang. Come here. Upon hearing her lord call her, Wang hastily set aside her task and approached Rosen. Then, the familiar scene unfolded. She knelt. My lord. They were all clad in garments made from straw, much of their bodies left exposed. Kneeling before Rosen, his heart raced slightly, particularly from his elevated vantage point. His gaze seemed to behold a wondrous mountain. As a novice in matters of romance, Rosen felt his cheeks flush. Ahem. Here is a set of clothes for you. Take it and wear it. He coughed lightly, presenting her with a garment. Wang paused, her large eyes glistening with moisture upon seeing the linen clothing, resembling a forlorn figure, her gaze brimming with emotion. Kneeling at Rosen's feet, her loyalty surged upward. 5, 3, 5. In mere seconds, her loyalty reached an astonishing 95. With such loyalty, she would likely not refuse even if asked to dash against a wall. Rosen felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. After all, it was his first encounter with a woman of such profound loyalty. Quickly, take it, my lord. You should keep it as a spare. Wang surprisingly declined. though she yearned for clothing as a woman. She did not wish to outshine her lord who had only just acquired garments himself. No need for such formality. I've made plenty of clothes. Everyone has a set. Take it, or I may grow displeased. Rosen asserted firmly. Only then did Bai Wang excitedly accept the clothing. Go change in my room, he added with a knowing smile. Bai Wang's face flushed slightly as she lowered her head and entered the room. Gazing at her retreating figure, Rosen couldn't help but emit an odd chuckle. Once he realized, he shivered. Was that not the laugh of the notorious Da? Shaking off the thought, he proceeded to the courtyard for housing deployment. Residential Building 1. Residential Building 1. All 5 residential structures were successfully deployed. Following the deployment, the courtyard became lively. In a territory measuring 100 by 100 meters, there now stood 17 houses. Within the residential buildings, there were 8 beds. Though the space was somewhat cramped, it sufficed. Rosen had even adjusted the positioning of the houses. The Lord's mansion at the center, flanked by 2 recruitment offices. With 5 residential buildings arranged in 2 rows on either side. One side housed 3 men, while the other accommodated 2 women, ensuring a clear division of roles. Of course, these rooms would not all be filled, so Rosen repurposed 2 of them into a kitchen and an ironworking room, conveniently placing furniture and beds within. When Bai Wang emerged from the Lord's mansion, she was momentarily taken aback by the transformation. However, she quickly adapted, accustomed to the miracles wrought by Rosen. Bai Wang resembled a starlet, which was why Rosen had bestowed upon her that name. Especially after donning the coarse linen attire, she appeared even more striking. This left Rosen momentarily transfixed. Chapter 10. The Bison and the Treasure Chest. Observing Bai Wang continue to grind juice, Rosen reluctantly retreated to his room. Subsequently, he activated the chat channel. Upon opening the channel, the first message that appeared was a private one from a celebrity named Qingya. Hey, what are your coordinates? I want to see if I'm nearby. If so, I might come over to join you. Rosen promptly disregarded her message. In this world, revealing one's coordinates was undoubtedly the most foolish of actions. After all, no one knew the extent of another's development. Should one encounter someone powerful nearby, and they discovered your coordinates, it could lead to a robbery, leaving you with no place to lament your misfortune. He then opened the regional chat. Some were lamenting their fates, while others shouted about trading items. The majority of the trade items were still primarily aimed at exchanging for food. However, it was evident that some individuals were exceptionally fortunate, even offering blueprints in exchange for food. Bow and arrow blueprints for any food, at least a week's worth. Those interested, please message me. Wood for apples. 1 piece of wood for 1 apple. Coarse salt for food. All offers considered. Fishing rods for fish. Who has them? Wooden swords for fruit. Those willing, come quickly. Rabbit meat for a smelting furnace. If not, stone will do. Is there anyone? Torches for food. The channel was abuzz with numerous trades, and Rosen even spotted blueprints and meat being offered. Currently, he had yet to find any meat or weapon blueprints himself, and yet those individuals were already trading them for food. One couldn't help but admire their remarkable luck. However, luck would inevitably run out one day. Once the good treasure chests around the territory appeared or rabbit dens were discovered, the opportunity to gather would vanish. If one could not develop further, they would merely consume their resources until nothing remained. Of course, possessing those blueprints was futile. Without materials, one could not craft weapons. Rosen glanced around and decided to initiate a trade with the individual holding the bow and arrow blueprint. Having a ranged weapon was undeniably a significant advantage. Therefore, Rosen promptly sent a message. 100 apples in exchange for your bow and arrow blueprint. What do you say? Soon, a response came, seemingly incredulous. Do you really have 100 apples? How is that even possible? You must be joking. Noticing the doubt from the other side, Rosen immediately sent a trade request. Apples, 100. When the other party saw that the trade window indeed contained 100 apples, they immediately agreed to the trade. The bow and arrow blueprint was placed in the exchange. Confirming the transaction, Rosen also clicked to confirm on his end. The trade was successful. Henceforth, Rosen possessed a bow and arrow blueprint. However, he lacked the materials for crafting, as the required materials for the bow and arrow were wood and sinew, which he did not yet possess. The materials for the arrows were even more demanding, requiring wood, feathers, and iron. The journey to crafting a complete bow and arrow remained a formidable challenge. After the trade, the other party sent another message. Brother, you are incredible. To have such an abundance of apples, I will definitely trade with you again if I come across anything good. Sure, Rosen casually replied, continuing to browse the regional channel. This time, he was focused on the individual selling salt. That person's territory seemed to be by the seaside, constantly posting offers to trade salt for food and water. Living in the forest, Rosen had no access to salt and was in dire need of it. He initiated the classic greeting. Hello, would you trade juice for salt? The response came swiftly. Sure, how much juice do you have? 1 pound of juice can be exchanged for a maximum of 1 pound of salt. Naturally, juice was more precious in comparison. After all, everyone was fighting for survival. One could endure without salt for a while, but without water, one could only last 3 days at most. However, since Rosen already had ample water, he was not overly concerned and inquired further. Then I would like to exchange for 30 pounds. What? 30 pounds? Wow. The other party was astonished. Rosen replied calmly, is that acceptable? Oh, but I only have 20 pounds of salt. 20 pounds will do. With that, Rosen sent a trade request, and the other party happily agreed. Thus, Rosen exchanged 20 pounds of juice for 20 pounds of salt. After the trade, Rosen opened the marketplace, hoping to discover something of value to purchase. However, after rummaging through the offerings, he found nothing noteworthy. After all, it was only the second day, and most were preoccupied with the struggle for sustenance. No one had managed to procure anything of value. In the entire marketplace, the most valuable items were blueprints, and they were all of the lower tier. Yet, food remained the most sought after. However, Rosen held no interest in those low-level blueprints or fruits and vegetables. As for the subjects, some were still being sold, but many had come to realize their importance. Numerous individuals were stationed at the marketplace, eagerly awaiting the appearance of subjects. When the trade section for subjects opened, they were snatched up almost instantaneously. It seemed a particularly astute group was engaged in these transactions. Rosen, however, did not wish to waste time waiting at the marketplace for a few subjects. He was well aware that in this world, apart from subjects, there were many vagrants, who were much easier to acquire. Putting away the Lord's guide, Rosen exited his room. It was already afternoon, and the male subjects who had gone out to hunt animals had yet to return. Observing the sky, he thought it might be difficult to find animals and hunt today. Sigh, now that I've bought the salt, don't let me down. After all, some of you don't even have enough apples to eat. And I've gone through the trouble of building shelters and providing clothing for you. In the courtyard, Rosen silently prayed. As he passed by the recruitment station, he couldn't help but glance at the divine-level recruitment station that offered automatic recruitment of a Chinese general every 7 days. Today was already the second day, and he had yet to recruit anyone. He wondered what caliber of individuals he would be able to recruit. To be honest, Rosen remained quite hopeful about the divine-level recruitment station. Forget it. I remember there is a pile of rubble behind. There should be a small quantity of iron or there. I'll go and gather some iron to at least make an iron pot for cooking porridge. Not one to remain idle, Rosen prepared to head out. Just as he reached the door, a figure rushed in, flustered. Lord, we've discovered a wild buffalo. It was Heisey, who excitedly ran up to Rosen and knelt before him. Hearing this, Rosen was overjoyed and quickly asked, where? Take me there, just behind the territory. Heisey got up from the ground and led the way. Without hesitation, Rosen followed closely. In no time, the two arrived at a location more than 500 meters behind the territory, where jagged stones were scattered, with only a few saplings. In the midst of several massive boulders, a buffalo, standing as tall as a person, was glaring menacingly at them. This was because two male subjects had strategically blocked the buffalo's exit. Lord, there is also a treasure chest behind that buffalo. Chapter 11, a piece of iron Oregon. The subject cautiously pointed towards the buffalo. Following his gaze, Rosen indeed spotted a wooden treasure chest nestled in the corner behind the buffalo, which filled him with excitement. At last, the opportunity to indulge in meat has arrived. There is also a treasure chest. Turning his gaze towards the bison, relevant information emerged. A bison guarding the treasure chest. Boundary, beast. Gagajagai, Rosen let out a strange chuckle, promptly pulling out his golden axe. You three, be sure to protect me, he instructed, as he slowly approached the bison, axe in hand. Lord, be careful. The remaining 3 subjects responded, their tension palpable, poised to spring into action at the slightest hint of danger, ready to rush in and rescue their lord. The reason Rosen dared to confront the bison alone was primarily due to the creature's lack of formidable attack power. Should the 3 subjects engage in a coordinated assault, they could indeed subdue it. However, armed only with wooden weapons, they would likely struggle for half the day and certainly sustain injuries. With his sharp golden axe, Rosen might deliver a fatal blow in a single strike. If all else failed, he could always pass the axe to his subordinates and let them take over. The bison let out a deep bellow and charged towards Rosen. If its massive horns were to collide with him, he would surely be sent flying. Yet, at that moment, rather than retreating, Rosen halted his steps, gripping the axe firmly and swinging it down towards the bison's head. Thud! A dull thump resonated as the axe made contact with the bison. In an instant, blood splattered, staining the surrounding stones. Upon inspecting the bison, Rosen noticed a deep gash etched into its skull. With a bit more force, he could have cleaved its head in two. This spectacle utterly astonished Rosen. He had never believed himself capable of such strength. Surely, the sharpness of the axe exceeded his expectations. Mo! The bison collapsed, gasping weakly before closing its eyes. Succumbing to death. It appeared that living creatures do not explode like trees. Rosen muttered to himself. However, scarcely had he finished when the system's voice echoed in his mind. Hundredfold amplification. Bison X100. Ding. Detection of an excessively divine hundredfold amplification. 99 amplified bison automatically enter the host system backpack. Following the system's announcement, 99 bison appeared in Rosen's inventory, alongside the one on the ground. The subjects erupted in exuberant cheers upon seeing the silent bison. Long live our lord. Long life. After their shouts, they knelt before Rosen, paying their respects. They believed Rosen to be the mightiest lord, their unwavering faith, their deity. Rosen exhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement as he gazed at the carcass. A small prompt materialized before him. Can be decomposed into 2 bison horns, 1 bison tendon, 300 pounds of bison meat, and 1 bison hide. Do you wish to decompose? Decompose all. Rosen chose to decompose, for transporting everything back would be too cumbersome, especially with 100 bison present. With only 5 of them, including the female subjects, it would be quite the task. Decomposition successful. Bison meat, 30,000 pounds. Bison horns, 200. Bison hides, 100. Bison tendons, 100. Wow, 30,000 pounds. With this, I need not worry about meat for the next few months. After the decomposition, Rosen's eyes widened in astonishment. He restrained his shock and accepted the decomposed items into his spatial backpack. Subsequently, he retrieved some clothing from his backpack and tossed it to them, saying nonchalantly, "Your contributions in locating the bison were invaluable. Here are some clothes. Take them and perhaps search the vicinity for iron ore as well." "Thank you, my lord." "It is our duty," the 3 replied, their faces alight with joy at the clothing. Their loyalty began to soar. Loyalty, 5. In a short while, their loyalty levels all surged to 90. After they departed, Rosen approached the treasure chest. It was a wooden chest. He hoped to uncover something of worth. Muttering a phrase, he struck the chest open with his axe. The contents of treasure chests vary greatly by their tier. Of course, lower tier chests may or may not be guarded by beasts, whereas higher tier chests are invariably protected. For instance, the bow and arrow blueprint purchased today could only be obtained from stone chests or above. Rosen pondered how some individuals could be so fortunate to open stone chests right from the start, while he had encountered 2 chests, both mere wooden ones. Thud. With a single blow, Rosen smashed open the chest. Sunglasses, 1. Wood, 3. Shoe blueprint, 1. Hundredfold amplification in effect. Sunglasses, 100. Wood, 300. Shoe blueprint, 100. The chest contained 3 types of items. For the moment, apart from the wood, the other 2 held little value. Yet, Rosen felt neither disappointment nor elation. After all, items from wooden chests were not particularly high tier. Moreover, these items would eventually prove useful, if not for him, then for others, and could be sold for resources later. Stowing away the items, Rosen rose slowly. Upon his ascent, the chest shattered into nothingness. However, he paid no mind to the paltry wood left behind. "My lord, we have discovered a vein of iron ore ahead," a subject reported. Rosen recalled correctly. There was indeed a vein of iron ore nearby. He rose and followed the subject. Soon, at a distance of 800 meters from their territory, Rosen beheld the iron ore. Over a meter in height and pitch black. It appeared to weigh at least 300 to 500 kilograms. Standing here, they were perilously close to the fog-laden area, just over 100 meters from the ominous mist. The dense white fog obscured any view of the creatures lurking within, instilling a sense of oppression. No one knew whether a ferocious beast might suddenly emerge from the mist. Iron ore randomly drops iron ore and stone. "You guard, I will mine." Rosen brandished his golden axe. If an ordinary person were to use a wooden pickaxe, they would likely require hundreds of strikes. With the day waning, Rosen decided to take matters into his own hands for a more expedient extraction. There was no need to waste time delegating such a challenging task to his subjects. Thud. The axe struck the iron ore with a resounding clang. Thud, thud, thud. Goodness. So sturdy. Thud, thud, thud. After a flurry of strikes, the iron ore finally exploded with one last blow, scattering debris across the ground. Iron, 10. Stone, 10. Hundredfold amplification in effect. Iron, 1000. Stone, 1000. Thanks to the hundredfold amplification, he yielded 1,000 pieces of iron and 1,000 pieces of stone. Thankfully, he had taken matters into his own hands. Had he entrusted this task to his subjects, even with the golden axe, they would not have matched his speed, especially as night was fast approaching. Let us return to the territory. With that, Rosen gathered a few individuals and made their way back to the domain. The area of 1,000 by 1,000 meters was not particularly vast, merely a tad larger than an ordinary village. Chapter 12, the first divine level recruitment. As long as they did not engage in labor, their journey was swift, a direct path there and back. Thus, before darkness enveloped the land, Rosen and his companions returned to their territory. Upon arrival, Rosen proceeded to the crafting table, where he fashioned several torches. Torch, wood 1, straw 2. Quantity, 10. The torches would burn for a considerable time. 10 of these torches were planted around the courtyard, illuminating the entire area. "Hey Z, you lot roast this beef. Someone come over. I have a task for you," Rosen commanded, releasing 300 pounds of beef and salt into the storage box at the entrance for them to prepare. Several of the peasants quickly set up a bonfire and began roasting the meat. The storage box not only preserved but also insulated the food, ensuring that when the roasted beef was placed inside, it remained warm when taken out for consumption. Their task was simply to roast the 300 pounds of beef. The individual Rosen called over was none other than Peasant 2, acquired from another lord. He had yet to receive a name. Following Rosen into a cottage, Peasant 2 queried, My lord, I'm not fatigued yet. Perhaps I should join the others in roasting meat? Rosen replied, No, I have a task for you. Not a request for you to rest. Pointing to a line of smelting furnaces, he continued, Do you see those furnaces? Your task is to stoke the fires and smelt iron. Upon realizing it was merely iron smelting, Peasant 2 felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had Rosen truly intended for him to rest, he would have felt quite uneasy. Rosen opened the smelting furnace and placed in 100 pieces of iron ore, stating, Each furnace can hold only 100 pieces of ore, and it will take 10 hours to smelt them into iron. You will work hard tonight. And Peasant 3 will replace you in the latter half of the night. Only the latter half of the night, Peasant 2 exclaimed with excitement. As a peasant, working an extra night shift was entirely normal. He hadn't expected the kind lord to consider his needs and allow for a shift change. Did this mean he had encountered an exceptionally benevolent lord, a rarity in this world? With that thought, Peasant 2 knelt on the ground, pledging, Rest assured, my lord. I shall devote myself entirely to this task. As long as iron exists, I shall too. All right, that's enough of that. Rosen waved his hand and stepped outside, for he had other items to craft. However, just as he exited the cottage, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of roasting meat, causing his stomach to growl. Consequently, he lost the immediate urge to craft and instead settled by the bonfire to wait. After all, the toil of gathering resources was all for the sake of a better life. Thus, it was best to eat well before resuming work. As the group roasted the meat and sprinkled salt, the aroma intensified. After all, it was the salt that enhanced the flavor. Nightfall descended. The wild winds howled outside, causing the leaves to rustle ominously. At that moment, everyone returned to the territory, wary of lingering in the wilderness. While waiting for the meat to finish cooking, Rosen opened the regional chat, leisurely browsing through the messages. As usual, the chat was filled with grievances, pleas for help, and resource trades. Can someone help me? I'm so hungry. Darn it. I can't even fill my stomach with apples. This is hopeless. I found a piece of iron, or, does anyone want it? I'll go mine it tomorrow. Just let me know if you're interested. Who wants chicken feathers? I'll trade them for food or drink. Anything will do. Oh no, I ate some wild wheat today, and now I feel awful. Can anyone tell me what is wrong? Did I eat something bad? Observing the struggles of other lords, Rosen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. There was a time when he too faced such hardships. Fortunately, he had been granted a second chance to change the trajectory of his fate. The future promised to be brighter. Rosen scrolled through the messages and traded 1 pound of juice for 3 chicken feathers with another lord. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he learned that the individual had caught a chicken. While they had meat, they were in dire need of something to drink, nearly parched. Of course, the chicken feathers in question were not ordinary, but rather the long feathers from the chicken's body, essential for crafting arrows. Each chicken provided 3 feathers, and 1 feather could produce 10 arrows. After securing the feathers, the beef was finally done. My lord, here you go. Hazy presented the roasted beef to Rosen. His eyes filled with longing. Rosen chuckled, addressing the 3 peasants by the fire. You all should eat as well, and remember to send some to Peasant 2. Thank you, my lord. The 2 men and 1 woman expressed their gratitude, particularly the female peasant, who sat closest to Rosen and couldn't help but steal glances at him. Were it not for the lordess status, she would have been tempted to lean closer. However, Rosen was too engrossed in the chat to notice her unusual behavior. Suddenly, a loud creaking sound of a door opening reverberated through the quiet courtyard, startling everyone and heightening their alertness as they turned toward the source of the noise. Rosen also tensed, glancing over. Upon identifying the source, he was momentarily taken aback, for the sound emanated from the Divine Level Recruitment Center. At that moment, the door to the recruitment center swung open, and a figure clad in burlap stepped forth. A glimmer of cold light flashed, followed by a weapon drawn with the swiftness of a dragon. As Rosen beheld the figure, he couldn't help but exclaim, My heavens, Zhao Zilong. Indeed, the first warrior summoned from the Divine Level Recruitment Center was none other than the legendary warrior, Zhao Zilong. Upon stepping out, he knelt on one knee and proclaimed, Zhao Zilong greets the esteemed lord. Rosen stared in astonishment at Zhao Yun, and before long, information about him emerged in his mind. Name, Zhao Yun, courtesy, name Zilong. Realm, warrior level 1, always 1 realm above the lord, can be enhanced through training. Loyalty, 100, will never betray. Equipment, rough clothing. Tip, equipping a spear will increase combat power by 50%. My goodness, starting at the warrior level. Truly befitting the invincible general, Rosen muttered in disbelief. According to the martial classification of this world, a warrior was capable of single-handedly confronting a fierce tiger, undeniably formidable. Rosen promptly urged, Zilong, please rise. Having your support is like having wings for this lord. Thank you, esteemed lord. Zhao Zilong stood, astonished by the honor bestowed upon him. I presume my brother Zilong has yet to dine. Come, let us share some roasted beef together. Rosen grasped Zhao Zilong's hand and pulled him toward the bonfire. The politeness displayed by Rosen elevated Zhao Zilong in the eyes of the others. They understood that this man must possess considerable strength to be treated with such esteem by their lord. Thank you, esteemed lord. Zhao Zilong expressed his gratitude once more. As he gazed at the beef presented by the Lord, he wasted no time and began to indulge in it. Chapter 13, Acquiring Subjects. It was not a matter of rudeness. Rather, his unwavering loyalty left no room for doubt regarding the Lord's commands. Even if the Lord suggested that Zilong partake in poison, he would not hesitate. Observing Zilong relishing the meat, Rosen felt a swell of joy. In such an environment, having a Zilong by his side was an immense source of happiness, not to mention the potential for external enhancement of strength. With him around, Rosen's safety felt considerably assured. After finishing the meal, Rosen moved the crafting table from the doorway back into the hut. Once that was accomplished, he instructed the other subjects to work overtime roasting meat and announced another matter. From this day forth, General Zilong would serve as the Lord's personal bodyguard. Encountering General Zilong would be akin to meeting the Lord himself. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, several subjects immediately regarded Zhao Yun with newfound respect and greeted him warmly. Zhao Zilong nodded slightly, maintaining a stern demeanor. After arranging these matters, Rosen provided Zhao Zilong with accommodations for him to rest, ensuring he had a private room. Throughout the entirety of this, Zhao Zilong remained both honored and astonished. Though he kept a serious countenance towards the subjects, he displayed utmost reverence towards the Lord, daring not to cross any boundaries. My lord, I am deeply honored by your kindness. Oh, Zilong, there is no need for such formality. Rest well, tomorrow. I have important tasks for you, Rosen replied with a chuckle. Zhao Zilong promptly stated, it is a privilege to serve the Lord. Indeed, do take your rest. I shall return to my quarters. Rosen smiled as he departed the humble abode and returned to his own room. As the number of inhabitants in his domain grew, so did their strength, providing him with great reassurance. Presently, they had ample food and clothing. The next step was to explore the resources hidden within the mists. Perhaps my personnel are a tad few. I might consider acquiring more subjects, as true strength lies in numbers. Yet, if I acquire too many subjects, resources might become scarce. So perhaps I should limit my purchases. After some contemplation, Rosen opened the trading marketplace. He resolved to procure additional subjects to expedite the village's development. Although a larger populace entails greater consumption, he possessed the means to amplify resources 100-fold. However, upon accessing the trading marketplace, Rosen found no subjects available for acquisition. Many had recognized the significance of subjects. Once one was listed, it was snatched up in an instant. The speed was astonishing. It was evident that others were stockpiling strength for their territories. Rosen had no desire to compete in speed with those formidable individuals. Thus, he turned to the regional channel. As for why he did not resort to the world channel, it was primarily due to the rapid pace of messages, rendering them nearly unreadable. The moment he sent a message, it was quickly lost in the flood of texts. Consequently, Rosen entered the regional channel. The regional conversation continued unabated. And soon he stumbled upon a message that piqued his interest. Brothers, do any of you have female subjects? Today, I recruited a female subject. And when I provided her with food, she surprisingly, well, wow, is that even possible? Why do I only have male subjects? Reading these exchanges, Rosen couldn't help but envision Bai Wang's appearance. Could it truly be possible? In that instant, Rosen felt an impulsive urge arise within him. It seems I shall need to reassign Bai Wang's duties tomorrow. Having a stunning beauty, merely grinding juice each day is a waste of resources. With this thought, Rosen continued to peruse the messages. Have any of you ventured into the mists? Let me tell you, when exploring the mists, always bring a subject. I almost met my demise just now. Brother, what did you discover in the mists? Share it with us. We haven't dared to explore. I encountered a massive gorilla in the mists. Had it not been for my subject leading the way, I would have been the one crushed. I've been chopping wood all day and am utterly exhausted. Is anyone in need of timber? I'll exchange it for apples. If not, carrots will suffice. Observing the trivial exchanges among the online friends, Rosen gained a fundamental understanding of their developmental conditions. Most were still struggling for sustenance, pitifully clinging to their meager huts. In contrast, Rosen not only feasted on meat but also had salt and juice, leading a considerably comfortable life. Thus, he decided to send out his first public message. Food for subjects. Exchange as much as you require. Those in need, please message me privately. Upon sending this message, the regional channel erupted with activity. The discussions rapidly multiplied. Food for subjects? Is this for real? My subjects are on the brink of starvation. I can't sustain them anymore. Take them all. Can one truly support that many subjects? I can barely feed myself. I have 2 subjects. After 2 days with me, they've missed 4 meals, and their loyalty has plummeted to 60. If I can't find food tomorrow, I might as well send them to the mists to perish. This is fantastic. I wish to trade. In an instant, countless individuals opened private messages with Rosen. From a mere 1 or 2 to a staggering 99, then 999. Rosen never anticipated that so many would be eager to part with their subjects. Reflecting on his past life, he remembered his own hardships but never abandoned his subjects. Indeed, it seems that those who are pitiful often possess a ruthless side. Consequently, Rosen began to review the private messages one by one to ascertain their requests. Brother, can I exchange 1 subject for a piece of meat? I haven't eaten meat in 2 days. Bro, I still have a subject. Can I trade for some food? Any food will do. 20 apples for one subject. 30 apples for a female subject. What do you say? Little brother, 1 pound of meat for a subject. Do you have any meat? Observing the various messages from the lords, Rosen couldn't help but sigh. Human nature is such that, in the face of survival, the lives of others seem insignificant. Thus, Rosen proceeded to engage in transactions one by one. Trade. Subject 1, Subject 2, apples, 50, beef, 2 pounds. Many received Rosen's offerings. And those who received food boasted about it in the public chat. Hey, did you know? I finally got to eat meat, and it's beef. My heavens. Could you spare a little? Just a bit will do. I can trade timber for it. Haha, if you want to eat, go trade for it yourself. What's going on? Didn't know? In our region, someone is trading food for subjects. One subject can be exchanged for a pound of meat. Is it true? Can he really afford that? A pound of meat? If it were me, I wouldn't trade for even an apple. What he says is true. You can trade for meat or apples. I traded 2 subjects, 1 male and 1 female, for 30 apples and 20 carrots. Now I don't have to worry about food for the next few days. So envious. Can someone tell me which region this is? Can you help me get some too? Chapter 14, Establishing Power. The speed at which the world chat channel refreshed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from a lamentation space into a discussion about a singular matter. Someone was selling vast quantities of food in exchange for subjects. Upon the emergence of this news, the world channel was utterly astonished. Consequently, the astute individuals detected an extraordinary signal. Ultimately, with a resolute determination, they began to call out in their respective local channels. Similarly, it was a matter of exchanging food for citizens. However, the provisions offered by these individuals were decidedly meager. Some even employed commercial acumen, proposing a down payment model, 10 apples in exchange for 1 citizen, with a daily repayment of 1 apple thereafter. The majority of transactions occurred within nearby channels. Those truly at a loss had no choice but to acquiesce to this form of trade. As for why people preferred to exchange in local channels rather than in more populous regional channels, some perceptive individuals had already sensed something unusual. Consequently, warnings began to circulate in the local channels. One individual proclaimed, "Brothers, do not trade. Otherwise, you will find yourselves in peril. Consider this. The number of their citizens is steadily increasing, while yours dwindles. When the time comes to explore the mists, should you find yourselves outnumbered, will you not be at their mercy? Though the pangs of hunger are difficult to endure, selling citizens will only expedite their advancement. It is a path to self-destruction." This pronouncement left many astonished. Indeed, at present, it was impossible to discern who was strong and who was weak. Yet, in a few months, while others would amass citizens like a rolling snowball, growing from a handful to hundreds, those who sold their citizens would find themselves stagnating. When the time came, the more populous would inevitably require additional resources, potentially leading to widespread plundering. The realization struck many, and the number of individuals exchanging citizens for food dwindled significantly. As long as survival was not at stake, few were willing to barter for food. Meanwhile, Rosen had completed his own resource exchanges, acquiring the desired quantity. However, upon observing these developments, he could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment, not at the impending crisis, but rather at the sheer number of astute individuals, which was quite unsettling. Indeed, amidst billions of people, countless talents were boundless. Once the mists finally dissipated, they would undoubtedly remain the protagonists of this world. Yet today was not like any other day. Having been reborn with foresight and equipped with a 100-fold amplification system, Rosen believed he possessed the capability to contend with that group. Closing the survival guide, Rosen assessed his food supplies. He had traded 300 pounds of beef, and nearly half of his fruits were consumed, leaving him with just over 1,000 apples and 200 carrots. These resources had been exchanged for 500 citizens, comprising 50 women and 450 men. This meant that, in addition to the previous 3 men and 1 woman, along with Zhao Yun, he now boasted a total of 505 citizens. Such a figure was formidable. The consumption of 500 citizens presented a daunting reality. Even if they subsisted solely on apples, each citizen would require at least 3 for basic sustenance. To feel full, they would need even more. Thus, calculating the bare minimum, 1 citizen would consume 10 apples daily, 100 citizens would deplete 1,000 apples in a day, and 500 citizens would require 5,000 apples daily just to stave off hunger. What a terrifying number. Hence, apart from Rosen, no one else would dare acquire such a multitude of citizens. Of course, despite the drawbacks, there were numerous advantages as well. Provided that one could sustain the citizens and ensure their bellies were full, they would exhibit unwavering loyalty to the territory. They would toil diligently in clearing land and felling trees, displaying a commendable work ethic. Furthermore, when the loyalty of the citizens reached 80, they would generate a force of faith. Should this force surpass 100, the Lord would undergo a transformation into a warrior-level strength. Upon reaching 1,000 in faith, a transition into a martial master realm would occur. Moreover, once the number of citizens exceeded 1,000, the territory would be elevated to a town level. Naturally, a town-level territory would confer benefits, though Rosen remained unaware of the specifics, having only heard of such things. Upon checking his faith force, which was below 50, it indicated that the majority of these citizens had a loyalty rating beneath 80%. Nevertheless, Rosen was unperturbed. He had confidence in his ability to enhance their loyalty. With a faith force under 50, he still remained an ordinary individual, albeit a robust one. He could distinctly feel his physical strength augmenting, akin to having undergone years of training. With his muscles becoming significantly more toned. Stepping out of the thatched cottage, Rosen arrived at the entrance. The yard, spanning 100 by 100 meters, was teeming with people. Over 500 individuals crowded together, creating a striking spectacle. Particularly noteworthy was the sight of these 500 individuals clad in thatch, resembling wild folk. Their increasing numbers disturbed Zhao Zilong, who was resting. Dressed in burlap, Zhao Zilong strode directly to Rosen's cottage and stood guard. Should anyone dare to intrude upon the cottage, Zhao Yun vowed to annihilate them without mercy. Witnessing Zhao Yun's vigilance stirred a sense of gratitude within Rosen. This was the epitome of a loyal subordinate, and he resolved to treat him well in the future, even arranging a marriage for him. Zhao Yun approached the Lord and knelt on one knee. "My Lord." The remaining 500 individuals, upon seeing this, all knelt down, prostrating themselves and exclaiming in unison, "We pay our respects to the Lord." The collective shout, despite their fatigue from hunger, echoed with tremendous fervor. Rosen maintained a stoic expression, a surge of ambition swelling within him. "Rise," he commanded. "Thank you, my lord." The crowd responded as they stood. All gazed at Rosen with pitiful eyes. He understood their thoughts. They merely sought a leader who could provide sustenance and a compassionate protector. After a moment of reflection, Rosen declared aloud, "I am your lord, Rosen. Follow me, and I shall bestow upon you food and a safe refuge. Are you willing to serve me?" "Yes." The citizens eagerly responded upon hearing of the food. Nodding, Rosen commenced selecting individuals, pointing at several robust men, instructing, you, and you, step forward." He chose 20 of the strongest men. Then, gesturing toward Zhao Yun, he addressed them calmly, "From this day forth, your task is to explore the mists and seek resources. This General Zhao Zilong will be your captain. Should anyone dare defy Captain Zhao's orders, they shall face execution without mercy. If anyone finds this undertaking too perilous, you may withdraw. Does anyone wish to withdraw?" The 20 men remained silent, apprehensive. After all, they were citizens, existing at the very bottom of the social hierarchy. Even securing a meal was a luxury, let alone having military experience. Thus, they were momentarily at a loss for words. "I shall ask again, does anyone wish to withdraw?" Rosen's tone was stern. This time, the men did not remain silent. In unison, they declared, "We do not withdraw. We are willing to follow the general and serve our lord." "Excellent," Rosen replied with a faint smile. "As my soldiers, I shall not shortchange you. You shall have meat with every meal." "What? Meat at every meal? Oh, how could I have been overlooked?" I yearn to join the ranks of the soldiers, undeterred by the perils that lie ahead. The prospect of feasting on meat, even if it leads to my demise, fills me with a bittersweet longing. Alas, fate has not granted me the opportunity to be chosen. The other inhabitants cast envious glances my way, their eyes filled with longing. In stark contrast, the 20 selected individuals were momentarily taken aback, only to kneel in fervent gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord." The chance to savor meat at every meal, an honor I had only ever dreamt of. Not just the vanguard, but even the death squad, they expressed no grievances whatsoever. Loyalty level 5. Loyalty level 5. Witnessing the lavish treatment bestowed upon the chosen, the remaining folk were consumed by envy, eagerly hoping for their own selection. Once the vanguard was organized, Rosen selected another 20 individuals. "You shall serve as the guards of the Lord's estate, under the leadership of Heise. Your mission is to safeguard the territory." With a wave of his hand, Rosen summoned Heise, gazing upon his newly recruited subjects with warmth. "Heise, I bestow upon you the surname Luo. You shall lead these individuals in the protection of our realm. Do you accept this charge?" Heise, a man of integrity and brawn, stood tall with a slightly darkened complexion. Though still youthful, his bright eyes shone with determination, akin to Zhao Yun, both in their 20s. Upon hearing Rosen's decree and the bestowal of a surname, Heise dropped to his knees in excitement, proclaiming in fervent tones, "I, your humble servant, pledge my life to defend my lord and our territory." "Excellent," Rosen replied, his tone filled with vigor. "Take your men and stand to the side." "Heise, no." Luo Heise immediately straightened and assembled his group nearby. In an instant, the assembly of over 500 was reduced by 40. Rosen then addressed the remaining 50 women, stating loudly, "Ladies, your leader shall be Bei Wang, and you will all be integrated into domestic logistics, overseeing matters within the territory. Specific duties will be assigned by Bei Wang. From this day forth, you shall be my steward, known as Steward Bei, responsible for managing my logistical resources and overseeing all the women in the territory." Upon finishing, the 50 women stepped forward, kneeling in gratitude behind Bei Wang. After expressing their thanks, they positioned themselves to await further instructions from their lord. The remaining populace was divided into 4 battalions, each comprising 100 members: the logging battalion, the mining battalion, the resource battalion, and the reserve battalion, the latter serving to support the others. The remaining 10 would form the iron smelting battalion, with member number 2 designated as their captain, with plans for future recruitment. Each individual would receive 1 pound of meat daily and 5 apples per meal. Furthermore, each battalion was tasked with electing a captain and 10 squad leaders, with decisions made through a voting process. "Thank you, my lord," echoed from the remaining 400. In one breath, Rosen had meticulously organized the entire group. Even in the largest battalion, each member would receive a pound of meat daily, igniting their excitement. Once these arrangements were made, Rosen portioned out some beef for distribution. Confident in his stock of over 20,000 pounds, sufficient to last for some time, he was determined to seek out additional resources in the days to come. After organizing these matters, Rosen declared a time for rest, with the open courtyard serving as their resting place. As for the dwellings, they were reserved for the women. For having 50 women mingling among the men could lead to untoward incidents. Over 500 individuals formed a considerable group, and even seated on the ground. They felt no chill. Were any bandits or primitive tribes to invade Rosen's courtyard at that moment, they would likely be struck with terror. For one could hardly imagine that over 500 inhabitants were sheltered within a mere 100 by 100 meter enclosure. Upon returning to his quarters, Rosen succumbed to slumber. The distribution plan was merely a preliminary outline. Since fate had granted him a second chance, he vowed not to languish in aimless existence. He aspired to forge a formidable power and indulge in the most opulent lifestyle, to revel in the company of beauty and wield dominion over the world. Of course, achieving such aspirations would demand considerable time and effort. For now, it was merely the dawn of his ascent. Among 500 individuals, many lacked proper attire, relying instead on straw for modesty, creating a rather striking scene. The vanguard consisted of 20 individuals led by Zhao Yun, tasked with exploring the mists and uncovering vital resources. The guard battalion, also comprising 20 members, was under the command of Luo Sen, ensuring the safety of the territory. The logging battalion, mining battalion, and resource battalion each had 100 members, responsible for the collection and management of resources. The iron smelting battalion was currently limited to 11 members, with member number 2 as their captain. In total, 5 battalions comprised 453 individuals. Rosen returned to his quarters, once again resting upon a wooden bed layered with straw. The following day, upon awakening, he instinctively opened the chat channel. Today marked the 3rd day of the novice protection period. Tomorrow, the territory would lose its 100 by 100 meter protective barrier. Those lords with strength could opt for expansion, while those lacking power, particularly those residing near wolf packs or wild beasts, would likely face dire consequences. On the 3rd day, "My subjects have perished, and I am filled with dread. I just heard the howl of wolves. There must be a pack nearby. I am terrified. Who will rescue me? Why panic? Who told you to be lazy? I have spent 2 days felling trees, shrinking the courtyard. The walls are entirely constructed of wood, impervious to any ferocious beast. Haha, I envy you all. You still have apples to eat and trees to fell. My territory is surrounded by rubble. Mining stones is painfully slow. It takes half a day to extract a few blocks. I nearly starved these past 2 days. Fortunately, I discovered an iron mine and exchanged some for food." A glance at the chat records made it evident that some had already begun smelting iron in secret. However, Rosen felt no concern, whether they were refining silver or gold. He remained unfazed. While they toiled tirelessly in their forges, he merely needed to trade. Thus, Rosen sent out a series of resource exchange messages: food for iron, food for timber, and 1 piece of fruit for 3 pieces of wood. As soon as the message was dispatched, it incited a flurry of activity. It's him. It's him again. Oh my goodness, does he never run out of food? How can he keep trading? I recall he acquired many subjects yesterday, and now he is still exchanging. Is he cheating? Quickly, hurry and trade, or you'll miss out. Brother, I have 200 pieces of wood. I want to trade with you. I want to trade too. I have 200 pieces of wood. Brother, do you still want subjects? I just recruited another today and wish to exchange for a piece of meat. In an instant, Rosen's private messages surged. He found it impossible to respond to them all, so he chose to overlook most of the messages and exchanged a portion of wood. As for iron, he had yet to encounter anyone willing to sell, given its rarity. With iron, one could forge iron swords. In a perilous world, a sharp iron sword could very well be a lifesaver. It was entirely reasonable that no one was willing to sell. As for whether Rosen was among the first to smelt iron, he had no doubt that he was not. In a world populated by billions, one can only imagine the multitude of geniuses that might exist. Perhaps among them, there are prodigious talents who, even armed with nothing but a humble wooden axe, could amass great wealth. Therefore, standing out in such a vast expanse is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. With resources at hand, Rosen prepared to craft wooden weaponry. However, at that moment, there came a sudden knock at the door. Rosen paused his work and coolly remarked, "Come in." Creak. The door swung open to reveal a woman clad in coarse linen, her complexion fair. She was Kitano Nozomi, the steward of Rosen's fiefdom, responsible for managing internal affairs and resources. Stepping inside, She observed Rosen's meticulous expression and cautiously said, "My lord, the iron has been refined. The other subjects are awaiting your command." "Indeed," Rosen nodded solemnly. "Have them bring the iron in. I shall craft some items and then make arrangements." This seriousness only heightened Nozomi's caution, for her position as steward was a testament to Rosen's favor, and she feared any misstep might displease him. Such careful demeanor further delighted Rosen's spirit. Before long, the second subject, now named Taizhan, entered with a group, transporting 40 blocks of iron. Each piece was roughly the size of a fist. "My lord, I take my leave," Taizhan said, setting down the iron and swiftly turning to depart. "Wait a moment," Rosen called out suddenly. "Yes, my lord. What is your command?" Taizhan hesitated, quickly bowing. With a gentle smile, Rosen replied, "There is nothing amiss. You are now the captain. Manage your subordinates well, and I shall not treat you unfairly." "Thank you, my lord." Taizhan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such regard from the lord. In an instant, his loyalty surged to 5, and before long, it reached a remarkable 100, an achievement only second to that of Rosen's previous subjects since he assumed lordship. Based on past experiences, once a subject's loyalty hit 100, it was exceedingly rare for it to diminish. Rosen felt a sense of reflection. Human nature was indeed the most enigmatic of all. As the door closed once more, Rosen set aside his musings and approached the crafting table to begin forging weapons. Due to limited resources, he did not replace much wood. Instead, he opted to create wooden weaponry. Wooden axe requires 5 units of wood to fell trees. Wooden pickaxe requires 5 units of wood for mining. Wooden club requires 5 units of wood for bashing. Wooden sword requires 10 units of wood for combat. With a single command, he produced 200 wooden axes, 200 wooden pickaxes, and 30 wooden swords. After crafting these, a scant amount of wood remained, prompting Rosen to combine it with the freshly refined iron to create iron implements. Wooden bow requires 10 units of wood, 1 unit of sinew, and 1 blueprint. Wooden arrows requires 1 unit of iron, 1 unit of wood, and 1 feather. With a single command, he produced 1 wooden bow and 30 wooden arrows. Previously, he had acquired a blueprint for the bow, thus enabling him to craft it directly. However, his crafting had yet to achieve a 100-fold increase. Rosen speculated that perhaps the items he used had already been enhanced, preventing any further amplification. If this were indeed the case, could crafting with unenhanced materials yield a 100-fold increase? If so, it would save considerable effort in creating finished products. Contemplating this, Rosen decided to test it later, but first focused on the tasks at hand. He examined the newly crafted weapons, which displayed the following information. Wooden bow, a weapon for ranged attack. Wooden arrows, capable of piercing the flesh of adversaries. Though merely wooden, they possessed the potential to lethally ensnare foes from a distance. This, indeed, was the greatest advantage of ranged weaponry. The bow stood half a person's height, with its string crafted from sinew, exuding a certain might. The arrowheads, forged from iron, also possessed considerable power, instilling a sense of intimidation merely by appearance. Setting aside the bow, Rosen turned his attention to crafting iron pots, essential for cooking. The materials required included iron, with a large pot demanding 2 units of iron and a small pot just 1. Thus, he fashioned 5 large iron pots, consuming 10 units of iron. With these tasks accomplished, only one item remained, a well. A source of water was indispensable for sustaining life, especially with so many people relying on it. However, the community was troubled over the water scarcity, uncertain if they could procure the blueprint for a well. With this thought, Rosen searched the marketplace but found no sellers. Subsequently, he posted a message in the regional channel, seeking to purchase well blueprints, offering meat in exchange. The response was immediate and explosive. "Meat. I want meat. Oh my. How does he have so much meat? Goodness, allow me to encounter you once more. I'll trade. I just opened an iron treasure chest and received 2 well blueprints. But 1 blueprint costs 10 pounds of meat. That is too much." One individual, possessing the blueprint, demanded an exorbitant price of 10 pounds of meat, causing others to gasp in disbelief. Is the blueprint truly that valuable? I traded a wooden bow blueprint for 50 apples with that fellow named Rosen. Did I lose out? You suffered a tremendous loss. Goodness, you are not merely at a disadvantage. Seeing others lamenting their losses, the individual who traded for the bow cried out in despair, desperately messaging Rosen to add more fruit to the deal. Ignoring such pleas, Rosen engaged with the person possessing the well blueprints, ultimately exchanging 20 pounds of meat for 2 blueprints. In truth, the well blueprint did not instantly yield water upon crafting. Rather, it indicated the precise location of underground water, facilitating excavation. After securing the blueprints, Rosen commenced crafting. Well, requires 50 stones, 1 rope, and 1 blueprint. The rope is made from straw. Before long, Rosen successfully crafted 2 wells. Naturally, these resembled wells in shape, suitable for placement on the ground to prevent accidents, but further digging was required. Excavating a well necessitated a shovel, particularly an iron one. The iron shovel, made from iron, required 2 units of iron for automatic synthesis. As luck would have it, Rosen had just the right amount of iron at his disposal. Thus, he crafted 10 iron shovels, utilizing 20 units of iron. Upon concluding these tasks, only 7 blocks of iron remained in Rosen's possession. Contemplating his next move, he considered crafting a spear for Zhao Yun. However, after a thorough search, he could not find the blueprint for a spear and decided to temporarily set that idea aside. Instead, he utilized the remaining 7 blocks of iron to forge 2 iron swords. Iron sword requires materials 3 iron. Note: attack 10, durability 100. The material lost during each repair is calculated based on the degree of damage. Lacking sufficient materials to forge a scabbard, Rosen opted for a wooden sheath. After completing these tasks, Rosen slowly rose and exited the thatched cottage. Upon hearing the creaking of the door, he was met with the sight of over 500 individuals, all gazing in unison. Upon the appearance of Rosen, under the leadership of Zhao Zilong and Bei Wang, the multitude knelt collectively, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Lord." The 500 subjects knelt in the courtyard. Zhao Zilong, Luo Haizi, Bei Wang, and the respective captains of the 5 camps stood at the entrance, leading the kneeling. At the forefront were Zhao Zilong, Luo Haizi, and Bei Wang, with the latter positioned centrally, flanked by the 2 men. The reason for placing a seemingly weaker woman in such a prominent position was due to her status as Rosen's domestic steward, the individual closest to him, overseeing the logistics of the territory. Although logistics may not seem a monumental task, it is indeed the role that brings one closest to the Lord. Her status surged, rendering her unparalleled. All subjects could only look up in reverence. However, it would be premature to draw conclusions regarding her authority, unless she became the Lord's consort. A domestic steward could not wield absolute power over the territory. Such was the silent contemplation of the subjects, including the women under Bei Wang's command. Only Rosen and Bei Wang remained oblivious to these peculiar thoughts. After a night of rest, the 500 subjects had selected their captains, forming 5 squads, poised for action. Satisfied, Rosen gestured for them to rise, then produced the items he had just crafted, laying them upon the ground. On the left is a wooden axe, and on the right is a wooden pick. After acquiring your equipment, disperse to the surrounding territory to work, but remember, do not venture into the mist, otherwise, the consequences are yours to bear. Do you understand? We understand, the members of the 4 camps responded emphatically. Having received rations both last night and this morning, they felt a sense of loyalty to Rosen, believing it to be a rewarding endeavor to serve him. Excellent. Take up your weapons and set forth, Rosen proclaimed with a wave of his hand. 400 individuals surged forth, swiftly leaving the courtyard to commence their tasks. Outside, the sounds of mining filled the air, crackling as trees were felled and the clanging of rocks being quarried. With these individuals laboring, it was certain that the resources within sight would soon be consolidated into the territory. Unified resource gathering and distribution would ensure that even a slight surplus could afford the Lord a comfortable life. This illustrates the significance of developing the territory. With the departure of the 400, the courtyard was instantly deserted. Rosen then retrieved 40 wooden swords, stating, "Vanguard and guard units, come forth to claim your weapons." "Thank you, Lord," the 2 teams, led by Luo Haizi and Zhao Zilong respectively, responded. Each individual grasped a wooden sword, and in that moment, an air of militia emerged. Clad in straw garments and wielding wooden swords, they indeed resembled a band of militia, though they still lacked the essential armor, not even possessing proper clothing. Despite their somewhat unrefined appearance, it was certainly better than having nothing. "My lord, my subordinates shall take their leave to patrol and ensure the safety of the other subjects," Luo Haizi reported, bowing with the wooden sword in hand. Rosen nodded and presented him with an iron sword, saying, "This iron sword shall serve as your weapon. Take it and protect the territory. Go forth." Upon seeing the iron sword presented by the Lord, Luo Haizi was nearly moved to tears. "My lord is too gracious, even granting me an iron sword. I vow to defend the safety of our territory with my life." He knelt deeply, striking his forehead against the ground before gesturing for his team to depart. Soon, only the vanguard led by Zhao Zilong and the domestic personnel under Bei Wang remained in the courtyard. Rosen handed over a well, an iron pot, and a shovel to Bei Wang, saying, "Bei Wang, arrange these as you see fit. The grinding of fruit juice must continue. Engage the reserve camp for the excavation of the well, and you are to oversee all resource quantity changes within the territory, reporting any fluctuations to me." "Yes, my lord," Bei Wang replied with a slight bow, her 50 female subordinates mimicking her gesture. After affirming, they proceeded to organize the items. With the presence of women within the territory, many trivial tasks were now attended to, such as cooking, fetching water, record-keeping, and grinding fruit juice. These chores were far better suited to women than to men. After their departure, only the vanguard remained in the courtyard. Rosen looked at Zhao Zilong, retrieving an iron sword from his pack and handing it to him. "You shall wield this iron sword for now. Today, I will accompany you to explore the mist." Together, Zhao Zilong was taken aback and immediately knelt on one knee, imploring, "My lord, that is utterly unadvisable. The dangers within the mist are unpredictable. it is best for you to remain within the territory and strategize from afar, avoiding any personal peril. His plea was echoed by the other 20 tall and robust members of the vanguard, who quickly knelt in unison, urging, "My lord, please reconsider." "It matters not," Rosen responded, touched by their concern despite the urgency of exploring the mist on the third day of his arrival in this world. The exploration could not be delayed, for crises always emerged from the mist. Based on prior experience, once the novice protection period expired, the Lord's Guide would activate the grand events of the world. These grand events, of which Rosen was unaware of the total number, included the first major event, the cumulative exploration of 100 billion blocks of mist within the world channel. Following the event, rankings would be established based on the quantity of mist explored, with greater rewards for higher placements. He vividly remembered that in his previous life, the individual who secured first place was awarded a complete set of golden weapons, exuding grandeur. The second event, an involuntary occurrence, would commence on the 7th day with the onset of a beast tide. Beasts would emerge and roam, attacking all territories in their path. During this crisis, rankings would be determined primarily by the number of beasts slain, with substantial rewards still in store. The third event was titled World Purity, aimed at exterminating skeletons. Upon the conclusion of this event, the Lord's Guide would unveil new rules, introducing the Sky Mark, which would document the grand events occurring in the world and allow for real-time sharing with other lords. In his previous life, Rosen had survived to witness the World Purity. Gaining insight into the extraordinary nature of this realm, it became apparent that the World Channel was not a communication platform for all inhabitants. It represented merely a quarter of the total channels available. Across the globe, there exist a total of 4 world channels, divided into the cardinal directions of east, west, south, and north. As for the existence of a central world channel, Rosen remains oblivious. The dynamics within these quadrants do not unfold simultaneously. Each follows its own independent ranking. Therefore, the development of territories must accelerate, leveraging advantages to amplify growth exponentially. Only in this manner can one seize opportunities amidst the encroaching mists that shroud the realm. Hence, Rosen's intention in accompanying them today is to guide them through familiar territories, hastening the pace of exploration. He aims to emerge as the foremost victor upon the conclusion of this event, thereby securing the coveted rewards. With the vanguard in tow, Rosen led the way outward. Zhao Yun, feeling somewhat helpless, adhered closely to Rosen's side for protection. Thus, a formidable procession of 22 individuals embarked upon their journey. Unraveling the enigma of the mist-laden region and lifting its veil is an inherent duty of a lord. Only by expanding the visible territory can one ensure the everlasting survival of their subjects. Upon exiting the courtyard, Rosen was nearly taken aback by the scene before him. It was not the presence of wild beasts nor an imminent threat that caused his astonishment, but rather the sight of 500 individuals laboring industriously, axes flipping and wooden mallets swinging. The chaos coalesced into a symphony of activity, overwhelming in its magnitude. Particularly striking was the thoroughness with which they left no trace in their wake. Wherever they passed, trees were felled, stones quarried, and even the layers of thatch accumulated on the ground were completely cleared. The sparse wild grasses were trampled into oblivion. Remarkably, within a mere half-hour, the surrounding wilderness had transformed into a barren expanse of yellow earth. On this yellow terrain, the reserve camp was diligently searching for sources of water to dig wells. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. At this rate, it would not be long before the resources within the visible territory were entirely exhausted, and the foundational infrastructure of the domain would be established. Indeed, the sheer number of laborers amplified their strength. If exploration of the mist were not pursued vigorously, these resources would soon be depleted. Rosen felt a twinge of embarrassment. Fortunate was he not to be one who merely waited for death, lest he find himself bereft of sustenance, provoking rebellion among his subjects. Zilong, let us venture leftward, where dangers are minimal, Rosen indicated in that direction. His memory recalled only the presence of small herbivores there. Although he had heard wolf howls in the past few days, the overall threat remained comparatively low. Understood, my lord. I shall lead the charge, Zhao Zilong responded with a fist clasped in salute, stepping forward. The other 20 soldiers of the vanguard quickly formed a protective circle around Rosen, instilling within him a peculiar sense of security, prompting him to proceed without objection toward the leftward mist. Moments later, they reached the edge of the visible territory, where thick fog obstructed their passage. Stay vigilant, Zhao Zilong urged, drawing his iron sword, which prompted the others to similarly brandish their wooden blades. They delved into the mist, their figures swiftly swallowed by the obscurity. In truth, the mist was not entirely impenetrable. It merely rendered visibility exceedingly poor, creating an illusion of heightened danger. As they entered, their pace slowed considerably. According to the established rules, dispersing the fog required the exploration of merely 20% of the area, which, for the 1,000 by 1,000 meter expanse, amounted to 200 by 200 meters, approximately the size of 2 courtyards belonging to Rosen. Despite their slow progress, they could accomplish this within an hour, under ideal circumstances. Even half an hour would suffice, contingent upon luck. However, the most perilous aspect was that once the fog dissipated, the surrounding area could either be entirely safe or fraught with unforeseen dangers. With visibility reduced to 1 or 2 meters, the group would need to traverse a distance of 2 to 300 meters to fulfill the 20% requirement. This distance was relatively short, and soon they were nearing completion. Yet, just then, the familiar howl of a wolf echoed once more. "Oh, the group startled, heightening their vigilance. "Be cautious, continue exploring," Rosen commanded, unwilling to abandon their pursuit so close to completion. They advanced another several meters, and the mist began to recede, gradually revealing their surroundings. Rosen recognized they had successfully explored the requisite 20% of the area and promptly halted. Within mere seconds, the fog dissipated entirely, and clarity returned to the environment. "My lord, the mist has lifted," Zhao Yun exclaimed, eagerly surveying their surroundings. Rosen too examined the terrain, noting the presence of towering trees and wild grasses. Amidst the underbrush, a few wild vegetables and grains sprouted, albeit in scarce quantities. A cursory glance revealed only a handful, rendering the effort of collection a waste of precious time. Therefore, Rosen disregarded these resources and solemnly inquired, "Zilong, can you discern the direction of the wolf's howl?" "I can hear it clearly. It emanates from approximately 100 meters ahead." Zhao Zilong nodded, responding earnestly, "My lord, shall we pursue the capture of the wolf?" "Indeed, we shall," Rosen affirmed. At this nascent stage of development, no source of meat could be overlooked. Food was a critical necessity. Zhao Yun grasped the intent, gesturing grandly as he led the way. Soon, they arrived at the location Zhao Zilong had indicated, concealed among the trees and underbrush. Not far off, a black wolf king was feasting. This wolf was larger than the average, devouring a wild chicken it had presumably caught, occasionally howling in excitement, a manifestation of its delight in consuming flesh. As Rosen observed, information about the wild wolf materialized before him. Lone wolf, a pitiful creature expelled from its pack. Such an introduction exists? Rosen mused. This wild wolf, larger in stature, possessed formidable combat capabilities as a solitary predator. A single bite could gravely injure a soldier, and in the absence of medical aid, a severe wound could spell doom. The dangers of encountering wild beasts in the wilderness became apparent. Nevertheless, their numerical advantage afforded them a degree of defense. For instance, when the wolf attacked, the subjects could wield their weapons in unison to fend off the assault, preventing the wolf from inflicting harm. They might even strike at its vulnerable spots. Although its fur was thick, targeting weak points could still yield damage. With sufficient numbers, they might even outlast it. "My lord, shall I eliminate it?" Zhao Zilong's eyes gleamed, his grip on the iron sword tightening, revealing his eagerness for battle. Rosen contemplated for a moment before responding. He continued to survey the surroundings. Soon, a glimmer of realization struck him. "Zilong, it appears there is something in that patch of underbrush. Can you discern it?" Rosen pointed discreetly at the thicket beside the wolf, posing the question in hushed tones. Zhao Zilong's gaze brightened with excitement as he exclaimed, "My lord, it appears to be a stone treasure chest, obscured by overgrown weeds." "Excellent. Let us advance," Rosen commanded with a sweeping gesture. With a flurry of movement, the group stood at attention, brandishing wooden swords as they charged towards the wild wolves. With Zhao Zilong leading the charge at remarkable speed, this sudden display startled the wolves. By the time they sensed the impending threat, Zhao Zilong was nearly upon them, while the other soldiers swiftly formed a semicircular encirclement. The wolves, momentarily taken aback, dropped their food and fixed their fierce gazes on the approaching crowd, howling defiantly at the sky. The chilling wolf howl failed to deter the villagers. Rather, it ignited their ambition for glory. Realizing their warning had fallen on deaf ears, the wolves charged at Zhao Zilong in a fit of rage. Yet, this was Zhao Zilong, a martial artist of formidable prowess. He wielded his iron sword and struck down upon the wolf. With a resounding crash, the wolf let out a terrible cry and was hurled backward, landing motionless on the ground, presumably lifeless. This spectacle stunned the 20 soldiers and Rosen alike. Rosen muttered to himself, "Is this the power of a martial artist? To slay a wolf with a single strike? Even elite special forces in my previous life would struggle to achieve such a feat with that." Rosen stepped through the underbrush and beheld the wolf's carcass, revealing decomposition information before him. Wolf hide X1, wolf meat X 30 pounds. Would you like to decompose? Without hesitation, Rosen chose to proceed with the decomposition. Instantly, a surge of information flooded his mind, announcing a hundredfold amplification. Amplification successful. Wolf hide increased to 100 pieces. Wolf meat increased to 3,000 pounds. Astonishing. One wolf can yield 3,000 pounds of meat, enough to sustain numerous villagers. After the decomposition, Rosen ventured into the thicket, where he clearly spotted a stone chest. Indeed, a treasure chest. Such stone chests are rare, surely containing valuable resources. Eagerly, Rosen opened the chest, which vanished as its contents scattered. As the items landed, they had already been amplified 100-fold. 100 bananas, 100 blueprints for arrow towers, and 100 iron arrows. Among these, The blueprints for the Arrow Tower thrilled Rosen immensely, even more so than the 3,000 pounds of wolf meat. This was precisely what he needed. With an Arrow Tower, he could unleash tremendous power during the second wave of the beast tide, hunting countless beasts, securing a high ranking, and leaving a bounty of meat resources. The only missing components were arrows and bow blueprints. After collecting the items, Rosen waved his hand and declared, "Zilong, let us proceed to the next misty area." Enthusiastically, Rosen led the group onward in their exploration. Naturally, as they entered the next area, they conducted a cursory search for any valuable items. However, due to the superficial nature of their search, they only discovered a few rabbit burrows, finding nothing else of worth. Within one burrow, they encountered a litter of 4 baby rabbits, which Rosen ultimately shot down. Thanks to 100x Amplification, they acquired 400 baby rabbits, which decomposed into 400 rabbit hides and 400 pounds of rabbit meat. Soon, the group arrived at the second area, which was rather tranquil, revealing only some wild strawberries and wild wheat, resources that Rosen collected for future use. After gathering, these items also underwent a hundredfold amplification, adding to their worth. In the third area, they found themselves in the back of the territory, amidst a stony terrain. The fourth area encompassed 8 misty regions, each measuring 1,000 by 1,000 meters, forming a square that enveloped Rosen's territory. After a day of diligent searching, they successfully dispelled the mist from 6 areas. The remaining 2 contained a black bear and a river, both presenting considerable danger. Time constraints dictated that their exploration would be suspended for the day. From the 6 areas they had successfully searched, along with the stone treasure chest from the first area, they had uncovered only 2 chests, 1 stone chest and 1 wooden chest. The wooden chest contained blueprints for furniture, tables, chairs, cabinets, vanities, and screens. As Rosen and his companions returned to their territory, twilight had begun to fall. The landscape surrounding their domain was starkly open, devoid of even weeds, featuring 2 large wells that lent the area the charm of a small village. A magnificent pile of resources lay stacked there, a sight to behold. This vacant land was perfectly suited for expansion, as accommodating 500 individuals within a 100 by 100 courtyard was undeniably cramped. For the sake of future development, Rosen deemed it time to enlarge his territory. After all, once the novice period concluded, the 100 by 100 safety zone would cease to exist. Thus, upon returning to the territory, Rosen's first order of business was to have his subordinates transport all the wooden crates into his hut. Over the course of the day, 200 individuals had felled a total of 1,000 trees, averaging 5 trees per person. Each tree yielded approximately 4 pieces of timber. Thus, in a single day, Rosen amassed 4,000 pieces of wood, and that was without any amplification. If he crafted items without amplification and then enhanced them, he would undoubtedly prosper. Gazing at the wood, Rosen first resolved to construct dwellings. The low-level dwellings required no blueprints and could accommodate 8 individuals each. By replacing single beds with double beds, each dwelling could house 16 individuals. Thus, 50 dwellings would suffice. However, before embarking on the construction of the dwellings, Rosen desired to test another idea. He took out the wood and crafted torches first. As soon as the torches were synthesized, the system's voice echoed in his mind, validating his hypothesis. Hundredfold amplification successful. You have acquired 100 torches. It truly was possible. Provided one utilized unamplified materials, the crafted items would also undergo hundredfold amplification. Chapter 20. To bathe or to dine first. With the torches secured, Rosen's heart finally found peace. Each dwelling required 500 pieces of wood. Without delay, he placed 500 pieces of wood into the crafting table and selected one-click production. The hundredfold amplification succeeded, yielding 100 dwellings. In the crafting space, 100 low-level dwellings appeared, all constructed from wood. Though basic, they ensured safety. With each dwelling accommodating 8 individuals, 100 could house 800 people. After finalizing the dwellings, Rosen exited the territory and approached the wooden walls. Greetings, my lord. Over 500 villagers gathered outside the wooden walls, partaking in their evening meal. Dinner consisted of leftover beef from breakfast, along with fruits and vegetables. It was evident they were quite content with their current way of life. Rosen smiled gently and continued on his way. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Zhao Yun and Luo Sen grew increasingly concerned, promptly pursuing Rosen to ensure his protection. My lord, where are you headed? The day is waning, and the outside world is fraught with peril, Zhao Yun implored. Rosen merely smiled, responding, you shall find out soon enough. Before long, Rosen arrived at the edge of the yellow earth, a barren expanse resulting from previous mining endeavors. Approximately 100 meters away stood the wooden wall, a testament to the successful extraction efforts of the villagers. With a mere thought, Rosen commanded his spatial backpack, initiating a release. Cottage 1, Cottage 1. As he did so, cottages materialized effortlessly, revealing that the Lord had crafted numerous dwellings to provide the villagers with a place to rest. Zhao Yun and Haizi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and the other villagers looked on with eager anticipation. Within minutes, the cottages were fully deployed. One after another, Rosen arranged them in a circular formation, encircling his courtyard, thus ensuring the villagers could safeguard him effectively. Naturally, a certain distance remained between the cottages and his courtyard, allowing for future expansion of the Lord's domain. Once the placements were complete, Rosen set a fire outside for communal use, facilitating convenience. Moreover, he had arranged for the creation of fire starters to prevent time wastage in crafting such simple items in the future. He then delegated tasks to Zhao Yun and Haizi, collecting all materials before returning to his territory. All 51 women, without exception, were assigned to reside within the courtyard, thus ensuring their safety while also making it easier for them to attend to his needs. Of course, 10 of the cottages were reserved for their use, while Bei Yuang, serving as the steward, occupied a separate room. With the installation of a well and iron pots, life had become significantly more fulfilling, allowing for the preparation of delightful meals and even hot baths. Fruits such as bananas and strawberries were also available, with priority usage granted to Rosen. Only after he had partaken would the surplus be allocated to the women, followed by the other villagers. As night descended, Rosen sensed a surge in his strength. Perhaps the distribution of the cottages had fostered increased loyalty among the villagers. Upon inspecting the Lord's panel, he discovered that the number of individuals generating faith had surpassed 100. Consequently, Rosen's status elevated from that of an ordinary person to that of a martial artist. Clenching his fists, he felt his muscles tense, a powerful energy emanating from his dantian, coursing through his meridians. Such formidable strength. I estimate that a single punch could shatter the wooden wall, he mused, contemplating the transformation within his body. I have ascended to the martial artist realm. Surely, Zilong must have advanced to the martial master realm as well. I wonder how powerful that realm truly is, he murmured to himself. At that moment, Bei Yuan called out to him, "My lord." She regarded him with lowered eyes, hesitating to speak. Though Rosen was eager to return to his crafting, he found himself captivated by her exquisite beauty, momentarily forgetting his urgency. Fixating on her fair skin, he urged, "If there is something you wish to convey, please do so directly." "My lord, do you have any buckets? The maids are boiling water but are unsure how to serve you," Bei Yuan explained, somewhat flustered. "A trivial matter. I shall create some buckets shortly," Rosen replied, surprised that the issue was so minor. He then added, "By the way, I recall there are some wheat grains in the storage box. Please prepare some wheat porridge for me." "Certainly, my lord," Bei Yuan responded, her enthusiasm evident as she set to work. For the villagers, labor was a customary affair, yet they occasionally encountered challenges due to a lack of tools. Provided that the Lord supplied the necessary implements, their contentment would remain intact. Observing Bei Yuan's graceful movements, Rosen found himself momentarily entranced. Having lived 2 lives without ever having a romantic relationship, he naturally harbored a yearning for companionship, particularly for someone as captivating as Bei Yuan, who possessed a beauty worthy of stardom in his previous life. Were it not for the coarse fabric concealing her alluring figure, he feared he might succumb to irrational impulses. Returning to the thatched cottage, he approached the crafting table, selectively producing various tools and items. First, he utilized the blueprints he possessed to create furniture, a high-quality wooden table, a luxurious bed, and a linen screen. Upon completion, he replaced the wooden bed with the newly crafted luxurious one, which proved not only sturdy and substantial, but also spacious enough to accommodate 3 or 5 individuals comfortably. After arranging the bed, table, and screen, Rosen proceeded to fashion clothing. The villagers had collected an abundance of thatch, amounting to thousands of piles, making the task quite manageable. 10 piles of thatch yield 1 fiber, he noted, depositing 3,000 piles into the crafting interface. Success. Fiber, 30,000. The message flashed, indicating a remarkable 100-fold yield. Converting the fiber into linen produced 3,000 sheets. Stunned by the sheer volume, he contemplated how many garments could be fashioned from such a bounty. Taking a deep breath, he continued the synthesis process, creating clothing from the linen. Rough tunics, 700. Rough trousers, 700. Ultimately, Rosen utilized 2,800 sheets of linen to craft 700 complete outfits. The remaining linen was set aside for future use or to be fashioned into towels. With 800 piles of thatch remaining, I could produce 80 pairs of shoes, which would yield 8,000 pairs with the enhancement. That's far too many to utilize, he mused, opting to craft only 8 pairs. Thus, with the thatch consumed and enhanced, 800 pairs of straw sandals materialized. Chapter 21. The Proactive Bei Yuan. With this, Rosen had effectively utilized the majority of his thatch and wood supplies. After contemplating his next steps, he resumed crafting. Wooden buckets, enhanced yield 101. Wooden spoons, enhanced yield 101. Wooden bowls, enhanced yield 101. In one fell swoop, he produced dozens of small household items, all equipped with blueprints. With these additions, the household amenities were finally complete. Just then, a knock echoed through the air. Knock, knock. Alongside the sound came a familiar voice, and Rosen recognized it to be Bei Yuan. Upon opening the door, he found her standing there, her large eyes shyly avoiding his gaze, instead focusing on his feet. "My lord, the water is ready. Would you prefer to bathe first or dine?" Let us bathe first, he replied. Rosen gazed at her flushed cheeks, unable to suppress the smile that crept upon his lips. The evening breeze swept through, lifting the hem of her linen garment and revealing a glimpse of white that danced before Rosen's eyes. His gaze intensified. He placed the finished garments and tools into the box at the door and remarked, "Everything is in the box. You may arrange what you need." With that, he retreated into the house, beginning to tinker with various items in the room. Meanwhile, Kitano Nozomi, accompanied by several maidservants, scooped water with small wooden basins and poured it into the large barrel hidden behind the screen. Before long, the barrel was filled to the brim. Kitano Nozomi signaled for the maidservants to leave, then quietly approached the door, creaking it shut behind her. Upon hearing the door close, Rosen slipped behind the screen to remove his linen attire. Just then, however, Kitano Nozomi unexpectedly crossed the screen and entered. Her face was radiant, a piece of linen in hand, as she swayed gracefully towards him. At that moment, Rosen had just immersed himself in the wooden tub, his expression one of utter astonishment as he gazed at Kitano Nozomi, stammering, "How did you come in, my lord?" Kitano Nozomi, blushing profusely, fumbled with her words, "I, have come to serve you, my lord, for your bath." In an instant, she had reached the tub, her intentions clear. Rosen hurriedly interjected, "Wait, please stand still. My lord, what is the matter?" Kitano Nozomi inquired, her gaze fixated on his face, which was sharply defined and reminiscent of the stars, possessing an allure that was undeniably striking. Clearing his throat, he replied, "Well, you see, I am not accustomed to being served during bathing. Such private matters are best handled by myself. Please step outside." With a cough, he gently declined her offer. Observing his reluctance, Kitano Nozomi did not insist further, but instead breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Once the door's sound echoed in the quiet room, Rosen withdrew his gaze. In that fleeting moment, regret washed over him. He struck the water's surface with an exasperated slap, sending splashes flying. "Oh, Rosen, why did you refuse? What a splendid opportunity. Who knows how long I will have to wait for another chance." He sighed, resigned to bathing alone. After finishing, his skin appeared fairer, enhancing his charm. Stepping beyond the screen, he found a meal already laid out on the table, a piece of beef, a piece of rabbit meat, and a bowl of wheat porridge. Though simple, this feast was a veritable banquet compared to the meager fare of other lords, who were likely subsisting on apples and carrots, devoid of any meat's flavor. As he dined, Rosen unfurled the lord's guide upon the table, inevitably navigating to the regional channel to observe the lives of fellow lords. The moment he opened the channel, a notification appeared in the private chat indicating over 99 messages. This signified that at least 99 lords had reached out to him. Rosen opened the private chat page, watching the messages appear one by one. Most of these correspondences were from lords with whom he had previously exchanged resources, seeking to continue their transactions. However, Rosen found himself lacking in need for resources and dismissed their propositions. Scrolling down, he came across a message from a lord named Qingya. He distinctly remembered that Qingya was a renowned actress, once celebrated for her aloof, goddess-like demeanor. Having exchanged food with her before, he opened her message, which was filled with numerous inquiries. "Are you there?" Why Haven T responded, "It's alright if you don't want to share your coordinates. I have food now." He, "Where are you? Why are you ignoring me?" Rosen, perplexed by her messages, pondered why she was informing him of her newfound food. They seemed to be strangers. After all, could it be that this little star had developed feelings for him after a single act of assistance? It seemed implausible. He muttered to himself before closing the page, opting not to reply. Continuing to scroll, he found another message from the lord who had previously sold him salt. "Brother, I have salt again, and this time I have plenty. Care to trade?" Upon seeing this, Rosen promptly responded, "Absolutely, I'll take all you have." With that, he entered the main regional chat channel to observe the ongoing conversations. "I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten meat in 3 days. Help, brothers. I have a question. What should I do when I encounter a treasure chest guarded by a beast? I have a stone chest, but there's a venomous snake next to it. It's thick and long, quite terrifying." How thick and long? Many treasure chests guarded by beasts contain blueprints. If you lack the strength, better not to open them. Seek out wooden chests instead, as they are usually unguarded and filled with food resources. I see. This person seems quite experienced. They must have opened quite a few. Not too many, only 6 or 7. Wow, that is impressive. Not really. My territory is fortunate. Situated by a pond, and I make a living selling water. I've traded water for many resources. Wow, I'm so envious. Living comfortably just by selling water. How delightful. Comfortable. Yes, but there's danger. Wild beasts often come to drink. Brother, could you spare some water? I only have apples. Apples aren't worth trading. As Rosen perused the chat logs, his meal grew increasingly delectable. The existence of such conversations reassured him that he was not entirely alone in this world. Selling cotton. Who needs cotton? Perfect for making bedding and clothing. Very comfortable. We'll trade for meat. Suddenly, Rosen noticed a message about selling cotton. It reminded him that he lacked bedding. So he clicked on the seller's profile and sent a message. "I'll take 100 pounds of cotton. How much meat do you want?" Chapter 22. An astonishing speed of exploration. The cotton seller was a middle-aged man, currently lounging on his rickety wooden bed, his clothes tattered and barely covering him. The ground was littered with apple cores, and his eyes were vacant, as if life had drained from him. Upon reading Rosen's message, his eyes widened with disbelief. He quickly replied, "What? 100 pounds? Brother, I only have 50 pounds of cotton. Would 5 pounds of lean meat suffice?" After sending the message, he anxiously awaited a response, fearing he might have scared off his potential customer with such a bold request. However, Rosen's reply soon brought him immense relief, especially upon seeing the trade offer of 5 pounds of beef. He leapt up in excitement, nearly shouting with joy. As midnight approached, while some engaged in lively conversations in the chat, others had already succumbed to slumber, hopeful for abundant resources come dawn. Unbeknownst to many, the first page of the Lord's Guide was quietly undergoing a transformation. The previously written world rules and introductions vanished, gradually revealing 4 prominent characters at the top, the great trends of the world. These words leapt forth upon the parchment, with a chronicle of significant events and descriptions unfolding beneath them. World events, exploration of the mist, event progress, 200 million areas have been dispelled, totaling 1 billion. Introduction, explore the misty regions, dispel the fog, and restore clarity to the world. Participated by all lords, a cumulative dispelling of 1 billion areas is required, with the top 10 million receiving rewards within 3 days. Reward introduction, the first 10 million will receive a complete set of iron equipment. The top 10 will receive a complete set of silver equipment, and the top 3 will receive a complete set of gold equipment. Additionally, the first place will receive an extra reward. Current rankings. First, Rosen has explored 6 areas of mist. Second, Tang Yi has explored 2 areas of mist. Third, Zhou Wenshan has explored 2 areas of mist. Fourth, ranking continues. Although the range of the parchment is limited, one can scroll down endlessly, reaching the top 10 million. To my astonishment, I am in first place, with a 3-fold lead over the second. When Rosen beheld his ranking, rather than feeling elated, he was instead struck with a sense of trepidation. For he had dispelled merely 6 areas of mist with the assistance of so many subjects, while others, relying on just 3 subjects and simultaneously foraging for food, had also managed to explore 2 areas. Quite impressive indeed. If I were to let my guard down, retaining the first position may prove challenging. Indeed, among a trio, there is always a master. Among 2 billion, countless prodigies must exist. After perusing the event information, Rosen proceeded to the trading mall. Upon closer inspection, the rewards for this event differed slightly from previous ones. However, it could be attributed to the immutable nature of time. The occurrences following his rebirth cannot wholly replicate those of his past life. Thus, he remained unconcerned. He realized that he could no longer rely on past experiences for meticulous comparisons, as the details would inevitably vary. Within 3 days, a total of 1 billion areas must be explored, given that there are approximately 2 billion individuals in this world channel. Each person must explore an average of 5 areas to accomplish the task. To secure first place, one would need to explore at least 10 or more. Rosen mulled this over. As for why he believed there to be 2 billion people in this world, it stemmed from having seen the global distribution map in his previous life. This world is vast, exceeding the bounds of human imagination, divided into 4 cardinal directions. Each direction constitutes a separate world, with the lordly guides not intercommunicating. With a global population exceeding 7 billion, it averages nearly 2 billion individuals per direction. Given such a multitude, alongside the pervasive mist, one can only fathom the enormity of this world. Moreover, primitive natives and orcs inhabit the mist. Upon entering this world, Rosen had yet to encounter any orcs. He even found himself somewhat eager to discover what they might look like. Would they indeed resemble the depictions in comic novels, appearing human, yet sporting tails and horns? After reviewing the overarching trends of the world, Rosen then entered the regional channel. The discussions were still fervent. Soon, someone noticed the emergence of the event, shifting the conversation to its details and the leading contender. Brothers, the first page of the Lordly Guide has refreshed the world trends. The top 10 million will receive iron equipment rewards. Did you see that? Yes, I saw it. If any of us can squeeze into the top 10 million, we could rise to prominence with that iron equipment set. What does the iron equipment set include? I know. As a game designer, I believe it should comprise iron armor, iron greaves, an iron helmet, and an iron sword. Wow, so many splendid items. Let us charge forth and explore the mist. Let us go, old 8's secret little hamburgers. The conversation buzzed with excitement. Before long, the crowd snapped back to reality, realizing the current first-place holder, a certain Rosen, had already explored 6 areas of mist. Such rapidity was astonishing. What? 6 areas? I can hardly believe it. I've been tirelessly exploring for 2 days and have only managed 2. Rosen? That name sounds familiar. Oh, I remember. He.S. the one who exchanges abundant resources every day. Good heavens, He.S. remarkable. If only he were in the vicinity, we could unite our strengths and achieve greatness together. Hey, who do you think you are? Do you think he would even notice you? Kid, don't underestimate him. He is formidable and possesses a wealth of resources. I heard that lady was a stunning assassin back on Earth, with quite the ruthless methods. Unbeknownst to him, Rosen felt drowsy and soon drifted into slumber. The next day, as Rosen opened his eyes, daylight had already dawned. Today marked their 4th day in this world, and the novice protection period for the lords had come to an end. Rosen opened the Lord's page, and the information appeared. Lord, Rosen. Realm, Martial Artist Stage 1. Subjects, 503, Faith Power Count, 113. Level, Village. Gazing at the Lord's page, Rosen meticulously noticed that the 100,100 territory area had entirely vanished. This signified that he could now expand outward or maintain the status quo. Rosen closed the panel and rose slowly. At that moment, the wooden door creaked open. Bai Wang entered with her legs crossed. She was cautious and, upon entering, was startled to see Rosen emerge from behind the screen, quickly exclaiming, "My lord has awakened. I shall fetch water at once." Rosen nodded, rubbing the sleep from his eyes as he made his way to the crafting table. Chapter 23, Brown Bear, Wild Chicken, Treasure Chest. Last night, he was too fatigued to craft the cotton he had purchased promptly. Hence, upon waking, his first task was to create bedding. Otherwise, he would feel a chill during the night. Rough cotton quilt requires 4 pieces of linen and 4 pounds of cotton. Rosen immediately crafted 10 quilts. Oh, I almost forgot to make water bags. Just as he was about to cease, Rosen produced a piece of cowhide and a cow horn. 1 piece of cowhide can create 10 water bags. Combined with rope and cow horn, it can store water. The rope is used to tie the opening and secure it around the waist, while the cow horn serves as an inlet and outlet. Without it, the bags would be too limp to hold water. Thus, Rosen began crafting cowhide, cow horn, and rope. Water bags, 10. The hundredfold amplification anomaly. Would you like to continue adding 99 pieces of cowhide and 99 cow horns? He nearly forgot that exceeding the amplification limit would prevent further enhancement. With this in mind, Rosen added all the cowhide and an additional 99 cow horns and continued crafting. Hundredfold amplification successful. Increased to 1,000 water bags. Upon completion, Rosen retained a portion of the bedding and water bags for himself, placing the remainder in the communal storage box for Bai Wang to distribute. Every individual could claim a water bag, but the bedding was scarce. It wasn't that he was unwilling to ensure each subject had a quilt for a restful sleep. Cotton was simply in short supply, and the resources exchanged would not yield a hundredfold amplification, thus necessitating that the subjects endure temporarily. In addition to the quilts and water bags, Rosen also stored the surplus tables, benches, clothing, shoes, and wooden cookware he had crafted the previous night into the storage box. Shortly thereafter, Kitano Nozomi entered, bearing a basin of clean water to assist Rosen with his ablutions. Concurrently, 2 more female subjects arrived, who were, to be precise, already personal maids of the Lord's manor. They brought with them a piece of roasted meat, along with a rather grotesque wooden bowl they had laboriously carved throughout the night, filled with a bowl of wheat porridge, which they placed on Rosen's dining table. Once Rosen had finished washing up, he began his meal, while Kitano Nozomi stood by his side, ready to attend to any of his needs. Strangely enough, this did impart a sense of being a local lord upon him. Rosen took a sip of the porridge and slowly raised his gaze to Kitano Nozomi. She promptly bowed, saying, "My lord, please give your orders. I have placed some resources into the storage box. Do remember to distribute them. As for the quilts, deliver 1 each to Zilong, Haizi, and Taizhan, while the remaining 1 is for you." Rosen continued his meal while orchestrating his affairs. Upon hearing that 1 quilt was for her, Kitano Nozomi was visibly astonished. After all, the other 3 subjects were battalion leaders, bearing significant responsibilities, particularly Zhao Zilong, who was exceptionally skilled in martial arts. Receiving a lord's favor seemed wholly deserved for them. Yet she pondered her own worthiness. With this thought, Kitano Nozomi excitedly clenched her small hands and nodded vigorously, further etching the lord's intentions into her heart. Before long, she set about her tasks. Although the subjects were laboring outside, they were not far away. Thus, Kitano Nozomi instructed the maids under her to distribute resources. Each individual received a set of linen clothing and a pair of straw sandals. Sitting in the room, Rosen felt a surge in his power at that moment. Ascending from the first to the second tier of martial artists, his strength markedly amplified. Without needing to look, he was aware that the loyalty of his subjects had already surpassed 200. After finishing his meal, Rosen stepped into the courtyard, which was now immaculate. The supplies that had been scattered on the ground were all safely stored away. Only a few women were present, changing into their linen garments while chattering animatedly, discussing the Lord's private matters. "Have you noticed how well the Lord treats us? Indeed, I never expected the Lord would allow us, the lowly ones, to wear clothes. It's a far cry better than other lords. I shall serve him diligently. It seems the Lord is still unmarried. I wonder if there is a chance for me to be his concubine." Giggles ensued. As Rosen passed by the dwellings, he overheard their chatter but feigned ignorance, lest he inadvertently accepted their suggestions. Although these women were youthful, they held no allure for him when compared to Kitano Nozomi. Exiting the courtyard, he found himself in the first-tier area. Here, he could see a cluster of dwellings encircling the perimeter, along with the subjects hard at work outside. With the presence of these subjects, Rosen had ceased to involve himself in the minutiae of resource collection. After all, the subjects would gather the resources, and he would process them, resulting in a hundredfold increase. His own axe, though swift, could not compete with the speed of several hundred subjects. Continuing his stroll, he arrived at the forest where the subjects were laboring. The trees and stones were visibly vanishing, piling up into mounds of resources, which were ultimately transported back by the resource camp. "Greetings, my lord. We have the honor of seeing you, my lord." With Rosen's arrival, every subject he passed greeted him with respect. Clad in new garments and shoes, they no longer resembled wildlings, but rather looked like genuine farmers. Rosen nodded slightly as he walked, his mind on Zhao Yun's exploration through the mist. Would there be dangers lurking? Just as he pondered, a party emerged from the depths of the forest, drawing the attention of all, as the subjects were wary of potential dangers. However, this group was none other than the vanguard camp led by Zhao Yun, and only a few members had returned. Rosen's heart raced, and he quickly approached them, inquiring with concern, "What has happened?" "Do not worry, my lord. It is good news." The few soldiers from the vanguard camp knelt before Rosen, their faces alight with excitement. "We followed General Zhao Yun into the mist and encountered 2 brown bears." "What? Were there any injuries?" Rosen gasped, hastily asking. In response to the lord, no one was harmed. General Zilong dispatched the bears with merely 2 strikes, and in their territory, we also discovered a few wild chickens and a stone treasure chest. The general instructed us to return and summon others to transport the resources. The leading soldier relayed the information in one breath, allowing Rosen's worries to dissipate completely. "I told you so. Zilong is at the martial artist realm. Those 2 brown bears could hardly harm him." Rosen exhaled, addressing the bustling crowd behind him. "Who is the captain of the reserve camp? Have him come here immediately." As his words fell, a middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, promptly setting aside his tasks and jogging over. He knelt before Rosen at a distance of 2 meters, prostrating himself. "My lord, I am Jinanbong, the captain of the reserve camp." Rosen regarded him, noting the details that appeared before him. Name, Jinanbong. Loyalty, 85. Indeed, those who could serve as captains exhibited a certain degree of loyalty to the territory. Yet, perhaps not all possessed such high loyalty. However, should Rosen discover otherwise, he would certainly face dismissal. Chapter 24, The Breeding Blueprint. As a reserve camp, they were tasked with numerous errands, assisting wherever needed, whether it was chopping trees or mining. They were to provide support. Wherever labor was required within the territory, the various camp leaders could mobilize their men. However, any mobilization needed to be reported to the steward, Kitano Nozomi, for approval, as the reserve camp was considered a backup resource belonging to the lord's estate. Rosen looked at Jinanbong and instructed, "Immediately lead 50 men to follow these soldiers to transport the resources." "Understood," Jinanbong promptly replied. "By the way, you are to assign a portion of your men to accompany the vanguard camp. Wherever the vanguard has explored and found no danger, you are to follow closely behind to gather resources and bring them back to me." "Understood. We shall proceed." Rosen waved his hand dismissively. Jinanbong immediately rose, energetically gesturing for the reserve camp members to follow. Soon, they gathered 50 individuals and set off with the soldiers. Rosen did not join them. Instead, he waited at the edge of the woods. A perceptive maid even brought him a chair and table, which were adorned with banana juice and other refreshments. This led the subjects at work to believe that the lord was dissatisfied with their pace and had come to supervise, prompting them to work even harder at chopping trees and mining. Approximately half an hour later, all resources had been distributed, and each person received new clothing and a water bag. The water in the water bags was filled by the resource camp personnel. By the way, 2 wells were installed following yesterday's excavation, one outside the lord's manor and the other within. Although many locations nearby yielded groundwater, the wells were scarce. Nevertheless, for the lord's convenience, the wells at the manor were prioritized. With the availability of water, the juice produced within the manor became less concentrated and more palatable. To enhance the flavor, the maids would boil water in iron pots, allow it to cool, and then mix it with the juice for dilution. This not only improved the taste, but also increased the yield. Rosen sipped his juice while enjoying a banana. He casually opened the chat channel of the Lord's Guide to observe the deeds of other lords. Time flew by swiftly, and before he knew it, over half an hour had passed. The reserve camp, tasked with gathering resources, returned. 50 individuals strolled back in a disorganized manner, all reporting a boost in loyalty. Particularly, Jinanbong, who led the group, returned from his resource expedition with his loyalty to Rosen soaring to an impressive 90. This indicated the profound impact their outing had on them. Their arrival captured the attention of the laboring villagers. Upon seeing the colossal brown bears being carried by the crowd, they gasped in astonishment. What enormous bears! And 2 of them. Did General Zhao Yun slay these? How impressive he is! They exclaimed. Indeed. We should commend our lord for earning General Zhao Yun's unwavering loyalty. With our lord, we shall surely lead prosperous lives. The brown bears were substantial, each weighing at least 400 to 500 pounds, necessitating 6 villagers to carry each one for stable transport. Soon, the members of the reserve camp approached Rosen, who sat motionless like a mountain. Jin Onbong, cradling a stone chest, approached Rosen with a beaming smile and presented it with both hands, saying, "My lord." General Zhao Yun left behind a stone treasure chest, 2 slain brown bears, and 6 live wild chickens. Excellent. Deliver these to the Lord's manor. Do you have anything else? Rosen nodded, offering a commendation. Jin Onbong understood that the praise referred to General Zhao Yun, so he quickly added, "My lord. On our way back, we searched the surroundings and discovered 5 stalks of spirit wheat and 2 silkworms." Spirit wheat and silkworms. Bring them to me. Rosen exclaimed in surprise at this unexpected bounty and urged them to present it. Jin Onbong waved his hand, and 2 subordinates cautiously emerged, showcasing the spirit wheat and silkworms. One subordinate held a stalk of spirit wheat, and Rosen's eyes lit up instantly. Spirit wheat was, in fact, a mutated form of wheat. After mutation, the seedlings grew at an accelerated pace, several times larger than ordinary wheat, with plump seeds imbued with a trace of spiritual energy. Consuming it over an extended period could enhance physical strength, making it a rare treasure indeed. However, it was quite scarce, and they had only managed to find a small quantity. Each stalk contained 20 to 30 seeds, totaling just over 100 across 5 stalks. While insufficient for a meal, it could be saved for large-scale planting in the future. After examining the spirit wheat, Rosen turned his attention to the silkworms. They were 2 finger-sized larvae, also suitable for breeding. Moreover, these creatures could produce silk, and even their excrement had medicinal properties, providing pain relief. The items were commendable, albeit limited in quantity. Rosen promptly ordered, "Deliver everything to the Lord's manor, and let us raise the silkworms for now. Assign them to the maids. After all, we have gathered plenty of leaves." "Yes." Jin Onbong bowed slightly and began transporting the items to the manor. However, shortly after, Bei Yuang, who was working at the manor, approached Rosen looking somewhat helpless and said, "My lord, what shall we do with those wild chickens? Should we confine them? If not, the courtyard of the manor may become quite messy." "Oh, I almost forgot. Chickens do produce a lot of droppings," Rosen replied. "Let us confine them for now and see if they lay eggs. If not, we can cull them." Bei Yuang's face flushed with embarrassment. Once these matters were arranged, Rosen began to open the treasure chest. The stone chest held an air of mystery, prompting his curiosity about what treasures it might contain. "Amitabha, may the Buddha bless me. I wonder if anyone in this world believes in Buddha." He prayed softly before opening the chest. Instantly, resources materialized. Chicken coop blueprint X1, horse stable blueprint X1 ding. 100-fold amplification successful. The quantity has been increased to 100. Chicken coop blueprint X100 horse stable blueprint X100. What is this? Chicken coop and horse stable? However, when Rosen examined the specific details of the blueprints, he was utterly astonished. Chicken coop blueprint. Construct a chicken coop for the purpose of raising wild chickens, which can gradually alter their temperament and increase egg production. Horse stable blueprint. Construct a horse stable for the purpose of raising wild horses, which can gradually alter their temperament, facilitating training them as mounts. So that is how it works. Rosen suddenly realized. In this world, wild beasts possess inherent wildness. Through confinement, their nature can be altered, transforming them into docile livestock. Of course, while confinement can change the nature of beasts, it can only affect lower-tier wild animals. The greater the wildness, the longer the confinement process takes. Beasts that exceed normal ranges, such as monstrous beasts, cannot be confined and must be tamed by force. Thus, upon seeing these 2 blueprints, Rosen felt a sense of satisfaction. Although he did not yet possess wild horses, the vast wilderness was teeming with beasts. Not to mention wild horses. With patience, one could even find centaurs. Of course, centaurs are not the grotesque creatures with a horse's lower body and a human's upper body, but rather beings with horse-like features such as ears and tails. Yes, they are the beastmen unique to this world. Given this, Rosen decided to produce some enclosures to raise the wild chickens, and perhaps in a few days, he would be able to enjoy some fresh eggs. Taking a sip of juice, he slowly rose. Before returning, he gathered the accumulated wood and straw outside. For using unamplified materials for crafting would yield a 100-fold enhancement. Back in his room, Rosen approached the crafting table. Chicken coop requires 20 wood and 20 straw for construction. Size 1m x 1m. Horse stable requires 50 wood and 50 straw for construction. Occupies an area of 2m x 2m. While small, I can create 100 of them and merge them for a larger enclosure. After some contemplation, he placed 200 blueprints, along with 70 pieces of wood and 70 bundles of straw, into the crafting interface and pressed the one-click production button. Ding. Data anomaly detected. Anomaly fixed. 100-fold amplification successful. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Startled by the mention of a data anomaly, Rosen was soon reassured as the effects of the 100-fold amplification manifested. 200 blueprints vanished entirely, and within the crafting station, there appeared 100 chicken coops and 100 horse enclosures. It turns out this is also feasible. By placing 100 augmented items alongside others that are unaugmented, the resulting creations will still benefit from a 100-fold amplification. It seems that this amplification system possesses a certain fairness. After completing his tasks, Rosen fell into a deep contemplation. However, it was not out of worry, but rather in the pursuit of land planning. With an increase in the population of his territory, the construction of facilities would likewise proliferate, necessitating his foresight. Otherwise, a disorganized arrangement would lead to tedious relocations. To the left of the Lord's mansion, chickens could be raised, and fields could be cultivated for spirit wheat. The horse enclosures, which require more space, would be placed exclusively to the right. In the future, as the walls expand, both the horse and chicken enclosures could be integrated seamlessly. Once his plans were solidified, Rosen summoned butler Kitahara. As the number of inhabitants increased, several maids were stationed at his door for the convenience of issuing commands. A simple call of "come in" was enough for the maids outside to hear, prompting them to enter. "Bring butler Kitahara to me. I have matters to discuss," Rosen instructed, and one of the maids promptly set off to find her. Before long, Kitahara appeared before Rosen. "My lord," she greeted. "Yes, please take a seat." Rosen gestured amicably, exuding a warm demeanor. Kitahara, relieved by the lord's kindness compared to others who were often harsh towards their subordinates, carefully took a seat beside him. "I called you here for a simple matter. To discuss the planning of the Lord's mansion," Rosen began slowly. "In due time, after we overcome the beast tide crisis, I intend to expand our territory and the Lord's mansion." He elaborated on his vision for the layout and placement of facilities, as well as his thoughts on future agricultural endeavors and livestock rearing. Precious livestock would be housed within the Lord's estate, while larger-scale farming would be strategically positioned in specific areas. Kitahara committed all of Rosen's words to memory, understanding that the designated land and positions could not be altered or occupied before construction commenced. After noting everything, Kitahara nodded. "I have taken note, and I shall proceed to arrange the chicken coops and horse enclosures. Indeed, remember not to make them excessively large. The chicken coop should accommodate around 100, while the horse enclosure can house 30 to 50, Rosen instructed. "Understood," Kitahara replied, and left to implement the arrangements. With crates both inside and outside, all communal items crafted by Rosen were placed in the box at the entrance for Kitahara to manage. Conversely, any crates within the room remained sealed, accessible only with Rosen's consent. "Let us see if there are any blueprints left unused." Rosen approached the storage box to examine the resources. Suddenly, he discovered a particular blueprint quietly resting within. 100 blueprints for arrow towers. These could be utilized for beast-tide defense, although they lacked arrows. "Never mind. I shall construct the arrow towers first. They can also serve as watchtowers." Rosen extracted the 100 arrow tower blueprints and began the crafting process. The wooden arrow tower required the consumption of 500 units of wood and one blueprint. As he observed the arrow tower blueprint, Rosen felt something was amiss. Yes, the arrow tower was open air and lacked a roof to shield it from the elements. It seemed that creating a roof did not necessitate a blueprint. After a moment's contemplation, he located the roof blueprint, confirming that no blueprint was needed. Moreover, the most basic roof could also be crafted from wood, serving to protect against wind and rain. With his calculations complete, Rosen proceeded with the creation. 100 wooden arrow towers and 100 wooden small roofs. It is worth mentioning that the wooden roofs could be crafted in varying sizes. The larger the roof, the more wood required, and vice versa. As he completed the arrow towers, detailed information materialized before him. Arrow tower, wooden structure, height 5 meters. Excellent. Rosen beamed with satisfaction at the sight of the arrow towers. He took one and exited the Lord's mansion to begin placement, carefully considering the location. After some thought, he positioned 6 arrow towers just outside the civilian dwellings. A few dozen meters away, the arrow towers, set at a distance from the residences, would allow for the gathering of the populace. Furthermore, stationed atop the arrow towers, one could stand watch at night. 3 towers were placed on one side, with the same arrangement mirrored on the opposite side. Each trio of arrow towers was closely positioned, merely 10 meters apart to facilitate mutual support. Meanwhile, the left and right sides were spaced a bit further apart, at a distance of 20 meters. This layout rendered the central space resembling a grand entrance. When the walls were repaired in the future, they could be constructed in alignment with the arrow towers. With the entrance situated here, with the placements complete, it was now noon. The laboring inhabitants outside began to conclude their tasks, settling down to consume their rations. Though their daily meat allowance was merely a pound, supplemented with fruits and other provisions, it sufficed to satiate their hunger. Compared to other territories where they had no water to drink, this was a significant improvement. Rosen, seated outside, munched on meat while admiring the magnificent scenery. Such a life had only existed in dreams, yet now it was vividly unfolding before him. As he continued to eat, several members of the exploration team returned. Leading them was still the reserve camp's captain, Jean Anbang. Having previously returned with a brown bear and treasure chests, did he now bring more valuable discoveries? With this thought, Rosen's eyes brightened, fixating intently on Jean Anbang, who was jogging back from the distance. Chapter 26. The Wild Horse Herd. All troops mobilize. Jean Anbang reached Rosen first, breathless as he exclaimed, "My lord, a momentous discovery. A momentous discovery. Do not rush. Have a sip of water and speak slowly, Rosen replied, pouring him a cup of juice. Jin Onbong gulped it down, wiping his mouth with his arm before saying, My lord, General Zhao Yun has discovered a small stream ahead. And by the stream, there is a herd of wild horses drinking water. What? A herd of wild horses? Rosen paused momentarily. Yes, there are approximately 20 of them. General Zhao sent me back to consult with you on how to proceed. If we attempt to capture them, we do not have enough manpower and might scare the herd away. Jin Onbong looked at Rosen, awaiting his orders. Rosen, filled with elation, quickly responded. Hurry back and inform General Zilong to ensure they maintain their positions without harming the horses and prevent them from fleeing. I shall take a group to capture them. Understood. I shall relay the message immediately. Jin Onbong nodded earnestly and swiftly returned to his team. Observing this, Rosen called out to the guard camp leader, Luo Sen. Stationed in the distance, Sen, come here. Sen approached briskly, bowing respectfully as he greeted my lord. Sen, immediately notify everyone to cease their current tasks and assemble, Rosen urged. Excitement evident in his voice. Sen was slightly taken aback, unsure of the cause for such urgency, yet he quickly dashed into the crowd, shouting, Assemble. Everyone, gather immediately. Assemble. The Lord has issued a command for all to convene. Sen's call prompted the 20 guards to mobilize, and within moments, over 300 laborers responded, converging outside the civilian dwellings and into the open space within the arrow towers. In no time, the assembly was complete, with the exception of the women. However, upon hearing the commotion, Kitano Nozomi emerged with several maidens to investigate, positioning themselves behind Lawson. At that moment, Lawson was filled with excitement. Just as he had secured the horse corral, Zhao Yun had discovered a herd of wild horses. If he could capture these wild steeds, his territory would be endowed with mounts. With mounts, travel would become much more convenient, and he could also train them into cavalry to protect his domain. Regardless of the circumstances, capturing this herd of wild horses would yield nothing but benefits. Addressing the gathered crowd, Lawson proclaimed loudly, My dear subjects, our general, Zhao Yun, has encountered a herd of wild horses in the wilderness. This is a crucial period for our territory's development. Therefore, I have decided to lead you all in capturing these wild horses. Once we arrive at the location, everyone must form a tight circle. We cannot allow a single horse to escape, yet we must not harm them either. Do you understand? Understood. The hundreds of subjects, relieved to hear that the task involved capturing wild horses, an endeavor devoid of peril, responded in unison with shouts of Long live the Lord. Very well, let us set forth. With that, Lawson, supported by his loyal followers, embarked on their journey. A procession of over 300 individuals marched resolutely toward the forest. As they passed, underbrush was trampled, and branches snapped, creating quite a ruckus. Yet, not a single beast dared to emerge. After all, with so many people present, which creature would risk its life? With over 400 individuals, including those led by Zhao Yun, they aimed to capture 20 or more wild horses, averaging 20 individuals per horse. Relatively speaking, this was not a daunting task. Even though wild horses are known for their spirited nature, they are merely ordinary beasts. And 20 individuals against one horse would likely ensure that neither party would sustain injuries during the capture. After half an hour, the group arrived at the area where the wild horses were located, merely 2 kilometers from the front of their territory. From a distance, Lawson spotted Zhao Yun and his men. Zhao Yun, accompanied by over 70 soldiers, had formed a semicircle, encircling the herd by the stream. The wild horses, trapped near the water, were panting heavily, seemingly searching for an opportunity to break through the defenses and escape. Observing that no conflict had erupted among Zhao Yun's men, Lawson exhaled in relief. After all, they were wild animals. Should a confrontation ensue, some would undoubtedly escape, while the rest might end up injured. It would be quite difficult for 70 men to contain over 20 wild horses. General, the Lord has arrived with his men. A soldier beside Zhao Yun quietly informed him upon hearing the commotion. Yes, I am aware. Do not act hastily. Let the Lord form the encirclement first, Zhao Yun instructed, quietly withdrawing from the circle to greet Lawson. However, from afar, Lawson waved his hand, signaling Zhao Yun not to approach, in order to prevent the wild horses from fleeing. He then turned to the camp leaders beside him and commanded, Everyone, disperse and form a fan shape to encircle the herd. Yes, the 300 subjects sprang into action, moving forward en masse. In no time, they formed a colossal encirclement, tightly surrounding the herd. As the circle shrank, the wild horses began to grow agitated, stamping their feet and breathing heavily. Their only escape route was the small stream behind them, but the water was not shallow, and the horses dared not enter. It was evident that this herd of wild horses had nowhere to flee. Only then did Lawson feel completely at ease. He scrutinized the herd, assessing the wild horses. Although they had not yet been captured, in Lawson's heart, these wild steeds were already his. The horses were adorned with chestnut coats, standing about the height of an adult man, representing the norm for equine stature. Furthermore, the information that appeared before him provided Lawson with a clearer understanding of the herd. Wild horses, adult wild horses possessing the bloodline of the legendary Akeltek, known for their fiery temper. What is that horse with a different hue? Suddenly, Lawson's gaze fell upon a striking horse, distinguished by its unique color, commanding the attention of the herd. Though obscured by the other horses, its towering frame was difficult to conceal. My lord, that dark red horse is the king of horses. The leader of this herd, and also an AwakenX, Zhao Yun explained beside him. Lawson looked over, and information materialized. Horse King, a wild horse king with a pure AwakenX bloodline, its sweat as red as blood, capable of traveling 1,000 miles in a day. Indeed, it was an AwakenX and the king of the horses. Lawson's eyes sparkled with excitement. This horse is quite remarkable. My lord favors it. I will personally capture it for you, Zhao Yun declared, cupping his fists. For a martial artist of his caliber, capturing the Horse King was a trivial task. However, Lawson intended to take action himself, seizing the opportunity to validate the extent of his martial prowess. Thus, he waved his hand and said, Zilong, I've just ascended to the martial artist realm. This time, I shall undertake the task personally to test my abilities. You shall stand by my side for support. Understood. Zhao Yun nodded in agreement. Chapter 27, Taming the Horse King. Support, in essence, meant ensuring the safety of those engaged in battle. Should the combatant find themselves in peril, timely intervention could not only afford the combatant the opportunity to display their prowess, but also safeguard their well-being. Zhao Yun was well aware of these subtleties. Following closely behind Lawson, the two entered the encirclement. The operation to capture the wild horses had officially commenced. With over 400 individuals, they divided into countless formations to segment the herd. The horses became frantic, running amok like headless flies. Meanwhile, the subjects seized the opportunity to widen the encirclement before tightening it again. Soon, the herd was divided into two separate encirclements. These two were further split into 4, and then 8. Ultimately, the 20 or so horses were entirely segmented, forming over 20 encircled groups, leading to a situation of individual confinement. Go. At the command, the 20-plus encirclements began to close in. Hold its hooves down. What immense strength. Bring it down quickly. As the crowd moved, an average of 20 individuals managed to subdue each wild horse. Relative to the task, it was not overly challenging. Before long, all 20-plus wild horses were brought down, each restrained by around 20 individuals, effectively eliminating any chance of escape. My lord, there are a total of 26 wild horses, plus the Horse King, making 27 in total, reported Jin Anbong, the backup camp leader, after personally counting the horses. Lawson nodded and turned his attention to the Horse King. The subjects refrained from intervening, as Lawson had stated he would capture it personally. Lawson stepped forward, and the subjects parted to create a small opening for him and Zhao Yun to enter. The Horse King, seemingly endowed with a degree of intellect, recognized Lawson as the leader of the group. It snorted and pawed at the ground with its hind hooves, as if challenging Lawson to a duel. Truly, it was a testament to the AwakenX's keen perception of the situation. Lawson grinned, beckoning the Horse King with a playful gesture. Come here. With a resounding neigh, the Horse King reared back and charged toward Lawson. The Wild Stallion King stands tall and imposing. Should an ordinary person encounter it, they would undoubtedly be sent flying. However, Rosen, possessing the prowess of a martial artist, firmly steadies himself. As the Wild Stallion King approaches, he swiftly sidesteps, his arms forming an embracing posture, and with a powerful push, he launches himself diagonally upward. The stallion abruptly halts, letting out a long, piercing whinny, and begins to thrash its body. With that leap, Rosen manages to grasp the stallion's neck, positioning himself firmly upon its back. The wild stallion, furious and unable to dislodge Rosen, starts to leap in place, creating a jarring motion, attempting to buck him off. Yet, Rosen remains as steady as a seasoned rider, his body swaying in harmony with the stallion's movements, showing no signs of losing his grip, particularly as someone who has never ridden before in both past and present lives. Rosen feels an exhilarating joy that words cannot encapsulate, a surge of unbridled enthusiasm bubbling forth from within. Go, Rosen urges, tightening his legs and leaning forward, guiding the stallion's direction with his hands on its neck, thus reducing wind resistance. The wild stallion lets out a pained cry as it races back the way it came. The Lord has tamed the Wild Stallion King, and a soldier, stunned, crouches on the ground, though his hands rest on the stallion's legs. He cannot help but gaze upwards in awe. Quickly, everyone, lift the wild stallion and return to the territory. I shall pursue the Lord. Zhao Yun squints, setting off in the direction Rosen has gone. In the vast wilderness, fraught with peril, it is imperative that the Lord's safety is assured. Observing Zhao Yun's departure, Luo Sen of the guard unit feels somewhat helpless. Protecting the Lord is their duty, after all. However, with General Zhao personally intervening, the Lord is undoubtedly in safe hands, alleviating Luo Sen's worries. After all, neither he nor his men stand a chance against General Zhao. Thus, Luo Sen takes charge, directing the others to hoist the wild stallion and head back to the territory. Meanwhile, Rosen rides the Stallion King through the woods, the hooves thudding against the grass with a resounding rhythm. Throughout the journey, the Stallion King proves quite the handful, zigzagging and bouncing in an attempt to throw him off. Yet it fails to dislodge Rosen. Eventually, the stallion tires from its struggles, surrendering to Rosen's dominance. Thus, the pair wobbles their way back to the territory. Rosen, seated atop the stallion, does not urge it onward, but rather guides it gently, allowing it to meander forward. In the distance, he spots the watchtower of the territory, where Bei Yuang stands with two female attendants, peering anxiously. Upon seeing Rosen approach on the stallion, her previously tense expression visibly relaxes. The Lord has returned safely. What a relief. A hint of a smile plays at the corners of Bei Yuang's mouth, revealing two charming dimples that leave Rosen momentarily entranced. As the stallion draws closer, he wears a subtle smile, which causes Bei Yuang's cheeks to flush with warmth, wondering what has elicited such mirth from the Lord. Allow me to take the horse, my lord, she offers, stepping lightly forward, only to notice the absence of a saddle. The stallion, sensing her proximity, snorts dismissively, releasing a gust of hot air. Startled, Bei Yuang quickly steps back. Seeing this, Rosen tugs gently at the stallion's neck, lifting its head to prevent it from blowing its breath on Bei Yuang. This stallion is newly captured and has yet to be fully tamed. It would be best if I handle it myself to avoid any mishaps, he assures her. With that, he kicks his legs, urging the stallion toward the corral. Bei Yuang reflects on how the Lord is so considerate of her. Observing Rosen's tall stature, she can't help but feel diminutive in comparison, her own figure delicate and slender. As she walks back toward the territory, her cheeks still tinged with color. They arrive at the corral. It must be said that Bei Yuang excels in her duties. The corral is perfectly situated, covering an area of about 100 square meters, likely constructed from around 50 smaller pens. Additionally, it boasts a roof, a detail Rosen recalls was not part of his original design. Surely the result of Bei Yuang's meticulous attention. He silently praises her for her thoughtfulness. After ushering the wild stallion into the corral, the other villagers return one after another. By the time all 27 wild stallions have been secured, the corral is filled to capacity. The corral's walls, made of sturdy wooden posts standing at human height, though simple, are robust, topped with spikes to deter any attempts to leap over. Surprisingly, once inside, the herd does not create a ruckus. Perhaps the reason lies in their reunion as a group, making them far more manageable than at the outset. Seeing this, Rosen feels a sense of relief. Capturing wild horses is one matter, but raising them is quite another, especially wild ones. The calm demeanor of the herd signals that they will be easier to care for. As for the management of the horses and the necessary supplies, that responsibility falls to Bei Yuang. Rosen merely needs to observe the outcomes. As afternoon sets in, after settling the herd, everyone returns to their respective tasks, busying themselves once more. Rosen, however, wanders aimlessly within the territory. With each few steps, he pauses to contemplate, eliciting curiosity from Bei Yuang, who silently follows him, observing his movements. Ultimately, Rosen halts at the entrance to the Lord's manor and turns to Bei Yuang. Please compile a tally of all apples, carrots, strawberries, and other produce resources, and inform me shortly. Understood, she replies, though puzzled by the sudden request for a food inventory. Nonetheless, she proceeds with her task. In truth, Rosen's wish to account for the produce is not a whimsical notion, but a well-considered strategy. With over 500 inhabitants in the territory and a new resident arriving daily, they cannot afford to be complacent. Relying solely on timber and hunting is not a sustainable approach. The development of their own resources is essential. This plan has been formulating in his mind for quite some time, and it is now time to put it into action. With a gentle puff, Rosen brushes off the dust from the threshold of the Lord's manor and sits down, retrieving the Lord's guide. He opens the first page to check the progress of the fog exploration event. Global trends in fog exploration. 20 billion fog units explored, 100 billion. Current rankings. First place, Rosen, 8 fog units explored. Second place, Li Jinggang, 4 fog units explored. Third place, Zhou Wenshan, 4 fog units explored. Fourth place. When Rosen beheld the rankings and discovered that he still occupied the esteemed first position, a wave of relaxation washed over him. Today, owing to Zhao Yun's exploration, he had unexpectedly gained a bounty, albeit at the cost of precious exploration time. He had anticipated being overtaken, for when rewards are unveiled, countless individuals fervently vie for them, urging their citizens to embark on explorations with fervor. Thus, upon seeing his ranking, Rosen exhaled in relief, as it seemed exceedingly difficult for anyone to surpass him given the pace of their explorations. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but marvel at the allure of the rewards. In the brief span of a day, the area shrouded in mist had expanded from 200 million to 20 billion, an astonishing acceleration. Furthermore, as days progressed, each individual's populace would burgeon, leading to an ever-increasing exploration velocity. At this rate, by the third day, it was likely that the exploration of 100 billion units of area would be completed. According to the rules, completion within 3 days would suffice. And should it remain unfinished, the event would not vanish but rather synchronize with the subsequent event. In comparison, there was little to be gained or lost. Hence, Rosen refrained from further perusal, opting instead to navigate to the regional channel on the second page. At that moment, The regional channel was abuzz with fervent discussions, its participant count exceeding the norm. Most were engrossed in debates regarding the mist exploration, sharing their personal experiences. Wow, that first-place contender is incredible. They have already explored 8 areas. Goodness, how fortunate can one be to have evaded wild beasts? I encountered beasts twice in my 2 explorations and couldn't disperse a single one. Fool, that first-place fellow had previously purchased numerous citizens, remember? Sending them out expediently expedites exploration. But those citizens aren't as clever as us. Encountering danger is tantamount to courting death. If they die, so be it, as long as exploration continues. That first-place individual likely sent many citizens to their doom, unraveling so many areas of mist. So that is how it is. Rosen was taken aback, hearing them paint him as a villainous figure, making him sound like a nefarious scoundrel. He was utterly speechless. He had not engaged in such conduct. All of this was mere conjecture on their part. Did they truly believe such tales? Rosen felt compelled to clarify his stance. Otherwise, if a bad reputation spread, who would dare trade with him in the future? Thus, he composed a brief message and dispatched it. Please do not misunderstand. I have not sent my citizens to explore recklessly. The rapid exploration is merely a result of my substantial populace banding together for warmth. As the message was sent, the chat channel erupted. Many participants were witnessing Rosen's words for the first time. Wow, look, it's Rosen, the foremost explorer of the mist. What did he just say? He didn't send his citizens to their doom. I can't believe it. I don't believe it either. The mist is perilous, and such rapid exploration surely costs lives. Indeed, I also remain skeptical. When he initially purchased those citizens, he probably calculated on them sacrificing themselves for resources. Observing the discourse, Rosen felt a headache coming on. If they chose not to believe him, so be it. He had assumed they viewed him as a villain and was too weary to explain further. However, a new wave of individuals emerged, expressing their faith in him. Rosen, we believe you. You're not that kind of person. Yes. Rosen, do you have any food for trade today? You always exchanged food with us when you appeared. Rosen, looking at their remarks, was unsure whether they genuinely believed in him or were merely seeking to barter for food. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He casually replied with a few words. Who has wheat? I will buy as much as you have. 5 stalks of wheat in exchange for 1 apple or 1 carrot. For those desiring meat, prepare more. 1 pound of meat can be exchanged for 100 stalks of wheat. If you wish to trade, initiate a transaction with me and specify whether you desire fruits or meat. I will conduct trades one by one. If no trades occur before nightfall, it indicates I have acquired sufficient resources, so please remember to cancel your transactions to avoid delaying your trades with others. A lengthy message was sent forth, leaving the channel's participants momentarily stunned. Experienced lords had already exited the channel, clicking on Rosen's trading button to commence exchanges. Meanwhile, inexperienced lords remained astonished in the channel. What? Trading food for wheat? Is this for real? Wild wheat is hardly edible. Goodness, he's trading meat for wheat. Does he possess a pot for porridge? But why say he'll buy as much as available? Isn't he worried about running out? Some watched in curiosity, while others expressed their astonishment. Yet, ultimately, many were eager to try, clicking on the trading button. Rosen did not rush to trade, for at that moment, Kitayama had approached him. He had requested her to tally resources, and it was likely she had completed the task. My lord, we currently have 2,000 apples, 600 carrots, over 4,000 strawberries, 28,000 pounds of beef, 400 pounds of rabbit meat, and 2 brown bears captured this afternoon, Kitayama reported in detail. Rosen barely absorbed her words. The 2 brown bears captured this afternoon were approximately the size of bison, and he had yet to dissect them. If he were to do so, with a 100-fold increase, it was estimated that each bear could yield at least 20 to 30,000 pounds of meat. Meat was not scarce, but the fruits and vegetables had dwindled, leading to a concerning scarcity due to his augmentation. Rosen pondered, his mouth pursing. With over 500 citizens, even with daily collections of apples and other fruits, the gathering rate was woefully inadequate for consumption, as it had not undergone his augmentation. However, he was disinclined to augment fruits and vegetables at this juncture. After some contemplation, he spoke calmly. Kitayama, from today onward, let us enhance everyone's meals. Each citizen shall receive 1 pound of meat, 1 apple, or 1 carrot per meal. The vanguard and guard camps shall receive 2 pounds of meat and 2 apples per meal. If anyone wishes for strawberries, they may exchange for 6 strawberries. Kitayama gasped in astonishment. Every meal will contain meat? Will we truly be able to live like this so soon? Isn't this the kind of life that requires a decade or more of struggle? Her womanly modesty kept Kitayama composed. Though incredulous, she inquired, My lord, do you truly wish to arrange it this way? Indeed. Furthermore, have the remaining personnel from the reserve camp brought over, each receiving a wooden hoe to cultivate the land. I intend to implement a farming plan, Rosen stated as he rose slowly. Open up wasteland and initiate a farming plan? Clearly, Kitayama was taken aback by Rosen's words. Her brow furrowed in doubt. But we lack seeds for food, and the surrounding area is wild. Protecting the arable land would be paramount. Rest assured, everything is under my control. Go arrange it. Clear the wasteland beyond the arrow tower, and I will bring the seeds over shortly. Rosen stepped into the courtyard, retrieving a portion of provisions from the box as he made his way toward the thatched cottage. Kitano Masashi was aware that the Lord was about to engage in crafting once more, thus he diligently took note and arranged for manpower to clear the land. Upon returning to the cottage, Rosen accessed the trading interface, which revealed information pertaining to 99 transactions. As he scrolled down, a plethora of trading prompts unfolded before him. Most of these notifications indicated resources that had already been prepared, merely awaiting Rosen's input to confirm the exchange on his end, which would subsequently allow the counterpart to finalize the trade. Naturally, once either party confirmed the transaction, the items in the trading space could not be altered, otherwise the trade would be automatically annulled, a precaution to deter deceitful practices. After a cursory glance, Rosen noted that a considerable number of individuals had gathered wild wheat. However, the majority possessed only a scant few stalks, sufficient to exchange for merely 1 or 2 apples. He even observed offers from those who had gathered wild rice. But given the complexities of cultivating rice, requiring irrigation channels, it was unsuitable for him, prompting Rosen to disregard the rice offers. The trading commenced. Wild wheat 5. Note, I would like a carrot. Rosen added a carrot to the trade and confirmed the exchange. Wild wheat 3. Note, can I exchange 3 stalks? I recall there are more around. I'll collect them shortly, I beg you. I haven't eaten all day. This particular offer was promptly rejected by Rosen. The intricacies of human nature are often concealed, especially when one cannot see the other party. Who could be trusted? Wild wheat 10. Note, brother, I've forgotten the taste of meat, just a bite would suffice. Upon reading this message, Rosen ultimately tore off a small piece of roasted beef, no larger than his thumb, and selected it for the trade. Whether it would seem inadequate was of no concern to him. If necessary, he would simply abstain from trading. In no time, Rosen had acquired the requisite wild wheat. After calculating, he realized he had expended over 150 apples and more than 40 carrots, resulting in the procurement of 1,000 stalks of wheat. The seeds of wild wheat were rather diminutive and sparse, with each stalk yielding only a dozen or so seeds. Hence, 1,000 stalks would approximately amount to over 10,000 seeds, likely weighing around 40 pounds, sufficient to cultivate an acre of land. Of course, since the seeds had yet to be husked, this was merely Rosen's estimation. Furthermore, this 1,000 stalks of wheat were acquired through transactions with hundreds of individuals. It was evident that while resources outside the territory were abundant, their availability was decidedly limited. Even if one ventured into the wild to forage for wild wheat, the dangers aside, one would likely gather just enough for a single meal after an entire day's effort, necessitating extensive searching. Thus, it remained that chopping trees was the most expedient means of resource acquisition. As for why Rosen did not trade with timber or stones, it was primarily due to the scarcity of individuals possessing surplus food. Moreover, the prices offered by traders were disproportionately low. The notion of exchanging 1 apple for 8 or even 10 pieces of wood was far from the acceptable baseline, rendering it unworthy in Rosen's eyes. He deemed it more prudent to retain the resources for his own use. Nonetheless, there were still some famished individuals willing to barter, for in such a vast world, all types of people existed. Having secured the wheat, Rosen proceeded beyond the territory. Kitano Masashi had mobilized 50 reserve settlers who were diligently clearing land outside the arrow tower. Using wooden poles as makeshift hoes, their progress was somewhat slow, yet their numbers made the task manageable. Clearing merely an acre of land sufficed, which measured approximately 666 square meters, around a square of 25 by 25 meters in dimension. The scope was modest, rendering the task relatively straightforward. After a brief inspection, Rosen addressed Kitano Masashi, stating, I have gathered sufficient wheat seeds, but they remain unhulled. Please instruct the maids to husk the wheat. Tomorrow, we shall dry it in the sun, and once it is sufficiently dried, we can commence planting. As you command, my lord, Kitano Masashi replied, immediately dispatching the maids to handle the husking. Such meticulous work was best suited for them. Otherwise, the men might clumsily ruin the seeds. And after expending considerable effort to plant them, it would be embarrassing if nothing sprouted. Thus, this vital task was entrusted to their capable hands. Chapter 30. The Iron or District. Once the instructions were given, Rosen returned to the storage box to process the brown bears he had hunted that day. Each of the 2 bears was quite large, comparable in size to the buffalo he had previously slain. He initiated the disassembly process and, upon selecting it, a series of translucent text appeared before him. Disassembly successful. Bear meat, 700 pounds. Bear pelts, 2. Bear paws, 8. My word, bear paws. Rosen exclaimed, pleasantly surprised at the unexpected bounty he could acquire in this place. Just as his astonishment subsided, the amplification effect activated once more. Amplification successful, echoed the system's voice, and the contents pertaining to the brown bears in the box multiplied instantly. What had begun as 2 slots expanded to 6, fully accommodating the newfound items. Bear meat, 70,000 pounds. Bear pelts, 200. Bear paws, 800. Goodness, Despite having witnessed this enhancement several times and being psychologically prepared, Rosen could not help but feel astonished upon seeing these resources. Not only could he survive on 70,000 pounds of bear meat for an extended period, but the bear paws alone would suffice for months. Once a delicacy reserved for the elite, such rare provisions were now within his reach. Truly, fortunes shift with the tides. This year, they favored him. With a beaming smile, Rosen returned to his quarters, where he proceeded to hoard a portion of the food, storing it within his room while leaving only a small quantity in the external box. He would request more when necessary, ensuring a precautionary measure against potential theft or loss. Keeping provisions indoors would at least provide a sense of security. In the future, once iron was secured, he intended to replace these boxes with iron ones and add locks for further protection. As dusk settled, the settlers returning from their labor streamed back to the territory in an orderly fashion to receive their evening meals. Rosen stood at the entrance of the Lord's residence, surveying the bustling courtyard. The maids were tirelessly engaged in their tasks, and from one of the cottages, smoke wafted upwards, evidence of a meal being prepared for him. Not far away, a group of maids was distributing dinner, while the settlers queued to collect their sustenance. Such was the essence of existence in this world. Without diligence, one remained a guest in another's abode, reliant on the charity of others for nourishment. To escape this predicament, one must ascend to greatness. As the saying goes, rowing against the current, one must either advance or retreat. Raising his gaze beyond the cottages, he could see several towering arrow towers. Atop these structures stood sentinels, keeping watch through the night. The distance rendered them somewhat indistinct, and the waning light obscured clarity. Everything appeared so serene. Yet, just then, another group returned, reporting to Kitano Masashi, as per Rosen's explicit instructions. Every resident of the territory, whether departing or returning, is mandated to report to the steward, ensuring the steward is apprised of everyone's movements and whereabouts. Even Zhao Yun is not exempt from this rule. As the Lord, Rosen cannot manage every trivial matter personally, nor can he attend to every minor issue. Hence, the presence of Bei Yiwang as a crucial checkpoint. Upon receiving any news, Bei Yiwang promptly reports to Rosen or seeks his guidance. If Rosen is occupied or still in slumber, Bei Yiwang will judiciously decide whether to rouse him based on the urgency of the matter. After all, if Rosen is peacefully resting, and his subordinates knock to announce it is time for meals or to commence their duties, such trivialities could very well disrupt his repose. Rosen, observing Bei Yiwang and the returning reserve camp, felt a twinge of suspicion. The reserve camp had returned, yet Zhao Yun was still absent. Could something have gone amiss? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Bei Yiwang approached. Upon reaching Rosen, she attempted to kneel, but he interjected, "No need for that. Unless it's a matter of great consequence, simply speak freely." "Understood," Bei Yiwang replied, slightly bowing. The personnel from the reserve camp have also returned. They managed to locate 2 silkworms and 3 stalks of spirit wheat. "And General Zhao?" Before she could finish, Rosen eagerly interjected. Bei Yiwang, well aware of Zhao Yun's esteemed position in Rosen's regard, hastily responded, "According to Captain Jean, General Zhao stated he would complete the exploration of the final area before returning, allowing them to return first." "Ah, I see." Relieved to hear that all was well, Rosen exhaled a sigh of relief and gestured dismissively, indicating that it was all right. He then opened the first page of the Lord's guide, noting that his exploration count had surged to 10 territories. It seemed that Zhao Yun had indeed uncovered 2 new territories. Calculating the time, it had only been half an hour since the count transitioned from 9 to 10. This implied that Zhao Yun should just be setting out to return. Thus, Rosen took his position at the door, and Zhao Yun did not disappoint him. Half an hour later, all personnel returned to the territory, a lively throng, their bodies smeared with dirt. "Greetings, my lord," Zhao Yun declared, kneeling on one knee, with traces of verdant plant matter clinging to his arm. The remnants of the foliage were a testament to his ventures through the thicket. "Rise," Rosen urged, lifting Zhao Yun up with a look of concern. "General Zhao, you are my foremost general, the strongest in our territory. You must refrain from such recklessness in the future." My lord, what have I done wrong? Please, enlighten me." Zhao Yun replied, perplexed. "Nighttime in the wilderness is fraught with peril. You must return before darkness falls. It is not worth risking yourself for the sake of exploring one more area, do you understand?" Realizing that the Lord was genuinely worried for him, Zhao Yun felt a swell of emotion and replied, "I understand, and will comply. Come, let us dine together and celebrate your return," Rosen said, taking Zhao Yun's hand and leading him to the Lord's residence. Zhao Yun, moved to silence, internally vowed to serve the Lord with unwavering loyalty throughout his life. Rosen, without any unusual feelings about holding the hand of a man for the first time, felt it was a gesture well deserved, for Zhao Yun had earned such kindness. As the strongest figure in the territory, and with unwavering loyalty, Rosen would not neglect his subordinates merely because of their loyalty. Otherwise, over time, they might harbor second thoughts. Though the recruits from the divine level summoning would never betray him, nurturing bonds could only be beneficial. After all, it was a visible truth. The Lord's residence was quite modest, constructed of wooden walls and simple dwellings. Given the limited size of Rosen's bedroom, accommodating many for a meal proved inconvenient. Hence, he instructed Bei Yuang to set a table outside his bedroom door, with the back against the main room and facing the entrance, flanked by the simple homes. As they approached the dining table, Zhao Yun suddenly recalled something and cautiously said, "My lord, I have one more matter to report." "Oh, what else is there, Zilong?" "Please, speak." Rosen gestured for him to continue without hesitation. However, as a subordinate, Zhao Yun was aware that such words were merely formalities. So he spoke with care. "In the last area, I discovered a deposit of iron ore, with approximately 100 blocks visible in the vicinity." "What? 100 blocks of iron ore?" Rosen exclaimed, his expression betraying surprise. "Yes, due to the onset of darkness, I could not examine it closely, but at a glance, I could see at least 100 blocks." With a clap of excitement, Rosen struck the back of Zhao Yun's hand, exclaiming, "Zilong, you are truly a boon to me. If we can mine all that iron, we could forge an entire army equipped with full armor." With that, Rosen pulled Zhao Yun to the dining table and addressed Bei Yuang. "Steward, did you comprehend General Zhao's report? Tomorrow morning, instruct the lumber camp and mining camp to set out for the iron ore deposit. Additionally, send half of the guards to accompany them to avert any potential dangers. In the wilderness, especially in resource-rich areas, the true dangers are not always beasts." "Yes, I shall make the arrangements immediately," Bei Yuang nodded, already embodying the essence of a steward. However, she felt a twinge of regret, wishing that her lord would one day take her hand and praise as well. Longing for that moment, Bei Yuang gracefully glided forward. "Wait, let us arrange that for tomorrow morning. Come and join us for dinner." Although hesitant to sit at the table, she complied with Rosen's directive and took her place beside him. Rosen did not lift his chopsticks until both Zhao Yun and Bei Yuang did so as well. The dinner was indeed bountiful. Rosen had specifically requested steamed bear paw. In essence, there was both meat and broth. The only lament was the absence of wine. Otherwise, they could have enjoyed a drink and slept soundly afterward. After savoring their meal, Rosen returned to his chamber and, as was his habit, opened the Lord's Guide. In the stillness of the night, with no distractions, the lords found their sole amusement in idle chatter. Rosen, too, relished perusing the discussions among other lords. Upon opening the regional channel, he was immediately greeted by a flood of private messages. With 99 private messages, Rosen could not attend to them all, given the sheer volume. He managed to open a few, primarily from those seeking to trade food or to learn from his extensive hunting experience. Some even sought to form alliances. Inquiring about his coordinates, they mentioned having united with several nearby lords and were exploring toward his direction. Once they breached the fog, they would establish a formidable coalition and asked if Rosen wished to join. However, Rosen was not so naive and chose to ignore their overtures. While alliances could offer protection, everything was still in its infancy. Even if the fog was cleared, the world was vast. Aside from those nearby, how could they ever cross paths? If separated by great distances, even with coordinates, encounters would be impossible. Furthermore, he had no intention of becoming a pawn in the intricate games of others. Rosen believed that all plots and schemes would crumble before absolute power. Not only did he possess hundreds of subjects, but he also had vast resources, presenting him with an opportunity to forge a formidable force. Dismissing the alliance messages, he continued to peruse the rest. Rosen stumbled upon a private chat window belonging to a woman. The messages she sent conveyed neither a desire for food exchange nor a wish to apprentice. It seemed she simply craved companionship. This woman was Qingya, a celebrity of modest fame. "Hello, handsome. Are you not much of a television watcher, hence unaware of my presence? By the way, I discovered a silver treasure chest today and unearthed a magical scroll. Would you be interested?" There were 3 recent messages. Upon reading the words magical scroll, Rosen's pupils constricted slightly. What extraordinary fortune did this Qingya possess that she could find a magical scroll, a rarity spoken of only in the global channels? And she was inquiring if he desired it? What could her intentions be? With his eyes narrowing slightly, he couldn't deny the allure of the magical scroll. He wasn't yet wealthy enough to ignore such an opportunity, so he replied, "Surely there must be fierce beasts guarding the silver treasure chest. How did you manage to obtain it?" After sending his message, he fell into contemplation, awaiting her response. Logically, even the most basic magical scroll would hold considerable value. If no one in the regional channel was willing to purchase it, it would certainly attract the attention of many established lords in the global channel. However, her question about his interest, was it the prelude to some nefarious scheme? Or was she seeking to barter something? It was not entirely unreasonable for Rosen to entertain such suspicions. In an era fraught with distrust, and in a world so alien, how could one encounter a purely benevolent soul? After a moment, Qingya replied, "Oh, you finally responded. I thought you were ignoring me. My acquisition of the silver treasure chest was purely by chance. I snuck it away while the beasts were out hunting. Upon opening it, I found what seemed to be a low-level nature-type scroll. Since I have no use for it, would you like it? I can give it to you." A low-level nature scroll? Rosen felt a flicker of doubt. He, like many lords, had scant knowledge of magical scrolls. relying primarily on information gleaned from novels and anime of his previous life. He was aware of their authenticity from discussions he'd overheard, but had yet to witness one himself. Thus, he couldn't ascertain whether the magical scrolls here possessed the wondrous powers depicted in his former world. Nevertheless, with the emergence of increasingly bizarre phenomena, he had grown accustomed to the extraordinary. A low-level nature scroll was unlikely to be offensive in nature, rendering it generally useless for lords like him. However, possessing ample resources, he could afford to stow away even the most trivial of scrolls for future use. Thus, he relaxed his guard and replied, "What do you wish to trade for it?" This statement was evident. It implied his desire without an expectation of receiving it for free. Yet, Qingya's subsequent words plunged Rosen into uncertainty as she mentioned coordinates. "Rosen, I told you, I found food, so I don't want anything. Besides, it's not like I'm clinging to you for your provisions. I'm just a poor girl living in this perilous wilderness, seeking someone to protect me. I'll send you my coordinates. You can see if I'm far from you. If not, I hope you can look after me. My coordinates are 66895916. Is that all right, handsome? Can you check how far you are from me?" Reading her lengthy message sent a chill down Rosen's spine. Though lacking a map, one could infer the proximity of others based on given coordinates. Exposing one's coordinates was an imprudent act, for it could lead to fatal consequences. Did this woman trust him so completely, or was there an ulterior motive? Especially since his coordinates were not far from hers. Chapter 32, Wild Growth, Training Plan. Her coordinates were 66895916, while Rosen's were 66805900. The distance between them was merely 10 blocks within the misty regions, an unexpectedly close proximity. This left Rosen perplexed, unable to comprehend her true intentions. Yet, as this was his first encounter with a magical scroll, he felt a surge of excitement. He was determined to obtain the magical scroll. If indeed there was a conspiracy, it would be rendered inconsequential in the face of overwhelming strength. With over 500 subjects at his command, he could arm them and form a genuine army within days. What was there to fear? Hesitation would only stifle his growth, especially since he had not revealed his own coordinates. Resolving to act, Rosen replied, "It's not very far. If we cross paths, I can grant you a reasonable request or assist you once." "Really? Oh, Rosen, that is wonderful. I'll send the magical scroll to you right away." She sent another message. However, Rosen waited and waited, yet the magical scroll remained absent from the transaction space, and Qingya did not follow up with further messages. He even sent her a few messages, but none received a response. "Are you still there? I'll trade you 10 pounds of beef for the magical scroll." "What do you say?" Still no reply. At that moment, Rosen's expression darkened as he came to a stark realization. Damn it, I've been played by a woman. But what could her goal be? Did she simply wish to ascertain how far apart they were? And then what? Rob him? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Though it seemed far-fetched, given the layers of mist between them, meeting in person would not be so simple. Unable to fathom it further, Rosen decided to let it go. Lying on his bed, he prepared to rest, for he intended to visit the mine personally the following day. He was uneasy about leaving so much iron or unattended. Just then, the woman named Qingya replied, "Rosen, I've sent the scroll. You just need to confirm the trade." The sudden message jolted him. "Okay," Rosen exclaimed joyfully. Not pausing to think, he immediately sent her 10 pounds of meat and a few pounds of strawberry juice before clicking confirm. After confirming, she also clicked the confirmation. Their trade was complete. Without further ado, Rosen hastily closed the chat window and eagerly retrieved the magical scroll. It was a thin roll of parchment, sturdy to the touch. Though its material was unknown, the parchment was coiled and tied with a silk ribbon. A gentle tug would open the scroll. Once unrolled, the magic within would automatically be unleashed, so Rosen hesitated to open it carelessly. Gazing at the magical scroll, specific information about it materialized before his eyes. Beginner Nature Magic Scroll, Wild Growth. Note, this magic accelerates the growth of plants within a 30-meter radius. Method of use. Untie the ribbon, toss the scroll, and the magic will automatically release. As Rosen perused the details of the scroll, an idea immediately sprang to mind. Plant acceleration. He was on the verge of sowing wheat, which typically required over 3 months to mature. The prospect of waiting seemed unbearably protracted. With the aid of this acceleration scroll, he could potentially hasten the growth of the wheat, perhaps even reaping a bountiful harvest ahead of schedule. With this thought, sleep eluded him. However, recalling the peculiar behavior of the woman named Qingya, Rosen felt that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. Seated upon his opulent bed, he began to ponder deeply. Ultimately, he resolved to train a contingent of his subjects, focusing specifically on a select few for military purposes. He meticulously considered the special forces training programs from his previous life, sifting through various methods to identify the most suitable approaches. After careful deliberation, he settled upon several fundamental training regimens. Firstly, running to enhance physical fitness, followed by Bejiquan to cultivate combat skills, and finally, swordsmanship for engagements with cold weapons. In this world, where firearms were non-existent, cold weapons were the most lethal tools of warfare. Yet, Rosen had limited knowledge of Bejiquan and sword techniques. After a night of contemplation, he could only recall the basic moves. Thus, the extent of their proficiency would ultimately depend on the aptitude of his subjects. Mastering these skills would benefit them for a lifetime. Having solidified these plans, Rosen crafted a saddle and a set of reins from bear hide. The creation of these items required leather, fabric, and straw, and such rudimentary items did not necessitate blueprints. Given the ample size of the bear hide, one piece could produce 5 saddles and 5 reins, which felt excessive. Hence, he cut it into 5 portions and crafted one set individually. Due to the bear hide being augmented, it resulted in an extraordinary hundredfold enhancement. However, the bear hide could not be further amplified, and thus required the addition of 19 whole hides, ultimately consuming 20 hides to produce 100 saddles and reins. Subsequently, Rosen succumbed to a deep slumber, and the night passed without incident. Upon awakening, it was nearly noon. At this time, Zhao Yun was still exploring the mists, while the remaining subjects, under the watchful protection of 10 guards, exchanged their axes for pickaxes and ventured to the mines. Naturally, not all inhabitants could be dispatched. A contingent remained to ensure the safety of the territory, including 10 guards, iron workers awaiting smelting, and dozens of subjects from the reserve camp, alongside the women managing domestic affairs. Over 100 individuals remained within the territory. After breakfast, Rosen ventured outside the Lord's manor. The wheat seeds had been spread out to dry, and with the sun shining high, they would be ready within a day. The wasteland had also been cleared, yielding an acre of arable land. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. In stark contrast, other lords were likely still grappling with the mists, enduring hunger in search of sustenance, or perhaps having found food only to be beset by wild beasts, teetering between life and death. Suddenly, Rosen felt a swell of pride for his endeavors. At that moment, he approached the horse pen and retrieved the saddle, preparing to fit it onto the steed known as the Horse King. The other horses would have to wait until they had fully calmed down, allowing ordinary subjects to ride them before saddling them. Rosen decided to fit the saddle himself. The Horse King let out a mournful cry upon seeing Rosen. After a night's passage, the Horse King's hostility had diminished, particularly upon encountering Rosen. Although still resistant, it was markedly more docile than on the first day. The saddling process proceeded smoothly. Throughout, the Horse King offered little resistance. Whenever it attempted to rebel, Rosen would grip it firmly, causing it to flinch in pain, thus curbing its defiance. The prowess of a Tier 3 warrior was not to be trifled with. Rosen had reached this 3rd tier, bolstered by the loyalty of over 300 subjects, all of whom had attained a loyalty level of 80 or higher. Leading the wild horse out, Rosen vaulted onto its back. The Horse King was tall, granting Rosen a broad view from its lofty perch. Which direction is the mining area? Rosen inquired. The guard, Bei Yuang, promptly replied, straight ahead, in the area between the right side, then proceed 2 zones forward. Very well, I shall take my leave. Rosen nodded and gave the horse a gentle pat. Giddy up. The Horse King let out a pained whinny, yielding to Rosen's command, and began to gallop. As it ran, the Horse King's speed increased, weaving effortlessly through the trees and underbrush. Rosen's spirits soared, and he chuckled. Let us give you a name. How about Chasing Wind? The Horse King galloped even faster, whether in acceptance or rebellion remained uncertain. By proceeding in a straight line, Rosen traversed 2 zones and arrived at the 3rd area. Upon entering this 3rd zone, he found it shrouded in mist, with only the land beneath him clear. This was also the 3rd tier of exploration undertaken by Zhao Yun. The initial visible area encompassed Rosen's territory, expanding outward from its center. The first ring comprised 8 surrounding zones, the second encompassed 16, the third 32, and so forth, with the 5th circle containing 64 and the 6th 128 zones. The further one ventured outward, the more areas encircled the territory. However, Zhao Yun seemed disinclined to explore in sequential order. Without completing the 2nd ring, he had already delved into the mists of the 3rd circle, seemingly taking a haphazard approach. Exploring as he pleased, Rosen advanced along the mist's edge until he reached the central mining zone, yet he found no sign of Zhao Yun's explorations. After inquiring with the camp leader, Jin Anbong, he learned that Zhao Yun had ventured into the 4th ring. Rosen felt somewhat bemused. It was as if Zhao Yun were burrowing through a tunnel, delving deeper without fully exploring the surroundings. Nevertheless, he dismissed any concerns, confident that once their numbers grew, he could deploy multiple teams for exploration. The iron mining area was bustling with activity. From a distance, Rosen could hear the rhythmic sound of pickaxes striking iron ore. Upon arriving at the extraction site alongside Jin Anbong, the scene resembled a large-scale quarry. Countless iron ore deposits filled the area, each standing half a person's height. Clang, clang, clang. Despite the abundance of iron ore, the workforce was equally substantial. It was estimated that they could deplete this site within half a day, showcasing the unparalleled strength of a fully mobilized team, a power any lord would envy. Lord, we anticipate completing the extraction by lunchtime, reported the leaders of the logging and mining camps, known as Old 9 and 11, respectively. The origins of their peculiar names were a mystery, reflecting an unusual system of nomenclature. Rosen nodded and said, "All right, let the extracted resources be transported to the Lord's manor and handed over to Butler B. I will take a stroll around. My lord, the wilderness is fraught with dangers. Allow me to bring a few men to ensure your safety." Jinan Bang, the captain of the guard, dutifully stepped forward. However, Rosen, possessing strength superior to theirs, replied nonchalantly, "There is no need for that. You should remain to protect the safety of the townsfolk." With that, Rosen slightly tightened his legs and nudged the horse's belly. Chasing Wind began to move forward. At a leisurely pace, akin to a brisk walk, Rosen's body swayed with the rhythm of the horse, bouncing up and down. His destination was precisely the same as that which Zhao Yun had explored. Rosen sought to uncover the secrets that lay within the forest. Only by thoroughly understanding his surroundings could he hope to survive. As he walked and observed, Rosen discovered many wondrous things. Each glance revealed intricate information before him. Green flower can be crushed to create green dye. Red flower can be made into red dye. Soon, Rosen arrived at the edge of the mining area. Yet, the mists had not yet returned, suggesting that Zhao Yun had already explored and cleared the fog. Thus, Rosen rode into the fourth ring of the area. Wild strawberries can satiate hunger. Wild chili peppers, they are quite spicy. Riding and admiring the scenery, who could be as carefree as I? Rosen murmured. Continuing deeper into the woods. Suddenly, he felt an odd sensation, as if something strange had passed before his eyes, prompting him to quickly rein in the horse. Whoa! Chasing Wind halted, and Rosen turned to look back. A flash of vibrant red, interlaced with green leaves, caught his eye. Information appeared once more. Chili pepper, it is quite spicy. Chili pepper? Little chili? Rosen was taken aback, swiftly turning the horse towards the chili peppers. There stood a half-meter tall chili plant. Its verdant leaves densely packed, adorned with clusters of small red peppers. Confirming that he was not mistaken, Rosen's heart leaped with joy. By the gods! It truly is a chili pepper, the ultimate seasoning for culinary delights, nearly overlooked. Rosen grinned widely as he grasped the chili plant. At that moment, a prompt appeared before him. Chili pepper, would you like to collect? Yes, no. Rosen promptly selected yes, and with a swift motion, he uprooted the chili pepper. Just then, a resounding voice echoed in his mind, amplified 100-fold. Amplification successful, increased to 100 plants. With that, 99 chili peppers materialized before him. Upon counting, he noted that one plant bore 16 small peppers. Thus, 100 plants equated to 1,600 small peppers. Gazing at this astonishing quantity, Rosen inhaled sharply. Wow! Collecting a single pepper felt akin to visiting a wholesale market. The 100-fold amplification is indeed fearsome. Fortunately, items that had been amplified could not be amplified a second time. Otherwise, merely exploiting this bug could make one the wealthiest in this world. Rosen smacked his lips, remounted his horse, and continued to wander. Clay can be used to make ceramic tiles and other items. As he walked, Rosen stumbled upon another intriguing item, clay. It appeared that after Zhao Yun's exploration, the reserve camp had yet to venture into this area and had been diverted to stone collection instead. A strategy adjustment was in order. They could not mobilize everyone at the slightest disturbance. Balanced development was essential. Approaching the clay, Rosen picked up a piece. Amplification successful, increased to 100 pieces. Clay can be fashioned into cups, bowls, night pots, tiles, bricks, and more. In short, its applications are exceedingly diverse. With the addition of blueprints, one could even craft high-end items like glazed tiles. Thus, it is considered a fundamental resource. However, this material is relatively scarce, comparable to the rarity of stone. Continuing his journey, Rosen additionally discovered a stalk of spirit wheat. Chapter 34, Encounter with the Lord. After gathering, the spirit wheat was amplified to 100 stalks. With this, coupled with the food and water he had brought, Rosen's backpack was filled to capacity. Indeed, there were advantages to venturing out in search of resources. His gathering could lead to amplification. His subordinates had collected a few stalks of spirit wheat yesterday, but due to their scarcity, had they notified him to gather, those 7 stalks could have transformed into 700. However, doing everything personally does not make one a lord. That is the work of servants. Hence, Rosen felt no regret. As long as the items were not urgently needed, he believed it better to leave such tasks to his subordinates. After all, the items collected by his subordinates would also undergo 100-fold amplification through his processing. While wheat is somewhat unique, there was no need for him to take matters into his own hands. Rosen stowed away the 100 stalks of spirit wheat and resumed his journey. Observing his full backpack, he pondered whether he should find a way to expand his carrying capacity. Once he began gathering, the 100-fold amplification rendered his space insufficient. Lost in thought as he walked, he soon reached the edge of the area, where he was blocked by mists. Will Zhao Yun veer left or right? After some contemplation, Rosen ultimately decided to head right. Minutes later, he beheld another mist-free area to the right. This area happened to be in a corner. Since the regions are divided into squares of 1,000 by 1,000 meters, the surrounding area, including the corners, encompasses 8 regions. The corner Rosen observed was precisely at the front right. Because it was a corner, The visible space connecting the two regions was narrow, spanning only a few meters. However, standing in this area, one could glimpse a vast visible expanse through that narrow passage. Without hesitation, Rosen ventured inside, mentally criticizing Zhao Yun for his peculiar exploration route. Why choose the corner instead of exploring the more accessible paths on either side? Rosen found himself at a loss for words. When he saw Zhao Yun, he would certainly have words for him. With such thoughts, Rosen entered the fifth ring of the area. Here, he was increasingly distanced from his territory. Each region spans a diameter of 1 kilometer, meaning the fifth ring area would entail a linear journey of 5 kilometers. Upon entering the new area, Rosen encountered some resources. However, these resources were quite low-level and commonplace, so he refrained from collecting them. After all, his backpack was full, and he could have the reserve camp collect them upon his return. After walking for over 10 minutes, Rosen saw no traces left by Zhao Yun and his men. This struck him as somewhat unusual. In the previous area, he had spotted trampled grass, yet here, everything appeared serene, devoid of any footprints. While he believed in Zhao Yun's ability to remain hidden, he knew his subordinate had dozens of men. They could not possibly possess Zhao Yun's prowess. Suddenly, a thought struck Rosen. Could it be that I have wandered into an area explored by someone else? Have I encountered another lord so soon? With this realization, Rosen heightened his vigilance. Just then, a murmur of voices drifted into his ears. Upon hearing this, Rosen quickly concealed his figure, pulling chasing wind behind a large tree to hide. Peering cautiously, he spotted two men clad in rudimentary straw garments that barely concealed their essential parts, bent over in conversation. It's perilous. Following our Lord offers no glimmer of hope. Each day we teeter on the brink of life and death. We may not survive another day, one lamented. Indeed, after our Lord's injury, life has become utterly unbearable. These meager strawberries do little to satiate my hunger. I am utterly devoid of strength. Brother, perhaps we should flee. Relying on our Lord, we will either starve or perish in the mist, the other replied. Flee? Where would we go? The mist surrounds us. Escaping would be tantamount to certain death. Let us get back to work. Our Lord is not a bad man, merely incapacitated by his recent injury. If he were well, we wouldn't be in such dire straits. Let's endure a little longer. Perhaps when he recovers, better days will follow. Rosen, concealed within the underbrush, listened intently to their discourse. It was evident from their words that they were vassals of the Lord, likely embittered by their miserable existence. Both men appeared disheveled, one picking strawberries while the other dug for carrots with his bare hands. Each possessed a wooden sword, yet hesitated to wield it, fearing damage to such a precious resource. The scarcity of even the most commonplace weapon underscored the bleakness of their lives. For strawberries and a solitary carrot, this area was replete with poverty. The food we found today is scarcely enough to sustain us, one of them grumbled. Enough of the complaints, let's return. Were it not for the depletion of resources in our territory, we would not be compelled to explore such treacherous mists. Thankfully, there are no beasts here. What more food can we hope to find? The two men hastily gathered their findings and departed. After a moment of contemplation, Rosen waited until they had distanced themselves before emerging. He gazed after their retreating figures, hesitated, and ultimately resolved to follow. He sought to investigate the domain of this lord and gather intelligence about the surroundings. After all, having discovered his existence, it was only a matter of time before the lord became aware of him. When two lords cross paths, peaceful coexistence is a rarity unless a vast disparity in power exists. Thus, Rosen was determined to ascertain the situation. Leading his horse, he trailed the two vassals from a distance. The men, perhaps weakened by hunger, ambled along with little energy, hardly able to survey their surroundings. They barely lifted their heads, complaining of exhaustion. Their obliviousness allowed Rosen to remain unnoticed. After 10 minutes, the group exited this desolate area and entered a new one. Immediately, the stark barrenness of the surroundings became apparent. While Rosen's initial territory still bore some resources like straw and strawberries, this new locale was devoid of anything but weeds and towering trees. It appeared that the bounty here had already been thoroughly depleted. As he continued through this desolate expanse, the sound of chopping wood echoed in the distance. From afar, he observed a man and a woman, their backs turned to him, laboring at felling trees. One man limped, his strength waning, and his pace slower than that of the woman. From Rosen's vantage point, he could only see their silhouettes. The man wore a straw garment, while the woman donned a rough linen outfit. An uninformed observer might mistake the woman for the lord, yet upon their return, the vassals bowed and reported to the man, confirming that he was indeed the lord. No personal information appeared above him, while the others bore simple identifiers: male vassal, female vassal, merely 4 words to signify their status. Lord, we have returned. The two vassals bowed, presenting their meager haul of strawberries and carrots with both hands. Even in their own hunger, their instinct was to submit before the towering class divide. With a resounding thud, the lord's axe struck the tree trunk, severing the last connection between the massive tree and its roots. The tree toppled, yielding several pieces of lumber, and simultaneously, an apple fell at his feet. My lord, an apple has fallen. The female vassal exclaimed joyfully as she picked it up, wiped it on her garment, and took a generous bite. It's delicious, my lord. You must try it. She turned to offer it to him. Rosen witnessed this scene, observing the woman's unremarkable features yet sparkling eyes that reflected her devotion to her lord. What struck Rosen as particularly absurd was the realization that this impoverished lord had married a vassal only days after arriving in this world. What a scoundrel, he thought indignantly. However, when the male lord turned to reveal his face, Rosen was momentarily stunned. Leon, he gasped. He had not anticipated encountering an old acquaintance in this place. In truth, Rosen had never expected this. The sight of Leon conjured memories from years past, when they were both high school students in a rural town, still rooted in their homeland. Due to family circumstances, Rosen had been diligent in his studies, consistently placing in the middle of the class, while Leon, from a broken home, lived with his mother and was known as the class troublemaker, frequently embroiled in fights, and almost expelled on several occasions. Liang's mother had often implored Rosen to help tutor him, rewarding them with treats. Whenever she returned from work, she would buy 2 toys for Liang, so they could each have one. As a troublemaker, Liang thrived in school. No one dared bully him, and the same protection extended to Rosen, granting him a peaceful space to study. Ultimately, Rosen secured admission to a mediocre university in a big city, while Liang, unable to pass the entrance exams, had gone to work in an electronics factory after graduating high school. Before their paths diverged, Liang often boasted about how easy it was to find a girlfriend at the factory, thus forsaking any thoughts of attending vocational school. With Liang coming from a single-parent household with no savings, he felt he had to rely solely on himself to find a partner. At that time, Rosen pondered that as an orphan, he might find it even more challenging to marry, but he believed that attending university was his only chance at a different life. Thus, he eagerly pursued romantic prospects in college. However, he quickly discovered that the girls there were far more discerning than he had anticipated. None were interested in him, leaving him in despair. Despite possessing a handsome appearance, he found it impossible to compete with those from wealthy and influential families. By the time he graduated, he remained a solitary figure. After high school, their contact diminished, eventually leading to complete silence between them. Therefore, when Rosen spotted Liang in the distance, he felt a rush of emotions. The young man before him embodied his youth. Rosen hesitated for a long while, uncertain whether to approach. Unsure if his former friend remained the same person he once knew. As he watched Liang lead the vassals back to the lord's manor, he lifted his foot, yet ultimately chose not to move. Let fate decide. Rosen gazed intently as Liang and several of his subjects entered the thatched cottage, ultimately pursing his lips before slowly making his way toward the grand entrance of Liang's lordly abode. Upon reaching the doorway, Rosen retrieved 30 pounds of roasted beef from his spatial backpack, gently placing it down before turning to depart. Regardless of the circumstances, the bonds of past camaraderie could not be forgotten. After Rosen's departure, within the thatched hut, a few individuals were dividing their meager rations. 2 male subjects each received an apple, 2 strawberries, and a carrot, while Liang's wife, a female subject, was allocated 2 apples and 2 strawberries. As for Liang himself, he was left with merely 6 diminutive strawberries, a pitifully scant offering. This disparity in rations was a primary reason why his subordinates merely lamented their dire circumstances without contemplating true rebellion. A lord who consumed less than his subjects exemplified genuine benevolence. To accompany such a lord, one could only hope that, should their fortunes improve, he would not neglect them. My dear husband, how can you possibly manage with so little to eat, particularly when your foot has yet to heal? Allow me to give you my apples. I shall content myself with strawberries, the female subject insisted, pressing all the apples before her into Liang's embrace. He attempted to refuse, saying no. There are still 2 brothers who have yet to return. Perhaps their haul will be bountiful. Additionally, I shall see if I can trade some timber for food later. You all should eat first. However, the female subject hesitated, her eyes brimming with concern. There is no argument here. Eat quickly, Liang urged, promptly popping a strawberry into his mouth. Thank you, my lord, the other 2 subjects exclaimed, visibly moved, and followed suit, shoving food into their mouths. Yet the female subject remained still, her gaze cast downward. As the 2 male subjects devoured their portions with great fervor, the female subject suddenly lifted her head, inhaling deeply as she queried, "What is that delightful aroma? It smells so good." "Xiaoya, there is no scent. You must be imagining things due to hunger. Please, eat," Liang replied, furrowing his brow, for he sensed nothing. The female subject, Xiaoyu, insisted, "My lord, it truly is the scent of meat, right outside." With that, she sprang to her feet and moved toward the door. Concerned for her, Liang hurriedly followed, with the other 2 subjects quickly rising to join them. Thus, the group trailed behind Xiaoyu to the wooden door of the courtyard. Upon reaching it, Xiaoyu exclaimed in delight, my lord, there is roasted meat. Look, there really is roasted meat." Liang and the 2 subjects beheld a sizable portion of roasted meat at the threshold, their expressions a mix of incredulity. The 2 male subjects immediately knelt, murmuring, "Surely our lord is favored by fortune, Such a bounty must have come to us unbidden. Favored by fortune? Liang echoed softly. Though he remained skeptical, surely someone had placed this meat here. Yet who would so willingly part with such a valuable resource without leaving their name? Liang's eyes narrowed slightly. Years of experience in the electronics factory had taught him that unusual occurrences often concealed ulterior motives. This situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. You all should carry the meat into my dwelling. I will divide it among you shortly, he instructed. Then limped around the doorway, eventually discovering traces of someone having walked by. Thus, he commenced his search following the trail. Chapter 36. The Catgirl Back to the Territory. The meal hour had long passed. Having given all his beef to Liang, Rosen had gone without lunch and instead returned to his domain. A glance at the Lord's Guide revealed that the number of foggy exploration areas he had uncovered had surged to 15. A figure 3 times that of the second and third place contenders, firmly securing his position at the top. Tomorrow marked the 3rd day, barring any unforeseen circumstances. No one would be able to contend for first place against him. By afternoon, the mining teams had all returned. Block after block of iron ore was transported to the smelting house. My lord, we have mined a total of 1,200 blocks of iron ore, all of which have been delivered to the smelting house. The workers there have commenced refining, and the first batch of iron is expected to be ready by midnight. Bai Wang reported to Rosen. Additionally, the reserve camp has discovered many resources within the explored areas, including 10 stalks of spirit wheat for silkworms and 4 chili peppers, along with some collected thatch, carrots, strawberries, clay, and other items. Good, Rosen nodded. You should reassign a portion of personnel from the lumber camp, mining camp, reserve camp, and resource camp. I wish to expand the vanguard and guard camps. My lord, how many personnel should be reassigned, and are there any specific requirements? Bai Wang inquired. 20 from each camp, and they must be strong and bold individuals, Rosen replied. Bai Wang immediately set to work arranging the personnel, as all within the territory regarded Rosen's words as law. Once the arrangements were complete, Rosen returned to the thatched hut to prepare to craft some items. Given the current number of subjects, they managed to procure over 2,000 units of wood and more than 1,000 stones daily through their forging efforts. After several days of gathering, his storage box was brimming with resources. It was time to create something. Approaching the crafting table, Rosen contemplated the items he wished to produce. Yet at that moment, an unsettling sensation surged within him, signaling that something was amiss. Something's not right. Who? Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and called out sharply. His martial prowess had sharpened his senses. Just then, a pair of delicate, alabaster hands unexpectedly encircled his neck from behind, accompanied by a wave of intoxicating fragrance. Do not move, came a melodious voice, accompanied by warm breath that brushed against Rosen's ear. He lowered his eyelids slightly, catching sight of the fair hands gripping his throat, hands so exquisitely pale they were almost blinding. I was careless. I didn't evade in time, Rosen mused, choosing not to resist, but instead to taunt. Although he found himself in a vulnerable position, devoid of weapons, he remained unperturbed. What perplexed him was the identity of the woman behind him and how she had managed to hide within his room. Was she a thief? Or had one of his servants betrayed him? Thus, Rosen feigned weakness, preparing to probe further. Humph, do you think you can escape? The woman behind him spoke in a sultry tone, her voice imbued with an inexplicable softness that conjured images of an enchanting beauty. Such a woman, of course, existed only in fantasies. You must have encountered no one outside when you entered. Otherwise, you could not have entered my chamber, Rosen remarked coolly. Humph, that is none of your concern. I simply did not expect you to detect my presence, the woman replied coldly. In a moment. Ensure that everyone vacates the area and let me go. I will not harm you. Also, that bundle contains food I packed. Bring it with you. I know you possess a storage item. The woman pointed a slender finger at the burlap sack beside the crafting table. Rosen glanced over, realizing it was indeed his crafted burlap, and though he could not see its contents, he was certain they belonged to him as well. Indeed, a thief. And audacious enough to steal right under his nose. Rosen was utterly speechless. It seemed that without employing some cunning means, he would glean no information. Thus, Rosen remarked nonchalantly. Very well, release me and I shall retrieve it. Huh, it appears that the Lord is simply a coward at heart. You subjugate others for your own enjoyment. Such individuals deserve to descend into the depths of hell. It was evident that the woman behind him harbored a deep-seated jealousy and hatred towards the Lord, likely stemming from past grievances. I shall not release you until we are beyond your territory. You may walk ahead, and I shall follow, she asserted, her vigilance palpable. Most notably, even without seeing her, Rosen could discern that she was indeed shorter than himself, for her hand was clasped around her own neck, her arm extending from below and behind. It was remarkable that a woman, lacking in height, dared to intrude upon his abode. One must admit, her audacity was astonishing. Very well, I shall take my leave. A slight smirk graced Rosen's lips as he began to stride forward. The woman hastily matched his pace, yet her speed lagged behind, causing her grip on Rosen's neck to loosen momentarily. At that moment, with swiftness, Rosen seized her hand and delivered a powerful elbow strike backward, striking her in the chest. Due to their height difference, He was certain it was unintentional. It was simply where he could reach. Ugh! She emitted a muffled groan of pain. Propelled back several steps by the sheer force, ultimately collapsing onto Rosen's bed, the impact finally ceasing her momentum. Despicable human, to strike from the shadows. She clutched her wounded area, grimacing in pain, her eyes filled with disdain. In that instant, Rosen turned to face her. Yet, upon seeing the woman seated on the bed, he was momentarily entranced, his gaze fixated upon her, utterly transfixed. Furry ears, an exquisitely featured visage, a petite frame, clad in tattered burlap, and a long, fluffy, snow-white tail sprouting behind her. A hybrid of human and feline, a legendary cat girl. You are in beast folk? Rosen gasped in astonishment. And what of it? Prepare to meet your end. The cat girl curled her legs, perched on the edge of the bed, then propelled herself towards Rosen with great force, clearly adopting an aggressive stance. Fortunately, endowed with the prowess of a martial artist and having self-studied Bagwazang online, Rosen did not flinch or evade. Instead, he stood firm with arms outstretched, as if to welcome her arrival. Perverse man, the cat girl scoffed, intensifying her assault, intent on seizing Rosen's vulnerable regions. As she approached, Rosen unexpectedly sidestepped to the left, leaving only one arm within her attack range. What is he attempting? Is he relinquishing his arm? The cat girl pondered, raising her knee in preparation to deliver a powerful strike. Yet, in that very moment, Rosen's arm surged forward, not retreating but rather meeting her knee, forming an embrace with a single arm. Chapter 37, Brick Wall. Suddenly, the cat girl felt an overwhelming force, forcibly altering her trajectory mid-fall. Her body was ensnared in Rosen's embrace, flung toward the ground. At that moment, sheer panic washed over the cat girl, her heart plummeting. Thud! A dull thump echoed as Rosen executed a body slam, crashing the cat girl onto the floor. The wooden planks beneath them splintered. The cat girl lay motionless, having lost consciousness on impact. With a decade of Tai Chi practice and a year of mastering Bagwazang, Rosen had unleashed the formidable power of the latter, effectively subduing the cat girl. Of course, in his past life, he had merely perfected a single stance, having barely scratched the surface of the art. Now, augmented by his martial prowess, the potency of Bagwazang had escalated significantly. The commotion in the room caught the attention of Kitano Nozomi. She had selected 80 individuals and was at the door ready to knock when she heard the ruckus within. Promptly expressing her concern, "My lord, is everything all right?" "Nothing to worry about. Merely encountered a petty thief," Rosen replied coolly. "You may enter." Upon hearing the term petty thief, Nozomi's heart skipped a beat as she hurriedly opened the door. Yet, upon entering, her gaze fell upon the unconscious cat girl sprawled on the floor. "My lord, is this the thief? A catfolk woman, no less. Should we awaken her and interrogate?" Nozomi's eyes remained fixed on the cat girl, vigilant against any sudden awakening. Rosen observed the cat girl's peculiar features and alabaster skin. It was apparent that she was quite young, perhaps only 18 or 19, with a hint of youthful innocence still adorning her visage. However, Rosen would not extend mercy simply because of her youth. This world was both wondrous and perilous. He retrieved a length of rope from his chest and tossed it onto the cat girl, stating matter-of-factly, "Bind her and confine her in the commoner's quarters. Inform me upon her awakening." "Understood." Nozomi gestured to summon 2 maids, who swiftly set to binding the cat girl tightly, transforming her into a makeshift parcel before transporting her to the commoner's quarters. Throughout this ordeal, the cat girl remained in slumber. Yet, Rosen held no apprehension, for during their encounter, he had noted her impressive physical constitution. Though she appeared to be a frail maiden, she possessed a surprising degree of strength within her form. Thus, he was confident that his throw would not prove fatal. It would merely leave her in discomfort for a spell. "Cat girl, is this world truly so extraordinary? Not only do humans gain the faith of their subjects, but they also coexist with beast folk." Yet, he wondered why she had resorted to theft. Hunger, perhaps? As he unwrapped the burlap sack, he discovered it primarily contained roasted meats, alongside a few scraps of iron from the previous usage. After returning the items to the storage chest, Rosen proceeded to the crafting table to create new items. First, he turned to timber. Over the past few days, he had amassed a significant quantity of wood, thousands of pieces, all extracted by his subjects. The resources harvested by the populace had not undergone any enhancements. Thus, using them for crafting would yield a hundredfold increase. He began with tools: wooden axes, wooden shovels, wooden tables, wooden chairs. Wooden axes, 10, enhanced to wooden axes, 1,000. Wooden shovels, 10, enhanced to wooden shovels, 1,000. As for why Rosen intended to produce such a multitude of axes and shovels, it was due to their frequent usage by the populace, leading to rapid wear and tear. Repairing them was too cumbersome and required tools. Mending them himself would be too time-consuming. Therefore, it was far more efficient to craft anew, ensuring a surplus for future needs. Fortunately, he possessed the hundredfold enhancement. Otherwise, merely maintaining these tools would consume a substantial portion of his timber. He continued crafting: foot baths, 10, enhanced to foot baths, 1,000. Face basins, 10, Enhanced to face basins, 1000. Large barrels, 10. Enhanced to large barrels, 1000. Wooden chairs, 10. Enhanced to wooden chairs, 1000. Wooden tables, 10. Enhanced to wooden tables, 1000. Wooden beds. In one breath, Rosen crafted all the essential wooden facilities available. He filled the storage boxes to capacity. With a sense of resignation, he proceeded to construct storage cabinets, an upgraded version of the storage boxes. These cabinets consumed more wood and occupied greater space, yet they offered increased storage. Boasting 100 slots for 100 different items. Storage Cabinet 1. Consuming 100 units of wood, the enhancement was successful, resulting in 100 storage cabinets. With empty boxes at hand, Rosen retrieved clay and began to create ceramic items. Low-grade porcelain bowl. Requires 1 unit of clay low-grade cup. Requires 1 unit of clay low-grade plate. Requires 1 unit of clay. Gazing at the clay creations, Rosen resolutely opted to produce foundational items. Porcelain bowl 1. Enhanced to 100 cup 1. Enhanced to 100 plate 1. Enhanced to 100. He continued crafting. Thatch synthesis, fiber synthesis. Produced 100 ropes of 10 meters each. Produced 300 t-shirts. Produced 300 pairs of trousers. After this extensive production, Rosen felt quite fatigued. The foundational infrastructure was now complete. Even if it were to wear out in the future, the villagers could replicate the constructions, albeit with some inconvenience. At that point, there would be no need for him to personally craft these rudimentary items again. It was time to renovate the house and opt for a larger room. Surveying the thatched cottage, Rosen deemed it too small. Thus, he reopened the crafting table to continue his work. This time, he chose not to use wood for the walls, but rather opted for stone. After all, walls made of stone would be far sturdier. Upon opening the blueprint for stone walls, he found 2 types, one for stone bricks and the other for solid stone walls. The latter was built from massive stones, measuring 2 meters in width, 2 meters in thickness, and 8 meters in height, a veritable behemoth. Positioned as such, it resembled a small mountain, capable of serving as a defensive fortification against various ferocious beasts. Even if monstrous creatures were to appear, they would not breach the defenses of such walls. Naturally, the material consumption was significant. A 2-meter wide stone wall required 1,000 stones to construct. Although Rosen possessed a hundredfold enhancement capability, he could not produce them in large quantities immediately, which was insufficient for erecting a grand city within his territory. To develop the territory into a grand city, gradual progress was essential. Moreover, the current population was sparse, merely at the village level. Therefore, Rosen opted to create stone bricks. 1 stone could yield 5 bricks. After crafting the bricks, he could then combine them to form stone walls. The stone walls made from bricks were intended for residential use. 100 bricks could be combined to create a wall measuring 1 meter in width and 4 meters in height. Notably, the bottom section of the brick wall had a 1 meter height in dark gray, indicating that this portion would be buried underground as a foundation. 1 brick wall equated to 20 stones. Such bricks could be utilized for constructing houses, enclosing courtyards, and more. Their versatility made stone a widely sought-after crucial resource. With nearly 10,000 stones in the storage box, Rosen had more than enough to proceed. He began crafting, directly inserting 2,000 stones to create brick walls in bulk. Instantly, the stones transformed into 100 brick walls within the crafting space. Ding! The enhancement was successful, resulting in 10,000 brick walls. The crafting table now boasted a staggering 10,000 brick walls. If lined up, they would stretch for 10 kilometers. With such a quantity of brick walls, if Rosen continued to produce them daily, he mused that he could construct a great wall right here. Chapter 38, The Demon Lord. After storing the brick walls, Rosen commenced the remodeling process. As a lord equipped with a guide, he exhibited operations that left the villagers bewildered, such as crafting storage boxes and producing weapons by hand without tools. To the villagers, these feats seemed nothing short of miraculous. Indeed, these were perks of being a lord. Even the placement of the brick walls was similarly extraordinary. As soon as Rosen approached his desired placement location, options for replacement appeared before him, allowing him to select according to his preferences. The first area to undergo transformation was the lord's residence within the lord's manor. The initial step was not to place new walls, but to retract the existing ones. The original walls had been constructed from unprocessed wood and thatch, forming a rudimentary room. Once retracted, they would vanish. No longer needed, Rosen systematically collected them. In no time, the walls and roof of the thatched cottage completely disappeared, returning to nothingness, leaving only the inferior wooden floor beneath. Gazing upward, he perceived the entirety of the courtyard scene. The villagers' houses, built entirely of wood, were not extravagant, but far superior to the original thatched cottage. This phenomenon was indeed rare, where the subordinate's dwelling appeared more lavish than the lordess' bedroom. However, from this point onwards, everything was set to change once again. After situating the villagers' houses, Rosen slightly expanded the area and began placing the first brick wall. Would you like to place this? Adjust placement position. Before Rosen, a transparent brick wall materialized, allowing him to manipulate its position freely. Once satisfied, he confirmed the placement. Upon confirmation, The transparent brick wall began to materialize, transforming at a visible speed in an instant. In that moment, a 20-centimeter thick brick wall emerged. The gray surface bore irregular lines, evidence of the gaps between the bricks. Moreover, the bricks seemed to be naturally bonded, eliminating the need for any adhesive. Such walls were notably more robust, for once placed, they formed a unified structure, akin to being sculpted from a single massive stone. Rosen, in the corner, placed one wall and then another, creating a right angle. However, upon placing the second wall, half a meter of its length automatically fused into the first, forming a corner pillar. "Ah, I can do that. Quite impressive," Rosen remarked, beginning to place more walls. Soon, an empty lord's manor was constructed. In his heart, he envisioned a perfect design for the manor. However, this was not a task to be completed in a single day. He would gradually improve it over time. For the moment, he would focus on a few rooms to inhabit and slowly furnish them later. Before long, Rosen had constructed an entirely new brick house. He then returned to the crafting table to produce a roof to complete the structure. Thus, a sturdy brick house came into being. Standing within the room and feeling the vastness of the space, Rosen experienced a profound sense of satisfaction. The main hall, along with several side rooms and chambers, were all crafted from stone bricks. Merely gazing upon them instilled a sense of security. Once these tasks were completed, Rosen adjusted the perimeter walls, compressing the 100 by 100 meter area down to 50 by 50 meters. He systematically replaced the wooden enclosure, converting it entirely into stone brick walls. At last, the deep-walled estate measuring 50 by 50 meters was fully formed. The lord's manor had transformed from a wooden cottage into a robust estate. One by one, he arranged the furniture. And as the sun began to set, the day came to a close. "My lord." The voice of Kitano Nozomi echoed from outside the door, reporting, "My lord, the female assassin has awakened." "Oh." Rosen set down his teacup and stepped out of the pristine stone brick chamber. As he opened the door, he found Kitano Nozomi standing at the threshold, her eyes brimming with astonishment. She had witnessed the lord transforming the room and had intended to offer her assistance, only to be gently rebuffed. Realizing her inability to contribute, she had opted to observe, bearing witness to the unfolding miracle. In that moment, her admiration for Rosen ascended to unprecedented heights, shared by the maids who had also witnessed the event and the subjects gathered outside the courtyard. The potency of Rosen's faith was surreptitiously intensifying. "Where have you confined her?" "Let me there," Rosen said in a calm tone. "Yes, she is in this very dwelling." Kitano Nozomi guided Rosen to one of the nearby houses adjacent to the main hall and opened the door. Creak. The door swung open, sunlight streaming in and illuminating the face of the catgirl. Bound tightly like a rice dumpling, her limbs immobilized, she sat upon the straw, glaring at Rosen with an intensity that seemed to convey her indomitable spirit. Rosen observed the catgirl, then glanced at Kitano Nozomi and stated coolly, "You may wait outside." "Understood." Kitano Nozomi did not linger to ponder, turning to stand guard outside. Rosen stepped lightly into the room, approaching the catgirl. Their figures drew closer, and a waft of delicate fragrance filled Rosen's nostrils, offering a sense of serene delight. The ropes binding her were woven from straw, their robustness unassailable. They encircled the catgirl multiple times, leaving one might wonder if the maid who had tied her up possessed peculiar inclinations. Nevertheless, the maid had left some leeway, as evidenced by the catgirl's tail, which now swayed back and forth. "What are you staring at, you pervert?" The catgirl's icy disdain pierced through the air as Rosen remained captivated by her. Her eyes were unmistakably filled with loathing. Rosen queried, "Have we crossed paths before? Why do you regard me with such contempt? If my subordinates have intruded upon your existence during their explorations of the mist, I believe clarification is warranted." In this moment, Rosen embodied the demeanor of a gentleman exquisitely educated for many years, his words dripping with politeness. "Humph, you wretched lord, do you feign ignorance? Your penchant for enslaving and degrading the Orcish girls is a well-known obsession. Though I have fallen into your clutches, I will never yield to your tyranny. If you dare lay a finger on me, I shall ensure our demise is mutual." The catgirl, gritting her teeth, revealed her adorable little fangs. Unbeknownst to her, this display only served to heighten Rosen's intrigue. Her words reflected her perception of the world. He was not a native of this realm, and thus had no inclination to revel in the humiliation of Orcish maidens. Rosen smiled faintly, choosing not to offer any explanations. Instead, he quietly crouched down and seized her fluffy white tail. In an instant, the catgirl's fur bristled, her entire being tensing as she exclaimed, "Ah, what are you doing? Do not touch my tail." The shrill cry elicited a slight furrow in Rosen's brow. Grasping the fluffy appendage, he found it surprisingly pleasant, akin to the comfort of petting a cat in his past life. "Now, tell me why you ventured into my territory to steal." Rosen's tone remained flat, yet imbued with authority, especially with one hand grasping the catgirl's tail. In her mind, he resembled the demon lord spoken of in tales passed down through generations. Chapter 39. Lucy's companion the catgirl was filled with trepidation, but resolutely replied, "You shall not discover any information from me. I will not betray my companions." "You have companions?" Rosen paused, straightening his posture and coldly commanding, Kitano Nozomi. Summon Rohei to me. Coming, coming. Rohei stood anxiously at the door, filled with dread. He had long been aware of the intrusion into the Lord's chamber, but had not been summoned, leaving him in a state of turmoil. Even suspecting he might be abandoned by his lord. In a moment of desperation, he contemplated rushing to the Lord's presence to take his own life as a testament of loyalty. After enduring hours of agonizing uncertainty, when the Lord finally summoned him to interrogate the intruder, he hastened to the door. Upon hearing the Lord's call, Rohei entered nervously, immediately kneeling behind Rosen. Thud. His voice trembled with emotion. I have failed to guard the territory, allowing thieves to infiltrate. Please, my lord, impose your punishment. With that, he prostrated himself on the ground. Motionless. This display of contrition left Rosen somewhat speechless, for he had no intention of blaming Rohei. After all, the guard battalion was understaffed, with some members assigned to protect the subjects engaged in logging and mining. No one could have anticipated that a cat girl would emerge from the mist and dare to infiltrate the Lord's estate to steal. Rohei, I have reassigned 80 personnel this afternoon. They are all at your disposal. Immediately lead a search for her companions and apprehend them, Rosen stated casually. This declaration startled the cat girl, particularly the mention of 80 personnel. The sheer magnitude sent shivers down her spine, and she quickly recognized her misstep, hastily rectifying, I have no companions. I am alone. Is that so? Rosen waved his hand for Rohei to proceed, addressing the cat girl with indifference. If you answer my questions truthfully, I shall take you at your word. Then ask away. To prove her lack of accomplices, the cat girl reluctantly agreed. However, her eagerness to prove herself only solidified Rosen's conviction that she indeed had companions. Yet, he remained silent on this matter, instead playing along. What is your name? Why do you wish to know my name? The cat girl paused, her disdainful gaze fixed upon him. Rephrase your question. What are you doing? Let go of my tail. Before she could finish her sentence, another piercing scream erupted from her lips, causing Kitano Nozomi outside to shudder, silently speculating what the Lord might be doing to the cat girl. In truth, Rosen had not done anything drastic. He merely grasped her tail once more. He had not anticipated such a strong reaction from the little cat girl. Let go of my tail, or you might as well kill me. Tears of humiliation streamed down the cat girl's cheeks, her large eyes glistening with droplets. This display evoked a sense of pity within one's heart. However, the law was non-existent here. The strong held all power. Speak your name, Rosen inquired, still stroking her tail, unfazed by her dissatisfaction. He epitomized the archetype of a demon lord passed down through generations. The cat girl, feeling the weight of his authority, dared not remain obstinate, fearing that this demon lord might indeed take action against her. With a pitiful demeanor, she murmured, Lucy, woo-woo. Lucy. Rosen released her tail and continued, there must be many lords in the vicinity. Why do you choose to steal from me instead of others? Is my territory so feeble? The question posed carries profound implications. Yet, for Lucy, a mere 18 or 19 years of age, who has had scant interaction with humanity, it went entirely unnoticed. Coupled with her trepidation, she spoke candidly. No, it is precisely because you are formidable. The other lords are woefully weak, barely able to sustain themselves. Only here, with your numerous subordinates and ample provisions, did I dare to pilfer from you. Oh, seeking fortune amidst peril? It seems it has come to my doorstep. Rosen found himself at a loss for words in response to this feline girl. It turned out she coveted his abundant resources. However, he sensed no malice emanating from Lucy and, in a calm demeanor, remarked, you must be quite familiar with the surrounding terrain. Inform me of the number of orcs and human territories nearby, and their respective locations, and I shall grant you your freedom. What do you say? Never will I betray my comrades. I would rather die than divulge such information. Lucy exhibited fierce loyalty. Rosen, too, was disinclined to press further. It was evident that other lords were nearby, though obscured by layers of mist. As for the orcs in the vicinity, he was not well acquainted with them. But their presence seemed likely. The nature of their existence, however, remained a mystery. When you wish to speak, I shall return. Slowly rising, Rosen retrieved a golden axe from his spatial backpack, its blade gleaming ominously, causing Lucy to squint. She felt an overwhelming urge to cry out, do not kill me. Do not kill me. Yet, the myriad atrocities committed by humans over the years instilled in her a sense of Orcish pride. She resolved to remain unyielding in the face of death. Thus, she closed her eyes, bracing for the inevitable end. I shall not take your life. It is my first encounter with an orc. To end it so swiftly would be dreadfully dull. With a grin, Rosen skillfully severed the ropes binding her. In an instant, Lucy felt a wave of relief wash over her, gazing at him with incredulity. At that moment, she remained motionless, fully aware of her inferiority to this human youth. As she watched him exit the room and firmly shut the door behind him, Lucy exhaled deeply. Regardless of the circumstances, no one desired humiliation, no one wished for death. Dainyu, Erniu, you must survive. Do not come to rescue me, she pleaded, hugging her knees while seated on the straw. The sky deepened into twilight. Not long after Rosen departed, The door swung open once more. Lucy hastily turned to see a woman entering, carrying a wooden tray laden with food. Delivering a meal to an orc? Is this truly the conduct of a lord? This scene shattered Lucy's preconceived notions. According to the teachings of the elder, human lords relished in the torment of orcs. Only those capable of labor might receive a meager meal, while beautiful female orcs were mere playthings for human lords. Disobedience would result not only in brutal beatings, but also in abandonment to perish alone. Yet, the unfolding scene defied all expectation. "This is your dinner," the maid stated, setting the tray down before swiftly turning to lock her in. Lucy considered the possibility of incapacitating the maid and escaping. However, the sheer number of inhabitants in the territory loomed large. The Lord's manor housed hundreds of citizens, making a successful escape improbable. Chapter 40. The Minotaurs in the Mist. When she entered, most of the residents were out mining, leaving only a handful of maids in the manor, allowing her to slip in unnoticed. But now, they had returned. Fleeing might provoke the Lord's ire, leading to irrational consequences. Thus, Lucy set aside her plan to incapacitate the maid and focused her gaze on the wooden tray, where she beheld her evening meal. Upon recognizing the contents of the bowl, her eyes widened in astonishment. Meat, and 2 strawberries, an apple, and even juice. My word, is this food meant for a captive? It exceeds even what the Lord consumes. Incredulity washed over her as the maid departed, leaving Lucy with no one to voice her questions. The aroma wafting from the food was irresistible. Drool escaped her lips as she hastily wiped her mouth, scanning the surroundings. Finding no one, she seized the roasted meat and devoured it voraciously. Moments later, the platter lay empty, its contents consumed by Lucy's eager appetite. She reclined against the wall, rubbing her full belly, daydreaming of the possibility of sharing such a feast with Daniu and Erniu, wishing for their bellies to be equally satisfied. May the great beast god bless them with a hearty meal, she silently prayed. Meanwhile, beyond the territory, 2 figures emerged from the thick mist. More accurately, they were 2 orcs, adorned with horns atop their heads, their robust physiques resembling that of cattle, towering above even adult men. Yet their faces bore a youthful innocence, akin to that of children yet to reach maturity. "Cowboy, why hasn't Sister Lucy returned?" "It is already dark," the younger Minotaur boy fretted. Without Lucy, they felt utterly lost, akin to headless flies, unsure of their next steps. "Sister Lucy instructed us that if she did not return before nightfall, we should return to the cave. Perhaps we ought to head back. She is quite capable and will be fine." The older boy, known as Daniu, recalled Lucy's earlier admonitions. "Daniu, what if Sister Lucy has been captured by the human lord? I am so frightened. Should we search for her?" Erniu whimpered, tears welling in his eyes. This notion struck Daniu with concern as well. What if she truly had fallen into human hands? Humans were notoriously treacherous. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Daniu clenched his fists in agitation. Yet, he also remembered that on past occasions, Lucy would sometimes return late. He feared that if he acted impulsively, she might not find them upon her return. Torn between conflicting emotions, Daniu ultimately decided to heed Lucy's words. "Erniu, do not fret. Sister Lucy sometimes returns later than expected. Let us return to the cave for now. If she has not returned by tomorrow, we shall venture into the territory to search for her. Yes. Sister Lucy has been so good to us, we must not become a burden. If we do not see her by tomorrow, we will go find her." The 2 Minotaur boys turned back into the mist. As their figures faded from sight, the sound of rumbling stomachs echoed, a reminder of their own hunger. Within the territory, Rosen concluded his interrogation of Lucy and stepped into the courtyard. At that moment, Zhao Yun returned, laden with bountiful spoils. The rear camp had yielded a wealth of basic provisions, including carrots, various dye flowers, clay, wildflower seeds, and even pepper. Just these fundamental items filled a whole box. Zhao Yun not only ventured into the 8 blocks of mist, but also captured a tiger and 2 lions, all of which had unfortunately met their demise. Each of these ferocious beasts weighed over 300 pounds, providing a substantial amount of meat. Additionally, he returned with 2 treasure chests, one made of stone and the other of iron. These valuable resources were placed in the Grand Hall of Rosen, a newly constructed assembly area today. The hall, with its dual transparency, resembled a grand pavilion. The front area, spacious and accommodating, served as the main courtyard where the maids resided. The rear, though smaller, featured a quaint courtyard designated as Rosen's private retreat. Of course, there were maids on night watch here, but they were not permitted to reside in this area. Seated in the grand hall, Rosen sincerely expressed his gratitude. "General Zilong, your efforts are commendable. In serving the Lord, it is no hardship," Zhao Zilong replied, clasping his hands in salute. "Please, take a seat and join me for a meal." Rosen gestured for Zhao Yun to sit, while addressing Butler Bay. "Bay, ensure the resources are properly sorted and stored. Handle the 3 beasts and place them in my chamber." The reason for transporting the meat to his personal quarters was not solely for security. Rosen also contemplated reserving it for future use. Since these items had not been enhanced, they could be exchanged for superior goods in the marketplace should he encounter something worthwhile. In such a case, he could procure items to his satisfaction. with the prospect of a hundredfold enhancement during crafting. Why not seize such an opportunity? Essential items would be exchanged with unenhanced goods, while less critical ones could be traded with those that had been enhanced. There was no loss in any scenario. Having invited Zhao Yun to join him, Rosen specifically instructed the serving maids to provide extra meat for the soldiers of the vanguard camp. Alas, there was no wine. Otherwise, the soldiers could have enjoyed a drink as well. With wine and meat, the soldiers would surely fight valiantly for you. Just then, as they were enjoying their meal, Luo Sen appeared at the entrance, accompanied by others. The current lord's residence comprised 2 courtyards and 2 grand gates. The innermost area was Rosen's private space, while the outer courtyard was expansive enough to accommodate hundreds of people. At that moment, Rosen and Zhao Yun were dining in the outer courtyard's grand hall. Noticing Luo Sen's hurried entrance, Rosen slightly raised his eyelids and inquired, "What is the situation?" "My lord, I have searched the surroundings and found no other orcs," Luo Sen affirmed with certainty. Upon hearing the term orcs, Zhao Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, yet he refrained from interjecting. As a subordinate, knowing something did not necessitate complete awareness. Therefore, as long as Rosen remained silent, it was sufficient for the subordinate to keep it in mind without further inquiry. "No matter. You may come and sit." Rosen casually gestured to the seat beside him. This unexpected invitation left Luo Sen taken aback. He cautiously took his seat, but dared not touch his chopsticks. The mere act of not being reprimanded was a great favor from the lord, and to be invited to sit was beyond his comprehension. However, Rosen had no ulterior motive. He simply wished to reorganize the 2 main camps. Chapter 41. A pair of high heels for you. The vanguard and guard camps, each consisting of 20 men, had seen Rosen draw 80 additional personnel from other camps this afternoon. This meant that the 2 camps, plus 80 more, totaled 120 individuals. These were common folk who, in Rosen's previous life, would have been akin to those struggling to make ends meet. Naturally, they possessed no extraordinary skills, and many were unfamiliar with combat. Considering future developments, Rosen deemed it essential to initiate military training to transform them into true warriors capable of defending their territory. Moreover, soldiers and ordinary residents must be kept separate. They could not reside together. Rosen stated calmly, "Ordinary residents will only work for me in logging. The rest of their time is their own. However, soldiers are different. After you return, gather the soldiers together and relocate them to the side of the lord's residence to establish a separate military camp. Additionally, increase each camp by 40 personnel, dividing them into 2 squads to train alternately. While one squad undertakes a mission, the other will practice at the camp, thus enhancing the soldiers' combat capabilities." Rosen continued. "Zhao Yun will be reassigned from the vanguard camp to the position of Grand Commander, overseeing all soldiers in the territory, and additionally serving as chief instructor responsible for training the warriors. I will inform you of the training objectives shortly." "Yes, thank you, my lord," Zhao Yun replied, bowing in gratitude. Simultaneously, Luo Sen congratulated Zhao Yun. "Congratulations, General Zhao." From this moment onward, Luo Sen's rank would be subordinate to Zhao Yun's. Nevertheless, Luo Sen harbored no resentment. He recognized that he could not compare to Zhao Yun, thus feeling no jealousy. Zhao Yun had now ascended to the highest official position beneath Rosen, marking the birth of a complete hierarchical system. Below Rosen, there were 2 main divisions, one for the residents, directly managed by Butler Bey, overseeing the 4 camps and internal affairs, the other under Zhao Yun's command, coordinating the vanguard and guard camps. The vanguard was tasked with exploring the mist, while the guard was responsible for maintaining the residents' safety and securing the lord's residence. After the distribution was complete, everyone resumed their meal. Following the meal, Rosen shared his training plan with Zhao Yun and demonstrated the basic movements of the 8 extremes fist. Although Rosen was not well versed in this martial art, he could only display the postures, having only managed to execute them with some semblance of form due to the enhancement of his realm. In contrast, Zhao Yun, who possessed a higher martial realm than Rosen, comprehended the intricacies of combat techniques more deeply and instantly recognized the merits of the 8 extremes fist, committing them to memory. Additionally, Rosen demonstrated sword techniques to Zhao Yun. Upon witnessing them, Zhao Yun found them overly advanced, considering the residents had no foundational skills and could only learn the most basic slashing and stabbing techniques. Thus, Rosen instructed Zhao Yun to teach accordingly. Once all matters were arranged, the hour had grown late, and Rosen finally had the opportunity to open the treasure chests. Upon entering his chamber, he hesitated, contemplating which chest to open first, the stone or the iron. Let us start with the stone chest, Rosen decided, positioning himself before it and choosing to unlock it. In an instant, the chest opened, and its contents spilled forth. 10 wooden arrows, 1 pair of women's high heels, and 1 sanitary pad. Ding! With a 100-fold enhancement, the quantities surged to 1,000 wooden arrows, 100 pairs of women's high heels, and 100 sanitary pads. Rosen exclaimed in disbelief, "Good heavens, I am a male. How did I end up with so many feminine items?" Staring at the mountain of goods before him, Rosen was utterly flabbergasted. Nonetheless, it was surprising that the stone chest yielded such a bounty. Oh well, Perhaps someone will find use for these in the future. I shall store them for now. Rosen placed his hand on the pile of goods, which promptly vanished into his spatial backpack. Next, he turned his attention to the iron chest. This time, a sense of trepidation washed over him, fearing it might yield more bizarre items. As he opened it, he silently prayed, "Please, let it be something good." Upon successfully unlocking it, he found 10 pieces of rubber and 1 blueprint for a brick house roof. With a soft chime, the amplification was successful, and the quantity had surged to 100. Rubber, 1,000. Blueprint for a tiled roof, 100. Rosen pondered, "Is that all?" A grand iron treasure chest yielding nearly 2 items is rather disheartening. He felt a wave of exasperation, but resigned himself to the reality, stowing away his belongings. Rosen crawled into bed, his mood decidedly gloomy. Just then, a sudden knock echoed at his door. Wang had arrived. With no choice, Rosen placed the still unopened Lord's Guide aside and called out, "Come in." It had become a nightly ritual for Rosen to peruse the conversations of other lords before sleep, a habit he had grown fond of. Wang entered, her gaze falling upon him nestled beneath the covers, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Standing at the foot of the bed, she spoke with a hint of reluctance. "My lord, I apologize for disturbing your rest, but there is a matter I must report." "What is it?" "Speak," Rosen replied, curling deeper into his cocoon of blankets, with only his head and bright, blinking eyes visible. Wang continued with a sigh. "The cat girl you captured today has been causing quite a ruckus, claiming she is starving and demands a midnight snack. Otherwise, she insists on being released, promising never to steal again." "And did you provide her with a midnight snack?" Rosen countered. Shaking her head, Wang replied, "No. Everyone is entitled to 3 meals a day, so I did not." Rosen pondered for a moment. Truthfully, if one were to encounter a female thief who merely sought food without any malicious intent, what would one do? Would one resort to killing her? Or would it be an act of undue kindness to let her go? Killing her would render him no different from a demon, while releasing her could be construed as excessive mercy. Rosen, however, would not release her, for she had yet to divulge the various forces surrounding them and the dangers lurking in the mist. Though she had only stolen a morsel of food, the world operated on a different principle. There were no laws to speak of. Failing to inform him of the imminent threats was akin to placing him in peril. He would not slay her, yet she would not escape his grasp. With this resolve, he declared, "Provide her with a second helping. If she continues to protest, inform her that should I be displeased, I shall venture into the mist to capture her companions and make them slaves." "Understood," Wang nodded, preparing to fulfill the Lord's command. Yet, Rosen suddenly called out, "Wait a moment. Is there another command, my lord?" Wang asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Rosen emerged from beneath the covers, producing a pair of strikingly pointed, high-heeled red patent leather shoes, which he presented to her. "Here, a gift for you, fine-quality high heels. Are these shoes?" "They seem rather unique," Wang remarked. Her curiosity piqued as she examined the exquisite material, which gleamed so brilliantly it could serve as a mirror. Though she did not fully comprehend their significance, she recognized that such material must be exceedingly rare. However, she was uncertain how to wear them. Rosen, unable to suppress a smile, said, "Sit down. Let me assist you." "I dare not. I will put them on myself," Wang stammered, taken aback. The thought of her lord dressing her, especially as a female subordinate, would surely tarnish his reputation if word spread. Yet, Rosen was unfazed. He firmly guided her into a chair, removing her straw sandals, while saying, "You do not know how. Just watch closely." As her sandals were removed, her delicate, unblemished feet were revealed, appearing no larger than size 30, smaller than Rosen's own hand. Of course, this was largely due to Rosen's considerable stature, standing nearly 6 feet tall. His hands were indeed substantial. When their skin brushed against each other, a jolt of electricity coursed through them, leaving them both momentarily breathless. Wang was rendered speechless. Her face flushed as she allowed Rosen to slip the heels onto her feet, paralyzed by the sensation. Suppressing his own tumultuous feelings, Rosen stood back to admire her new look. "Truly beautiful," he complimented, a smile gracing his lips. "Now stand and take a few steps." At his praise, Wang's face turned crimson, as though she had been struck. Tentatively, she rose, only to lose her balance and stumble sideways. "Careful," Rosen called, quick as lightning, catching her just in time. The proximity allowed them to hear the rapid beating of each other's hearts. "Be cautious, these are merely for show. You can keep them without wearing them," he said, gently guiding her back into the chair to remove the shoes. "Yes, my lord, I shall take my leave," Wang replied, donning her straw sandals and clutching the gleaming shoes, her shyness rendering her unable to meet his gaze as she hurriedly exited his room. Once outside, she felt the gentle breeze and finally exhaled, her hand rising to touch her flushed cheek, still warm from the encounter. Inside the room, Rosen watched her retreating figure until she was completely gone, a sigh escaping his lips as he rubbed his forehead. He had indeed felt a flutter of attraction. Wang was not the typical slender, monkey-like woman. Rather, she possessed a figure that was curvaceous where it should be and slim where it needed to be, an embodiment of grace. With a resigned sigh, he he decided to return to watching the ongoing conversations among others. As he nestled back into his blankets, he opened the Lord's Guide and immediately checked the event rankings. Once again, he was in first place, with an even greater lead over the second and third contenders. First place, Rosen, number of missed exploration zones, 18. Second place, Wang Jinggang, number of missed exploration zones, 8. Third place, Zhang Jing, number of missed exploration zones, 8. This meant that even if Rosen ceased exploration the following day, it would be nearly impossible for the others to surpass him. Next, he examined the overall progress of the event. A total of 5 billion zones had been explored, with a requirement of 10 billion. How astonishing! Rosen marveled momentarily. Just 5 billion more zones remained to complete the event, with an average of less than 1 zone per person, excluding the injured and the indolent. It wouldn't take long. By noon the next day, it seemed likely that the task would be fulfilled. Thus, Rosen navigated to the chat page, entering the regional channel. Many messages awaited him, but as he had no shortage of resources, he chose to overlook them and instead observe the ongoing discussions. Upon opening the channel, he encountered a lamenting voice. Damn it! My subjects have betrayed me. They stole my food while I was sleeping. When I caught them, they fled into the mist. How tragic for that man. What did you do to your subjects? Can anyone help me? I'm so hungry. You know what? I found a silver mine today, but my wooden pickaxe can't break it. I've struck it for ages without leaving a mark. Can someone lend me an iron pickaxe? I'll share half of the silver I mine with you. The exploration of the Misty Realms is drawing to a close tomorrow, and I am uncertain whether I will make it into the top 10,000. Who, I wonder, is the individual reigning at the pinnacle? Does anyone know him? His prowess is truly remarkable. Having explored 18 regions, how did he achieve such a feat? Alas, my brethren, I have been plundered by another lord. He seized my subjects and even sought to take my life. Fortunately, I managed to escape with quick reflexes and now find myself in the wilderness. Who could come to my aid? They are so ruthless and ferocious, I am filled with dread. What? You too have been robbed? Goodness. I too fell victim to a robbery, but my assailants were repelled by myself and my subjects, for I am well versed in martial arts. Have all of you been victimized? During my exploration of the mist today, I stumbled upon several areas devoid of fog. Apparently, they belonged to someone else. Thankfully, I refrained from making my presence known. My friends, I urge you all to exercise caution. As the mist dissipates, the likelihood of encounters increases, so vigilance is paramount. As the topic shifted to the matter of robbery, a name surfaced in Rosen's mind, Shi Jujin. In a past life, when the exploration of the mist concluded and the beast tide crisis ensued, Shi Jujin led a raid into his territory and brutally slaughtered him. At that time, however, Rosen could not recall Shi Jujin's name. Calculating the passage of time, it seems that after a few days when the beast tide commences, he will likely reappear in my territory. I wonder how his entourage will react upon witnessing my fully equipped army. Will they flee in terror? I am genuinely looking forward to it. With a slight squint of his eyes, Rosen reflected on his current strength, which far surpassed that of Shi Jujin, rendering him unafraid. Furthermore, with a few days remaining, he could enhance his soldiers with iron equipment. When the time comes, he not only seeks vengeance, but also aims to instill fear in Shi Jujin, making him regret ever stepping foot in this land. Nevertheless, events unfolding among other lords indicate a turbulent world. Conflicts over resources are intensifying, with lords engaging in violent confrontations, even resorting to treachery and murder. It appears that such clashes are the most effective means of accelerating the development of power. Rosen awaited the unfolding of these events with bated breath. As the sun rose and set, a night passed quietly. When Rosen arose for breakfast, he could already hear the distant sounds of soldiers training, specifically, their rhythmic footsteps echoing around the Lord's manor. The synchronized steps struck the ground, producing a muffled sound. However, the Lord's manor was vast, and even while running around it, Rosen could only hear faint noises, and only with careful listening and the enhancement of his own cultivation. Thus, ordinary individuals within the manor would be entirely oblivious to such sounds, rendering them devoid of any notion of noise. Lord, the wheat seeds have dried. Shall we sow them today? As Rosen finished his meal, Bai Wang entered to report. Recalling his agricultural plans, Rosen immediately rose and replied, "Let us go and cultivate the land." Thus, the two departed from the hall and arrived at the entrance, where dozens of reserve subjects awaited, armed with wheat seeds, wooden hoes, and buckets filled with fresh water. Under Rosen's leadership, the group set out in an orderly fashion. However, upon reaching the outer courtyard, Rosen encountered Taizhan, the captain of the iron smelting camp. Taizhan, once known as Subject 2, had taken on the name Taizhan and was responsible for iron smelting. After a night of labor, he had consumed a significant amount of wood, resulting in the production of over 1,000 pieces of iron. Having just exited the smelting chamber, he promptly reported the situation to the Lord. "Lord, all 1,200 iron ores have been refined, yielding a total of 480 pieces of iron. Excellent. Transport them to my courtyard. I shall require them shortly." Rosen nodded. He possessed 20 iron smelters, each capable of refining 100 pieces of iron ore. The rapid completion of the task likely indicated that he had utilized a majority of the smelters, which aligned with his expectations. After issuing his instructions, they continued onward. Soon, they arrived outside the Lord's manor, where several houses had been constructed nearby, forming a small village that embraced the manor within its midst. The subjects were diligently engaged in their work, though the surrounding trees and minerals had been stripped bare, prompting them to venture further afield for their tasks. Following the walls of the manor, Rosen and his companions made their way to the military camp. The military camp was not a specialized facility, but rather a gathering place for soldiers. At that moment, 60 individuals were engaged in training. Led by the newly appointed General Zhao Yun, the vanguard and guard units each comprised 60 men, with half training while the other half stood guard, alternating in shifts. Hey, ha. At this time, the soldiers were practicing punches under Zhao Yun's guidance, employing the 8 extremes fist that Rosen had taught him the previous evening. As the weather warmed, many soldiers stripped off their shirts, training bare-chested under the sun, sweat glistening on their skin. However, upon noticing the Lord's presence, the soldiers immediately summoned an extra burst of energy, delivering their punches with even greater force. Zhao Yun approached Rosen, clasping his hands in salute. My lord, you are doing well. I am not here to inspect. I have come to cultivate the land. Rosen patted Zhao Yun's shoulder and smiled. Are you interested in witnessing the miracle that unfolds? A miracle? Zhao Yun was momentarily taken aback. If you wish to see, then follow me. With a smile, Rosen turned and headed towards the outskirts of the camp, where the subjects were clearing the wilderness. Zhao Yun, piqued by curiosity, instructed the soldiers, train freely, and promptly pursued Rosen. As a martial arts master, he was eager to see what kind of miracle the Lord would produce. Before long, they arrived at a plot of land that had been thoroughly tilled. The earth was turned over, exposing the rich soil beneath, with not a single large clod remaining, only fine, soft dirt. Being a rural man, Rosen felt satisfied with the subject's work and nodded, saying, proceed. Yes. Bai Wang waved his hand, signaling the subjects to begin. Thus, they took up their seeds and hoes, commencing the sowing process. With dozens of individuals working in an organized manner, the pace was remarkably swift. One group dug holes, another planted seeds, yet another filled the holes, and a final group watered the newly sown seeds. In no time, they completed the planting of the wheat seeds. However, a small patch of land remained unplanted, as Rosen had instructed them to sow densely, given that these were wild wheat seeds, and sparse planting would hinder harvest. Yet, despite the density, there were not enough seeds to fill the fertile land entirely. Bai Wang, did you bring the spirit wheat? Rosen suddenly inquired. He recalled that while the quantity of spirit wheat was limited, there were still several hundred stalks, which would fit perfectly in this space. Bai Wang replied, yes, I brought it. But won't planting spirit wheat alongside wild wheat be a problem? There is no issue whatsoever. Plant the spirit wheat in that vacant area. Rosen gently gestured towards the vacant plot. The area was modest in size, merely 4 or 5 square meters. However, the wheat sprouted from this small expanse, if replanted, could certainly yield an entire acre. Moreover, he intended to utilize a magical scroll to accelerate the growth of the wheat, ensuring no precious spirit wheat seeds would be squandered. Bei Yao obediently directed the spirit wheat sowing. Soon, all the seeds of spirit wheat and wild wheat were sown. The group retreated to the edge of the field, all eagerly anticipating Rosen's next move. They were now aware that their lord intended to use magic to hasten the growth of the newly sown wheat. Even Zhao Yun concentrated his attention. At this moment, Rosen produced the magical scroll and slowly walked to the center of the field. It was a basic nature magic scroll, labeled Brutal Growth. With measured grace, Rosen unfurled the scroll and cast it to the ground. In that instant, as the scroll hit the earth, it erupted in a brilliant explosion of light, swiftly radiating outward. Subsequently, it transformed into a deluge of luminous rain cascading upon the field. The moment the shimmering rain touched the soil, green wheat sprouts emerged from the ground, beginning to grow with wild abandon. Heavens, they truly sprouted. Their lord must be a reincarnation of a divine being. Long live our lord. The villagers exclaimed in unison, then knelt upon the ground, bowing in reverence to Rosen. Is this the legendary magic? How astonishing. Zhao Yun was equally astonished, as this was his first encounter with the existence of magic. However, unlike the group of men, Bei Yao was not so bewildered. Rather, she felt an overwhelming admiration. Their lord seemed omnipotent, as if there were no feats beyond his grasp. In her heart, Rosen had ascended to an unattainable height, a marvelous figure willing to immerse her in the tides of fate. Thus, the wonders wrought by Rosen did not astound her, but only deepened her reverence. The wheat sprouts broke through the soil, growing with fervor until they densely populated the field. They continued to surge forth, and in mere seconds, the wheat had reached Rosen's knees, then grew to waist height. The sprouts transitioned from green to a golden yellow, signaling maturity. How extraordinary that they would ripen so swiftly. Magic is indeed wondrous. Rosen could not help but feel a tinge of astonishment himself. This visible manifestation of magic, coupled with the frenetic pace of growth, elicited not only a sense of mystery, but also a twinge of fear. For should such magic be applied to a human, the consequences could be dire. In a fleeting minute, the wheat seeds completed their brief life cycle. From germination to maturity, the entire process took merely a minute. The wheat field now shimmered with golden hues, a resplendent sight. Standing amidst the wheat, Rosen extended his arms and gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, savoring the wonders of nature. However, at that moment, a voice from the system echoed in his mind, jolting him from his reverie. Beep. Centuple amplification successful. Quantity has increased to 100. Taken aback by the voice in his mind, Rosen pondered, what on earth? What has been amplified? He hastily opened his spatial backpack and was astonished to find it brimming with countless pieces of equipment. 100 golden axes, 100 golden sickles, 100 golden swords, 100 golden helmets, 100 golden armor sets, 100 golden gauntlets, 100 golden greaves, 100 golden battle boots, and 100 magic apprentice recruitment orders. Rosen's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets upon witnessing the sudden influx of treasures. Good heavens, have I struck gold? He was utterly flabbergasted. Suddenly, as if a light bulb had flickered in his mind, he quickly retrieved the Lord's Guide and opened it. Upon seeing the event completion information and the reward distribution details on the first page, the realization dawned upon him. It turned out all of this was a reward for completing the event. After the event concluded, rewards were automatically distributed, should space be insufficient. One would need to collect them manually. Rosen's backpack space was ample, hence the automatic distribution into his pack. Additionally, the centuple amplification system detected this as a reward received by Rosen, activating the amplification feature. It must be said, this amplification system is rather user-friendly. Yet, when Rosen beheld the magic apprentice recruitment order, he was somewhat perplexed. For in the event rewards, there had been no mention of such a recruitment order. Just a note about an additional reward for the first place. Could the recruitment order be the extra reward? My goodness, can I recruit 100 magic apprentices? Individuals capable of wielding magic like hastening the growth of wheat? With this thought, Rosen leaped for joy, exclaiming, hooray! What is the matter with our lord? Surely he has not been overwhelmed. A few villagers exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to make of it. Bei Yao and Zhao Yun also shared a look before hastening towards the field. My lord, are you all right? They inquired with concern as they approached the center of the field. Rosen then realized he had become overly exuberant and made an effort to temper his excitement. Nevertheless, the upward curve of his lips could not fully conceal his elation. I am fine, let us return, he replied. Bei Yao, arrange for the wheat to be harvested and continue to cultivate the land. Replant the harvested wheat. I estimate we should yield around 1,000 gene. With an average of 40 gene of seeds needed per acre, we should be able to cultivate over 20 acres. Gasp. At this point, Rosen inhaled sharply. Over 20 acres, and in the blink of an eye, we would transition into an agricultural society? This is astonishingly swift. Once we harvest the next crop from those 20 acres, we could yield over 20,000 gene. By then, everyone will have a stable supply of food. Indeed, under the guidance of our Lord, our territory will undoubtedly flourish. Bei Yao echoed, equally exhilarated. Transitioning from a state where food had to be scavenged to a situation of stable food production was an immensely challenging transformation. Yet, under Rosen's leadership, it seemed effortlessly accomplished. Surely Rosen is not merely a reincarnation of a divine being. What else could he be, right? Bei Yao organized the villagers to harvest the crops and continue to clear the land. Meanwhile, under Zhao Yun's vigilant protection, Rosen returned to the Lord's manor. Upon arriving at the Lord's estate, he eagerly unpacked the entire set of golden rewards for examination. Following the fog exploration event, there were 1 million people eligible for rewards from the Lord's Guide. With these rewards in hand, the development of the territory would undoubtedly accelerate. For instance, should they encounter lone wolves or tigers outside the territory, previously, they lacked the courage to engage due to the absence of iron weapons. Now armed with iron weaponry, and bolstered by the villagers' support, victory would be almost assured. Moreover, the top 10,000 participants were also rewarded with a full set of silver gear, which provided even greater protection and sharpness. Thus, engaging in battle would naturally present a significant advantage. If some extraordinary individuals received rewards, their development speed would undoubtedly multiply, rapidly gaining an upper hand and establishing a firm foothold. As the first place winner, Rosen possessed a complete set of golden equipment, while the second and third place winners only received a full set of silver gear. Additionally, he was awarded an extra magic apprentice recruitment order. In other words, both the second and third place holders each possess a silver set of armor and a golden weapon. However, Rosen stands alone, adorned with an entire ensemble crafted from gold, accompanied by weapons of the same precious material. After enhancement, he finds himself in possession of 100 sets. Upon meticulous examination, Rosen discovers that the materials constituting these golden weapons are not mere soft gold, but rather a remarkably hard metal that resembles gold in appearance. To test the performance of his equipment, he even goes so far as to forge an iron sword. The creation of the iron sword requires the consumption of 4 iron ores per unit. With a mere drop, the hundredfold enhancement is successfully achieved, resulting in 100 iron swords. While the durability of the iron sword is also limited to 100, it surpasses the wooden sword in sharpness and longevity. With identical durability, the iron sword can endure 3 times longer than the wooden counterpart before showing signs of wear. To illustrate, a wooden sword loses a fraction of its durability after 3 strikes, whereas the iron sword only does so after 9. This exemplifies the distinction between superior and inferior weaponry. The same holds true for golden weapons. Rosen brandishes an iron sword and strikes it against the golden armor resting on the table. The sharp clang of metal reverberates throughout the room, yet astonishingly, the golden armor remains unscathed. Although Rosen did not exert his full strength, the impact of a typical human's might should have inflicted at least some damage. In contrast, the iron sword bears a noticeable nick on its blade, underscoring the formidable hardness of the golden armor. When donned, it appears capable of withstanding relentless assaults from an iron sword. Perhaps only a silver sword could inflict harm upon such golden armor. Rosen muses quietly, before sheathing the iron sword away. The shimmering gold should indeed look striking when worn. He murmurs, then proceeds to don the golden armor. It must be said, despite its formidable strength, the armor is remarkably lightweight, even lighter than iron. Its design bears a striking resemblance to a woman's qipao, with a split at the waist, yet the hem extends gracefully down to the knees. When adorned, it resembles a magnificent golden gown of armor, offering protection from the neck down to the shoulders and extending to the knees, ensconcing every vital area. The ensemble also includes knee guards, gauntlets, a helmet, and battle boots. Goodness, one would appear as a small, gilded figurine when fully clad. Fortunately, its reflective quality is not overpowering, glinting only under the blazing sun. Rosen adorns himself piece by piece. The golden set, while robust, possesses a remarkably supple construction at each joint, allowing for unhindered movement. The armor appears to be composed of countless intricately interlocked golden plates, enabling flexibility akin to a crumpled fabric. Moreover, the inner lining, fashioned from golden threads, exudes an air of opulence. Rosen ponders that even if such battle armor were to be sold in his previous life, it would command a substantial price, regardless of whether the material is genuine gold. Before long, Rosen completes the donning of his entire ensemble. In an instant, he transforms into a strikingly formidable golden-armored general, towering and well-built, adorned in exquisitely crafted gear. His piercing gaze captivates all who behold him. Stepping out in this attire would undoubtedly instill awe and respect in anyone. For this ensemble is not merely armor. It symbolizes status. At that moment, passing maids halt in their tracks, their expressions filled with incredulity as they gaze upon their lord. They exclaim in unison, "Wow, wow, wow. Our lord looks incredibly handsome. I must inform the butler at once." Shortly thereafter, Bea appears in a corner of the courtyard, surreptitiously observing Rosen in his golden attire. Her eyes shimmering with admiration. With her hands clasped to her chest, she resembles a besotted maiden on the verge of swooning. Rosen, naturally aware of Bea's gaze, chooses not to comment, instead closing the door and removing his armor. After all, wearing such high-caliber armor outdoors could easily be construed as ostentatious. Once the armor is shed, Rosen contemplates his next course of action and approaches the crafting table. With only 100 sets of golden equipment at his disposal, which must be reserved for special occasions, he decides to manufacture iron armor for his soldiers' protection. Having formulated a preliminary plan, he retrieves iron blocks and begins crafting. The ironworks yield 480 iron blocks, which is more than sufficient. Since he intends to equip his soldiers with complete sets, a reference is essential, otherwise, his knowledge is rather limited. Consequently, Rosen searches for blueprints corresponding to the golden set. He resolves to create 200 sets, ensuring that his soldiers are fully armored. With a clear decision, he begins by crafting iron swords. Having previously produced one, resulting in a hundredfold enhancement, it still proves insufficient, so he forges another. This too undergoes enhancement, resulting in a total of 200 iron swords. Additionally, to expedite resource extraction for his subjects, he resolves to produce several axes and picks. Iron axe requires 4 iron blocks for crafting. Iron pickaxe requires 4 iron blocks for crafting. Rosen opts for one-click crafting, producing 2 of each. With a drop, their quantities are enhanced to 100. Thus, he possesses 200 iron axes and 200 iron pickaxes, resulting in an impressive inventory of 400 iron weapons. After securing the iron weapons in a chest by the door, Rosen returns to the crafting table to continue his work. Next on the agenda is the defensive gear. Utilizing the blueprint for the golden set, he swiftly locates the design for the iron armor. Iron armor requires 20 iron ores and 10 bundles of linen. To his surprise, linen is also necessary, presumably for the inner lining and assembly. However, this consumption seems rather extravagant. 20 blocks of iron for a single piece of armor is equivalent to the extraction of 5 large iron ore deposits. For an ordinary lord, locating 5 iron ores is no easy feat yet. Considering that armor covers a substantial portion of the body, it becomes understandable that a considerable amount of material is required. Though Rosen lacks expertise in clothing design, he finds solace in the notion that he is not short of iron. The scarcity of resources for others is their concern. If such demands exist, then he shall fulfill them. Thus, he retrieves straw and iron blocks to place on the crafting table. Straw serves as the material for crafting linen. With a click, he produces 2 iron armors. With a successful hundredfold enhancement, he now possesses 200 pieces of iron armor. The original materials on the crafting table vanish, replaced by 200 iron armors. Although the color of the iron armor appears somewhat duller, the sturdiness inherent in iron still conveys a sense of robustness, especially for armor. It resembles a steel beast, instilling a sense of safety at first glance. Iron helm requires 4 iron ores and 1 piece of cloth for crafting. Iron knee pads requires 2 iron blocks and 1 piece of cloth for crafting. Iron gauntlets requires 2 iron blocks and 1 piece of cloth for crafting. Genuine leather boots requires 4 furs, 2 yards of cloth, and 4 pieces of rubber. Upon realizing the final item's requirements, Rosen suddenly recalled that he had opened a chest yesterday, which seemed to have yielded some rubber. However, both his leather and rubber had been enhanced and could not be augmented further. Thus, the crafted boots might fall short. Contemplating this, Rosen resolved to prioritize the creation of the boots. He took out 400 rabbit hides, obtained from dismantling rabbits a few days prior. Then retrieved 1,000 pieces of rubber from the chest he had opened yesterday. And finally, he brought forth the enhanced cloth to commence crafting. Each rabbit hide measured merely 1 yard, necessitating 4 hides to make 4 yards. Rosen selected 4 rabbit hides, 1 piece of cloth, and 4 pieces of rubber, and began crafting a pair of boots. Upon successful construction, he examined the boots. They appeared quite sturdy. The rubber was embedded within, effectively safeguarding the ankle joints, and the boot shafts extended impressively up to the calves. As for the void between the calves and the armor's hem, it would require knee pads to fill. When fully donned, they would provide protection akin to that of the golden set, shielding the entire body. With this thought, Rosen felt less regretful and set about his task. He crafted 100 pairs of genuine leather boots, depleting his 400 rabbit hides and 400 pieces of rubber. Yet, 100 pairs were far from sufficient. Rosen dashed to the storage box in search of more materials. Soon, he discovered 200 bear hides along with some wolf, tiger, and lion hides. Upon seeing these, Rosen was momentarily taken aback. Except for the bear hides, the rest had not been enhanced, a fact he had overlooked amid his recent busyness, leading to his failure to remember them for augmentation. If he exchanged some rubber in the Lord's Guide, he could utilize these furs for enhancement. Nevertheless, having already commenced crafting, he decided to continue. With a resolute shake of his head, Rosen retrieved the bear hides and proceeded with the crafting. The bear hides were substantial, each measuring over 20 yards. Thus, 1 bear hide could produce 5 pairs of boots. After consuming 20 bear hides and 400 pieces of rubber, Rosen crafted another 100 pairs of boots. Consequently, the total count of boots reached 200 pairs. Knee pads, gauntlets, helmets, and sword sheaths also awaited production. This time, the process was markedly simpler. Aside from certain unique resources that were too scarce and had been enhanced, the majority of basic materials no longer required Rosen's direct augmentation. He had indeed reaped the benefits of his enhancements in the final products. Rosen opted for one-click crafting, producing 2 of each item, 2 pairs of knee pads, 2 pairs of gauntlets, and 2 helmets. Sword sheath crafting required 2 iron and 2 leather. Ding! A hundredfold enhancement was successful, resulting in a total of 100. Thus, he acquired 200 pairs of knee pads, 200 pairs of gauntlets, 200 helmets, and 200 sword sheaths. Chapter 46. Fully Armed Forces. With a flurry of crafting, Rosen amassed a vast array of weapons and defensive gear. The quantity of these sets was beyond the reach of other lords, a prospect they could scarcely dare to dream of. Upon completion, Rosen did not leave the room. Instead, he comfortably reclined in a chair, crossing his legs, and intently retrieved the apprentice sorcerer recruitment order. The recruitment order was a palm-sized token inscribed with specific instructions. The apprentice sorcerer recruitment order allows you to recruit a qualified magic apprentice to serve you. Once the order is used, the recruitment result is irrevocable, randomly summoning sorcerers of varying attributes. The summoned apprentice will emerge from the recruitment site within 10 minutes. This was the explanation etched on the recruitment order. Simultaneously, the order also displayed usage options: recruit immediately or postpone recruitment. Observing the choices, Rosen hesitated for a moment. Sorcerers were the most enigmatic profession in this world, their numbers exceedingly scarce. If one were to compare, sorcerers could be likened to the rarity of giant pandas in a previous life, both precious and rare. He had amassed 100 recruitment orders, allowing for the summoning of 100 magic apprentices. Although the attributes were random, they were indeed legitimate magic apprentices capable of wielding spells. Even within the Lord's Manor, sorcerers were esteemed subordinates. Furthermore, these sorcerers would not engage in agricultural labor. Their sole focus would be on magical research, striving to elevate their magical prowess. While they would remain loyal to the Lord, their inherent disposition inclined them to regard themselves as superior beings. They would automatically perceive their status as sorcerers to be more noble than that of the common folk. A sentiment echoed by the populace as well. All this information had been gleaned from Rosen's previous observations in the World Channel. Would summoning them all at once prove troublesome to manage? Moreover, it seemed unnecessary to have so many sorcerers at present. After some contemplation, Rosen ultimately decided to recruit 10 first to gauge the situation. After all, the recruitment orders were in his possession, and he could summon more whenever he required them. However, prior to the recruitment, he needed to equip his soldiers with weapons. Should the magic apprentices prove haughty and difficult to train, he would have the means to deal with them on the spot. With this thought in mind, Rosen called out, "Is anyone there? Lord, what is your command?" A maid entered, bowing respectfully. Rosen replied nonchalantly, "Go to the barracks and inform Captain Zhao to bring everyone over. I have matters to discuss with him." Yes. The maid hurried off to fulfill his request. During this time, Rosen retrieved the Lord's Guide and began perusing it. As the first major event in this world came to a close, the second event should have refreshed by now. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to take a look. Opening the first page, he discovered that the event had concluded and a new global situation had been updated. The global situation of the mist exploration completed. The global situation of the Beast Tide Crisis upcoming. Upon seeing the words Beast Tide Crisis, Rosen quietly mused, as expected. He continued reading. Countdown to the Beast Tide Crisis, 20 hours and 45 minutes. Once the Beast Tide commences, beasts will appear around each Lord's territory, with various species attacking the lands. The initial attack will involve 1 beast, the second attack will feature 3, and the third will unleash 9 beasts. With each subsequent assault, the number of beasts will double. Lords are advised to prepare their defenses in advance. If a lord possesses the confidence to withstand the beast attacks, they may opt for a counterstrike to secure food resources. Conversely, if a lord cannot hold out, they should securely lock their doors, refrain from venturing outside, and await the event's conclusion. This event will last for 1 day and 1 night. Having read the announcement, Rosen's eyes narrowed slightly. This Beast Tide event represented a significant turning point for the lords. The outcome would greatly hinge on who could stockpile the most food resources. With ample food, the momentum of growth could accelerate, fortifying his territory further. The countdown to the event's commencement would likely conclude by noon tomorrow. Upon finishing the event introduction, Rosen reopened the chat channel. The discussions within were overwhelmingly focused on the Beast Tide incident. At that very moment, many individuals were struggling to find food, living in abject poverty. The prospect of beasts approaching one's own territory, coupled with the advance notice he had received, provided a singular opportunity to alter the current predicament. "Brothers, we must seize this chance during the Beast Tide," he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Fortune smiles upon me. I have just unearthed iron ore and forged iron swords. Tomorrow, I shall finally display my prowess. My subjects are eagerly anticipating tomorrow's events. I can hardly contain my hunger. Tomorrow's Beast Tide will be a do-or-die situation." Another voice cried out, "Heavens, I still lack weapons. Is there anyone who can spare me an iron sword? You don't even possess an iron sword? Your situation must be dire indeed," another chimed in. Though 1 million have completed the quest and received iron swords, many still struggle to fill their bellies. How can they muster the energy to seek iron ore? Brothers, heed my advice. If there are other lords nearby, let us cooperate to weather the Beast Tide crisis together. We can share the spoils based on contributions. There happens to be a lord nearby whom I have yet to meet. I shall inquire if he is willing to collaborate. Observing the chatter in the regional channel, Rosen scoffed. A mere Beast Tide, and they seek allies? Are they not afraid that after the tide recedes, they may fall victim to treachery? Not only would they lose resources, but they may also lose their very lives. Slowly closing the Lord's Guide, a troubling thought resurfaced in Rosen's mind, one that had been nagging at him. It concerned Liang. As a former friend, how would he acquire resources with an injured foot and no weapon? Would he simply watch him perish in this world? Though fate governs life and death, and wealth lies in the hands of the heavens, humans are beings of emotion, bound by principles. If one lacks even a baseline of morality, what meaning does life hold? Sigh. I suppose I shall lend you a hand, Rosen murmured. Just then, Zhao Yun approached. Lord, I have brought men, he announced with a bow. Rosen looked up and saw 60 soldiers in the courtyard, already donned in coarse garments, standing in neat formation, awaiting orders. It was evident that after a day of training, they had achieved a semblance of order, at least managing to stand in an orderly line. Satisfied, Rosen gestured toward a storage box at the entrance. Inside, you will find some iron equipment. Please send someone to deliver a set to that lord. Recalling Li Yang's location, he continued, choose someone clever. They must not be seen while placing it in his courtyard. Additionally, have the soldiers don this equipment and stand by in the courtyard. I will be recruiting magicians shortly. Recruiting magicians? Zhao Yun exclaimed in surprise. Has Lord reached the level where magicians can be recruited at will? How formidable. With that thought, Zhao Yun promptly took his leave to distribute the equipment and sent a clever individual to deliver the weapons to Li Yang's territory. Upon receiving their gear, the soldiers erupted in excitement, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. Most were from other territories, where they could barely find food to eat. In Rosen's domain, not only was there meat at every meal, but they were now equipped as well. With this gear, they felt a sense of responsibility for their lives. In an instant, their loyalty surged, all surpassing 90. This loyalty was akin to that of devoted warriors. They would charge into the depths of hell at the Lord's command. Quickly donning their armor and boots, they affixed iron sword sheaths to their waists, transforming into a formidable phalanx of armored warriors. 59 clad in iron armor, wielding long swords, stood in the courtyard like invincible demigods. Of course, with their equipment, even the slaughter of low-level beasts was entirely within their capabilities, given that these creatures possessed unique skills akin to those of magicians. Zilong, I have some golden armor here. Allow me to gift you a set. You should don it as well, Rosen offered, presenting Zhao Yun with the golden armor. As Zhao Yun touched the material, he realized it was a treasure, and he knelt, accepting it with both hands. Thank you, my lord. Think nothing of it. I plan to form a special forces unit with these golden armors once my soldiers have undergone sufficient training, but it may be premature to discuss that now, as their strength is still rather lacking. As Rosen observed Zhao Yun changing attire, he shared his plans. Once Zhao Yun was dressed, he solemnly declared, I shall strive to train diligently, aiming to soon cultivate a fierce and formidable army for your special forces, my lord. Rosen nodded in satisfaction, retrieving 10 recruitment orders and opting to recruit them all at once. The orders vanished from his grasp, dissolving into nothingness. In no more than 10 minutes, the apprentices of magic would emerge from the recruitment office. Rising, Rosen made his way toward the outer courtyard, as the recruitment office lay just beyond. Zhao Yun, clad in golden armor and wielding a golden sword, closely followed Rosen. Upon entering the courtyard, they beheld the assembled soldiers, clad in black armor, exuding an air of majesty and intimidation. As Rosen appeared, the soldiers knelt in unison, expressing their gratitude for the Lord's generosity. Thank you, my lord, for your grace. Their voices harmonized in a powerful chorus. Rosen nodded, declaring, from now on, our territory shall grow ever stronger. Rise. With that, a maid approached, setting a chair behind him and gently urging, my lord, please take a seat. Expressionless, Rosen sat down, awaiting the arrival of the magicians. This was his first time recruiting magicians, and he anticipated the emergence of these exceptionally rare beings. Even though magic apprentices were weak, incapable of besting an ordinary man, their spells held considerable power. The commotion in the outer courtyard roused Lucy from her dreams. With bewildered eyes, she crawled out from the straw pile, murmuring, what is happening? What has transpired? Since her capture yesterday, she had been confined in this humble dwelling, where meals were delivered thrice daily, even including late-night snacks. She swore that in her more than 10 years of life, she had never experienced such comfort. Every meal was filled with meat. Eat, sleep, awaken, and eat again, without a care in the world. If it weren't for the confinement, the limited space restricting her movements, she might have thought she was dreaming. The living conditions here surpassed even those of the orc chieftains. In her previous life, she scoured the land with her companions, searching for food, residing in caves made of dead branches and feasting on wild fruits, with the occasional fortunate hunt. In unfortunate times, powerful humans would capture them, and even other orc tribes eyed them with greed, hoping to enslave them. However, since her arrival here, her existence resembled that of a deity. Not only did she wake to food, but she no longer had to live in constant fear. Alas, it is truly pitiful for Daniu and Erniu. I am left wondering how they have fared these past few days, and whether they have found sustenance. I cannot, in good conscience, indulge in life's pleasures while forsaking Daniu and Erniu. I must venture forth to seek provisions for them. In this moment, Lucy's resolve solidified within her heart, compelling her to step outside. However, as she approached the window and beheld the scene in the courtyard, her determination to leave was instantly quashed. A multitude of soldiers, each impeccably equipped, stood before her. The lord of this domain was indeed formidable. Just a single glance left Lucy utterly astounded. The sight of the fully armed soldiers in the courtyard struck her with an overwhelming sense of shock. Particularly alarming was the presence of a figure clad in golden armor standing beside Rosen, who exuded an inexplicable pressure that weighed heavily upon her. That individual appeared to possess immense strength. This instinctive sixth sense, innate to her feline lineage, warned her against any rash actions. Thus, the thought of fleeing dissipated once more. What could this youthful lord possibly intend by summoning such a multitude of soldiers? Had he discovered Daniu and Erniu and aimed to capture them? Surely not. Despite their considerable strength, they were not significant enough to warrant such a mobilization. Could it be that he was preparing for conflict with neighboring territories? Yet, it was likely that even the combined forces of nearby lords would struggle to contend with him. As the cat girl furrowed her brow in contemplation, a figure clad in a gray linen robe emerged from the recruitment office, causing Lucy's eyes to widen in astonishment once again. A mage. Oh my. The arrival of the apprentice mage was accompanied by an air of distinction. His attire, a simple gray robe, was undoubtedly far more sophisticated than that of the common citizens. This young man, in his 20s, stepped out and surveyed his surroundings. Upon encountering the ranks of soldiers, a sudden panic welled up within him. He had not anticipated his lord to be so powerful, commanding such well-equipped soldiers. Promptly, the young mage apprentice hastened to the center of the courtyard, kneeling reverently before the lord, exclaiming, "I, Javen, apprentice of fire magic, humbly greet you, my lord. May the god of flames bless you." Rosen recalled having seen a discussion in the World Channel stating that mages summoned by lords often possess less loyalty than ordinary citizens, and they seldom kneel, typically opting for a single knee. This significantly impacted the authority of lords within the mage community. Yet here was this young apprentice, exhibiting such deference. It seemed the atmosphere around them was indeed different. It appeared that even mages were but ordinary individuals in need of guidance. Thus, Rosen began to form a preliminary understanding of mages. As he regarded the kneeling apprentice, information about him materialized before Rosen's eyes. Chapter 48, Mage Commander. Citizen Mage, Javen. Loyalty, 70. Magical Attribute, Fire Magic. Magic Level, Mage Apprentice. Magical Power, 100 points. Automatically recovers 10 points per hour. Meditation and rest can expedite recovery. Spells acquired. Fireball, costs 30 points of magical power. Upon seeing the details of his profile, Rosen was momentarily speechless. This was rather underwhelming. He had not expected the mage apprentice to be so lacking in prowess, despite the grand display arranged for their welcome. Moreover, his loyalty was even lower than that of a common citizen. However, it was fortunate that the title of citizen still preceded his name, indicating that he belonged to his domain. With a loyalty of 80 points, he too would contribute to Rosen's influence. Feeling somewhat disappointed, Rosen waved his hand dismissively and said, "Rise." "Thank you, my lord," Javen replied nervously as he stood respectfully to the side. After rising, he felt a twinge of anxiety, sensing that the lord did not seem to regard him with much importance. "My lord, perhaps I could demonstrate a spell for you?" Javen suggested, seeking to prove his worth and elevate his standing. After all, mages were rare, and many individuals never witnessed one in their lifetime. Even the lord rarely garnered the allegiance of a mage, and he feared being underestimated due to ignorance. Upon hearing this, Rosen suddenly recalled that mages engaged in ranged attacks, which could indeed be useful, akin to an enhanced archer with the ability to deliver area damage. With the impending beast-tide crisis on the horizon, it would be prudent to assess the apprentice's capabilities in advance. He merely hoped that the magic would not be too feeble. "Then perform your spell, and let us see what magic entails," Rosen replied casually. "Yes. However, I will require a target," Javen replied, a confident smile gracing his face. Rosen gestured grandly. "Have some soldiers stack a few logs." Immediately, soldiers moved to gather several large logs, forming a sturdy pile. Each log weighed several dozen pounds, and together they created a formidable barricade. Once arranged, the soldiers turned their attention to the mage apprentice, eager to witness the fabled magic. Javen, brimming with pride at this display, turned around and slowly raised his hands. With palms facing upwards and head tilted back, he murmured, "Fiery spirits of passion, heed my call and take shape." Fireball. His whispered incantation resembled a prayer, leading Rosen to perceive him more as a charlatan than a mage. Were it not for the existence of magic in this world, he would have certainly dismissed Javen as a fraud. Yet, as Javen completed the incantation, a miraculous sight unfolded before them. Red spots appeared on his palms, visibly coalescing at an astonishing pace. In mere moments, a fireball the size of a human head formed, hovering above his hand and emanating waves of intense heat. At that instant, every soldier present inhaled sharply, and Rosen was no exception. Witnessing the manifestation of magic left him utterly astonished. "Fireball, go!" Javen shouted, thrusting his hands forward. The fireball surged forth at breathtaking speed toward the log pile. Boom! In a brief moment, the fireball collided with the wooden stack, erupting with a resounding crash. The logs ignited in a roaring blaze, scattering debris in all directions. This spectacle left Rosen thoroughly convinced of the apprentice mage's formidable offensive capabilities. The sheer force of the impact had shattered the pile, and the flames proved remarkably combustible, igniting the surrounding wood. Such power, if unleashed upon armored soldiers, could undoubtedly send them flying. The combination of impact and fire left the soldiers utterly defenseless. Of course, a single mage could only cast the fireball spell 3 times. Not bad at all. Henceforth, you shall serve as my mage commander, overseeing all mages within my territory. Rosen commended him. Commander of all mages? Javen's heart raced with excitement at these words. He gleaned from this declaration that there were more mages within the territory than just himself. Furthermore, the Lord had appointed him as commander. What an esteemed position to hold upon his arrival. Realizing this, Javen promptly knelt on one knee, pledging his loyalty. "Lord Javen, rest assured that I shall devote myself to your service." Although this statement may seem somewhat sycophantic when uttered by a magician, for Javen, the Lord's favor and exalted status are of utmost significance. Loyalty level, 5. In an instant, Javen's loyalty surged from 70 to 80. "Rise." Rosen gestured slightly. Javen excitedly stood up and moved to the side. Just then, the recruitment office door swung open once more, revealing 2 young men clad in gray robes. "Subordinate Tommy. Subordinate Billy." We greet the esteemed lord. The two were equally intimidated by the surroundings and promptly knelt before him. Rosen glanced over, and information about the two emerged before his eyes. Citizen Magician, Tommy. Loyalty level, 70. Magic attribute, water magic. Magic level, Magician Apprentice. Magic power, 100. Known magic, water ball technique. Citizen Magician, Billy. Loyalty level, 70. Magic attribute, water magic. Magic level, Magician Apprentice. Magic power, 100. Known magic, water ball technique. Observing the two magicians, a frown creased Rosen's brow. The water ball technique likely involved merely splashing water, which would prove convenient when the wheat was sown, allowing him to summon these two for irrigation. Stand, Rosen instructed with a wave of his hand. The two apprentice magicians scrambled to their feet, joining Javen. For reasons unbeknownst to them, upon arriving in this territory, their innate haughtiness as magicians had evaporated without a trace. Presently, even if they were granted a modicum of courage, they would not dare to act out in Rosen's presence. As soon as the two apprentice magicians had settled, 7 more gray-robed magicians emerged from the recruitment office, bringing the total to 10. The later arrivals similarly knelt, suppressing their pride. Among these 7 magicians were 3 wind magic apprentices and 4 wood magic apprentices, each displaying progressively weaker offensive capabilities. Javen, being the first to arrive, exhibited the highest offensive power. However, upon discovering the spells possessed by the wood magic apprentices, Rosen's interest was piqued. Chapter 49, Arrangement. The wood magic spell, Accelerated Growth. This was the magic possessed by the wood magic apprentices. Judging by its name, it bore a resemblance to the spell Savage Growth that Rosen had utilized the previous day. Thus, he could not resist the impulse to inquire. What types of things can your wood magic accelerate the growth of? Can it hasten the growth of wheat? Wheat? The 4 wood magic apprentices were taken aback, utterly bewildered by the Lord's intentions. Yet, sensing that he must have some plan in mind, they steeled themselves and replied, "Yes, esteemed Lord. Excellent. Henceforth, the cultivation of wheat in our territory will depend on you. By the way, how long will it take to hasten the ripening of the wheat?" Rosen posed a crucial question. The 4 magicians exchanged glances, reluctantly responding, in response to the Lord, "If we are to accelerate a small area, it will only take us a day or 2 to fully ripen it. However, if the area is larger, it may require some time. We are uncertain how much wheat there is." "Not much, approximately 20 acres. Rosen waved his hand dismissively. The assembled magicians were left speechless. Amidst their utter disbelief, Rosen continued. "Additionally, the esteemed magician Javen will henceforth be your leader. From today onward, you will be under Javen's management. The magician encampment will be allocated to the right side." Rosen gestured towards Javen, who promptly stepped forward and courteously addressed the 9 apprentice magicians. "I look forward to your cooperation." In response to their leader's politeness, the 9 magicians offered their replies. "Zelong, you may take your leave. Apprentice magicians, follow me," Rosen instructed as he rose and made his way out of the Lord's residence. Everyone followed suit, accompanied by a number of serving maids. A procession of over 80 individuals surged forth. At the entrance, the 2 groups parted ways. Zhao Yun led the soldiers back to the camp, while Rosen and his entourage proceeded to the right side of the Lord's mansion. The space on the right was still ample, featuring a horse pen. Rosen turned to a nearby maid and said, "Please arrange for the relocation of the horse pen and the adjacent chicken coop to behind the Lord's mansion, ensuring they are not too close to the residence." "Understood," the maid replied. Subsequently, Rosen unveiled the prepared residential quarters and began to set them up. Adjoining the walls of the Lord's mansion, he placed a row of residences. Given the unique needs of magicians, who require meditation to restore their magical energy and prefer solitude, Rosen arranged for each of them to have their own private quarters. Once the magicians were settled, Rosen summoned Bai Wang back. Bai Wang had been overseeing the wheat fields and had already delineated the area of over 20 acres, as well as organized the workforce for clearing the land. These individuals had all been drawn from the resource camp and the reserve camp. Originally, each camp had 100 members, but due to Rosen's allocations and Bai Wang's adjustments, each camp now housed only a meager few dozen. Nonetheless, this arrangement was beneficial, as a dispersed population facilitated management. After spending half a day in the fields, Bai Wang, drenched in perspiration, arrived at the outer courtyard and washed her face before meeting Rosen. Yet, the lingering scent of her exertion remained. The thin linen clothing, dampened by her sweat, clung to her form, accentuating her devilishly alluring physique, curvaceous and flawless. Coupled with the sweat in her hair, a few strands stuck to her cheek, evoking an impression of someone who had just emerged from an intense bout of exercise. Perhaps it was the urgency of the Lord's summons that prompted her haste, Rosen mused. "Esteemed Lord, do you have any arrangements?" Bai Wang inquired, catching her breath. Her hands crossed over her abdomen. Rosen's gaze lingered on her face, slightly entranced, as he replied, "Around noon tomorrow, a beast tide will emerge. Starting tonight, no one is permitted to leave the territory. I will coordinate the defense against the beast tide early tomorrow morning." "A beast tide?" Bai Wang expressed confusion. "According to reports from the vanguard and reserve camps, the surrounding area is quite safe. All the beasts encountered in the mist have been dealt with, and the fog has been thoroughly explored for several kilometers. How could a beast tide possibly arise? As for the origin of the beast tide, I cannot say. However, it will undoubtedly appear tomorrow. Just make the necessary arrangements, Rosen clarified. Bai Wang had always placed her unwavering trust in Rosen's words. Though the idea of a beast tide seemed somewhat exaggerated, the Lord would not jest about such matters. Thus, after acknowledging his command, she set off to make the necessary preparations. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon, when the reserve camp, which had accompanied the vanguard to gather resources, returned, bringing with them an iron chest and a piece of news for Rosen. My lord, as the captain of the vanguard regiment ventured into the mist, he stumbled upon a previously explored passage. Upon investigation, it was revealed that there lies a territory 8 kilometers from ours, ruled by a woman. 8 kilometers away. A female lord? Rosen pondered slightly. This territory certainly did not belong to his former friend, Liang. The directions were all wrong, and besides, Liang was not even within 8 kilometers of him. Furthermore, a directive had already been issued today for the vanguard to avoid disturbing Li Yang's domain and to steer clear of them. The news must have reached them. Understood. For now, let us not stir the grass and alert the snake. We shall keep our distance from her, Rosen instructed. Yes. The messenger, having received the command, promptly rose and resumed his tasks. Rosen sat in contemplation, when suddenly a figure emerged in his mind. Could it be that celebrity, Qingya? She had last sent me coordinates, inquiring if I was near her. With this thought, Rosen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Regardless of the woman's intentions, he was confident that he could handle any schemes that might come his way. After the impending beast tide crisis had passed, he would seek a meeting with her. With this resolution, Rosen shifted his focus to the iron treasure chest before him. After he opened the chest, he intended to recruit 10 magical apprentices to prepare for tomorrow's beast tide crisis. Of course, there was a reason for not recruiting them all at once. The total number of residents in the territory was only a little over 500. If he were to recruit 100 mages, the ratio of mages to common citizens would become disproportionately large. Moreover, mages were physically frail, unable to engage in agricultural labor, and often looked down upon the common folk, believing themselves to be superior. Thus, an excess of mages may not necessarily be advantageous. It was sufficient to have just enough. Opening the treasure chest, Rosen effortlessly crushed the iron lock, and the chest sprang open. The iron lock was no match for his martial prowess. However, this iron was not of the crude quality found in his previous life, or else he would have struggled immensely to break it. As the chest opened, resources spilled onto the table. Chapter 50, The Plan of the Minotaurs. Wooden bow blueprint. 1 snowflake beer, 1 case. Ding. A hundredfold amplification successful. The quantity has increased to 100. Wooden bow blueprints. 100 snowflake beer, 100 cases. Rosen exclaimed, by the heavens, was it truly these 2 items that the iron chest yielded? Does the chest somehow know that I am destined for victory tomorrow, and has it provided me with beer for a celebratory toast? And snowflake beer, no less? His attention immediately gravitated towards the beer. 100 cases of snowflake beer. This treasure chest was indeed generous. Although the quantity was augmented, it was still considerable. Each case contained 12 bottles, amounting to a staggering 1,200 bottles. If he were to drink them all himself, he would not finish them before they expired. Gazing closely at the snowflake beer, Rosen noticed that there were no production details on the label, only stating the alcohol content of 12 degrees and the name Snowflake. He had no idea when this product would expire, nor were the ingredients listed. In his previous life, this would have been classified as counterfeit. However, as it was obtained from a treasure chest, it could not possibly be fake. The lack of detailed information might indicate that this snowflake was not the same as the one from his past life. He decided to store it for later enjoyment. After securing the beer, he turned his attention to the bow blueprints. He already possessed a wooden bow, acquired at a hefty cost of 50 apples. In just a few days, he had acquired 100 blueprints. Nevertheless, no one could ever have too many weapons. With the beast tide looming tomorrow, it would be prudent to craft them in advance and distribute them among the residents for greater gains. Thus, Rosen proceeded to the crafting table to commence production. Wooden bow requires 10 wood, 1 cow tendon. Having previously utilized 1 cow tendon, only 99 remained in storage. Therefore, Rosen could only craft 99 wooden bows. Once completed, he placed the wooden bows and arrows in a chest at the entrance for the distribution by Bayemo. With 100 wooden bows, along with the 1,000 arrows obtained from the treasure chest, they would have ample supplies for some time. Having accomplished this, Rosen took out the recruitment order for magical apprentices and summoned another 10. These new recruits mirrored the first batch, comprising 1 fire mage, 2 water mages, 3 wind mages, and 4 wood mages. Rosen found himself pondering if there were only these 4 schools of magic. After the apprentices arrived, he appointed the strongest among them, the fire mage, as deputy commander under Jawan. In the realm of mages, strength was revered, and being of the same kind, no one would oppose this decision. However, if they were to be led by an ordinary citizen without any exceptional skills, they might harbor dissent. Of course, Figures of Zhao Yun's caliber would command respect regardless. After all, his prowess was undeniable. Zhao Yun, a warrior of the martial realm, while they were merely magical apprentices, limited to a single type of magic. Their magical energy consumption being high, should conflict arise, Zhao Yun would easily overpower them. The territory now boasted 20 magical apprentices. The evening crept in unnoticed. All residents had returned to the territory. Upon their return, they promptly reported the resources collected and queued for their rations. Today, the vanguard had hunted 2 fierce tigers. However, an unexpected incident occurred. The 2 tigers resided together and nearly decimated the vanguard. Fortunately, the newly appointed captain was both clever and bold, leading his men out of the mist and back to the camp to report to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun then conducted a rotation, leading the fully armed soldiers back to successfully slay the 2 tigers and uncover a portion of the misty region. Upon Zhao Yun's return, all soldiers rushed to the camp to collect their gear. Rosen even heard that they were so exhilarated that they did not bother to remove their equipment during the night. The sun had completely set, and the moonlight quietly ascended. Rosen sat in the main hall of the backyard. On his table lay not only roasted beef and rabbit, but also a steamed bear paw. After all, with 800 bear paws, even 3 meals a day could last a month. At the same time, Rosen opened a bottle of beer and took a sip. Toasting with wine, how fleeting is life. Like the morning dew, the days gone by are filled with hardship. I lament with fervor, my worries linger. How can one alleviate such woes? Only with snowflake. Rosen raised his cup and recited a famous line from Cao Cao of his past life. However, in comparison to Cao Cao's words, Rosen found himself more fond of Huang Chao's poem about chrysanthemums. The mere thought of Huang Chao's verses compelled him to softly recite, "When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers bloom, and all others wither. The fragrant scent fills Chang'an, the entire city dons a golden armor." Having said this, Rosen took a hearty drink, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting his garments, as the bright moon hung overhead, casting its light upon the courtyard. Alone in the main hall, he gazed at the moon illuminating the earth, before savoring another sip of beer, relishing a moment of tranquility. At this very moment, not only Rosen gazed at the luminous moon. In a humble dwelling within the outer courtyard, Lucy too lifted her eyes towards the celestial orb. Wooden stakes adorned the window, serving as barriers to her melancholic thoughts. In this vast world, where truly lies my place of belonging. Gazing at the moonlight above, Lucy murmured to herself, "One day, I shall ascend to the royal court, to set the world right." Every individual harbors thoughts. Each possesses ideas. Even the wind dances to and fro. Bignyo, do you suppose that the wind too has its troubles? Beyond the territory, 2 robust figures stealthily approached the edge of the deforested area. Forward lay no trees to provide cover. How could the wind have worries? Ernyo, have you lost your senses? The 2 crouched amidst the grass, cautiously observing the distant houses and arrow towers. With a sorrowful countenance, Ernyo lamented, "The big sister has yet to return. Could something have happened? Look how heavily guarded this territory is. I fear she may have been captured. Should we not go rescue her? We cannot act recklessly. The big sister is a born assassin. If she has indeed been captured, our intervention would be akin to courting death." Bignyo grasped Ernyo's arm, concerned he might act impulsively, and solemnly stated, "This lord is indeed formidable. I should have prevented the big sister from coming here. What shall we do, Bignyo? I miss her dearly and fear for her safety. If anything were to happen to her, I would not wish to live any longer," sobbing softly as he spoke. Bignyo furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss. The fate of the big sister remained uncertain. After a few moments of contemplation, Bignyo clenched his fist and declared, "Our goal is not merely to see the big sister, but to rescue her. Therefore, we shall remain vigilant, waiting for an opportunity. When their guard is lowered, we shall slip in. During this time, we can capture some stragglers to inquire about the situation, to ascertain whether the big sister is indeed within and how she fares. Indeed, Bignyo, you are astute. If they dare to mistreat her, I shall flay them alive." Ernyo declared through gritted teeth. "Very well, let us return to gather our belongings. We shall reside in this vicinity henceforth." With that, the 2 vanished once more into the depths of the forest. Chapter 51, Level 1 Alert. The night was enchantingly intoxicating, a testament shared by heaven and earth. The night passed quietly. The following morning, Rosen arose early to prepare for the impending beast tide. His first order of business was to summon all the inhabitants of the territory to gather at the Lord's manor for a communal meal. The beast tide would not manifest until midday, so it was imperative to ensure everyone was well fed and hydrated to muster strength for the hunt. In the interim, Rosen set up the surplus arrow towers around the main entrance of the manor and its flanks. In total, 100 arrow towers were positioned, with one placed approximately every other dwelling. Additionally, Rosen distributed bows and arrows. He instructed all mages to ascend the arrow towers at the onset of the beast tide, dispersing themselves around the perimeter. Their role was not to hunt the beasts, but to safeguard the soldiers. Should any soldier find themselves in peril, they were to swiftly cast spells for their rescue. Naturally, if time permitted, they were welcome to hunt the beasts as well. Thus, when the time came, 20 mages and 100 archers would be stationed for ranged assaults. 120 fully armed soldiers would charge into battle against the beasts. The remaining inhabitants were not to engage. Their duty was solely to handle the aftermath. This number of personnel was entirely sufficient. Were it not for the prolonged duration of the beast tide, not all would be required to mobilize. Once these arrangements were set, the inhabitants gathered in the square by the manor to rest. Yet, at that moment, a new idea sparked in Rosen's mind. He hastily returned to his chamber, retrieving a portion of iron ore to begin crafting iron discs and rods. Through a hundredfold amplification, he swiftly produced 100 sets of iron discs and rods. Holding a disc in one hand and a rod in the other, Rosen returned to the square. All eyes were fixed upon him, brimming with curiosity. What was the Lord wielding? They had never seen such items. Could they be a new form of weaponry? However, lacking edges, how could they be used for attack? The inhabitants were filled with intrigue. Even the 20 mages displayed expressions of confusion, all glancing towards him. Even Zhao Yun and Bei Wang were at a loss. Recognizing their bewilderment, Rosen struck the iron disc with the rod. Clang! Instantly, the disc resonated with a clear sound. It was the sound of iron meeting iron. Crisp and resonant, audible from afar. Those nearby felt as though the sound reverberated in their ears. Ah, I see now, this is a drum. It serves as a signal. The Lord is truly remarkable, capable of crafting such things. The crowd murmured in admiration. Their respect for Rosen deepened by the countless miracles they had witnessed over the past few days. Thus, when he proclaimed that a beast tide would soon occur, they believed him without question. Bam! 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 Rosen struck the iron disc with great fervor, the frequency rapid. The thunderous sound of metal reverberated outward, evoking a sense of urgency. Rosen declared loudly, "Do you hear this urgent sound? In the future, this will be the war drum of our territory. When it sounds, it signifies that significant matters are at hand. I hereby officially declare it a level 1 alert. Upon the announcement of a level 1 alert, all inhabitants are prohibited from venturing outside and must obey orders. Furthermore, once a level 1 alert is issued, the Lord's manor assumes control over all territory affairs. All inhabitants will be uniformly coordinated by the Lord's manor, and soldiers must obey commands unconditionally to prepare the camp for confrontation. Is that understood?" Rosen shouted. The inhabitants responded with resolute vigor. Understood. Bam! 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 Rosen struck the iron disc again, reiterating, "What does this signify?" The inhabitants replied in unison, "Level 1 alert." What must be done during a level 1 alert? The Lord's manor assumes control over all territory affairs, and all inhabitants must comply with the Lord's coordination. Excellent. Well done. Rosen smiled slightly, his mood lifting. He glanced at the sun, noting that it was nearing midday. The beast tide's arrival should be imminent. Time is of the essence. All ordinary inhabitants should take refuge within the Lord's manor, while those armed, including soldiers and mages, may choose to observe. Today, the first battle would be led by the guard battalion. Considering that the beast tide could last for a day and a night, Rosen did not deploy all at once, but opted for a relay system. After all, fatigue is inevitable. Typically, the initial wave of a beast tide consists of solitary beasts, posing little threat. 80% of the inhabitants should be able to navigate through it with ease. Swish, swish, swish. Over 200 inhabitants entered the Lord's manor, settling in the spacious courtyard to rest. The military, mages, guards, archers, and those wielding iron swords took their positions outside the Lord's manor to observe the unfolding events. Given the sheer number of people, it would be somewhat cramped to accommodate everyone inside the manor. This arrangement was more suitable. Over 200 vassals armed solely with iron axes and pickaxes entered the outer courtyard of the Lord's estate. At the entrance, nearly 300 vassals were seated on the ground, their demeanor exuding a formidable presence. Among these 300, 20 were mages, while 100 wielded only bows. 60 vassals bore iron swords, and an additional 120 donned armor, transforming themselves into fully equipped warriors akin to ironclad soldiers. This lavish assembly was sufficiently imposing to command the vicinity, causing even the beasts to retreat in trepidation. As the arrangements were finalized, the maids brought forth a row of chairs and tables, setting them at the entrance of the territory. A square writing desk and a chair with a backrest were placed directly in the center, designated for Rosen. Surrounding it were several large round tables accompanied by high stools. Totaling 10 tables, Rosen occupied one table alone, while Bai Wang, serving as the steward, remained at his side. It was only natural for Rosen to invite his steward to sit with him instead of standing. After a few polite refusals, Bai Wang took her seat beside Rosen and poured him some fruit juice. Upon seeing her pour, Rosen quickly intervened, retrieving 10 bottles of beer from his backpack, opening them with his teeth, and casually remarked, "Drink this. Also, send a bottle to each table." Thus, 9 maids approached, each carrying a bottle to the remaining 9 tables. At one of these tables sat Zhao Yun alongside 2 subordinate captains, while the mage commander Gavin and his deputy shared another. The remaining 18 mages were seated separately, obliged to pour their own beer without any attendance. Nonetheless, this treatment was still considered quite prestigious. especially with the Lord's personally gifted brew that bubbled with froth, surely a delightful treasure. Chapter 52, The First Wave of Beast Tide. The eyes of the vassals and soldiers gleamed with anticipation, casting envious gazes towards their commanding officers. Each soldier, filled with fervor, clenched their fists, eager to showcase their prowess amidst the impending beast tide, hoping to earn the Lord's favor. What was perceived as a crisis had transformed into a splendid opportunity for display. Bai Wang poured a glass of beer for Rosen before sitting beside him, exuding an air of formality. Rosen slightly lifted his eyelids, smiling. "Don't just pour for me. You should try some as well." "Thank you, my lord." To be honest, Bai Wang was quite curious about the contents of the blue bottle. The liquid appeared blue within the bottle but turned yellow when poured out, complete with froth, an astonishing sight. She poured herself a modest half-glass and took a gentle sip. Gulp. Hiss. Bai Wang swallowed, immediately gasping in surprise, then coughed. Cough, cough. "It's quite spicy." At this moment, the battalion commander and the mage commander watched Bai Wang intently, as they held a lingering suspicion that the frothy liquid resembled poison. "My lord, is this alcohol?" Bai Wang delicately wiped her rosy lips with her fair hand, rolling her eyes slightly. Rosen chuckled softly. "Indeed, it is beer." He then addressed the others. "The liquid in the blue bottles is beer. As for beer, it is a type of alcohol. Drink it if you can, but those who cannot should refrain from opening it to avoid waste." "Yes, my lord." "Heh. How could soldiers not drink? Let me have a taste." "Do you drink?" "You all drink." "What? Only a little? Then let's share a bottle." The group conferred and promptly began to open their beers, mimicking Rosen's method of using their teeth. "Gulp, gulp. Ah, refreshing," exclaimed Luo Sen, who downed a glass in one go. "Gulp, gulp, gulp. I feel a bit dizzy. This beer packs quite a punch." Luo Sen consumed half a bottle. His face flushed, and his body swayed slightly. This scene darkened Zhao Yun's expression immediately. His subordinates, drinking in such a critical moment, could jeopardize the Lord's affairs, something they could not afford. Zhao Yun whispered, "Take his beer away. He will be the first to engage in the battle, and afterward, he should rest." "Understood." The newly appointed captain of the vanguard promptly confiscated Luo Sen's beer. Luo Sen dared not protest against Zhao Yun, merely sighing and leaning over the table to sober up. Noticing Luo Sen's lack of dissent, Zhao Yun discreetly glanced at Rosen, only to find that the Lord was engrossed in his reading, oblivious to their antics. This brought him some relief. In truth, Rosen was indifferent to such matters. He had provided the beer for their enjoyment. Furthermore, it was merely beer. One could hardly get drunk from it, even if someone did become inebriated, as the drinkers. Did they not understand their own limits? If one knew their tolerance was low, yet still drank excessively, it merely indicated a lack of self-control. This situation served as a means to discern who could be entrusted with significant responsibilities in the future. Even if everyone at the table became intoxicated, Rosen would remain unconcerned. The crisis of the beast tide could easily be weathered by the vassals alone. Thus, Rosen cast a glance and returned his focus to the Lord's manual, where other lords were still discussing the forthcoming beast tide crisis. Some even boasted of their plans. "I have 6 vassals, along with silver defensive and offensive equipment. When the beasts arrive, I shall make them regret their approach. Hey, brothers and sisters, does anyone wish to sell me an iron sword? I possess not a single iron weapon in my territory. What shall I do when the beasts come? 10 pounds of mutton in exchange for a suit of armor and a helmet. Anyone interested? Hurry, hurry. You think 6 vassals are impressive? I have allied with others. 3 lords combined possess 18 vassals to defend a single territory, and we all wield iron swords. We shall slay every beast that dares approach. No mercy, I assure you." Finally, the day has come. I have expended all my resources to acquire 30 vassals. These past few days have been a struggle, barely enough to eat or wear. Living worse than a dog. If it weren't for my earnest efforts to win their loyalty, these vassals would have undoubtedly left. But the stars do not disregard those who persevere. I have awaited this bountiful day. Wow, 30 vassals. After enduring such hardship, they have not fled. Impressive. A bunch of trash. What? Who are you calling trash? You're the trash. Your whole family is trash. Brothers, berate him. Trash. Trash. You dare insult me? Do you know I am the leader of an alliance, commanding over 100 soldiers? Once I discover your whereabouts, you will all perish. Hiss. The leader of an alliance? Over 100 soldiers? Suddenly, all insults ceased. During this time, many had formed alliances, discovering other lords while exploring the mist, joining forces to develop strength, and subsequently swallowing up others' territories and capturing their vassals. Typically, when a lord is discovered by the alliance, there are only 2 possible outcomes: surrender or annexation. Surrender entails relinquishing resources and subjects, with life and death left to fate. Annexation occurs when one possesses a modicum of strength yet is unable to prevail, thus opting to join forces and plunder alongside the alliance for mutual advancement. In recent days, numerous factions have formed alliances, with some even burgeoning into considerable coalitions. In the global channel, there exists a faction known as the Brotherhood Alliance, reportedly comprising over 100 lords, though many territories remain disconnected due to the obscuring mists. Currently, the Brotherhood Alliance is exploring its surroundings, seeking potential allies while simultaneously absorbing unfamiliar lords to expand their might. Their collective populace has swelled to several thousand. Consequently, upon encountering yet another lord, the onlookers refrained from insults, lest they provoke misfortune. Should this lord be nearby, any encounter could prove fatal. It hardly seems worth risking one's life over a few heated words. Meanwhile, Rosen remained silent, observing quietly and filtering valuable information. In this era devoid of telecommunication, the chat channel serves as the sole conduit for information about the world. However, at that moment, a low, resonant roar suddenly echoed, penetrating the ears of everyone within the territory. At this instant, Rosen slowly lifted his gaze, peering ahead. Chapter 53, The Effortless Hunt. Beyond the gates of the Lord's Manor lay an expanse of open land, flanked on either side by humble dwellings. In several corners of the space, Rosen had positioned arrow towers, further demarcating the boundaries between the open area and the cottages. Yet, at this moment, the arrow towers stood unmanned. Outside this open ground lay the first line of defense, 2 arrow towers stationed at the outermost corners of the vicinity, marking the broad thoroughfare leading into the territory. At present, however, a tattooed tiger stealthily entered the square. This tiger was notably massive, exceeding the size of a typical tiger by at least half, nearly the size of a bull. A prominent king insignia adorned its forehead, signifying its dominance. As the tiger roared and entered the open space, its previously graceful stride abruptly halted, its entire form momentarily stiffening. Before it, a multitude of armed individuals sat, their gaze fixed upon it with predatory intent. In that fleeting moment, the tiger even contemplated retreat. The beast tide event was orchestrated by the Lord's guide, and thus the creatures that emerged were anything but ordinary. Had it been a typical wild beast, it would have fled at the sight of Rosen and his several hundred followers. However, this particular tiger appeared ensnared by some unseen force, charging forward with grim determination. Its pace quickened, heading straight for the gates of the Lord's Manor. The guard regiment promptly mobilized. At that moment, the captain of the guards, Luo Sen, rose to his feet. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded 30 soldiers clad in iron armor to stand, forming a line with drawn swords in the open space. Luo Sen positioned himself at the forefront, leading the charge. The other townsfolk and soldiers regarded the guards with focused attention. Would these 30 armored men be capable of effortlessly subduing a tiger that surpassed the usual in strength? They awaited with bated breath. Even Rosen, at this juncture, regarded the scene with earnest interest, eager to ascertain the combat prowess of his troops, crucial for future confrontations with other lords. Everyone, charge forth and slay, Luo Sen bellowed, gripping his sword tightly as he surged towards the tiger. The 30 soldiers behind him hastened to follow suit, their iron armor clanging as they moved. The tiger, startled, pressed on with trepidation, for its mission was to assault human territory. The clash commenced as the tiger charged, and the soldiers swung their swords without any intent to evade. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Despite the tiger's sharp claws, it found itself at a disadvantage against the onslaught of dozens of swords. A chill running down its spine. The collision was fierce. The tiger barreled into the ranks of soldiers, scattering them. Nevertheless, the soldiers were well armored, rendering the tiger's claws ineffective against their protective gear. While a few fell over in disarray, they emerged unscathed. In contrast, the tiger, after a fierce charge, was soon riddled with wounds and ultimately collapsed in a pool of its own blood. As the soldiers surrounded the fallen beast, they thrust their weapons in a frenzy. The tiger breathed its last, succumbing to its injuries. Enough. Luo Sen's expression darkened as he shouted, halting the soldiers still thrusting their swords. The flesh of this creature is a precious resource for our territory. If you continue, it will be reduced to mere pulp. Upon hearing Luo Sen's stern command, the soldiers snapped back to reality, promptly ceasing their actions. However, the tiger's body was already in tatters. Luo Sen's face was a mask of fury. For such a blunder in front of the Lord was deeply humiliating. He knelt before Rosen, clasping his hands in apology. I have failed in my command. I beseech you to mete out punishment upon me, my lord. Witnessing their captain's penance, the other soldiers recognized their own impulsiveness and, filled with regret at their lack of composure, knelt in unison, pleading, please, my lord, punish us as well. Rosen reclined in his chair, sipping strawberry juice with his legs crossed. He understood the reasons behind their actions. Most of these soldiers were not seasoned warriors. They were merely honest townsfolk who had never encountered such peril. Though they had recently donned the mantle of soldiers, they had not experienced the chaos of battle. Their willingness to confront a tiger was, in itself, commendable. Fear not, Rosen replied with a smile. You were once common folk, unaccustomed to such sights. The fact that you faced the tiger head-on is already a feat yet. Let this experience serve as a lesson. Remain calm in the face of adversity. Do you understand? Yes, we thank you for your guidance, my lord. The soldiers bowed deeply in gratitude, their loyalty surging anew as they recognized the wisdom of their lord. A rare and enlightened leader. Return to your posts. Once the beast tide has subsided, Every participant in this battle shall receive a bottle of beer from the internal affairs. Rosen stated casually. The guard regiment was taken aback by this unexpected reward, and once again, they knelt in thanks, their voices ringing out in unison. Thank you, my lord. You are truly wise. With that, the soldiers began to regroup, their faces flushed with pride as they walked along the path. Because the Lord holds a parental status in their hearts, it is the Lord who provides them sustenance, it is the Lord who grants them shelter, and it is the Lord who protects them from the tyranny of other lords. When the Lord praises them, it is akin to bestowing recognition upon them. How could they not feel exhilarated? It is imperative to be wise. In the absence of a refined system, and with loyalty not yet elevated to the level of unwavering devotion, sagacity is essential. I do not wish to find myself, like some lords of my past life, facing rebellion from my subordinates and the overthrow of my reign, Rosen thought. Nevertheless, in Rosen's heart, he perceived the common folk, even the most humble among them, as living beings deserving of respect. They should not be reduced to mere tools. The adage water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize. It aptly illustrates this principle. Seizing the opportunity presented by the beast tide, he sought to train his soldiers, to let them taste battle, thereby instilling in them a fiercer spirit. However, due rewards must not be neglected. As the saying goes, no merit, no reward. If contributions go unrecognized, doom is inevitable. Chapter 54, Fatal Strike, Death Turned. A team from the guard camp returned to the encampment and sat down on the ground. Rosen looked on with satisfaction at the newly appointed captain of the vanguard camp. As peers, they naturally relished the competition for superiority. Just as the guard camp entered the encampment, a dozen ordinary commoners emerged from the Lord's manor, stepping out from either side of Rosen. This was a plan orchestrated by Rosen. Since the situation called for heightened vigilance, a unified mobilization of the populace was necessary. Thus, the commoners were tasked with collecting the fallen. The soldiers were to engage in combat, while the commoners would clear the battlefield. Following the first wave of the beast tide, there would be a brief interlude before the second wave arrived. During this interim, the soldiers engaged in lively discussions about the previous battle, preparing for the forthcoming clash. Meanwhile, Rosen placed the Lord's guide upon his lap, perusing the chat channel. Adopting a posture reminiscent of lounging on a couch while scrolling through a mobile device in a previous life, casual and content. Hey, did you all see? A lone wolf wandered into my territory earlier. Goodness, that beast was enormous. I took the commoners with me to hack at it, and we finally brought it down. Although we lost one commoner, the meat from that wolf will sustain us for quite some time. I encountered a leopard, and it was incredibly swift. How about you all? Did you successfully slay any beasts? Damn it. I faced a gorilla that I couldn't even defeat, and my commoners got injured too. In the end, we had to retreat into a hut, and the gorilla tore down my front door, rampaging through my yard before it left. Woe was me. I encountered a giant spider and barely gleaned a pitiful 20 pounds of meat. How tragic. Help. All 3 of my commoners perished. And I fear I will gain nothing from this beast tide. Is there anyone who can spare me a morsel? I envy you all. I went in with over 20 well-armed commoners, only to be confronted by a rabbit king weighing a mere 20 pounds, hardly enough for us to have a meal. Observing the varied experiences of the other lords, Rosen felt as if he were watching a comedy unfold, filled with delight. At that moment, nearly 20 minutes had elapsed since the first beast invasion. My lord, more beasts are appearing, Bei Yuan whispered to Rosen. Only then did Rosen shift his gaze from the Lord's guide to the entrance of the plaza. Upon seeing the beasts that emerged, his pupils contracted slightly. 3 crocodiles appeared. Their thick skin glistened in the sunlight, and their massive bodies stretched several meters in length, their wide jaws revealing rows of sharp teeth. These 3 crocodiles, both in size and demeanor, surpassed the earlier lone tiger. Rosen deemed their defenses and attacks formidable. However, this time, he refrained from giving orders, opting instead to observe how Zhao Yun would instruct the soldiers to respond. At this moment, Zhao Yun directed his gaze toward Rosen and, perceiving the Lord's silence, understood his unspoken intent. As the crocodiles were on the verge of entering the arena, Zhao Yun, acting as the Grand Commander, felt the weight of responsibility to coordinate the defense, promptly declaring, "First and second squads of the vanguard camp, step forward." Yes, sir. The 60 fully armed soldiers of the vanguard camp responded with fervor. Though the crocodiles were fearsome, they were no longer the downtrodden, starving, and humiliated refugees of the past. They had transformed into armored warriors. They possessed their own beliefs and places to protect. As an old saying goes, I stand before you. Do I not resemble who I once was? The captain of the vanguard camp adjusted his helmet, dispelling distractions from his mind, and reaffirmed his conviction. Rising, he led his 60 soldiers into the empty plaza. Brothers, the time has come to serve our Lord. Let us slay the crocodiles and contribute to the development of our territory. Anyone who dares to falter will not escape my wrath. The captain, with his back to the 3 crocodiles, addressed his soldiers. His demeanor suggested he regarded the crocodiles with utter disdain. Enraged, the crocodiles quickened their advance, swiftly crawling forward. Fear not, for it is our mission to guard our territory and protect our Lord. The soldiers rallied in unison. This spirit of solidarity began to resonate with others, instilling in everyone the belief that only through such valor could they lead lives of purpose. The rallying cries stirred the hearts of 20 proud mages, moved the common folk within the Lord's manor to tears, and ignited an eagerness to rush forth in service of their Lord. Even Rosen felt a flicker of emotion within him. Rosen scrutinized the captain, noting that he was a fair-skinned youth with an unwavering gaze and a fervent confidence. "What is his name?" Rosen inquired of Beiyuang. "My lord, he is the newly appointed captain of the vanguard, known as Little Whiteface." "Little Whiteface? Who bestowed such a name upon him?" Rosen replied, momentarily taken aback. Beiyuang, perplexed, responded, "I'm not sure. Should I ask Commander Zhao?" "Never mind," Rosen interjected, exasperated. "Every year brings its peculiarities, but this year seems particularly abundant." While acknowledging that Little Whiteface was indeed fair in complexion, Rosen found the name rather whimsically haphazard. Yet, the unfolding actions on the battlefield swiftly captured Rosen's attention. Captain Little Whiteface and his 60 fully armed soldiers formed 3 squads to confront the 3 massive crocodiles. 20 soldiers per crocodile seemed more than sufficient. It should not pose a challenge. "Attack!" Little Whiteface bellowed, leading the charge. The rest followed suit, rushing forward. Clang! Little Whiteface struck the crocodile on the head with his sword. But the sound echoed sharply as the blade merely left a shallow mark on the crocodile's thick skin without breaching it. This sight astounded the soldiers. "Such tough hide. Brothers, do not panic. Though its skin is thick, our iron armor can only be pierced by its jaws. If the crocodile dares to open its mouth, thrust your swords into its throat." Remarkably, Little Whiteface demonstrated an acute observational acumen, quickly identifying the crocodile's vulnerability. Although the crocodile possesses formidable defenses, its armored exterior also offers substantial protection. Lying low to the ground, the crocodile exhibits no offensive capability beyond its powerful jaws. Thus, the battlefield finds itself in a momentary stalemate. At this juncture, however, one impatient crocodile opens its fearsome maw and lunges at a nearby soldier. The crocodile clamps down on half of the soldier's body. Fortunately, the iron armor holds firm. Even the crocodile's sharp teeth only manage to barely penetrate the armor, failing to breach its defenses entirely. Regrettably, the soldier finds himself ensnared within the crocodile's jaws, unable to escape. "Brothers, quickly strike it down," the pale-faced soldier commands, brandishing his sword. Yet, at that moment, the crocodile shifts, executing a deadly maneuver. Chapter 55, The Emergence of the Beasts. The crocodile's most lethal technique, the death roll. Aptly named for its ability to grasp its prey and perform a 360-degree spin in midair, using its massive body to snap the victim in two. As the words leave the lips, the crocodile leaps into the air, ready to unleash its fatal assault. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound reverberates through the air, jolting everyone to attention. Whoosh! A metal arrow, propelled at high speed, tears through the atmosphere, generating a thunderous friction as it hurtles towards the crocodile. Swoosh! Before the crocodile can initiate its death roll, the iron arrow strikes true, embedding itself deep into the creature's eye. The sheer force is unstoppable. The arrow penetrates the eye, driving into the brain and leaving only the fletching of 2 feathers visible, suspended in front of the crocodile. Thud! The crocodile crashes to the ground, releasing the soldier from its maw, who sits on the ground, gasping for breath, still in shock. Who was it that saved him at such a critical moment? The crowd turns toward the direction of the arrow's origin, only to discover that the archer is none other than their lord. Indeed, it is Rosen. At this moment, Rosen shifts from a seated to a standing position, wielding a snapped wooden bow. His full-powered shot, combined with the iron arrow, has dealt a fatal blow to the crocodile. However, it is evident that the wooden bow could not withstand such a force and has broken. After the shot, Rosen resumes his seat, taking a sip of his frosty beer. With an unwavering demeanor, he conceals his emotions, embodying the poise of a true leader. Upon witnessing Rosen's display of strength, the other soldiers erupt with excitement, chanting, "Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord!" The chorus grows louder, a testament to their admiration for Rosen. The vanguard troops engaged in battle hear the cheers and immediately understand that the arrow was fired by their lord, igniting their fervor and driving them to fight with renewed vigor. On the battlefield, only 2 crocodiles remain in resistance. The other 2, weary from the relentless assault, finally yield to anger, baring their teeth and roaring ferociously. This is the opportunity. Thrust! The pale-faced soldier seizes the moment, lunging forward with his sword. All the soldiers, armed with iron blades, begin to stab into the crocodile's mouth. In an instant, the crocodile's jaw is filled with swords, piercing deep into its throat. With a final, reluctant growl, the 2 crocodiles succumb to death. Each crocodile weighs at least 300 to 400 pounds, amounting to a total of over 1,000 pounds. This is merely the second wave of the beast tide, yielding such a bounty. It is evident that the beast tide is a blessing. The more resistance they face, the greater the rewards. Moreover, this 1,000 pounds is without augmentation. Rosen can personally process the beast meat, achieving a 100-fold increase, resulting in over 100,000 pounds. The mere thought of this staggering figure fills Rosen with uncontainable excitement. With such immense resources at hand, the expansion of his territory is within reach. After slaying the crocodiles, the villagers mobilized to clean the battlefield, transporting the carcasses to the Lord's manor. The vanguard troops regroup. In the courtyard, in the prison, Lucy, too, stands on tiptoe by the window, eager to witness the spectacle. Although she cannot see the outside scene, she can observe the activity in the courtyard. Many villagers sit on the ground, occasionally sending someone out to retrieve the bodies of the beasts, igniting her envy. What day is it today? What is happening in this territory? Lucy's eyes brim with a yearning for freedom. Hey, what are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Suddenly, a burly man notices Lucy's peeking and glares at her. This man is none other than the captain of the lumber camp. Peering at them as they process the meat is a secret of their territory, and such a transgression cannot be tolerated. Though he lacks Rosen's orders to enter the cell, scaring the little thief is still within his rights. Upon receiving his glare, Lucy instinctively wants to retort. However, upon reflecting on her predicament, she sheepishly withdraws her gaze, retreating into the haystack. Beyond the territory, in the grass, Big Bull and Second Bull are left paralyzed with fear. Big Bull, there are so many of them. Indeed, indeed. And so many beasts as well. Where could they have come from? We absolutely cannot launch a frontal assault, or not only will we fail to rescue the boss lady, but we will also end up in trouble ourselves. What should we do? We can't let the boss lady suffer inside. The boss lady won't suffer. Look at how busy they are, stationed at the entrance today. They must have a lot to handle. Let us devise a plan. You follow my lead. And we will first do this, and then that, and finally, with different motives at play, Rosen, well aware of the complexities of human nature, maintains no fixed opinions regarding the unfolding events. As the saying goes, one may kill for gratitude while another harms the innocent for revenge. In the end, it is merely a matter of perspective, devoid of absolute right or wrong. Rosen returns to the regional channel, where discussions of various victories continue. Hey brothers, I'm so lucky. 3 rabbits just showed up here. I can finally have a decent meal. 3 rabbits? Lucky? I think you're sorely mistaken. That's hardly enough to justify the cost. Are you not feeding your villagers? They fight to defend against the beast tide. Surely they deserve a reward of meat. Haha, my territory has no villagers left. They've all perished, and the survivors have been sold off. Now I only need to feed myself. Oh, then you're done for. This is the Lord's world, without villagers. A lord will inevitably become a villager. A lord without villagers won't last long in this world. Is there really still someone so foolish? That's quite rare. All right. Enough chatter. The third wave of beasts is here. Oh my, so many. 9 great gorillas. Looks like I'll need to hide. Oh my, I have 9 bulls here. Maybe I can test it. Wait, one of them is massive, like a small mountain. Hee hee, I have 9 horses. I wonder if I can catch one alive. Oh no, there are higher level beasts among them. At this moment, Rosen also lifted his head. Here, he was accompanied by 9 beasts. However, among these 9 creatures, there seemed to be one that was exceptionally distinct. It was an enormous spotted deer, resembling a bull in stature, with eyes that flickered with a fiery hue. As Rosen gazed upward, information about the deer immediately materialized before him. Chapter 56, The Emergence of Currency. Chasing Wind Lightning Spotted Deer, Tier 1 Demon Beast. Characteristics: swift as lightning and quick as the wind, with antlers atop its head capable of piercing armor. Skill: Wind Blade, emits a blade composed of wind for ranged attacks. Upon defeat, it may randomly drop iron coins. Seeing that a mere spotted deer possessed such formidable lethality, Rosen grew solemn. Was this truly the legendary demon beast? The lowest tier demon beast, yet it wielded a ranged attack typically reserved for sorcerers and had the potential to drop iron coins? At this very moment, those with keen eyes within the territory recognized the deer as a demon beast, their expressions turning grave. Fully armed soldiers stood their ground, guarding the front lines. Archers readied their bows, while apprentice mages prepared for ranged strikes. Rosen began to take command of the situation, assigning tasks. The appearance of the demon beast could lead to the downfall of most of the territory. Among the 9 beasts, apart from the spotted deer, the rest were merely ferocious animals: bison, spiders, crocodiles, and the like. In an instant, all 9 beasts charged towards the territory with reckless abandon. Should they reach the front line, they would undoubtedly breach the defenses. Archers, fire. Rosen calmly issued his first command. Given the limited magical energy of the mages, it was reserved for emergencies. Let the archers resolve what they could. As the command echoed, the archers swiftly drew their bows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of arrows soared towards the beasts. Upon striking the weaker-skinned creatures, the arrows penetrated their bodies. For those with tougher hides, the arrows merely ricocheted off. Nevertheless, after the volley, only the demon beast, the spotted deer, and some larger creatures like the crocodile remained on the square. Sensing that a direct assault was futile, the few remaining beasts came to a halt. Especially the leading spotted deer, its long neck elevated, surveyed Rosen and the others. It then emitted a hissing breath through its nostrils, and subsequently opened its mouth. conjuring a small wind blade. Spit. The spotted deer launched the wind blade at the frontline soldiers. The blade flew forth at an incredible speed, expanding from small to large, reaching a length of 1 meter by the time it confronted the soldiers. Oh no. Boom. In a 1 meter radius stood 3 soldiers, who were immediately knocked backward by the wind blade's impact. Upon inspecting their armor, they discovered a gash had been sliced through, exposing the burlap beneath. Gasping, the soldiers inhaled sharply. The wind blade was astonishingly sharp. A single strike had cleaved through their armor. Another hit could easily sever a person in half. Truly terrifying. Archers, continue firing. Mages, attack at once. This was Rosen's first encounter with a demon beast, and he swiftly issued commands. If this single demon beast possessed such power, the next wave would likely unleash even more formidable creatures. It was imperative to resolve this wave swiftly, for the next beast tide would soon emerge in full force. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Another volley was released. Simultaneously, the mages rose, chanting their spells to unleash magic upon the demon beast. However, the 8 wood element mages remained seated, as their spells lacked offensive capabilities. Standing up would be futile. Fiery elemental spirits, heed my summons and coalesce into form. Fireball. Both Javen and his deputy chanted in unison. With identical incantations and gestures, they completed their chants simultaneously, summoning a fireball in their hands. Go, fireball. The two pushed their fireballs forward, which soared forth with intense flames. Following the fireballs, the other mages completed their incantations, casting their spells. In the name of the god of the storm, I summon you, whirlwind. 6 wind element mages finished their chants, conjuring a small whirlwind. As the whirlwind blew past, it expanded into a larger vortex. Meanwhile, for water element mages invoked the water ball spell. Elements of water, heed my call and take form. Water ball. 4 water balls, each the size of a human head, appeared. They seemed devoid of offensive power. Rosen observed with a frown. Had he known, he wouldn't have allowed these 4 water element apprentice mages to participate. Their magical strength was only fit for watering the fields. The 4 water balls flew forth, albeit in Rosen's eyes. Only the fireball spell held any significant offensive capability. Yet, to the other denizens, this was nothing short of a miracle. Conjuring fire and wind from thin air was astonishing and bolstered their courage immensely. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 fireballs struck the demon beast first, erupting in flames. A woo. The spotted deer let out a pained cry, staggering back from the impact of the fireball spell. But at that moment, the assault had only just begun. As the fireballs extinguished, the deer's hide was grievously scorched. Before it could fully register the pain, the water balls arrived. The abrupt transition from heat to cold felt like a clash of fire and ice, overwhelming the demon beast to the point of near unconsciousness. Moreover, the impact from the water balls sent it crashing to the ground, sapped of strength to rise again. What terrified the demon beast even more was that just as it found itself soaked, another whirlwind surged forth. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 6 whirlwinds successively lifted it into the air before slamming it back down. Each time it fell, the ground trembled, sending dust swirling into the air. By the time the 6th whirlwind had passed, the other beasts lay dead, unable to resist any longer. Only the spotted deer remained, swirling amidst the winds. As the whirlwinds dissipated, the deer plummeted to the ground. Boom. After landing, the chasing wind lightning spotted deer lay motionless. At that moment, the frontline soldiers rushed over to inspect. They circled around it, then bent down to examine the deer closely. Ultimately, they confirmed its demise and excitedly shouted to Lord Rosen, "My lord, the demon beast is dead." It's dead? Truly dead? Completely dead? Indeed, it is utterly lifeless. It appears it was dead long ago. Splendid. Long live Lord Rosen. Hail to our lord. As for why they did not chant the mages' praises, it was because the mages were also subjects of the lord. Without the lord, there would be no mages. Thus it was only fitting to celebrate the lord's victory. Witnessing this, Rosen smiled with contentment. The townsfolk soon arrived to collect the fallen beast's remains, quickly discovering the treasures that had dropped beneath its carcass. The subjects knelt upon the ground, their voices trembling with excitement. My lord, 3 iron coins have dropped from the beast. Chapter 57. The function of iron coins. Did the coins truly fall? Rosen was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Show them to me." Iron coins serve as the currency of this realm, with their primary source being the magical beasts. Upon vanquishing these creatures, they randomly drop currency. Moreover, within the remains of higher-tier beasts, one may find magic cores. These cores can be employed to enchant weapons, enhancing their quality. As for the iron coins, they are merely a refined form of iron, superior to the ordinary iron forged by common folk. Their primary function is for trade, yet they can also be fused into blocks of refined iron, which are then utilized to craft superior iron weaponry. It is precisely this utility that has elevated the coin's status as currency. Lesser beasts yield iron coins, while those of a higher caliber may drop silver or even gold coins. However, these silver and gold coins are not the soft varieties, but rather hard silver and gold, resulting in weapons of remarkable quality. One of his subordinates presented 3 iron coins with utmost reverence. offering them with both hands. The coins were circular, reminiscent of the ocean dollars from a bygone era, yet they appeared to be a deep, obsidian black, remarkably sturdy. Inscribed upon the coins were the bold characters, Iron Coin. Rosen slowly extended his hand, grasping one coin, and at once, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has acquired loot. A hundredfold amplification can be triggered. Would you like to activate it? Can this also trigger a hundredfold? Rosen pondered briefly before mentally affirming, activate. Ding! Hundredfold amplification successfully triggered. Congratulations, host has acquired 100 iron coins. The additional amplification has been automatically stored in the host's backpack. Upon glancing at the Lord's guide, he indeed found that an additional 99 iron coins had been added. Rosen promptly took the remaining 2 coins into his possession, activating the hundredfold amplification once more. Tossing the 3 coins into his backpack, he now possessed a total of 300 iron coins. These 300 coins could be fused into 3 blocks of refined iron. Naturally, while iron coins can be transformed into refined iron, the reverse process, refining crude iron into refined iron, is rather intricate and challenging, underscoring the significance of iron coin circulation. 4 blocks of refined iron could forge an exquisite iron sword. In comparison to a standard iron sword, the quality difference was vast. Should he acquire a magic core to enchant the refined iron sword, its quality could be elevated to that of a top-tier iron sword. Such a sword would not pale in comparison to an ordinary silver sword. Excellent. Rosen nodded in satisfaction, awaiting the completion of the battlefield's cleanup by his subjects. The afternoon had arrived, and the next wave of beastly onslaught drew ever closer. It was anticipated that 18 beasts would emerge, though the exact number of magical beasts among them remained uncertain. Nonetheless, the greater the number of beasts in the onslaught, the longer the respite between waves. Everyone was acutely aware that the impending wave would be a perilous moment. Archers and mages ascended the arrow towers, while the soldiers rested and dined at the gates. Led by Captain Zhao, Rosen meticulously organized the defenses. It was evident to all that each subsequent wave of beasts grew increasingly ferocious. Thus, they adhered to Rosen's arrangements, each fulfilling their designated roles. 20 mages and 100 archers ascended the towers, with a mage apprentice stationed between every 2 towers. The archers, having expended their supplies during the previous 2 waves, now possessed only 800 arrows, sufficient for 8 volleys. After this, they would be relieved and could retreat to the Lord's manor. Zhao Yun commanded over 100 soldiers, guarding the square, flanked by camp commanders Luo Haizi and Xiao Bailian. Behind them, over 100 warriors clad in black iron armor, wielding iron swords, stood in a state of readiness. On either side of the square, towering arrow towers loomed, each manned by an archer, some even hosting 2. Among the archers, a few mage apprentices were interspersed. The entire territory stood poised for battle, exuding an air of solemnity and strength, resembling an impregnable fortress. Rosen stationed himself at the rear, leaning against the door of the Lord's manor, indulging in roasted meat and barley porridge while observing other lords boast within the Lord's guide. The reason for his nonchalance stemmed from the proximity of a certain young lady. Rosen subtly raised his gaze to glance at Bei Yuang. In truth, she was akin to a girl of youthful stature, yet had matured physically, presenting herself with a figure reminiscent of a young woman. At that moment, Bei Yuang was covertly observing him. In reality, Rosen had long been aware of her gaze and sought to put on a show, revealing his prowess, an inherent trait of manhood. Before alluring women, men often dare to showcase their abilities. Contemplating the possibility of joining the fray when the beast wave arrived, Rosen savored his meal with greater fervor. For once magical beasts retreat, ordinary soldiers become ineffective. Only warriors possess the qualifications to contend against them. The prior beast was a testament to this truth. Within the territory, only he and Zhao Yun stood as warriors of the martial realm. Rather than allowing his subjects to perish, it would be more prudent for him to take the stage, demonstrating his might to rescue them from peril while simultaneously honing his own skills. Am I handsome? Noticing that Bei Yuang remained transfixed upon him, Rosen's lips curved into a confident smile as he posed the question. What? Bei Yuang faltered, her mind momentarily blank. Rosen slowly lifted his head to meet her gaze, enunciating each word. Am I handsome? In an instant, Bei Yuang's face flushed crimson, akin to an apple, her hands tightly clasping her garment. Her gaze shyly lowering as she murmured, My lord is undoubtedly the most handsome. Ah, are the women of this world all so bashful? If this were my past life, he would surely be in high demand. Rosen shook his head, redirecting his attention to the chat area. Within the chat realm, other lords had already slain magical beasts and begun collecting iron coins. Esteemed lords, magical beasts drop iron coins. Whoever possesses coins for sale, I shall buy them at a premium. This statement confirmed that the individual had indeed vanquished a magical beast. Otherwise, how would they know of the coins? This small revelation jolted Rosen momentarily. Truly, in this vast world, there exist countless capable individuals. His own conquest of the magical beasts was solely reliant on innate talent, while other lords, lacking such advantages, had nevertheless managed to defeat them. Thus, their territory must have developed significantly, even if their development was modest. The ability to slay magical beasts indicates formidable overall strength or particularly superior equipment. Food, water, and even wheat seeds could be exchanged for high value. The individual continued, clearly yearning for iron coins. The crowd began to murmur. What are iron coins? Magical beasts can drop them? Who knows? I couldn't contend with the magical beasts. I hid during the last wave. Me too. I didn't dare to fight. Haha, I wouldn't even open the door for 9 beasts, let alone a magical one. Chapter 58, 9 Magical Beasts. To his astonishment, that individual had already slain a magical beast and garnered information regarding the iron coins. Just how powerful were they? The world is indeed vast and full of wonders. Today, in my hunger, I discovered a herb in the wild, and after consuming it, my blood surged with vitality. And my strength grew. Earlier, I single-handedly vanquished a fearsome beast amidst the chaos of the beast tide. Who knows, perhaps others have encountered their own fortuitous events. Yet, it appears no one is inclined to trade, as responses remain elusive. But I must not forget my purpose here. I am not merely idling in this chat. Does anyone possess iron? I am willing to exchange food for it. The iron sword I wield has endured considerable wear during battle and requires repair before it can be utilized again. I possess iron ore. Would you be willing to trade? No trade, you say? Iron ore must be refined, and I am in urgent need of iron itself. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Upon noticing the lack of replies, the speaker sent forth another message, which immediately shocked the chat channel, drawing countless lurkers into the fray. I have a blueprint for a storage ring. Would anyone trade it for 100 iron coins? Hisses. A storage ring, you say? Goodness. His luck is extraordinary. The blueprint for a storage ring can only be obtained from a silver chest. Could it be that he has discovered one? Silver chests are exceedingly rare. To find one is to be favored by fortune itself. The blueprint for a storage ring, once crafted, allows for the convenient carrying of items while effectively avoiding the awkwardness of a space backpack overflowing with supplies. It is far superior to cumbersome storage boxes. If iron coins are insufficient, we can pool our resources. I have other items to exchange, expediently. My word. What could he possibly need iron coins for in such a hurry? Surely, they cannot be that valuable? The crowd remained bewildered, including Rosen, who found himself equally perplexed. Truth be told, Rosen coveted the storage ring blueprint, yet he questioned the individual's motives for offering such a high price for mere iron coins. After all, the value of the storage ring blueprint far exceeds that of iron coins. Nevertheless, his intentions mattered little to Rosen. There was no need to dwell on such matters. Iron coins would only increase in number with the emergence of the beasts. Even if a trade could not be made today, opportunities would arise in due time. However, the blueprint was indeed a rare find. Rosen promptly responded in the channel, I will trade with you. 100 iron coins, is it? As soon as Rosen's message was dispatched, the channel erupted in astonishment. Good heavens, what did you just say? Surely you jest. 100 iron coins? How did you acquire so many? My word, another formidable figure capable of slaying beasts has appeared. It seems there are many elites among us. I once thought that defeating 3 fierce beasts made one a powerhouse, yet the true elites are hidden amongst us. Isn't that Rosen? The one who topped the mist exploration. So he is the first in the mist event? Impressive. He can now slay beasts. It makes sense. The first place winner not only receives a full set of golden equipment, but also an additional reward, though its nature remains unknown. Still, it stands to reason that the first place winner would possess 100 iron coins. As the discussion swirled, the lord who sought the trade soon sent Rosen a private message. So you are the first in the mist exploration. No wonder you possess 100 iron coins. Upon reading the individual's private message, Rosen contemplated briefly before deciding to inquire about the purpose of the iron coins. Of course, this was not to obstruct the individual's progress. Rather, Rosen simply wished to understand the hidden utility, for he too possessed iron coins, and one never knows when they might come in handy. Thus, Rosen replied, Brother, you flatter me. A single beast yields only a few coins at most. These are merely incidental gains. That makes sense. I thought as much. Even the first place winner cannot possibly eliminate dozens of beasts at once. Pardon my frankness. Now, let us hasten the trade. I am quite urgent. Brother, may I ask what you intend to do with the iron coins? Rosen's query seemed to evade the point, prompting the other to respond without hesitation. A trade, of course. I recently encountered a goblin beast man who was escorting an orc slave. When he arrived, it coincided with the beast tide, so he took refuge in my territory. I intend to purchase his slave with iron coins. Rosen was momentarily speechless. In light of such a significant event as the beast tide, one still harbors thoughts of purchasing a slave. What a bold heart. What manner of slave is it? A woman, perhaps? Rosen probed further. A female beast man, a cat girl. Brother, hurry. The beast tide will likely commence shortly, and that goblin will soon depart. Once more, Rosen found himself at a loss for words. However, he did glean some insights from this exchange. It seems there are quite a number of beastmen in the vicinity, and even merchants among them. It appears not all beastmen are ruthless. There must be those who live ordinary lives alongside the notorious. Much like humankind, there exists a spectrum of good and evil. With this thought, Rosen felt a tinge of disappointment and proceeded to exchange 100 iron coins for the storage ring blueprint. Upon the successful transaction, he received the coveted document. Gazing at the information displayed on the blueprint, he noted, "Storage ring blueprint. You can use this to craft a storage ring. Required materials: 1 refined iron, 1 magic core, 1 blueprint." Only the magic core remains. I do hope a higher level beast appears during the next wave of the beast tide, for only beasts of low rank or higher yield magic cores. Though it may not be an easy feat, typically, first-tier beasts possess strength comparable to that of human martial artists. Second-tier beasts, on the other hand, can even compel martial artists to retreat. Thus, ordinary martial artists stand little chance against first-tier beasts. Of course, this is not an absolute truth, for anything is possible. Even the truth itself. Closing the Lord's Guide, Rosen observed that the sky remained dim, the sun having set unbeknownst to him. 3 waves of beasts had consumed an entire day. The beast tide would last a day and a night, likely culminating in 6 waves at most. Rosen gazed into the distance. Just then, a line of wild beasts emerged, growing larger as they approached his line of sight. Here they come. The beast tide is upon us, teeming with myriad creatures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 27 in total. Good heavens, among them are 9 first-tier beasts. Gulp. The soldiers and apprentice mages swallowed hard. They all felt the imminent danger brought forth by this beast tide. 9 first-tier beasts, equivalent to 9 elite martial artists. Charging forth together could easily overwhelm them all. The populace felt a wave of tension, their grips on their weapons tightening. Fire dragon foals, mountain-climbing beasts, black pythons, saber-toothed tigers. In that moment, Rosen straightened up, his expression growing grave. Chapter 59, All Forces Mobilized. As he gazed at each beast, information regarding them flickered before his eyes. In the context of his previous life, these beasts belonged to the mutated category. Just as human mages can absorb the natural energies of the world to enhance themselves and evolve unique abilities, these beasts too possess extraordinary capabilities. For instance, some can unleash wind blades or fireballs, while others may exhale poisonous mists. Such powers are typically reserved for spells that only mages can cast. It is these abilities that elevate mere beasts to the status of magical beasts. With 9 magical beasts and 18 ordinary beasts, a total of 27. They presented a formidable threat. Archers, prepare. Mages, ready yourselves. Zhao Yun commanded his infantry to form a defensive line in the square, staunchly obstructing the advance of the monstrous beasts. Above, the wizard Javan presided over all ranged attackers from the arrow tower. This preparation was orchestrated by Javan himself, as the ranged units were temporarily under his command. Upon hearing his call, 100 archers simultaneously knocked their arrows, drawing back their bows. In an instant, the bows were drawn to their fullest, channeling every ounce of strength from the defenders. The monstrous beasts paused momentarily outside the square, then charged forward with unyielding ferocity. Not uttering a single growl, not even the instinctual roar of a wild animal. The ground trembled as each beast, weighing several hundred pounds, surged forward in a pack of over 20, creating a tremendous quake that resonated as if it were pounding upon the very hearts of the defenders. Now, Javan commanded. And as the beast charged, he began to chant incantations. The sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed, accompanied by his powerful incantations. "O fiery spirit, heed my summons and take form. Fireball," he cried. "In the name of the god of the tempest, I summon you. Whirlwind, arise. Element of water, listen to my call. Coalesce into a water sphere." Water sphere. The wizards chanted their spells, calling forth their magic. Meanwhile, the 8 wood mages, lacking offensive capabilities, also began to cast their spells. Although their magic was not particularly aggressive, they endeavored to contribute in this battle. Each of the 8 mages produced a handful of seeds from their pockets, casting them into the fray while fervently reciting their incantations. "O great God of life, accept my prayer. Let the seeds of hope take root in the promised land. Let the thorny vines spread. Let withered life bloom anew. Let the barren trees experience the return of spring." Revitalization of the withered tree. Rosen, observing from afar, felt a sense of disbelief upon hearing the wood mage's incantation. Revitalization of the withered tree? What kind of magic is that? He mused, turning his gaze toward them. He watched as the seeds they scattered struck the ground and began to grow rapidly, transforming from tiny seeds into vigorous vines in the blink of an eye. Though few in number, the 8 mages had cast dozens of seeds. The rapid growth of these vines consumed a significant amount of magical energy. As they spread at a visible pace, the newly sprouted vines seemed alive, obstructing the path of the charging beasts. As the beasts approached, the vines instinctively ensnared them, trapping them within an intricate web of foliage. However, the monsters soon broke free from the vines, while the rain of arrows truly inflicted damage upon the ordinary beasts. Only the spells of other wizards could inflict any significant harm upon the monstrous beasts. After 2 volleys of arrows and 2 rounds of magic, Merely 8 monstrous beasts remained standing in the square, all of which bore wounds. Nevertheless, they had successfully breached the barrier and charged toward Zhao Yun's formation. "Kill!" shouted Zhao Yun, brandishing his longsword and leading the charge. "Kill!" The soldiers echoed, rallying their spirits as they followed Zhao Yun into battle. In an instant, a fierce melee ensued between man and beast. Fortunately, the soldiers were fully armored. Although they could not match the beasts in strength, they would not fall easily to their onslaught. The iron armor would require the beasts to exert considerable effort to breach it, as their skills were not limitless and would deplete their magical energy just as human mages did. Once their magical energy was exhausted, the beasts would lose their ranged capabilities. The soldier's role was not to vanquish the beasts outright, but primarily to exhaust them. If a soldier's armor became severely damaged, Zhao Yun would order them to withdraw immediately to preserve their lives. After all, each defender was a precious asset to the territory, not to be easily lost. Zhao Yun engaged 3 monstrous beasts in fierce combat, the battle proving to be a relentless struggle. Though he was a martial artist of considerable skill, the innate strength of the beasts posed a grave threat. 3 first-tier beasts could easily overwhelm a human martial artist. Furthermore, 5 additional beasts lurked nearby, launching occasional ambushes against him. However, Zhao Yun was no ordinary warrior. He was a renowned general from Huaxia, brimming with courage and devoid of fear. His reputation was encapsulated in a widely known saying: "Even when vastly outnumbered, I can still claim the enemy general's head amongst the throngs of foes." This was not merely a testament to his prowess, but rather to his indomitable spirit. Zhao Zilong was indeed a paragon of bravery. The chaos of battle rendered the onlookers in the Arrow Tower and within the Lord's residence silent, each holding their breath and clenching their fists in anxiety. At this moment, Rosen narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing it was nearly time for him to enter the fray. Otherwise, he might find all 200 sets of armor rendered useless, a precious resource painstakingly forged. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, prompting him to open the Lord's Guide and begin broadcasting a request for exchanges in the regional channel. "Who has a spear blueprint? Bring your offers swiftly." Despite the ongoing beast tide, most lords were not engaging in combat. Instead, they were huddled in their thatched huts, chatting through the Lord's Guide. After all, this wave of beasts included 9 monstrous entities, and the overwhelming majority lacked the strength to resist. The beasts would rampage through the Lord's yards, but would not invade the Lord's thatched huts. Thus, many lords could only hide away, waiting for the tide to pass. As Rosen's request for exchange was sent, a flurry of responses flooded the regional channel. "Oh, isn't this the one who just traded 100 iron coins for blueprints? Back again. Hey brother, the beast tide has begun. You're hiding in your thatched hut, right? Haha, I doubt anyone would dare to confront this wave. Indeed, 9 monstrous beasts are too formidable. Let us bide our time until the tide recedes. Brother, what do you require a spear blueprint for? I have an iron spear blueprint. Care to trade?" As messages poured in, Rosen noted a response from someone possessing a blueprint. Chapter 60. Zilong withdraws, the Lord shall enter. The world is vast, and its populace immense. Though this was merely the beginning, many had already acquired diverse resources. Even if someone claimed to have fortuitously obtained a divine artifact, Rosen would believe it. After all, the world is so expansive that anything is possible. It merely depends on whether individuals are willing to share their fortunes. Yet, fate remains impartial. Should one gain a divine artifact, they would inevitably sacrifice something else. Just as some territories might boast treasure chests, while others could search for days in the mist without discovering new ones. Some would find a water source just outside their territory, while others might wander several kilometers only to find nothing to drink. However, those lacking water would surely find sustenance nearby, while those with water might lack food. Thus, the cycle of existence continues, day and night, in an unending rhythm. There are no unchanging lords, only those who are indolent. "Trade. What do you desire?" Rosen promptly replied with a message, broadcasting it in the regional channel. Since the other party had not initiated private chat, it indicated that they were not ready to negotiate outside the public forum. "Hehe, I desire a set of iron defensive armor and a weapon set." Upon uttering this audacious request, the individuals in the regional channel were left utterly astounded, their reactions erupting like a boiling cauldron. Good heavens, what a brazen demand! To exchange such a mere blueprint for so much? Are you dreaming in broad daylight? TSK, my friend, while having aspirations is commendable, your proposition is excessively unreasonable. The other lords could also discern that regardless of its quality, a single blueprint remains just that, a solitary blueprint. To expect such a plethora of finished products in return is akin to an exercise in folly. Of course, Rosen would not play the fool. He calmly retorted, "Nonsense. If you sincerely wish to trade, then propose a more reasonable request." "Hehe, I knew you wouldn't agree. Then how about 20 pounds of meat? It's non-negotiable. Is that acceptable? If so, let us commence the transaction." "What? 20 pounds of meat? Hiss, that is quite a hefty amount. My goodness, are blueprints truly this valuable? I seem to possess numerous blueprints, yet no one desires them." "Me too. I've collected several, all for construction, yet they remain unwanted. Seeing his shift in demands, Rosen chose not to haggle further. While food is indeed of utmost importance, it was evident that the other party was likely quite desperate. Meanwhile, he required the long spear blueprint. With this thought in mind, Rosen promptly initiated a trade request, tossing 20 pounds of meat into the exchange space. Naturally, the meat was unenhanced, which caused a slight pang of regret for Rosen. However, resources acquired from unenhanced items can still be augmented. Hence, despite his reluctance, he proceeded with the exchange. A single long spear blueprint would enable him to create 100 long spear soldiers. They had truly completed the trade. 20 pounds of meat. My heavens, I too long for meat. Brother, I possess a blueprint for a toilet. Would you trade it for a pound of meat? Could you show some mercy and allow this exchange? A toilet blueprint? Do you require a blueprint to construct a toilet? Where else could it not serve as a toilet? The crowd responded with silence. Though they had bantered in the regional channel, the entire exchange consumed merely a few seconds. At this moment, Zhao Yun was valiantly battling alongside his soldiers. Even under the relentless assault of 8 monstrous beasts, he managed to slay 2. Many of the soldiers' armors had been breached, prompting a retreat. The number of warriors on the battlefield was dwindling. This was precisely why Rosen had refrained from equipping them with golden gear. Even if the golden equipment would not be damaged, their capabilities rendered it difficult for them to wield such weapons effectively. It would be a waste to furnish them with such resources. Nonetheless, the soldiers were not entirely devoid of merit. After all, their combined efforts had resulted in the death of 2 monstrous beasts. Thus, while the number of soldiers remaining on the battlefield was scant, the number of beasts had also been halved, leaving 4 still engaged in combat. Following the completion of the trade, Rosen did not immediately rush to the Lord's manor to craft the long spear. He aspired to forge a spear of superior quality, not an ordinary one, lest he squander the resources he had exchanged. Suddenly, a shift occurred on the battlefield. Zhao Zilong, drenched in blood, brandished his longsword and let out a thunderous roar. Sweep the army. In an instant, a faint white light emanated from the blade of his sword as he spun at an incredible speed. The blade sliced through the air with a series of whooshing sounds. A ring of white light encircled Zhao Zilong, and every monstrous beast touched by this radiance emitted agonizing cries, with some injured beasts collapsing lifelessly on the spot. After completing the sweep, there was not a single surviving beast within several meters of him. This spectacle ignited the spirits of the onlookers, filling them with fervor. Even Rosen's gaze narrowed slightly. Upon witnessing Zhao Yun unleash this technique, he recognized it as Zhao Yun's skill, sweep the army. Originally intended for a long spear, he had been forced to wield it with a long sword instead. Observing the vacuum of beasts surrounding Zhao Yun, Rosen was extraordinarily satisfied. If such prowess could be achieved with a long sword, the use of a long spear would enhance Zhao Yun's attack power by 50%. One could only imagine that if the long spear were employed, all 4 remaining beasts would likely perish. With 2 beasts still remaining, both were wounded, and Zhao Yun was panting heavily. That last move had drained a significant portion of his strength, leaving him somewhat weakened. Noticing this, Rosen promptly retrieved a set of golden armor from his backpack and began to don it. The sight left the onlooking citizens astonished. What was the Lord doing? Was he truly going to engage in battle himself, adorned in legendary golden armor? Look, he even possessed golden boots. It was a complete set. Everyone's gaze converged upon him. Rosen, with a composed demeanor, continued to don his armor. As putting on the armor was a slow endeavor for one person, he gestured for Bei Yuan to assist him. My lord, are you truly going to fight personally? Bei Yuan inquired, a hint of anxiety lacing her voice. Rosen nodded without uttering a word. Bei Yuan's hands trembled slightly as she urged, My lord, those beasts are perilous. Commander Zhao can hold them off. Please reconsider. I have given it ample thought. A beast tide is a rare opportunity. Every wave we withstand counts. My participation is merely a matter of time. There is no need for further persuasion, Rosen replied, his expression impassive. Soon, Bei Yuan had finished assisting him with the armor. Once clad, Rosen transformed into a golden figure, adorned with golden boots, golden greaves, golden armor, and golden gauntlets. Gripping a golden longsword, he called out to Zhao Yun, Zilong, fall back. This lord shall take the stage. Chapter 61, A Windfall. The golden boots, golden greaves, golden armor, and golden gauntlets enveloped him completely. As he donned his helmet, the only visible skin was that of his striking face. With a resounding shout, all eyes once again turned towards Rosen. The lord was indeed preparing to step onto the battlefield. Their expressions were filled with disbelief. Particularly, Bei Yuan, who stood near the lord's manor, gazed at Rosen's retreating figure with a mixture of awe and admiration. She understood that Rosen was risking his life for the resources of the territory. In that moment, Bei Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. She was thankful to the heavens for granting her such a responsible lord. She was grateful to the divine for the opportunity to stand beside him. Since the lord was to engage personally, she, as his subordinate, could only offer unwavering support. She believed in his strength, and with so many citizens in the territory, if the moment came when the lord faced danger, they would all rise to protect him with their lives. She would stand alongside her lord in battle, unregretful in death. She was, in life, the Lord's steward. In death, she would continue to follow him. As she watched Rosen step decisively onto the square, Bai Yuan's heart raced with anticipation. She cupped her hands before her mouth, forming a trumpet shape, and shouted loudly, "All hail the Lord!" Her voice, imbued with a crystalline clarity and tremor, ignited the atmosphere, causing an immediate uproar among the gathered populace. Every subject joined in the fervent chorus, exclaiming, "All hail the Lord! Long live the Lord! The Lord is invincible!" The cacophony of hundreds transitioned from disorder to harmonious unison, echoing throughout the entire domain. At that moment, one could observe a surge of energy rising skyward, a manifestation of the collective faith of the people. Even the drowsy Lucy was roused, leaning against the window to witness the impassioned cries of the citizens. In that instant, a spark of hope ignited in her eyes as she murmured, "The unity of humanity is truly formidable. With such loyal subjects and a noble lord, what is there to fear in the pursuit of greatness?" Reflecting on my own life, marked by tumult and exile, my decade-long ambitions now seem but whispers in the ears of distant spirits. Perhaps this is where I am destined to rest for eternity. Dear Nyo and Heir Nyo, live well and do not seek vengeance for me. In the square, the remaining two injured beasts hesitated, intimidated by the fervor of the crowd. Weighing their chances of launching an attack, Zhao Yun seized the opportunity to catch his breath, his gaze filled with admiration as he beheld the golden-armored Rosen. And he knelt in gratitude, proclaiming, "Rest assured, my lord, I am unharmed." "Why are you not wearing the golden armor I provided?" Rosen inquired, observing Zhao Yun's tattered iron armor. "I could not bear to don it," Zhao Yun replied sincerely. Rosen remarked, "It was given to you for a purpose. Do not hesitate to use it. If it becomes damaged, simply replace it." Although he disapproved of Zhao Yun's reluctance, he expressed no complaint. "You may withdraw now. I shall handle the rest." "No, I can still fight," Zhao Yun insisted, unwilling to allow Rosen to confront danger alone. Yet, Rosen paid him no heed and charged ahead. Amidst the chaos, Rosen pointed his golden sword forward and dashed toward the two beasts. With a fierce roar, the injured beasts unleashed their skills. A blade of wind and a fireball, both hurtling toward Rosen. "Humph, such feeble magic apprentice-level skills dare to confront my golden armor? This shall serve as a test of its strength." Unfaltering, Rosen gripped his sword and cleaved downward. Clang! The golden sword met the fireball, cleaving it apart and dispersing a shower of sparks. The scattered embers flew in all directions, some striking Rosen's armor and producing a metallic clatter. However, his armor bore no marks from the impacts, remaining as resplendent as ever. With another swift maneuver, Rosen sliced through the wind blade. The tremendous force numbed his hands. Yet he successfully dispersed it. It was evident that even the injured beasts possessed such power. One could only imagine the strength of their uninjured kin. Ordinary subjects would likely find only death in encounters with them. It is no wonder that the mist is deemed perilous, for none can guarantee they will not encounter wild beasts or monsters within it. While there may be a chance of survival against wild beasts, facing monsters offers no retreat. With the beasts' magical energy depleted, they resorted to close combat, attacking Rosen with their fangs and claws. Clang, clang, clang. Each clash of claws against the golden sword resonated. But when the sword met their fur, it sliced through effortlessly. Rosen engaged in a flurry of strikes, and before long, the two beasts lay bloodied on the ground. Gasping weakly, "Wow, the Lord's sword is remarkably sharp," exclaimed one. "Indeed, the Lord is a celestial being. This golden sword must be a divine artifact." Others chimed in. It was a well-known fact that ordinary iron swords struggled to breach the hides of monsters. Thus, Rosen's golden sword was indeed formidable. The onlookers erupted into enthusiastic cheers upon witnessing Rosen's triumph over the beasts. Zhao Yun stood there, awestruck, exclaiming, "The Lord is incredibly powerful." In the distance, Bai Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, finally diverting his gaze from Rosen to the jubilant citizens. Iron coins, 3. As Rosen reveled in the adulation of the masses, his eye caught sight of the iron coins that had fallen from the beasts. The information about the coins materialized before him. Each beast's carcass was accompanied by 3 iron coins. Scanning the area, he noted a total of 9 beasts, yielding 27 coins. He bent slightly to collect them. Ding! Hundredfold amplification successful. Quantity increased to 100. Iron coins, 100. Iron coins, 100. After gathering all the coins, ordinary citizens began to emerge, ready to collect the remains of the beasts. 2,700 iron coins. Gazing at the quantity within his satchel, Rosen felt a jolt of astonishment. Have I struck it rich? Considering the value of the iron coins, each could be exchanged for a pound of meat. Albeit a rare commodity, one could equate 1 iron coin to roughly 10 units of currency in the past. Thus, 2,700 iron coins would equate to 27,000 units. Chapter 62, The Full Depth of Resources. Though not an immense fortune, receiving such a sum at once, and with relative ease, felt like a windfall. Naturally, for someone of considerable means, it might not amount to much, but for an ordinary person, accumulating over 2,000 iron coins through regular monster hunting would likely take months. akin to several months of labor, and even that would require a high-paying job. For an average individual, it might take a year to amass such wealth. Just right, he thought, to use the iron coins to forge refined iron. Crafting a spear for Zhao Yun. A refined iron weapon requires 4 pieces of refined iron, equating to 400 iron coins, roughly 4,000 currency units. Comparable to purchasing a similar item. As Rosen contemplated this, he strolled slowly toward the Lord's manor, announcing, "Everyone, rest in place. Those with damaged weapons or armor may retreat to the Lord's manor. The next wave of beasts is likely to arrive by dawn." The time was already nearing midnight. Upon receiving the order, everyone began to comply. The archers on the towers were unscathed and remained vigilant, while many of the infantry soldiers bore damaged armor and some sustained minor injuries. Fortunately, no one was seriously hurt, or it would have posed a considerable inconvenience. During the interlude, the steward Bei Yiwang commenced distributing food to the soldiers. Based on the temporal calculations, the next wave of beast tide is not expected for at least several more hours. It is anticipated that after this forthcoming wave, daylight will break. Once the sun rises, subsequent beast tides will cease, signifying the official conclusion of the beast tide event. Rosen returned to the Lord's manor, where the villagers seated on the ground swiftly gathered around him, expressing their concerns. "My lord has returned. Does this mean the beast tide is over?" "It seems it has not yet ended, as the Lord has not instructed us to return home. Alas, the ferocity of the beast tide is overwhelming. Without our territory, we ordinary folk would scarcely survive. Our Lord must be weary. Regrettably, we are unable to offer him any assistance. Indeed, I loathe myself for being so unremarkable, unable to alleviate our Lord's burdens." Rosen passed through the courtyard and entered his inner chamber. The first order of business was to retrieve the iron coins and the blueprint for the spear. According to the schematic, crafting the spear required 4 pieces of refined iron. Thus, Rosen placed 400 iron coins on the crafting table for fusion. With his skillful melding, the coins transformed into 4 pieces of refined iron. Subsequently, he inserted the blueprint and commenced the synthesis. Advanced Spear 1. In an instant, a spear emerged from the crafting table, forged from refined iron, its body a deep black. The spear had razor sharp and approximately 2 meters in length. This iron, derived from the fused coins, was significantly sturdier than that which was ordinarily smelted. Its texture was distinctly superior. After securing the spear, Rosen produced another blueprint, the schematic for a spatial ring. This too had been acquired with iron coins. Yet the creation of the spatial ring necessitated a magic core. "I hope a second-tier magical beast appears amidst the tide, granting me a magic core to fashion the spatial ring. Otherwise, my spatial backpack will soon prove inadequate," he murmured to himself, instructing a maid to deliver the spear to Zhao Yun before reclining back onto his bed. After a taxing day, rest was imperative. However, even as he lay there, sleep eluded him, his mind preoccupied with the impending wave of the beast tide. Calculating the numbers, he estimated that the next wave would consist of 81 beasts, though he remained uncertain how many among them would be magical beasts. If there were numerous magical beasts, even with the full might of his 500 strong, they would struggle to mount a direct defense. Each of the 81 beasts averaged between 1 to 200 pounds. Should they be vanquished, the yield of meat could exceed 100,000 pounds. With amplification, his territory could stockpile over 10 million pounds of meat resources. 10 million pounds, a staggering figure. With such resources, they would not need to worry about food for an extended period. "By the heavens, I shall fight for this," Rosen exclaimed, springing upright from his bed. His fists clenched. He retrieved the remaining 80 recruitment orders for mage apprentices, utilizing them all at once. Next, he summoned the golden armor set from his storage box, instructing the maid to distribute them amongst the trained soldiers. Thereafter, he directed her to gather the damaged armor and weapons for individual repairs on the crafting table. This time, Rosen was fully committed. The success of this endeavor hinged upon the forthcoming beast tide. A triumph would resolve their food shortages permanently, while failure would necessitate the recruitment of new villagers. Ultimately, there was only gain to be had. An hour passed, then 2. Once he had completed the repairs and redistributed the weapons, the surplus golden armors allowed him to draft an additional 100 soldiers for the battlefield. Consequently, the total number of combatants had swelled to over 500, comprising 100 mages, 100 archers, 98 golden warriors, and over 200 ironclad soldiers. This formidable force had the potential to sweep through all surrounding human territories, orc tribes, and magical beast lairs. Only a crisis of the beast tide's magnitude could warrant such engagement. Knock, knock. The voice of Bei Yiwang rang out at the door. "My lord, the door is not locked. Please enter," Rosen replied nonchalantly. Upon entering, Bei Yiwang bowed slightly as a gesture of respect. "My lord, the beast tide has not yet appeared, but a man has just exited the recruitment office, wishing to meet you. This individual hails from the same recruitment office as Commander Zhao. I dared not make a decision without consulting you first," Bei Yiwang reported. "What? He is from the same office as Zhao Yun? Could it be that the Divine Recruitment Office has bestowed upon me another legendary general?" Rosen's eyes widened in astonishment. Although it was already the 8th day, daylight had yet to break. He had not expected to recruit a general so soon, believing he would have to wait several more days to meet someone of Zhao Yun's caliber. Where is he? Bring him in quickly, Rosen urged. Yes, Bei Yuang replied, promptly departing to summon the visitor. It was understandable that Rosen was excited. He was in dire need of powerful allies. The warriors recruited from the Divine Office consistently possessed strength 1 rank above their peers, meaning that any recruit would at the very least be at the warrior level. With the onslaught of magical beasts, only he and Zhao Yun stood as formidable protectors within the territory. A strong ally was precisely what he required. Rosen paced in his chamber, occasionally glancing towards the door. Before long, Bei Yuang returned, escorting a towering man clad in plain garments. Upon seeing Rosen, the man knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. I am Lu Bu, here to pay my respects to the Lord. Chapter 63, The Three Heroes Battle the Beasts. By the heavens, the legendary warrior Lu Bu from the Three Kingdoms? Rosen's eyes bulged with disbelief as Lu Bu's information materialized before him. Villager, Lu Bu, gender, male. Rank, warrior level 5. Weapon, war halberd. Equipping the war halberd increases combat power by 50%. Loyalty, 100, never to betray. Rosen was uncertain of the recruitment mechanism for warriors, but whether it was Zhao Yun or Lu Bu, all were youthful, appearing to be in their 20s. Yet, as long as they were formidable warriors, that was sufficient. Rosen stepped forward, personally assisting Lu Bu to his feet, a broad smile adorning his face. Courageous one, please rise. With your assistance, I can rest easy. Thank you, my lord. I shall venture through fire and water for you without hesitation, Lu Bu declared, his demeanor stern. Betraying no emotion, yet his words brimmed with loyalty to Rosen. Excellent. This is wonderful. Rosen suppressed his excitement and addressed Lu Bu. I happen to require your assistance with a pressing matter. Please, my lord, command me. I will not shy away from any task, Lu Bu replied, ever the steadfast ally. Rosen quickly turned to Bei Yuang. Fetch a set of golden armor and weapons for Lu Bu, as a gift from me. Yes. Bei Yuang cast a puzzled glance at Lu Bu, sensing his formidable nature but unable to discern the reason behind Rosen's generous treatment. Nevertheless, she set about fulfilling the command. She proceeded to the outer courtyard, retracting a golden-armored soldier to deliver the equipment to Lu Bu, leaving the soldier with a countenance of regret. The other vassals, who had previously shown him great deference, swiftly reverted to their former demeanor, their tone during conversation now markedly less courteous. Alas, I am discontent. It's a pity that my equipment is lacking, preventing me from joining the battlefield. In the Lord's back hall, Rosen remarked, Fengxian, our territory is currently besieged by a crisis of beast tides. You must join the fray upon your arrival. I have not made any prior preparations, so you may take this golden armor and weapon for the time being. He gestured towards the armor that Bei Wang had brought back, his tone tinged with resignation. Though there was a hint of insincerity, Rosen felt no shame in it. Hypocrisy is not to be feared, it can also conquer the world. Just like Liu Bei from the Three Kingdoms, who lived a life of pretense, yet commanded the loyalty of countless renowned generals. Thus, despite Rosen's slight affectation, his words held a semblance of sincerity. Lu Bu, upon receiving equipment from the Lord so soon after his arrival, was deeply moved. He knelt abruptly, tears brimming in gratitude, exclaiming, Lu Bu is eternally grateful for your great kindness, my lord. After expressing his profound respect with a heavy bow, Rosen urged him, quickly, please rise and take a seat for a moment. I shall return shortly. Rosen nodded repeatedly, then hastened behind a screen to the crafting table. Unbeknownst to Lu Bu and Bei Wang, he was preparing for something. Naturally, they remained standing in the hall, unable to sit. At the crafting table, Rosen unfurled the Lord's Guide and began broadcasting a request for an exchange. Seeking a war spear blueprint. Bring your requirements to trade. Urgent. The reason for this announcement was Rosen's desire to prepare weapons for Lu Bu in advance. With a designated weapon, a warrior's combat power could increase by 50%, making it easier to confront the beast tide. However, after the message was sent, the channel buzzed with discussion, yet no one came forth to trade. After a while, it became apparent that no one possessed a war spear blueprint. Even a message sent to the World Channel yielded no responses. It seemed that such items were rather scarce. Or perhaps those who had them found them useful. Reluctantly, Rosen had to temporarily abandon this endeavor. As he put away the Lord's Guide and stood up, Bei Wang hurriedly peeked around the screen, anxiously stating, My lord, the beast tide has returned, with a total of 81 beasts approaching. Among them, 9 are first-tier demon beasts, and 1 is a second-tier demon beast. A second-tier demon beast? Rosen momentarily paused before swiftly making his way outside. Fengxian, follow me. The beast tide has begun. Lu Bu immediately trailed behind Rosen, and chaos ensued throughout the territory. That demon beast is terrifying. It's so tall and massive. Its scales are razor-sharp. Upon reaching the exterior of the Lord's mansion, the soldiers were already on high alert. In the distance, 81 beasts loomed ominously. One resembled a pangolin, towering 2 meters high and stretching 10 meters in length, its scales glimmering menacingly. The Lord has arrived, someone shouted, instantly boosting the soldiers' morale. It seemed the mere mention of their Lord instilled them with immense confidence. Charge! Let us fight. We shall defend our territory to the death. Any who dare trespass upon our land shall meet their demise, no matter how distant. In an instant, all the soldiers surged forward, hundreds of them plunging into the horde of beasts, igniting a fierce clash. From the elevated arrow towers, archers aimed for the beast's vital points, unleashing a barrage of arrows. Likewise, the mages within the towers joined the archers, chanting their spells in unison. The cacophony of battle cries and the resonant incantations of the mages filled the air, with 100 mages chanting in remarkably powerful voices. In a moment, a deluge of fireballs, water orbs, whirlwinds, and seeds rained down upon the demon beasts. The battlefield ignited with flames, and the cries of the beasts echoed in agony. My lord, Lu Bu is on his way. Seeing the chaos, Lu Bu could not remain idle. He donned his golden armor and joined the fray. Fireballs and arrows danced in the skies while fierce collisions erupted on the ground. In the tumult of battle, it was impossible to discern who held the upper hand. Rosen also seized the golden sword, resolutely entering the battlefield. The Lord himself has joined the fight. Brothers, charge. With their leader in the fray, the soldier spirits surged once more. Strike. Our Lord is fighting alongside us. Let us vanquish them. With renewed vigor, the soldiers advanced. Bang. PFF. Joyce. Rosen swiftly felled the beast with a single stroke, pushing deeper into the fray until he confronted the second-tier demon beast, the Silver Eater. At that moment, Zhao Yun and Lu Bu were locked in fierce combat against it. Both clad in golden armor, engaged in battle with the second-tier demon beast, they did not dare let their guard down, for the Silver Eater's scales were exceedingly tough, and its claws razor-sharp, capable of easily shredding iron. Ordinary soldiers would be torn asunder in an instant, yet clad in golden armor. Even the second-tier demon beast would find it exceedingly challenging to breach their defenses. Although their protection was secured, Zhao Yun unleashed his ultimate skill, sweeping across the armies. Wielding a spear forged from fine iron, enhancing his combat power by 50%. With a single thrust, he stripped away several scales from the Silver Eater. The beast let out a pained roar. In response, Lu Bu leapt to the exposed wound, unleashing his own ultimate move, Divine Descent. Upon activation, Lu Bu's defense and attack would double, albeit at a significant cost. Though Lu Bu lacked a specialized weapon, he wielded a high-strength golden sword. With the enhancement from his ultimate move, he thrust the sword into the beast's body, leaving only the hilt visible. Roaring in agony, the Silver Eater flailed violently, charging straight towards Rosen. At that moment, Rosen found himself before the Silver Eater. As the beast rampaged, he witnessed the ultimate moves of his two subordinates, and simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Life-threatening situation detected. Replication function has been activated. Would you like to replicate? As the voice sounded, a virtual panel materialized before Rosen. Ultimate move, sweeping across the armies. Replicate. Ultimate move, Divine Descent. Replicate. One-click replication. Do not replicate. Several options appeared before him, confused by the unfolding events. Rosen had little time to ponder as danger loomed. He promptly chose to replicate all. Beep. Ultimate move replication successful. In that instant, two new techniques emerged in Rosen's mind, sweeping across the armies and Divine Descent. The two skills appeared to be as familiar to him as if he had undergone years of rigorous training. Consequently, Rosen promptly activated his ultimate move, the Descent of the Demon God. Upon activation, his internal abilities surged dramatically, multiplying in an instant. In that moment, he felt an inexhaustible power coursing through his muscles, accompanied by a rapid enhancement of his senses, sight, hearing, and reflexes. Confidence, unparalleled and absolute, filled his heart. He believed that he could effortlessly crush his former self in an instant. The beast dared to challenge him, and he was prepared to sweep away an army. Immediately, Rosen unleashed Zhao Yun's ultimate skill, the sweeping of 1,000 armies. Twirling in place with his golden sword, he combined blinding speed with the razor-sharp blade, creating a luminous ring edged with sword light that swiftly severed large scales from the head of the silver-swallowing beast. At this juncture, the creature was drenched in its own blood, writhing in excruciating pain, teetering on the brink of madness. Observing this, Rosen executed a leaping thrust. With a piercing sound, his sword struck true, penetrating the beast's eye and directly into its brain. Blood gushed forth from the blade, yet the creature was not yet dead. It opened its gaping maw, fangs bared, intending to devour Rosen. Its tenacity was astonishing. Beware, my lord. At that moment, Lu Bu and Zhao Yun arrived, with one stabbing the creature's other eye and the other driving a spear directly into its throat. The sharp blade, akin to Rosen's, found its mark in the beast's remaining eye. Instantly, the silver-swallowing beast was blinded, its brain beginning to shut down. Meanwhile, the spear had pierced through its throat, directly impaling its stomach. With a heavy thud, the beast struggled for a brief moment before collapsing onto the ground, lifeless. With a clattering sound, a portion of iron coins fell from the creature's scales, producing the noise of metal clashing. Ding! The hundredfold amplification was successful. The quantity has increased to 100. And the additional items have been automatically stored in the host's backpack. Opening his backpack, Rosen discovered a plethora of items within. Most notably, there were 99 silver-swallowing beasts. Following that were 6,470 iron coins, minus the previous 2,500. Thus, this single beast had yielded 30 iron coins, resulting in a total of 3,000 coins. In total, he now possessed 6,500 iron coins, 6,500 coins, and there were still 9 first-tier beasts yet to be amplified. If he were to collect the amplifications, he could amass over 9,000 iron coins. This figure was indeed formidable. It was evident that war could lead to wealth. Additionally, something else in his backpack caught Rosen's attention: 99 low-level beast magic crystals. These crystals, also known as enchantment stones, could be used to enchant equipment, enhancing its quality, or for various magical research and creation purposes. Enchantment stones. Rosen mused in mild surprise as he began to gather the iron coins and magic crystals. The 6,500 coins occupied one slot, while the 99 magic crystals filled another. The 99 silver-swallowing beasts also occupied a single slot. This led Rosen to question the storage mechanism of his backpack. Was it not stated that one slot could only hold 100 items? Thus, whether it was 100 beasts or 100 coins, they should occupy a single slot. Yet, at this moment, over 6,000 coins occupied only one slot, leaving Rosen somewhat perplexed. Perhaps coins were an exception, counted by spatial volume rather than quantity. Unable to fathom it further, he decided not to dwell on the matter, as such questions bore little significance. After all, his lack of understanding stemmed from his previous life experiences, leaving him oblivious to this knowledge gap. Having collected the iron coins and magic crystals, Rosen refrained from further action. As the beasts had all been dealt with, the remaining creatures were few, being cleared away by the soldiers. Thus, he promptly withdrew, making his way toward the seating area. The soldiers, witnessing the complete annihilation of the beasts and their lord's safety, were elated. Their fervor in battle intensified, swiftly eliminating the few remaining beasts. As dawn broke, it signified the end of the beast tide. The vast square lay in disarray, soaked in blood. Most soldiers were stained crimson, and many of those at the forefront bore injuries. A significant number of iron armors had been damaged once more, yet the golden armors remained unscathed. We won. We truly won. All the beasts have been vanquished. Long live the Lord. The Lord is magnificent. These two phrases had become the rallying cries of the excited populace. Cheers erupted, echoing their exhilaration. My lord, you are covered in blood. I have prepared warm water for you. Would you like to wash up first? Bei Yuang inquired, concern evident as she walked beside Rosen. He cast her a fleeting glance, his eyes brimming with a lingering aura of menace from the earlier battle. Chapter 65, Reveling with the People. The bloodlust from the fight had not yet fully dissipated. This glance sent a chill down Bei Yuang's spine, prompting her to voice her worries. My lord, are you unwell? I'm fine. I leave the remaining matters to you. I shall take a bath and later expect a report on the conclusion of this beast tide, Rosen replied, shaking his head as he strode unerringly into the lord's mansion. And let it be known that the victory belongs to all. Prepare an evening feast. I wish to revel with the people, he added as he departed. Upon his entrance, the citizens who had been hiding within the lord's mansion poured out. The beast tide had ended, and they could no longer remain sheltered inside. Soon, the lord's mansion returned to its previous silence. Outside, the populace was fervently engaged in collecting the corpses of the beasts, with the maids organizing and tallying the remains. The injured warriors returned to the camp to recuperate, while 80 newly arrived magic apprentices followed 20 senior apprentices, conversing about the relationships within the territory. The entire domain buzzed with activity. Upon returning to his room, Rosen found that the bathwater had been prepared. After enjoying a hot bath, he entrusted his armor to the maids for cleaning, before lying down on his bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. After enduring such prolonged exertion, weariness had inevitably set in. Time slipped away unnoticed, and night fell. Upon awakening, Rosen realized that the daylight had faded. After washing his face, he took a seat in the front hall. Inside, the courtyard was abuzz with activity as tables and chairs were being arranged, creating a lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, from nearby cottages, fragrant smoke wafted through the air, carrying the delicious aroma of meat. The maids were busy preparing the food. The entire territory was suffused with the scent of meat. Following Rosen's previous renovations, the front hall's courtyard had been left spacious. Although filled with numerous tables and chairs, it did not feel cramped. My lord, the banquet will be ready shortly. Please take a moment to rest, a maid informed him. Indeed. Rosen nodded gently, settling comfortably at the main table, leaning back in his chair as he remarked lightly. Let us take this opportunity to report on the aftermath of the beast tide. Indeed, Kitano Nozomi responded, already prepared to deliver the report. She spoke with seriousness. During this beast tide, a total of 512 individuals participated in the battle across our territory, resulting in the damage of 82 sets of iron armor and 110 iron swords. At this juncture, Kitano paused. acutely aware that the loss of such valuable iron weaponry might provoke the Lord's ire, and she braced herself for his impending wrath. However, to her astonishment, Rosen remained silent and simply urged, continue. Relieved by the absence of reproach, Kitano Nozomi pressed on. In this battle, 62 individuals sustained injuries, with 52 suffering minor wounds and 10 enduring severe injuries. The lightly wounded soldiers will recover in a few days and be back to duty, while the severely injured will require months to regain full health, and some may even bear lasting disabilities. 10 severely injured is already quite a significant toll, Rosen acknowledged. Ensure that all the injured are duly recorded. During their convalescence, each person shall receive double rations. The 10 severely injured will not only receive double provisions, but also be allocated a cottage with permanent residency rights. Should any suffer from lasting effects, the Lord's Manor will provide them with daily living supplies. Rosen continued, furthermore, all soldiers who have served the Lord's Manor will be documented. Those who have distinguished themselves in battle will be allocated land to sustain themselves in their later years. Severely injured veterans may apply for social assistance from the Lord's Manor, which will consist of food or financial support sufficient for their livelihoods. Goodness! Kitano gasped at Rosen's words. Lord, must we truly go to such lengths? Might this be too generous? In their old age, there will likely be many seeking assistance, which may overwhelm the Lord's Manor. Alarmed, she instinctively sought to dissuade Rosen. This reaction garnered Rosen's respect for Kitano Nozomi, for she was not merely a woman but his chief steward, overseeing internal affairs and resources. Her focus on administrative matters was paramount. Excessive compassion at the expense of resource management would indeed disappoint him. As the Lord, he could afford to show mercy to his subjects, but the chief steward could not. Concerning the potential burden of social assistance in the future, Rosen remained unperturbed, for he had grander plans to address such issues. Thus, he replied calmly, I have my own strategies for this matter. Proceed as I have instructed. Understood, Kitano Nozomi conceded, albeit with concern for the looming financial strains. Please continue your report, Rosen prompted. Kitano resumed, the spoils of this battle have been bountiful, yielding 126 beast carcasses, amounting to approximately 30 to 40,000 pounds, though many pelts are significantly damaged. As she estimated the weight, she found herself astounded. Rosen, too, was taken aback. Although he had calculated an approximate figure in his mind, hearing it aloud was still shocking. 30,000 pounds, even after accounting for bones and skin, would still leave over 20,000 pounds. With proper processing, that could equate to over 200,000 pounds of consumable meat. How long could such a supply last? 2 years? 3? Or perhaps even 4? This meant that for a considerable time ahead, he would not need to worry about provisions. Excellent, Rosen said, nodding with excitement. My lord, there is one more matter, Kitano Nozomi added discreetly. Our storage boxes are piled outside and are quite conspicuous, and it seems we are running out of space. Should we move them indoors? Rosen pondered briefly before responding, yes. I will arrange for a dedicated warehouse to store supplies tomorrow. We can transfer everything there. Food is being served. Please instruct General Zhao and General Liu to join us. All who participated in the battle may enter the courtyard to partake, and ordinary subjects will receive extra provisions to ensure everyone is well fed. Additionally, each person within the territory shall receive a bottle of beer, irrespective of their participation in battle, as a special reward from me. I want them to know that following me means enjoying good food and drink. Rosen then produced 700 bottles of beer for Kitano Nozomi to distribute. Although beer was a precious commodity, he believed that without risk, there could be no reward. The loyalty of the subjects was paramount, if he were to be miserly. Even with something as seemingly trivial as beer, how could he expect to win their allegiance? Even after distributing 700 bottles, he still had over 400 remaining. Upon receiving the order, Kitano Nozomi swiftly began mobilizing the servants. Some went to the manor's entrance to distribute beer and food to the subjects. Others headed to the barracks and mage camp to summon people, while a third group busied themselves arranging food on the tables. The spread was predominantly meat, complemented by fruits, with every table overflowing with various meat dishes, roasted, boiled, spicy, and even stir-fried. Chapter 66, The Mage Camp and Soldier Camp. Outside the Lord's Manor. Word of Rosen's rewards and the injured soldiers' care plan had spread among all the subjects. Wherever there were people, discussions of Rosen's actions filled the air. Did you hear? Those severely injured during the beast tide will receive their own cottage, and if they suffer any lasting effects, they need never worry about their sustenance again. The Lord's Manor will provide them with daily supplies. What? Such a blessing? My goodness, how can this be? I never expected the Lord to be so benevolent towards his subordinates. I heard that those with minor injuries will receive double rations during their recovery. The soldiers already had good provisions, and now with the double allowance. Heavens, how enviable. I truly regret not joining the military camp. What's this? I also heard that all who have served the Lord's Manor will be allocated land upon retirement. Now that is a true blessing. Owning land is better than anything else. Goodness, let us hurry to get our food. I heard today there are no limits. And we can also receive a bottle of beer that only the Lord is entitled to. I've heard too. Let us move quickly, or the beer will be gone. In the mage camp, 80 newly arrived apprentice mages crowded around Commander Gavin. As newcomers, they exhibited none of the arrogance typically associated with mages, instead flattering their commander with utmost politeness. Ahem, our lord possesses remarkable strength, commanding hundreds of well-equipped soldiers who could conquer any territory without our aid. Gavin extolled the lord's might while warning the other apprentice mages, when we meet the lord, be courteous and avoid arrogance. Our lord treats mages with great respect, unlike other lords. Commander Gavin, is our lord harsh? Will he be strict with us? A younger apprentice mage could not contain his curiosity and asked. Gavin chuckled. While the lord may not be overly accommodating, he will provide the necessary support. After all, we are apprentice mages, destined to become mages ourselves. Once we become magicians, our status will undoubtedly soar, rendering us the foremost subordinates of the lord. Does the lord truly care for us? I have heard that when the commander first arrived at the territory, the scene was perilous, with soldiers fully armed occupying the courtyard. It is said that if the apprentices dared to be arrogant and disobey the lord's commands, he might take action. Ahem, who told you that? It is precisely because the lord values us that he allowed the soldiers to welcome us with open arms, contrary to what you suggest. Gavin's expression stiffened, and he hastily explained. The individual who heard the explanation wore a skeptical look, for other magician apprentices recounted a different tale. They claimed to have been nearly paralyzed with fear, with the first act upon encountering the lord being to kneel in reverence. The lord spared them from punishment only because they exhibited obedience. With this in mind, the young magician apprentice inquired, should we kneel when we meet the lord? Ahem, yes. We should kneel. Sigh. The other magicians collectively sighed, expressing their disbelief in Gavin's words, convinced that the accounts of their fellow apprentices were more accurate, and that they must remain respectful to avoid offending the lord. Otherwise, if they heeded Gavin's words and inadvertently displeased the lord, it would spell disaster. Nevertheless, this also revealed Gavin's trepidation regarding the lord. Even in boasting, he dared not speak recklessly when matters concerned Rosen. Although they were magicians, elevated above others, they had witnessed the formidable might of the territory. The golden armor, the sharp golden swords, hundreds of armored soldiers, and the two extraordinarily valiant generals were indeed terrifying. In a direct confrontation, they might be able to hold their own. However, with the frailty of a magician's body and the necessity of incantations to cast spells, should the lord decide to punish them from behind, a mere soldier could easily dispatch them before they could unleash their magic. They might not even comprehend what transpired before being subdued. The mere thought of being attacked from behind sent shivers down the spines of the magician apprentices, deepening their respect for Rosen. Ahem, we are nearing the lord's manor. Everyone, please be mindful of your demeanor, Gavin advised, rounding a wooden wall and approaching the gates of the lord's estate. The remaining 99 magicians followed closely behind him, never straying an inch. At that moment, a throng of individuals emerged from around the corner on the opposite side of the manor. Leading them were the two generals who instilled fear in their hearts. Accompanied by the brave warriors from the battlefield, the two groups slowed their pace upon encountering one another. Gavin pondered for a moment and quickly stepped forward to greet them. Smiling broadly, Commander Zhao, General Lu, what a coincidence. Lu Bu cast a sidelong glance at him and nodded. Zhao Yun responded, quite a coincidence indeed. After exchanging pleasantries, the two proceeded directly into the lord's manor, followed by the rest of the soldiers. Gavin's expression turned to one of silent exasperation. In terms of rank, he too was a commander. Yet, it was evident that the lord favored that fellow, and as a newcomer, he decided to endure it for the time being. An awkward silence enveloped the group, as none of the other magician apprentices dared to speak. Once all the soldiers had entered, they urged Gavin, Commander, shouldn't we also make our entrance? Oh, right, let us go, Gavin replied, slightly embarrassed, and hastily moved inside. Thus, the 100 magician apprentices surged into the courtyard. This scene did not go unnoticed by the residents queuing at the entrance for food. Naturally, the residents dared not voice their thoughts, believing instead that the magicians held some special standing. Unlike the magicians, the apprentices felt the soldiers were not to be offended, while the residents believed the magicians were the ones to be treated with caution. Inside the courtyard, numerous torches had been lit. Tables and chairs were set up, laden with food and drink. Maids stood on either side, attending to the evening feast. As the crowd arrived, they began to pay their respects to Lord Rosen. First to approach were the soldiers, comprising the two divine generals, Zhao Yun and Lu Bu, along with Zhao Yun's direct subordinates, the vanguard camp leader, the fair-faced youth, and the guard camp leader, Ro Hei. The five of them led the way, kneeling on one knee and raising their hands in salute. At that moment, over 100 soldiers behind them also knelt in unison, extending their hands in respect. We pay homage to the Lord. Their voices resounded in a powerful chorus. Clearly, after a day of rest, these individuals had regained their composure. Rosen nodded in approval, saying, please, be seated. Thank you, my lord. The crowd responded in unison before gradually taking their seats. Following this, the magician apprentices entered one after another, with Gavin leading the way and the vice commander flanking him closely. Chapter 67. In a state of intoxication. The members of the magician faction entered with utmost caution, particularly the later arrivals, who closely followed Gavin, fearful of missing something. At this moment, Gavin knelt first. Upon witnessing this, the others promptly followed suit. "We pay homage to the Lord," Gavin proclaimed. The remaining magicians echoed, "We pay homage to the Lord." The atmosphere grew eerily silent. "Please, take your seats." Rosen gestured gently with his hand. Only then did the magician apprentices rise from the ground and begin to settle in. In light of the recent beast tide, everyone has played an indispensable role. Starting tomorrow, our lives will return to normal. Each of you will resume your duties and heed the Lord's commands. I assure you, my Lord will not neglect you, Rosen articulated clearly, word by word. Upon hearing this, no one dared to interject. Only the generals had the privilege to speak. Zhao Yun, Lu Bu, and others, including Gavin, quickly replied, "My lord, you flatter us. It is our duty to serve. Indeed, let us continue our efforts and achieve greater glory. With the beast tide concluded, we shall commence logging and mining starting tomorrow. The vanguard camp will continue exploring the mists, and the cultivation of the wasteland must accelerate. Allow me to propose a toast to everyone." With that, Rosen straightened his posture, lifted a small ceramic cup, and drank it all in one go. This small ceramic cup, crafted from clay, numbered in the hundreds, was more than sufficient. The crowd hastily raised their cups and downed their drinks. Ah, what splendid wine. Such a potent brew. A single sip warms the entire body. Absolutely marvelous. Following the Lord, I have no regrets in this life. They exchanged whispers, their excitement palpable. Rosen waved his hand, saying, "Let us eat, do not hold back." With that, he began to eat heartily. The others followed suit, particularly the soldiers, who devoured their food ravenously. Previously, their daily rations consisted of fixed quantities and types. Now, the tables were filled with a variety of dishes, accompanied by both wine and juice. Especially the wine. Eating roasted meat while drinking beer felt utterly delightful. Thus, each one was more eager to eat than the last. The sounds of consumption echoed through the air. Alas, if only the attire were less monotonous, the maids could don more alluring garments and perform dances. Rosen shook his head helplessly, glancing at the crowd. In contrast to the soldiers indulging in their feast, the members of the magician faction dined with more decorum, taking small sips. His drinking pace was almost as leisurely as his eating. After several gulps, not even a full glass had been consumed. Upon closer inspection of the wizarding faction, he noticed a few individuals of particularly diminutive stature. Though cloaked in robes, it was unmistakably clear that these petite figures were female, apprentice sorceresses. Furthermore, their appearances varied. Some possessed delicate Eastern features, while others exhibited the striking golden eyes characteristic of Westerners. This was the first time Rosen had encountered female wizard apprentices. Naturally, he harbored no particular thoughts about them, merely a sense of curiosity. At this moment, memories of the fierce battle against the second-tier demon beasts from that morning flooded Rosen's mind. He recalled activating the replication function during a moment of peril, successfully duplicating the ultimate moves of Zhao Yun and Lu Bu, and utilizing them in combat. Exhausted from the battle, he had returned home to sleep. Could it be that I am capable of replicating any warrior's ultimate move? If that is the case, might I also replicate magic? This thought ignited a spark of excitement within him. However, this replication ability was granted by the system, and the specifics would require clarification from it. Thus, Rosen promptly called out in his mind, System, are you there?" This marked the first instance of Rosen actively seeking the system. After several calls, a voice echoed in his mind. "Beep, please speak." The system's tone was devoid of any emotion. It would not seek him out unless he reached out first, leaving both parties unaware of one another's true nature. "System, it seems you mentioned this morning that I had activated the replication function. Does that mean I can replicate anyone's ultimate moves and then utilize them?" Rosen inquired hastily. The system replied, "In theory, yes. But since this was activated prematurely and not through the proper channel, you cannot replicate autonomously. To replicate a specific skill, you must inquire within your mind. And then the replication function will automatically detect the skills possessed by the target, subsequently displaying the replication interface." "What do you mean by not through the proper channel?" Rosen asked, somewhat perplexed. The system elaborated. The replication function typically requires a task trigger or some form of reward to manifest. Due to the danger you faced this morning, it activated automatically. Such spontaneously appearing functions may have inherent flaws. "Oh, I see." Rosen nodded, taking a sip of beer to soothe his throat before asking, "Then, can I also replicate magic?" "Theoretically, yes, but since you lack any magical energy within you, you would be unable to utilize it even if replicated," the system responded. "You must remember, if you attempt to use a skill that exceeds your physical limits, it could lead to unforeseen consequences." "I understand now. Thank you," Rosen replied, experiencing a moment of clarity. The replication function could indeed copy anyone's skills, including magic, but it necessitated the presence of magical energy. Those endowed with magical power were inherently closer to becoming sorcerers. He had no sorcerers in his domain to guide him, so he would have to set that aspiration aside for the time being. Additionally, he had to be cautious not to exceed his own physical limits when utilizing skills. For instance, certain skills could push the body to its extreme limits, but those who trained primarily in physical combat would be fine. As for him, attempting to use such skills would likely lead to disaster. Understanding this, Rosen felt a sense of relief. This function was promising and would undoubtedly prove invaluable in due time. Once his territory boasted more advanced sorcerers, he might even attempt to learn magic himself. With this realization, he chose not to dwell further on the matter and instead continued to drink with his subordinates. Before long, the merriment had reached a jovial peak. Most of the villagers in the courtyard had flushed cheeks, clearly intoxicated, as Rosen's beer had an alcohol content of 12%, which was quite substantial for those unaccustomed to drinking. As the banquet drew to a close, and everyone had consumed their fill, Rosen rose to depart, returning to the inner courtyard. At this moment, the night was deep, with the full moon hanging high in the sky. The moon in this world was remarkably large, appearing almost within reach, allowing one to discern the contours of its surface. Lying in bed, the effects of intoxication washed over him. In this state, thoughts of grand ambitions surfaced in Rosen's mind. Having been granted a second chance at life, how could he continue to serve the insignificant? Since he had become a lord, he aspired to be the mightiest lord of all. Now that food was secured and the crisis had passed, it was time to expand his territory and develop his domain. However, prior to that, there was one individual who needed to be dealt with promptly. Chapter 68. The search for a person. Rosen had been preoccupied with a singular thought, one person. That person was Shijiojin. According to his memories, in just 2 days, Shijiojin would appear near his territory, planning to launch a surprise attack. In his previous life, he had possessed no power, only a handful of villagers, and ultimately fell victim to overwhelming force. Captured and tortured by Shijiojin, his villagers had been divided among others. This time, he would take the initiative. To avenge his past and eliminate the threats of this life, anyone posing a danger to him must be eradicated. But how could he determine Shijiojin's whereabouts in advance? Slowly, Rosen opened the Lord's Guide and navigated to the nearby channel. The conversations in the nearby channel were bustling with activity. Of course, compared to the regional channel, there were fewer participants, as the extent of the nearby channel was unknown, and the number of individuals within it remained a mystery. This marked the first instance of Rosen carefully examining the chat content within the nearby channel. Sword Alliance invites nearby lords to join. Let us band together for warmth, mutual support, and collective development. Interested parties, please message me privately. Heavenly Alliance invites all lords to join. We currently have 9 lords in our alliance. No resources are required for joining. Merely participation in our gatherings to enjoy the protection of our alliance. Brothers, my territory only has 4 villagers. Can I join you? If I join, can I avoid fighting? I merely wish to build my territory in peace. Welcome, welcome. Anyone can join, with no restrictions. We do not engage in battle every day. As long as you heed the alliance leader's directives during times of need or contribute personnel during battles, that's sufficient. Brothers, join my newly established alliance. By joining, you may become a vice leader or commander. Come to my territory and showcase your talents and ambitions. The nearby channel was primarily focused on forming alliances. Most of the discussions revolved around alliances, which, much like a contagion, could spread to any corner, leaving no one untouched. Currently, individuals were fighting solo. But once alliances were formed, conflicts over resources were inevitable. At that point, the lone wolves would find themselves at a severe disadvantage. Seeking to join an alliance without sufficient strength would render them unable to contend against the coalition. Lords within an alliance could request reinforcements from their leader during critical times. Conversely, the leader could call upon all members for support, forming a substantial army. Rosen continued to observe. He had not forgotten his purpose. After pondering for a while, he hesitated before ultimately posting a missing person notice in the channel. Missing person notice. Name, Shijiojin. Seeking the precise coordinates of this individual. Reward, 30 pounds of meat for the informant. Interested parties, please message privately. Scammers will be eradicated. A simple utterance ignited a tremendous uproar within the nearby channel dedicated to forging alliances and rallying individuals. The entire vicinity was plunged into a few seconds of profound silence. The search for coordinates was accompanied by the promise of a reward, 30 pounds of meat. Such generosity could only be described as madness. 30 pounds of meat. After braving a wave of beasts, most had only managed to hunt their first wild animal, yielding 200 to 300 pounds of meat, which they shared among their fellow citizens. Yet, this individual was offering 30 pounds merely for coordinates. Was this not sheer insanity? Moreover, the ominous phrase, deceivers will perish, further fueled speculation regarding Rosen's prowess. What level of strength must one possess to utter such words? Given that everyone was forming alliances, it was plausible that he had backing from some coalition. If he were to annihilate someone's territory, would their alliance remain idle? After a few moments of silence, someone responded, "You are quite audacious." The 4 words distinctly conveyed their discontent. Heh. Rosen replied with a mere 2 characters, glancing at the individual's profile. Those 2 characters were widely acknowledged as the most sarcastic expression. Although he had conveyed nothing substantial, the individual was infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood. The profile revealed little, save for a line in the personal introduction stating, "Leader of the Mighty Alliance, gathering heroes from all corners of the world. Currently allied with 3 others." Certainly, this person was not without wit, and he too examined Rosen's profile. However, there was nothing to glean from it. Yet, someone suddenly recognized Rosen's identity. "Oh my, you are Rosen? The foremost explorer of the mist." "What? He is Rosen? The first in mist exploration. Reputed to possess abundant resources and frequently trading in the regional channel." It was indeed him. Perhaps he truly wielded formidable power. "Brother Rosen, join my alliance. Aside from the position of leader, I will grant you anything you desire." "Brother, will you join my alliance? I will make you vice leader. Our alliance already has over 100 members. With your addition, our growth will be unprecedented." "Brother Rosen, may I join your alliance as a humble subordinate?" In an instant, the channel erupted once more. Not only that, but private messages flooded in, numbering in the dozens. Rosen did not respond to any of the private messages. Instead, he declared in the public chat, "I will not join any alliance, nor have I established my own. I merely seek the coordinates of Shijujin. Anyone who can provide them may negotiate with me." A collective sigh of disappointment resonated among the crowd. Ever since the news of alliances emerged, astute individuals had discerned that the future would undoubtedly belong to alliances. Without one, survival would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, Rosen's response was met with disillusionment. After all, the foremost explorer of the mist must possess some exceptional qualities, and the allure of a golden armor reward was not insignificant. Hence, in the eyes of the masses, Rosen was not fearsome. Rather, he was uniquely captivating, a tempting morsel that everyone wished to savor. "Brother, what is your intent in seeking another's coordinates? Are you perhaps looking for trouble? Did Shijujin offend you?" Due to Rosen's renown, a few individuals responded to his inquiry, albeit without providing any substantive information. "Brother, is what you say true? I happen to know Shijujin's coordinates. His territory is quite close to mine, and I have encountered him." Suddenly, a new private message appeared. Rosen's pupils contracted slightly. Was someone already aware of Shijujin's coordinates? He replied, "What do you desire in return?" "Brother, I seek weapons. Axes, picks, swords, the iron trifecta." "Is that acceptable? Moreover, it must not be disclosed that I informed you, for I fear retaliation." "Oh, has Shijujin become quite formidable?" Rosen inquired further. "Not exceedingly. But he is not insignificant either. His territory boasts 20 individuals, all of whom engage in pillaging nearby." The response plunged Rosen into contemplation. It was not that he feared a mere 20 individuals. Rather, he was puzzled by how this person knew so much, and how Shijujin, having thrived through robbery, could coexist so closely without conflict. Chapter 69, Continuing to Exchange Citizens. A hint of suspicion began to bloom within Rosen. Yet, one could hardly blame him for his wariness. Trust is a fragile commodity. Thus, he remained vigilant and continued, "Very well, but I will need to verify the authenticity of the coordinates you provided. If they prove true, I shall grant you the iron trifecta. And what if you deceive me?" The individual posed a monumental dilemma. However, before Rosen could respond, the person proposed a neutral solution. "Here's what we shall do. You come to my territory, deliver the resources to me first, and then I shall provide you with the exact coordinates. Should the information prove false, you may return to retrieve your resources. After all, you know my territory, and I cannot escape." "Very well, send me your territory coordinates, and I shall come by tomorrow." Rosen readily accepted the proposal. Armed with the territory coordinates, there would be little chance for deceit. Rosen was confident that escape would be impossible. While he had tentatively placed his trust in the individual's words, he remained cautious in his heart. The person sent the coordinates, and upon inspection, Rosen discovered that they were not far apart. Merely a dozen or so fog-enshrouded regions separated them. They agreed to meet the following morning, and Rosen subsequently closed the private chat. The matter that had weighed heavily on his mind was finally approaching resolution, and his spirits began to lift. While others were forming alliances, I prefer to remain independent. Surviving and enhancing my strength amidst the tide of alliances is an imperative condition. It is time to commence my expansion. With this thought, Rosen returned to the regional channel and formally initiated his second expansion. He announced a substantial acquisition of citizens, offering fair prices, 2 iron coins for male citizens and 1 iron coin for female citizens. He also welcomed other requests for exchange, with the offer remaining valid for an extended period. After sending this information, Rosen updated his personal profile with the same message. This way, those who came across his information would understand his needs, thereby facilitating mutual transactions. As for why he chose iron coins as the medium of exchange, it was because iron coins had become an essential commodity desired by all. They were requisite for crafting fine iron weapons. Once lords no longer required food, alternative needs would emerge. Weapons were becoming a primary necessity, and iron coins were integral to their manufacture, leading to a scarcity of iron coins among many. In fact, numerous individuals were actively seeking to acquire them. Iron coins were gradually evolving into the sole currency. Of course, For those who did not require iron coins and only sought food or weapons, Rosen was still willing to engage in trade. However, iron coins remained the predominant resource for exchange, as he possessed an abundance of them. After completing the update, he returned to the regional channel. At that moment, the regional channel erupted with fervor. Messages surged forth in rapid succession, overwhelming the viewers. By the heavens, it has begun again. What do you mean, it has begun again? That fellow named Rosen is once more acquiring citizens. What of it? Many are buying citizens, yet currently, few are willing to sell. Indeed, after the beast tide has passed, the majority have managed to slay at least one beast, which should provide sustenance for some time. The number of those selling their captives has significantly diminished. However, the individual named Rosen offers a fair price, unlike other lords who suppress prices to an extreme degree, resulting in many unwilling to sell despite their dire need for food. Goodness, I have awaited this day with great anticipation over these days. I have amassed over 20 captives at a low price, eagerly waiting to sell them for a higher profit as my resources are dwindling. In a fleeting moment, Rosen's private chat window was inundated with messages. Within mere breaths, the notifications surged to 99. Hey, brother, I don't want iron coins. I'm seeking weapons instead. Is that acceptable? Brother Rosen, I wish to sell 2 captives. Could I exchange them for a set of iron armor? Rosen casually opened 2 messages, glancing at the first before dismissing it. He had made his requirements abundantly clear, bring demands for trade. Anyone wishing to barter should state how many they are selling and what they desire in return. He had no time for idle chit-chat. Thus, he overlooked the first message and opted to engage with the second individual. 2 captives for a set of armor. Truth be told, it was somewhat pricey. After all, armor necessitates substantial iron for its creation. Although Rosen possessed ample resources, when it came to weaponry, he found himself compelled to haggle. A bit steep. At least 3 captives in exchange. If that suits you, initiate the trade. As soon as he finished speaking, a trade request popped up before he could even close the page, indicating the other party was quite eager. Upon opening the trade request, he saw 3 captives listed alongside a note indicating a desire for a set of iron armor. Without hesitation, Rosen placed a complete set of iron armor into the trade space, which included a helmet, gauntlets, boots, and greaves. His territory already boasted 200 sets of armor. Yet he still had several hundred unenhanced iron pieces, allowing for the potential crafting of more sets in the future. Thus, Rosen remained open to all reasonable offers. After all, future captives would become increasingly valuable and harder to trade. In the early days, lives were deemed cheap due to the lack of food. However, once sustenance became available, the value of human life soared dramatically. The recent beast tide was merely a slight enhancement, as most now had sufficient food. After completing the trades, he continued to peruse the messages. Some sought food, while others desired weapons. Various demands filled the chat. Unlike the initial days when everyone was desperate for sustenance and sold at cheap prices due to their inability to care for themselves, the current landscape saw a reduction in food requests. Rosen proceeded to acquire captives in pairs and threes, continuing until the early hours of the morning, culminating in a substantial acquisition of over 20 individuals, expending 200 iron coins and 20 pounds of meat. For Rosen, these resources were trifling, hardly worth mentioning. At this moment, he finally finished reviewing the private messages and successfully acquired 120 captives, comprised of both men and women, with the majority being male. The newly purchased captives would be managed by the internal affairs without requiring Rosen's concern. With a sigh, he closed the Lord's Guide, feeling fatigued from the extensive reading. It seemed he would need to engage in acquisitions more frequently, as this time he had only managed to procure a meager amount, far less than his initial haul. Determined, Rosen resolved to conduct daily purchases henceforth, ideally establishing connections with some slave traders for bulk acquisitions, as the individual transactions were too taxing on his energy. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Rosen was awakened by the crowing of a rooster. Though the sound was not loud, it pierced through the tranquility of the morning, reaching Rosen's ears. This was one of the drawbacks of his martial prowess, enhanced hearing. With a casual thought, he decided to check if the hens had laid eggs, as it had been several days. If they had not, he would consider culling them. As he washed his face, he instructed Bea Wong accordingly. Chapter 70, Expedition. Bea Wong nodded, handing Rosen a towel. Bea Wong was fully responsible for Rosen's personal affairs, particularly in his quarters, attending to his needs without the assistance of other maids. As it was early, breakfast was not yet prepared, prompting Rosen's first action to be at the crafting station, where he would begin his work. There were numerous tasks to manage within the territory, many requiring Rosen's decisions as the Lord. The arrival of over 100 newcomers the previous night prompted Bea Wong to seek Rosen's guidance regarding their allocation. After a moment of contemplation, Rosen declared, "All newly arrived captives shall be assigned to the lumber camp and mining camp for work. Those who are strong and robust will be selected for military service." Understood. Bea Wong acknowledged. Additionally, there are many stone brick walls in the container at the entrance. Please have some individuals install these walls around the perimeter to form a defensive barrier against potential enemy incursions. The farmland should be cleared initially, extending beyond the city walls, with inhabitants residing within. For the time being, let us set the range to 500 by 500 meters. Rosen braced his hands against the crafting table and continued. Also, summon General Lu Bu for me. Off you go. Yes, Bea Wang affirmed and departed to fulfill the orders. A 500 by 500 meter perimeter, fortified with walls, would ensure safety within. Although the walls stood merely 3 meters high, they would serve to obstruct certain dangers from encroaching upon the territory. Furthermore, 100 watchtowers positioned along the base of the walls would provide vantage points for early warning of any threats. This area, amounting to 250,000 square meters, was comparable to a small town, capable of housing thousands without issue. While constructing the walls himself would be quicker, requiring only the selection of a placement option. Enlisting the captives for the task would not slow progress. After all, there is strength in numbers. Once Bea Wang had departed, Rosen set about his crafting. His first order of business was to create a spatial ring, as the Lord's Guide provided a spatial backpack with only 20 slots, which was woefully inadequate. While this may suffice for other lords, it was far too limited for his needs. Thus, Rosen had specifically sought out the blueprints for the spatial ring. The spatial ring crafting requires 1 blueprint, 1 magic core, and 1 refined iron, 3 rare materials. No wonder individuals were willing to trade for them. Gathering all these components would indeed require significant effort. The blueprint was obtained from treasure chests. The magic core was a random drop from second-tier demon beasts. And refined iron was also dropped by demon beasts. Most people could not possibly amass these materials. Even if they did trade, it would come at a considerable cost. However, Rosen had all he needed. Placing the materials into the crafting table, he clicked to initiate the crafting process. In an instant, a pitch-black ring materialized within the crafting space. Due to the enhancement of the materials used, the crafted ring did not undergo further enhancement. The spatial ring, internal capacity of 100 squares. Usable only after a blood oath is sworn. Should one wish to change ownership, a second blood oath is required to release the original claim. 100 squares. Upon retrieving the ring, Rosen felt a flicker of surprise. This item was not calculated by slots, which had its advantages. Calculating based on spatial dimensions, it is far more convenient to determine the quantity of items that can be stored in various locations. The ring is of a deep black hue, resembling a simple iron band, unadorned and austere in its design. When worn upon his finger, it fits perfectly. Rosen pricked his finger, allowing a single drop of blood to fall upon it, instantly forging a connection with the spatial ring. From that moment on, Rosen possessed 2 portable storage facilities, the 20 compartments within the Lord's Guide and the 100-square storage ring. He continued his crafting endeavors. Once he adorned the ring, Rosen commenced the creation of weaponry. His first endeavors included a long sword, an iron axe, and an iron pickaxe, followed by armor pieces such as helmets, battle boots, and gauntlets. With ample raw iron at his disposal, he crafted without restraint, producing 10 sets of each item. In total, the consumption of iron blocks amounted to 400. Having the inventory, however, due to a hundredfold amplification, these items transformed into 1,000 sets. Notably, the battle boots did not benefit from this amplification, as a lack of rubber limited their production to merely a few dozen pairs. He also needed to fabricate more cabins and storage boxes. With this thought, Rosen resumed his work. Timber was plentiful, even abundant. Thus he worked with relentless fervor. Storage boxes, 10, amplified to 1,000. Storage cabinets, 10, amplified to 1,000. Cabins, 10, amplified to 1,000. Large beds, 10, amplified to. After this flurry of creation, Rosen had consumed nearly 10,000 pieces of timber from the warehouse. Fortunately, the crafting station never wore down. Otherwise, the effort spent on repairs would have been considerable. My lord, General Lu Bu has arrived, and the chickens in the coop have already begun laying eggs. At this moment, Bai Wang entered the hall with Lu Bu. Just as Rosen completed his crafting, he stepped outside. Subordinate Lu Bu pays respects to the lord. Lu Bu knelt, exuding utmost respect. This was his 3rd meeting with the lord, and he was still unaccustomed to it. Rise. I summoned you for a matter of little consequence. After breakfast, I shall embark on a campaign, and you are to accompany me. Additionally, select 125 skilled soldiers, 25 in golden armor and 100 in iron armor. Without indulging in excessive pleasantries, Rosen issued his marching orders. Lu Bu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. Go ahead. Rosen waved his hand dismissively. Lu Bu, feeling a twinge of doubt, realized that despite being new to the camp, he was aware there were only 120 soldiers, and some must remain to guard the territory, while others ventured into the fog. To select 125 soldiers for an expedition would effectively deplete the barracks. Did the Lord intend to involve him in significant affairs? This thought ignited a surge of excitement within Lu Bu, hastening his steps. To forge a closer connection with the Lord, what was the most vital avenue? Naturally, proximity. Only by being near could he showcase his abilities. The fact that the Lord chose him over Zhao Yun for this expedition was a clear indication of his esteem. After Lu Bu departed, many of the subjects began arriving in the inner courtyard, tasked with moving the boxes. Although the boxes contained stone walls, they felt weightless when lifted. Furthermore, Rosen had arranged for Bai Wang to store the items he had just crafted in one of the cabins, converting it into a warehouse. All 2,000 storage boxes he created were also relocated into the warehouse. A storage box could be placed within another as long as it remained empty. However, once filled, it could not be transferred. A flurry of activity ensued among the crowd. Seizing the moment while the maids served breakfast, Rosen placed several cabins within the lord's estate. With his efforts, the number of houses increased, and the estate gradually became more substantial. Chapter 71, Interrogation. Breakfast was, as always, lavish. It even featured a small dish of cold mixed carrots, simply sliced and sprinkled with salt. Though monotonous, the occasional break from meat was a pleasant change, especially as the wild chickens had begun laying eggs, prompting Bai Wang to hastily prepare two for Rosen. This act moved him deeply. This was the essence of a life well lived. After the meal, he ventured into the outer courtyard. There, Lubu had assembled a line of 125 soldiers, having effectively emptied the barracks of all its personnel, with 5 additional recruits hastily brought in. Among them, 25 donned golden armor and wielded golden swords, all robust warriors. The remaining 100 were clad in black iron armor, exuding an impressive presence. Forewarned of the expedition, the soldiers were fully prepared. Lubu had also donned golden battle armor. Upon Rosen's arrival, the soldiers knelt in excitement, greeting him with shouts of, "Hail, my lord! Cough, cough! I have summoned you today, and I trust you are aware of the purpose." Rosen cleared his throat, now clad in golden armor himself, standing before them like an indomitable general. Although his voice was calm, each word radiated an enchanting power that stirred the soldiers profoundly. "Today marks our territory's inaugural expedition since its establishment. The enemy has wronged me. I embark on this journey for revenge. As for the enemy's specifics, they remain unclear, and their numbers are unknown. Yet, I assure you, they are no match for our strength, so there is no need for concern." Before departing, Rosen rallied the soldiers, elucidating the reasons behind their mission. After all, a just cause is essential for an invincible campaign. As human beings, indiscriminately slaughtering innocents in another territory would inevitably provoke dissent among those with a moral compass. Thus, after Rosen's explanation, the soldiers were filled with righteous indignation. To dare harm their lord was tantamount to seeking their own demise. They fervently declared, "For the Lord's vengeance. Those who dare harm him, let them be slain." In summary, the soldiers were invigorated, brimming with enthusiasm, as if empowered by elation. Rosen was pleased with their fervor, nodding approvingly. "Excellent. However, due to the limited resources of our territory, I shall divide you into 2 teams for this campaign, cavalry and infantry. The warriors in golden armor will form the cavalry, while the remaining infantry will follow closely behind." Yes, upon hearing that they would ride horses, the soldiers' spirits soared even higher. Onward. With a grand gesture, Rosen directed them to march out of the lord's estate. Their orderly formation and synchronized steps revealed the effectiveness of Zhao Yun's training. The clattering of armor caught the attention of the residents outside the estate, their gazes filled with envy. Perhaps due to the excessive number of individuals Bai Wang had called upon, the workforce harvesting timber had significantly dwindled. After relocating 27 horses, Rosen was the first to mount. The cavalry led the way, followed by the infantry, as they ventured beyond the square. Soon, they exited the confines of their territory, arriving at the site where the residents were diligently felling trees. Wherever Rosen and his entourage passed, the common villagers would pause their tasks and bow deeply in reverence. Only after paying their respects would they return to their work. Soon, the figures of Rosen and his companions faded into the depths of the forest. With both infantry and cavalry accompanying him, their varying speeds allowed Rosen to leisurely ride, ensuring the foot soldiers could keep pace with them. Shortly after Rosen's departure, the territory continued to thrive as usual. However, with the increasing population came a surge of activities, leaving everyone bustling with tasks. Following Rosen's mobilization, the barracks stood desolate. Nevertheless, he possessed the authority to recruit soldiers from the common villagers to replenish the ranks. Hence Zhao Yun spent the day mingling among the populace, selecting sturdy candidates for enlistment. Meanwhile, Bai Yiwang was overseeing the placement of walls for the reserve camp, directing where to position the structures and whether to relocate any items. Deep within the forest, 2 youthful minotaurs cautiously peeked out. "Big Bull, our lord has departed and taken many with him," one remarked. "Indeed, I saw it too. This presents a splendid opportunity," the other replied. "Let us act swiftly and move." In the surrounding area, much of the fog had dissipated. The cleared mist connected some regions while others still remained shrouded in obscurity. Since the last report, Bai Yiwang had mentioned the discovery of a woman's domain nearby. Yet due to the emergence of beast tides, Rosen had paid it little heed. Today, however, with their expedition underway, he could investigate upon their return to assess any potential threat. "My lord, we are approaching a foggy area ahead. Shall we circumvent it or proceed directly?" At this moment, Lu Bu, riding at the front, returned to report. Rosen lifted his gaze, noting the dense white mist ahead. This marked the boundary of their exploratory endeavors. Reaching the edge meant that detouring could also lead through the fog. Thus, he nodded affirmatively, stating, "Let us explore directly." Upon receiving the command, Lubu swiftly returned to the front, leading the charge into the mist. The group gradually vanished into the fog, and before long, the white haze quickly dispersed. As it lifted, the surroundings came into clearer view, revealing a vast expanse of towering trees. The trees in this area were larger and sturdier than those elsewhere. Rosen, feeling a thrill, drew his sword and plunged it into the thick trunk of a tree. A trickle of sap oozed forth. "My lord, is there something amiss with these trees?" Lubu tightened his grip on his weapon, scrutinizing them carefully. With a slight smile, Rosen replied nonchalantly, "All appears normal. I merely did not anticipate discovering rubber trees here. Upon our return, instruct the logging camp to come and harvest them. Let us continue. We are nearing our destination." "Yes. Onward," Lubu gestured, spurring his horse forward. However, as they reached the edge of the area, Lubu suddenly halted, raising his hand to signal for silence. This gesture, even to those unaccustomed to military life, conveyed its meaning, prompting all to cease their horses' hooves and maintain silence. Lubu listened intently and whispered, "My lord, there are individuals felling trees approximately 200 meters ahead." His heightened senses surpassed even Rosen's. Startled, Rosen's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he commanded. All remained silent and advanced stealthily. Thus, on his orders, the group slowed their pace, quietly entering the next area. Here, the mist had lifted. Yet the sound of axes striking would echoed nearby, indicating they had entered a newly unlocked territory. Soon, Rosen spotted two bare-chested men laboring with iron axes in the woods, a testament to their domain's modest strength. "My lord, shall we apprehend them for questioning?" "Proceed, but exercise courtesy. They may not be our enemies." "And we wouldn't want to frighten them," Rosen replied calmly. He then emerged from the dense thicket, riding forth with confidence. The golden-armored cavalry followed suit, creating a cacophony of noise. As the two groups drew near, the sound alerted the woodcutters, who initially froze in shock before turning to see a sight they would never forget: dozens of golden-armored cavalry charging towards them. Terrified, the two villagers dropped their axes and cried out, "Enemy attack! Flee!" They fled in panic, abandoning their tools. "Ah, startled birds," Rosen remarked, observing the unease in their lives. The golden-armored cavalry swiftly caught up with the fleeing villagers. With a clang, swords were drawn and positioned before them, instilling fear that rendered them unable to escape, prompting them to kneel and plead for mercy. "My lord, spare us. Please, we beg for your mercy." "Why did you run?" Lubu glared menacingly, his eyes wide as saucers. "My lord, we are merely humble woodcutters, knowing nothing of your intentions. Please spare us." "Indeed, my lord. We fled out of fear of being captured. Were you not coming to seize us?" "Why would I capture you?" Rosen approached, towering over them on his horse. "Are you not traders of some domain?" "And no, we are not traders. We are common villagers from a nearby territory, sent to gather timber." When encountering individuals from other domains, there were typically two outcomes. Either they were captured and forced to join the rival territory, or they were slain. "My lord, you must be aware. This is our survival code." "I see." Rosen comprehended immediately. Lords required development, and development necessitated subjects. Thus, many would forge alliances or attack neighboring domains to capture their subjects, an expansion of power and a preemptive measure against potential threats. After all, they were all in close proximity. His nemesis, Shi Jiujin, operated in this very manner. It was evident that these two villagers had mistaken them for raiders. With this in mind, Rosen replied coolly, "I have no interest in you two. Tell me, how many territories are nearby, and in what directions do they lie?" "My lord, there are over 10 territories surrounding us, scattered across several dozen kilometers. These territories are allied, with two major factions, the Just Alliance and the Nine Alliance. Both are evenly matched and are rumored to be on the brink of war." "Yes, my lord, our lord belongs to the Nine Alliance. We hope you will show us mercy. He will certainly remember your kindness," the villagers pleaded. "Huh, you timid creatures dare to speak of favors from your lord?" Rosen scoffed, recognizing their cowardice. "What is the name of the Nine Alliance leader, and who is your lord?" "The leader of the Nine Alliance is Shi Jiujin, and our lord is Zhao Tianzhu." "Shi Jiujin? Zhao Tianzhu?" Rosen mused, momentarily taken aback. How fortuitous to discover such information without effort. "Now, direct me to Shi Jiujin's domain." His gaze sharpened, and his tone grew stern. Two timid vassals, gripped by fear, lacked the audacity to deceive and eagerly declared, "Ahead. 5 kilometers to the left lies the territory of our lord. Indeed, our domain is merely 2 kilometers ahead, quite close." Rosen, with a reserved demeanor, listened intently. "My lord, we have divulged all that we know. Might we be spared?" The two vassals, sensing Rosen's silence, cautiously inquired. Rosen replied coolly, "Lead us to your territory." "Yes, yes. We shall guide you," they exclaimed, their spirits lifted as they hastened to take the lead. Observing their antics, Rosen was rendered speechless, bemused by their naivety. They had not only revealed the location of their homeland, but were also leading him there. Could they not perceive the impending peril? Or did they still harbor faith in their lord's capability to rescue them? My lord, these wretches are exceedingly treacherous. It would be better to eliminate them. For we already possess their location, Lu Bu implored Rosen. The instinct for survival is a natural inclination. They too were striving to preserve their lives, Rosen mused, reflecting on the fragility of existence. When your life hangs in the balance, would you not divulge your territory's location to save yourself? He mused, it is merely a location. Whether spoken or not, it shall inevitably be discovered. No, I would never stoop to such wretchedness, betraying my territory and my lord for the sake of survival. Lu Bu responded fervently, his face flushed with indignation. If my lord doubts my loyalty, I would gladly lay down my life to prove my fidelity. With that, he unsheathed his longsword, seemingly intent on taking his own life. This sudden act startled Rosen, who swiftly grasped Lu Bu's hand. What are you doing? I merely lamented the unpredictability of life. Cease this at once. I trust you. Yes, I am grateful for your trust, my lord. With a clang, the sword returned to its scabbard. Rosen could not help but inwardly marvel at the forthrightness of ancient souls, grateful for his education that shielded him from such disregard for life. The group followed the two vassals in silence. Among them was Zhao Tianzhu, the individual with whom Rosen had engaged in trade. The names inscribed in the Lord's guide were authentic, visible to all. Upon learning that the two were vassals of Zhao Tianzhu, a member of the Shurjiu alliance, Rosen's suspicions were laid to rest. Zhao Tianzhu must have intended to deceive him into a trap. How amusing it would be to surprise him, especially with soldiers in tow. A smirk tugged at Rosen's lips as he swayed atop his steed. After a span of 20 minutes, the group emerged from the forest into a sparsely wooded area, revealing an expanse ahead. There, in the open land, stood a modest courtyard enclosed by wooden walls. This compound, evidently diminished in size, paled in comparison to Rosen's own lordly estate. My lord, we have arrived. Ahead lies our territory, they announced. With a nod, Rosen remained silent, allowing his steed to wander toward their domain. May we take our leave now? One of them queried anxiously, fixated on their own safety. This time, Rosen did not ignore them. Instead, he replied coolly, you may go. Yes, we shall depart swiftly, they chimed, their faces brightening as they turned to leave. Yet, as they walked, they veered away from their territory, breaking into a run, distancing themselves further. Eliminate them, Rosen commanded, fixing his gaze on their retreating figures. Lu Bu, taken aback, then beamed with delight as he promptly signaled several soldiers to pursue them, seemingly intent on their demise. With swift precision, the golden-armored soldiers caught up and dispatched the fleeing vassals with 2 swift strikes. Watching the fallen figures in the distance, Rosen inhaled deeply, his expression void of emotion as he averted his gaze. The fates of others were of no consequence to him. However, the loyalty of his capable subordinates was paramount. As their leader, he could not allow lingering regrets to fester in their hearts. Moreover, these vassals had betrayed their lord and sought to flee, abandoning their territory. Their demise evoked no sympathy. Proceed, capture their lord, Zhao Tianzhu, Rosen commanded coldly with a wave of his hand. Lu Bu, ever eager, led the golden-armored cavalry toward the gates of the territory. Meanwhile, within Zhao Tianzhu's domain, he remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Zhao Tianzhu was a gaunt, middle-aged man, possessing a somewhat unsavory appearance. In the courtyard of his lordly abode, he sat on the ground with several of his vassals, engaged in discussion. Approximately 8 or 9 vassals surrounded him, clad in crude straw garments, yet all bore iron swords. Zhao Tianzhu himself, adorned with iron armor and wielding a sword at his side, was inappropriately caressing a woman in his embrace, his hands wandering. Ah, that hurts, the woman winced, unable to withstand the advances of Zhao Tianzhu's hands. Once we finish this endeavor, I shall have the furs from the storeroom fashioned into garments for you, and bestow upon you the title of Lady of the Domain. Zhao Tianzhu grinned broadly, revealing his yellowed teeth. However, the woman displayed no interest, remaining silent and expressionless. My lord, is it true that this Rosen is exceedingly wealthy? If we capture him, shall we not acquire abundant resources, feasting on meat at every meal? One of the vassals ventured. What if that lord is impoverished? Would we not waste an entire day? The others echoed his doubts, recalling their lord's previous unreliability. Upon their arrival, he had promised sumptuous feasts, yet all they had received were weapons in exchange for food. After arming themselves, they had faced 3 days of hunger. At last, they had encountered the beast tide, slaying a few wild creatures, only to be sold off by their lord in exchange for armor. Thus, they harbored skepticism toward their lord's proclamations. Nevertheless, it was thanks to these weapons that they had not been consumed by others, enabling them to join the 9 alliances and find a semblance of support. Yet, reliance on others was fraught with peril. Their lord had suddenly proposed an audacious plan to raid a supposedly wealthy lord, yet his vassals were skeptical, as only a few among them had ever engaged in such banditry. Furthermore, the woman in their lord's embrace was a captive, subdued by Zhao Tianzhu's lecherous grasp. Yet, raiding a territory yielded scant resources beyond human lives, which would only burden them. Seeing his subordinates' lack of enthusiasm for the raid, Zhao Tianju hastily reassured them, brothers, remain calm. I assure you that this Rosen is indeed very wealthy. He frequently engages in trade at the marketplace, undoubtedly possessing a plethora of resources, ensuring that when the time comes, the provisions will be more than sufficient to satisfy your needs. Furthermore, once our development flourishes, each of you will be recognized as my esteemed contributors, each granted a title. And I shall also provide you with companions. Thank you, my lord. Upon hearing your words, I eagerly anticipate the arrival of that day. Hee, I hope Rosen arrives soon. I am so hungry, and I wonder if those two anxious fellows have found any food. Instantly, the atmosphere became vibrant, with everyone beaming with joy. Yet, the woman in Zhao Tianju's arms remained silent, her head bowed, cautious in her demeanor. Just as the excitement among the crowd peaked, a sudden and violent tremor surged through the air. What was that sound? It seemed as though a multitude of beasts were galloping towards us. Could it be another beast tide? Quickly, all hands on alert. Zhao Tianju and the others scrambled to their feet. However, at that moment, their wooden door burst open with a resounding crash. The splintered door flew into the courtyard, startling everyone. They quickly turned to see a group of cavalry, clad in golden armor and wielding gleaming swords, mounted on magnificent steeds. Zhao Tianju's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, stunned by the sheer shock of the scene before him. What was happening? Who were these people? How could they be equipped so splendidly? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the golden-armored warriors dismounted and charged into the fray. Zhao Tianju, alarmed, instinctively knew resistance was futile. Yet he was compelled to fight back, for surrender might mean death. Thus, seizing the moment before his subordinates fully grasped the situation, he brandished his long sword and shouted, "Enemy attack! Fight! Charge out! Kill!" His subordinates, still in disbelief at the formidable armament of their adversaries, instinctively followed their lord into battle. The scene erupted into chaos, the clanging of metal resonating through the air. Ah, hiss! My lord, spare me. Yet, within less than a minute, the courtyard was filled only with cries of agony and pleas for mercy. At that precise moment, Rosen arrived at the entrance. The infantry surged into the courtyard, encircling Zhao Tianju and his men in an impenetrable ring. Zhao Tianju, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming sense of impossibility. Yet the multitude of soldiers before him confirmed that escape was futile. Moreover, several of his men had already fallen, while the rest had discarded their weapons and knelt, begging for mercy. Observing the golden-armored soldiers, who remained unscathed and brandished their shimmering swords, Zhao Tianju felt an icy chill run down his spine, especially when he saw Rosen, surrounded by his entourage, approach him. He understood that all hope of escape had vanished. Resistance would only lead to his demise. With a thud, he cast away his weapon and knelt before Rosen. "Please, my lord, spare me. I surrender." Chapter 74, Kill Him. Zhao Tianju's heart sank to despair as he knelt on the ground. Rosen dismounted with an impassive expression, surveying the scene around him. 2 had perished, 7 knelt before him, and 1 woman stood, pallid and trembling. The crimson blood pooled upon the parched earth, seeping into the ground, leaving a dark stain. The pungent scent of blood assaulted the senses, even causing Rosen to furrow his brow. This was his first experience wielding such power over life and death at such close quarters. The stark contrast between the vibrant soldiers and the silent corpses created a profound impact on Rosen's psyche. He had never witnessed such brutality in his previous life, nor had his heart been so callous. Yet in this chaotic era, one could not afford to be soft-hearted. A tremor coursed through Rosen's heart as he withdrew his gaze and spoke coldly. "You are Zhao Tianju?" Yes, I am Zhao Tianju. Spare my life, my lord. I don't know how I have offended you, but I shall offer my sincere apologies." Faced with Rosen's formidable presence, Zhao Tianju felt no inclination to resist. The sight of dozens of golden weapons and armor made him acutely aware of the power wielded by this individual. His domain must be extraordinarily formidable. "Since you are Zhao Tianju, this will be straightforward. Hand over your lord's guide." Rosen extended a hand slowly. These words took Zhao Tianju by surprise, and he quickly realized that this individual was also a lord, prompting him to hastily produce the lord's guide while pleading, "My lord, this is my lord's guide. Could you spare my life for the sake of our shared origins?" "Huh, you think you are worthy of mercy?" Rosen retorted coldly as he accepted the lord's guide and held it in his hand. In an instant, a connection formed between the two guides. Zhao Tianju's guide began to merge with Rosen's hand, consumed by Rosen's lord's guide. The act of mutual consumption was an inherent feature of the lord's guides. By devouring another's guide, the identity of the devoured lord would cease to exist, and their recruitment facilities would automatically integrate into the conqueror's guide. In other words, after Rosen absorbed Zhao Tianju's guide, he would possess 2 recruitment centers, allowing him to recruit 2 subjects daily. This was one of the significant temptations that led lords to slaughter one another. In his previous life, it was precisely this reason that led to his demise at the hands of Shi Jujin. Initially, he could have surrendered his lord's guide to save his life. Yet he was mistakenly killed as a common subject, truly unfortunate. As the lord's guide was devoured, the recruitment facilities in the courtyard gradually vanished, turning to ash and subsequently appearing within Rosen's backpack. My lord, please spare me. I truly do not know how I have offended you. For the sake of the Lord's guide, please let me live. I possess 2 recruitment facilities within it. 2 recruitment facilities? You have robbed others? Rosen's expression turned cold. He despised those who plundered others to further their own agendas. Why not join an alliance and develop together instead of engaging in such nefarious acts? My lord. It was she. Her territory was seized by me, and I offer her to you. Please spare me. I have not even touched her. Zhao Tianzhu stammered, pointing at the woman beside him. Qingya, come forth and greet my lord. From now on, you belong to him. Only then did Qingya lift her head slightly, her complexion ashen, as she approached Rosen and knelt silently, still refraining from speech. However, upon hearing the name Qingya, Rosen paused momentarily, looking at the disheveled woman. He felt a flicker of familiarity. At that moment, he fully recognized her as the very Qingya who had once conversed with him in the Lord's Guide, trading magical scrolls. He could hardly believe that she had fallen to such depths. This only intensified the murderous intent in Rosen's heart. Upon glancing into the space of the Lord's Guide, he indeed confirmed the presence of 2 recruitment facilities, solidifying Qingya's identity. She had previously inquired about his coordinates, perhaps seeking to ally with him, or perhaps driven by coercion. No wonder he had not seen her for so long. Her guide had been absorbed by another. In an icy tone, Rosen declared, "You may have pleaded for mercy. But let me clarify, my name is Rosen." "What? You are Rosen?" With a sharp intake of breath, Zhao Tianzhu felt a chill run through him as he surveyed the armored figures surrounding him. His heart sank into despair. Upon hearing Rosen utter his name, Qingya, who had been keeping her head down, subtly raised her gaze. A flicker of astonishment illuminated her eyes, casting a brilliant glimmer within her otherwise vacant stare. "Rosen, you seek the whereabouts of Shijujin, do you not? Spare my life, and I shall reveal his location to you. Moreover, I will hand over everyone within my domain and disclose the number of followers and weapons at Shijujin's disposal." Zhao Tianzhu, unwilling to face death, paused for a moment before articulating his terms for exchange. "Oh, is that so? Please, enlighten me," Rosen replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Zhao Tianzhu's spirits lifted at this opportunity, and he pressed on. "If I disclose this information, will you truly spare my life? I can also join your domain and serve you. Indeed, I shall not take your life." "Speak on." Rosen nodded slightly, with renewed hope. Zhao Tianzhu knelt before him and revealed, "He is located 2 kilometers that way, commanding 35 subjects, armed with 20 iron swords and 3 sets of battle armor. He has also established the 9 alliances. Excluding myself, there are 7 members within these alliances, each of comparable strength to me, though they possess fewer weapons, primarily relying on wooden swords. Our group contributes resources and subjects to him periodically in exchange for his protection, seeking to coexist peacefully." Upon hearing this, and noting that it matched the information provided by the 2 fleeing subjects earlier, Rosen was now certain of Shijujin's whereabouts. However, it seemed that Shijujin did not plunder from every territory indiscriminately. He likely targeted weaker domains for enslavement and engaged in decisive confrontations only with those of equal strength, thereby ensuring a continuous flow of resources. After all, attacking territories fortified with weaponry would come at a significant cost, and facing resolute individuals who would rather die than surrender their Lord's Guide would be unwise. Instead, it was preferable to maintain a steady supply to sustain their domain. Yet, Zhao Tianzhu's capture of Qingya raised questions. He did not possess the strength to assault others' territories. Rosen maintained his stoic demeanor, having confirmed the information he sought. He deemed Zhao Tianzhu unnecessary to keep alive. Such a person would only bring calamity if spared. "Lu Bu," he called out. "Your subordinate is here." Lu Bu stepped forward, clasping his fists in respect. "Dispose of him, and escort the others back to the territory," Rosen instructed before turning to leave. The soldiers moved with precision, executing their orders. "As you command," Lu Bu grinned, drawing his sharp longsword, and swung it toward Zhao Tianzhu's neck. Chapter 75, The Assault. In that moment, Zhao Tianzhu was engulfed by fear. Regret flooded him as he lamented his actions and the folly of provoking the demon named Rosen. In a panic, he cried out, "No, please don't kill me. You promised to spare my life." With a swift motion, the blade sliced through his throat, and blood splattered onto the ground. Zhao Tianzhu met his end. The sound of marching footsteps was the last thing he heard before collapsing, his eyes forever unclosed. "You escort them back." Lu Bu arranged the infantry outside the Lord's estate. Rosen remained indifferent, patiently awaiting Lu Bu's preparations. "Lord, shall we proceed to the territory of the 9 alliances?" Lu Bu inquired, his face alight with excitement as he approached Rosen. "Indeed, let us depart," Rosen affirmed with a nod. Hitch, the horses reared, and the group set forth towards Shijujin's domain. Throughout the journey, Rosen remained silent, contemplating the ever-changing tapestry of life. The 2-kilometer distance was neither too far nor too near. Within 20 minutes, a new lord's estate emerged before them. This estate, a wooden compound, was significantly larger than Zhao Tianzhu's, featuring 2 watchtowers at its corners. Upon the towers, 2 guards dozed, clutching wooden swords, a scene that exceeded Rosen's expectations. He had not anticipated that Shi Jujin had grown so formidable. My lord, shall we launch an immediate assault? Lu Bu's eyes gleamed with fervor as he gripped his weapon. Rosen rolled his eyes and replied, "First, let us announce our presence, stating that we wish to rest here. If they allow us entry, it would be ideal, otherwise, we shall proceed to attack." "Ah, the Lord's wisdom is unparalleled," Lu Bu exclaimed, admiration evident on his face. With Lu Bu leading the charge, Rosen was flanked by cavalry for safety, followed by several infantry soldiers. The group marched grandly towards the Lord's estate. As they approached, a wooden plaque hung at the entrance, boldly proclaiming, "Territory of the 9 Alliances leader." With the clatter of hooves echoing, the sentinels atop the watchtowers remained oblivious, still lost in their slumber, their vigilance shockingly inadequate. Lu Bu bellowed, "Please announce that my lord is passing through and wishes to enter your domain for a brief respite. Kindly open the gates." The thunderous shouts startled the sentinels awake, not only rousing them, but also alerting the guards within the estate, including Shi Jujin. Instantly, chaos ensued within the Lord's estate. "What is happening? It seems there are people outside. Damn, there are so many of them. Please wait. I shall report this to our lord at once." The sentinels, nearly paralyzed with fright, responded hurriedly and scampered down the tower to deliver the news. Faced with such a formidable number of well-equipped soldiers, they dared not act arrogantly. Not even the leader of the 9 Alliances, let alone all its members, could afford to disregard the presence of such a well-armed contingent. Rushing down, the sentinels made their way to Shi Jujin's quarters. However, by that time, Shi Jujin had already heard the commotion and arrived in the courtyard. "What is going on? Who is that loud person outside?" he questioned, clad in simple garments with an iron sword at his side. In mere moments, 7 or 8 soldiers wielding iron swords gathered around him, serving as his protectors. They followed him closely, ensuring his safety. "My lord, trouble is brewing. A multitude of golden-armored cavalry and iron-sword infantry have appeared, nearly 100 strong. They claim to seek refuge within our territory and request that we open the gates." "Golden armor? Cavalry? 100 of them?" Shi Jujin gasped in shock. Furrowing his brow, he pondered his recent actions, realizing he had not offended any significant powers. Could it be the Just Alliance? No, that was impossible. The Just Alliance would not possess such armaments. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shi Jujin commanded, "Alert everyone and prepare for battle." He swiftly ascended the watchtower to assess the situation. But as he reached the top and beheld the dazzling display of gold below, his limbs turned to jelly. Alas, could it be that these individuals intend to besiege my territory? Yet, there is nothing of value within my domain that could possibly attract their attention. Shi Jujin harbored grave doubts regarding his conjecture. However, confronted with such formidable forces, he found himself devoid of superior alternatives. Should he choose to engage, he could only fortify his defenses within the city. Yet he knew such a stance could not be maintained for long. Conversely, should he opt for confrontation, it was likely to lead to the annihilation of his entire army. Continuously weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Shi Jujin recalled a handful of steadfast allies, each possessing 30 soldiers in their ranks, and realized that a strong offensive would require time. With this insight, Shi Jujin's countenance transformed from one of despair to one of quiet satisfaction. He promptly retrieved the Lord's guide and began sending private messages to his dear friends, pleading for assistance. "Second brother, save me. My territory is surrounded. Please bring everyone and come swiftly to my aid. Third brother, are you there? Quickly dispatch troops to rescue me. My domain is besieged. Bring as many men as you can. And hurry." After dispatching the messages, Shi Jujin let out a sigh of relief, for both brothers were not far from his location. They were sworn brothers who had formed a bond during the early days of development, and their relationship was strong. Upon receiving his messages, they would undoubtedly mobilize their forces and reach him within 20 minutes, a time frame he believed he could withstand. Filled with inexplicable confidence, Shi Jujin called out to the individuals outside, "Esteemed guests, my humble abode is rather modest. I suggest you rest outside. Should you require any sustenance, this lord shall gladly provide." "My lord, he refuses us entry," Lu Bu expressed his discontent. It was vexing to him that, despite his courteous overtures, they remained guarded against him. "Such insolence," Rosen remarked with a faint smile. "He believes he can withstand us. Let us prepare to attack." "Yes, all units, prepare for assault. Charge," Lu Bu shouted, leading the charge forward, with the remaining soldiers echoing cries of "Kill! Charge!" In mere seconds, the cavalry reached the gates, followed closely by the infantry, forming a fan-like formation to besiege the wooden walls. Given that the territory was constructed predominantly of wood and stood only 3 meters high, scaling it was hardly a challenge, particularly for the cavalry, who, upon reaching the base of the wall, could easily vault over while mounted. Chapter 76, No Mercy. By heavens, they are attacking. Quick, retaliate. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. We must not allow them to breach our defenses. Shi Jujin frantically directed his men, urging another sentry atop the arrow tower. That sentry, having been entrusted with the sole wooden bow of the territory, was chastised and quickly readied his weapon. With a swift motion, he released an arrow that struck a golden-armored soldier attempting to scale the wall. Clang! The wooden arrow merely ricocheted off the armor. Kill! The struck soldier, standing atop a horse more than a meter high, effortlessly reached the top of the wall. Grasping the edge, he vaulted down, landing heavily upon two defenders stationed below. These unarmored men, wielding only iron swords, were immediately incapacitated, with one sustaining a broken rib and unable to rise. Such was the advantage of superior equipment. The combined weight of the soldier and his armor crashing down from 3 meters was akin to a boulder plummeting. Soon, dozens of soldiers breached the walls. The sound of clashing weapons heralded the onset of battle. Shi Jujin was compelled to descend from the arrow tower and engage personally. At that moment, Lu Bu, with a running leap, effortlessly cleared the 3-meter barricade, a testament to the prowess of a martial artist. Treating the wooden wall as if it were non-existent, his fist striking with the ferocity of a tempest. Soldiers continued to pour into the territory, and the defending troops, like lambs to the slaughter, offered no resistance. Lacking armor, they were utterly decimated, akin to fragile blades of grass. In an instant, the courtyard was strewn with corpses, blood spilling freely, and Shi Jujin himself found his body marred by several cuts, eliciting cries of agony. At this juncture, many soldiers had already fallen, and those remaining were gripped by terror, retreating in disarray towards the Lord's chamber in a desperate bid for safety. Even as Shi Jujin vehemently blocked the entrance, it was to no avail. The slaughter was entirely one-sided. The gates were flung open, and more soldiers surged inside. It was only when Rosen proclaimed, "Surrender and you shall not be harmed," that a handful of soldiers cast down their weapons, kneeling in submission. "Get up, you cowards! Charge forth! Do not surrender. That is a path to death. Our Lord shall lead us to victory." Shi Jujin and his guards fervently rallied their comrades. Yet, the soldiers, paralyzed by fear, had lost their will to fight and surrendered en masse. In the blink of an eye, the courtyard was left with only Shi Jujin and 5 sword-wielding attendants. Their backs pressed against the wooden door of the Lord's chamber, swallowing hard, their eyes wide with terror. "My lord, what shall we do? We are surrounded." "I know, but I did not anticipate their speed. In less than 2 minutes, they have forced us into such dire straits." Shi Jujin, concealed behind his loyal guards, trembled, recalling the desolation he had once inflicted upon others. For the first time, fear was palpable and close. "Brother," he murmured with great difficulty, swallowing hard, "let us speak amicably. What is it that you desire? I shall grant it." Echoing the same words he had once spoken to Zhao Tianzhu, Rosen muttered to himself, his gaze icy. The man before him retained the same visage, the same attire. Yet, in a past life, it was he who lay upon the ground, while now it was Shi Jujin begging for mercy. Considering the timeline, it was on this very night that Shi Jujin had launched a surprise attack on his territory. With a chilling tone, Rosen inquired, "Were you not planning to venture out this afternoon?" "Nay, I was not." "Why do you say such things, elder brother?" Shi Jujin replied, feigning confusion, yet he was acutely aware that he did not recognize the man before him. "Brother, surely there has been a misunderstanding. I have never encountered you." "A misunderstanding?" Rosen's voice turned cold. "Do you know a man named Rosen? What are your thoughts regarding him?" "Rosen?" Shi Jujin faltered, a flicker of evasion crossing his eyes. It was evident he was familiar with the name. However, clad in golden armor and a helmet, he had not recognized Rosen at first. "Brother, do you know Rosen?" "I assure you, I harbor no ill thoughts towards him. If there is any misunderstanding between us, I am willing to apologize. Please forgive me, elder brother." "Humph. I am Rosen," he replied with a derisive laugh before revealing his identity. When Shi Jujin heard the name Rosen, his expression was marked by a moment of palpable astonishment. This scene did not escape Rosen's notice. He was certain that Shi Jujin harbored intentions towards him, though it seemed he had yet to act upon them. Their encounter in a previous life might have been mere serendipity, but in this life, Rosen was convinced that Shi Jujin was plotting something sinister against him. After all, the initial presentation of the magical scroll by Qingya and the distraction orchestrated by Zhao Tianzhu were all orchestrated by his allies. To attribute his fortune to luck alone would be implausible. It was clear that these individuals were well aware of his existence and had long intended to take action against him. They just had not found the opportunity to do so. With this realization, a sense of relief washed over Rosen. Regardless of the circumstances, the death of Shi Jujin would bring him vengeance, and it would also eliminate a threat to the surrounding lords, which could not be deemed as indiscriminate slaughter. Thus, Rosen ceased his inquiries and returned to his usual demeanor, stating coolly, "Today's grievances lie solely between Shi Jujin and myself. If you surrender, I assure you, I shall not take your lives." This declaration was directed at Shi Jujin's guards. After all, the loyalty of the populace was a precious resource. Even if their fidelity was lacking, they could still be utilized as laborers to contribute to the development of the territory. "Brother, are you truly intent on exterminating everyone?" "Though my strength is modest, I am the leader of the 9 alliances, and several allies under my command possess formidable strength. Together, we form a considerable force. Spare me, and I will persuade my allies to follow you, serving you as loyal subjects." In that moment, Jujin was gripped by panic. He realized that waiting for his allies to rescue him would be futile, as time was not on his side. He had no choice but to seek a compromise to safeguard his own life before formulating a new plan. However, Rosen had no intention of sparing him. The deep-seated enmity he harbored could only be assuaged by Jujin's death. Seize him. I will deal with him personally. Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall face no mercy, Rosen uttered in a chilling tone. This proclamation plunged Jujin into icy despair, leaving him trembling. Chapter 77. Vengeance is achieved. Yes, Lubu stepped forward. Please, don't come any closer, Jujin cried, retreating frantically until he reached the door to the bedroom. In a fit of terror, he flung the door open and dashed inside, locking the wooden door behind him, leaving the 5 remaining guards outside. The guards exchanged bewildered glances, as if they had been abandoned. As the imposing general drew nearer, the guards resolved to follow their lord evaporated, and they hastily discarded their weapons, kneeling on either side in terror, pleading, Lord, spare us. We surrender. Given Rosen's earlier assurance of mercy for those who surrendered, the guards were promptly apprehended by soldiers and taken away, while Lubu approached the wooden door and kicked it open with a resounding crash. Dust erupted as the small door fell, and golden-armored soldiers surged into the room. Inside, several storage boxes were scattered about, and on the bed lay 2 female subjects, clutching their blankets in fear. Upon witnessing this scene, Rosen's fury ignited. These vile lords lived in such decadent ease. Surely, they had used their power to coerce their female subjects. Reflecting on his own treatment of the populace, particularly how well he had treated Bei Yuang, who was so beautiful yet had never attracted his lascivious thoughts, he found the sight of these 2 unremarkable women being exploited utterly appalling. In stark contrast, his own subjects lived in a veritable paradise. With this thought, his gaze fell upon Jujin, who cowered helplessly in the corner, further fueling his ire. Capture him, Rosen commanded coldly. Spare me, great lord. I beg you. Jujin whimpered. I am merely 28. I do not wish to die. Lubu seized him by the collar, lifting him as one would a chick. Jujin prostrated himself before Rosen, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Please spare me. His forehead struck the floor, soon stained with blood. His cries were laced with profound terror, a clear testament to his will to survive. Now he sought mercy. If only he had considered this sooner. Rosen sighed, slowly drawing his sword. The sound of metal scraping echoed in Jujin's ears, akin to a sharp blade grazing his heart. Lord, he has urinated himself. Lubu stepped back hastily. Rosen glanced down to find a stream of liquid seeping from Jujin's trousers onto the floor, trickling into the crevices beneath the table. Disgusted, Rosen abandoned the notion of killing him personally, feeling that such an act would tarnish his hands. Lubu handle this. Afterward, take all the supplies and prisoners back to the territory for unified management. Understood. Lubu acted decisively, plunging his sword into Jujin's back. Jujin let out a piercing scream. Why? By killing me, you will never obtain the Lord's guide. Why? He collapsed into a pool of blood, his voice weak and filled with despair. Rosen turned his back to him, speaking softly. When you take the lives of others, you must understand that you too may one day meet a similar fate. The wheel of fate turns for all. The heavens spare no one. With that, Rosen exited the room, leaving soldiers to scour the premises for resources. As Jujin's breath grew increasingly shallow, the blood seeping from his mouth rendered him acutely uncomfortable. His consciousness began to fade, yet Rosen's words echoed in his mind. The wheel of fate turns for all. The heavens spare no one. Outside the territory, gazing up at the azure sky, Rosen felt an overwhelming sense of liberation. In that moment, he experienced an indescribable clarity. The resentment that had consumed him dissipated entirely with Jujin's fall, vanishing without a trace. As for why he did not compel Jujin to relinquish the Lord's guide before eliminating him, the rationale was simple. He had no need for a recruitment office, nor did he wish to wield the possessions of an enemy who had wronged him so deeply. He only desired Jujin's demise. The populace would come, and they would multiply. In this world, he would live for himself. His fate was his to command, and no one could dictate his destiny. Rosen silently vowed, reaffirming his determination to develop and expand his territory. In this world, only strength held the right to speak. 5 minutes later, all the soldiers began to gather at the entrance. The captured subjects and resources were assembled in the courtyard. Lubu approached to report, My lord, the search is complete. A total of 18 individuals surrendered, including 4 female subjects and 14 male subjects. Additionally, we have over 200 pounds of meat, more than 100 pounds of fruit, 30 iron swords, 1 wooden bow, 13 wooden arrows, and various blueprints. Listening to Lubu's report, Rosen remained unfazed. For a territory of merely dozens of individuals, these resources were far from abundant. He glanced at the stacked supplies in the courtyard, then entered and waved his hand, storing them within his spatial ring. After all, these items included wood, stone, and iron. All provisions were to be distributed to the soldiers, yet without horse-drawn carts, the task proved arduous. Thus, they were appropriated for personal use. As they prepared to depart, Rosen cast a final glance at the captured subjects before mounting his steed. Lacking power, the most favorable outcome for them was to share the same fate as those captured, enslavement. Though Rosen was no demon, he had no inclination to return them out of mere goodwill. Upon reaching his own territory, those individuals with a loyalty exceeding 50 would signify a diminished allegiance to their former lord, thus facilitating their adaptation to the new dominion. Therefore, those with a loyalty above 50 would not be enslaved, but rather integrated among the common folk to work and assimilate. Conversely, those with loyalty below 50 indicated a strong fidelity to their previous lord, posing a potential threat of rebellion or treachery. Such individuals would be treated as slaves, laboring in exchange for sustenance, working as much as they consumed. As a youth of the 21st century, Rosen possessed no inclination to categorize individuals into hierarchies. However, he firmly believed that order must not be compromised. Granting them freedom was unequivocally out of the question. They would remain, laboring for their sustenance, ultimately transforming into local subjects. It was a gradual process, with varied requirements set for different individuals. This constituted Rosen's strategy. Unlike other lords who captured individuals for slavery, only to arm the loyal for plunder and execute the disloyal, devoid of humanity, Rosen's approach was markedly different. An hour later, the group found themselves on the periphery of their territory. Upon witnessing the industrious throngs around them, the captured subjects were left utterly speechless. So many people. Were they consuming meat? Was this paradise? The slaves widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them.